Chapter 1. Ah, what a splendid day it is, Dumbledore remarked, gazing out at the resplendent sunshine, stretching languidly as a sense of comfort enveloped him. With a soft chirp, the magnificent phoenix, Fawkes, perched behind him, made its presence known. "Ha! You share my sentiment, do you not, my old friend?" Dumbledore said with a smile, adjusting his spectacles that threatened to slip off his nose. "On such a fine day, one ought to engage in something worthwhile. Would you care for some cockroach clusters, Fawkes?" Dumbledore inquired, opening the drawer of his desk to reveal a box that resembled a confectionery container. He gently twisted the lid, and out crawled the creature-like sweets reminiscent of cockroaches. "The Honeydukes indeed has a flair for confectionery," Dumbledore remarked, casually tossing one into his mouth, squinting his eyes in delight as he savored the flavor. Fawkes expressed a human-like disdain with a soft chirp, burying his head beneath his wings. "Will you not partake in some?" Dumbledore observed Fawkes' avoidance with a hint of regret, shaking his head gently. "You shall miss many delightful sights, my dear." Not wishing to press the matter further, Dumbledore continued to savor his treat in silence. Rap, rap, rap. The door to the headmaster's office was knocked upon. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, effortlessly opening the drawer to stow away the confectionery box before closing it. "Come in." With a soft creak, the door swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall's stern visage. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore," she strode in briskly. "I hope my arrival has not disturbed you." "Not at all, Minerva," Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "In fact, I was just about to seek you out." "Oh." McGonagall adjusted her glasses. "Is it that our esteemed headmaster wishes to assist his subordinates in shouldering some responsibilities? I must say, that is delightful news. If it is within my power, I would certainly be inclined to do so." Dumbledore's smile broadened. "However, do forgive me. Minerva, you must understand the frailty of an elderly man, yes? I trust you shall manage splendidly." "You say that every time," McGonagall pursed her lips. "If that is genuinely the case, I would not mind taking on additional tasks, provided it is not an excuse for someone to indulge in other activities, say, enjoying some sweets." "Ah, indeed, that appears to be the case." Dumbledore seemed to wholeheartedly agree with McGonagall's observation. "Now, dear Professor McGonagall, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "I was just about to inform you," McGonagall said, pursing her lips. Although she recognized Dumbledore's attempt to shift the topic, she had grown accustomed to it over the years. "I trust you have not forgotten that you have a Wisegamot meeting shortly, and Mr. Smith, the head of the Order of Merlin, wishes to schedule an afternoon tea with you." McGonagall unfurled the parchment in her hand, reading the details to Dumbledore. As Dumbledore listened, the smile on his face gradually faltered. "That is about all the matters at hand. I am afraid, Professor, that you must bid farewell to your holiday, at least for the time being," McGonagall stated sternly, though a glint of schadenfreude betrayed her amusement. "Very well. It is as it always is," Dumbledore muttered softly. "There is no avoiding it." McGonagall allowed a small smile to grace her face. "We are all dependent on you, Professor, and I hope you come to realize this sooner rather than later." "That sounds rather dismal," Dumbledore sighed. "Why can even an old man not be spared from such burdens?" "You are, after all, the greatest white wizard." McGonagall shrugged her shoulders. "So, when do you intend to depart?" "If it were my choice, I would say never," Dumbledore replied with a slight shrug. "But clearly, that is not feasible. So, let's proceed now." "Excellent. Our first stop is the Ministry of Magic." After a day filled with engagements, Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts only as night enveloped the earth. Following a sumptuous dessert banquet delivered by the house elves, he comfortably nestled into his chair, feeling lethargic and unwilling to move. Hud, hud, hud. A series of knocks echoed from the window. Turning his head, Dumbledore beheld an owl tapping against the glass, clutching a black envelope in its talons. Ah! Upon seeing this, Dumbledore recognized the origin of the correspondence. Slightly lost in thought, he stood and opened the window, allowing the owl to swoop inside, gently pecking his ear before dropping the letter upon his desk. "Hoot! Hoot!" the owl called softly, rousing Dumbledore from his reverie. "Thank you for your efforts, my dear." Dumbledore gently stroked its head, his long fingers tapping the surface of the desk, and a plate of jerky materialized before him. You must be quite famished. Dumbledore pushed the plate toward the owl. Do have taste. Hoot! The owl squinted, hopping to the edge of the plate before indulging in the jerky. Dumbledore smiled at the sight of the owl feasting, then shifted his gaze to the black envelope. With a delicate touch, he brushed away the wax seal. Extracting the letter, he began to read intently. 10 minutes later, having thoroughly perused the contents, Dumbledore contemplated for a moment before taking up a quill, meticulously drafting a reply and placing the letter back into its envelope. Much appreciated, little one. Dumbledore gently patted the owl's head, placing the letter into its grasp. Watching as the owl soared into the distance, Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before returning to his desk, gently caressing the feathers of his beloved pet. Old friend, take me back to Godric's Hollow. Dumbledore sighed softly. With a gentle chirp, Fawkes responded, a flash of fire illuminating the room as both man and bird vanished from the office. Godric's Hollow, the ancestral home of the Dumbledore family. Gazing at the dilapidated state of the house before him, it felt as though the joyous moments of his youth had transpired only yesterday. Ariana, Dumbledore murmured, repeating a name, as tears of nostalgia trickled down his cheeks. In that instant, he appeared more akin to an elderly man. After lingering at the threshold for a while, Dumbledore ultimately refrained from entering. Just as he turned to leave, a loud wail erupted from within the house. Wah! The morning sun bathed Hogwarts in golden light, cloaking it in a gossamer sheen. Compared to the foggy weather, the castle radiated warmth and vitality. As for the bustling activity within the castle, Field, how many times must I tell you? That is my cat, not your toy. Filch bellowed down the corridor at a young boy with russet hair. Put Mrs. Norris down this instant. She might very well have chosen to follow me. You cannot care for her. So let me. The boy, referred to as Field, called back without looking, casually offering a sprig of catnip to the feline cradled in his arms. Meow. Mrs. Norris purred languidly, nestled comfortably in Field's embrace, occasionally stretching in a leisurely manner. Field Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall's stern countenance appeared at the far end of the corridor, her amber eyes fixed intently upon him. I have warned you to not tease Mr. Filch. Field hurriedly hit the brakes, stumbling to a halt before McGonagall, forcing an awkward smile. I was merely joking with him, Professor. You know he's not adept at caring for cats. That excuse has already been used, Mr. Dumbledore, McGonagall coldly interjected, cutting off Field's defense. Very well, I can see, Professor, Field replied, sensing McGonagall's genuine ire. You ought to apologize to Mr. Filch, not me. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. As for your punishment, I shall discuss it thoroughly with the headmaster. Oh no, Field exclaimed, his head snapping up with a hint of desperation. Please do not do this, Professor. He will take away my last remaining cockroach clusters. Initially, McGonagall's demeanor had relaxed at Field's plea, but upon hearing his last remark, her expression darkened once more. I shall give it due consideration. Good luck, Mr. Dumbledore, McGonagall said with a stern countenance before turning to depart. It is over. All is lost. Field exuded an aura of profound despair, akin to the deepest sorrow of a heart laid bare. As Filch drew near, he could hear the mutterings escaping Field's lips. Farewell, my chocolate frog, my pile of cockroaches, my... Bah, what a wretched little bee. Filch scoffed disdainfully, snatching Mrs. Loris from Field's disheartened grasp and turning on his heel to depart from the scene. In a flash of fire, the phoenix fox materialized before Field, unfurling its wings and alighting upon his shoulder. Once more, fire flickered, and both man and bird vanished into the corridor. That night, stripped of all his possessions, Field lay alone in a lounge on the 8th floor, tossing and turning in a restless slumber, his mind drifting back to the myriad experiences of the years gone by. He had once been an ordinary office worker, his only passions being novels and films. While revisiting a classic film, he could not have anticipated that the crimson glow would burst forth from the computer screen, enveloping him entirely. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself transformed into an infant. Though the passage of time had eroded most of his English, remnants of simple vocabulary still lingered in his memory. Upon hearing the eccentric figure resembling the legendary Golden Finger Grandpa bestow upon him the name of Feldgrindelwald Dumbledore, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his heart racing with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. He began to surmise the nature of the world in which he now found himself. Upon encountering the opulent and majestic castle and the renowned wizards who bore striking resemblances to characters from the film, his suspicions solidified. Though he could not comprehend the bickering of the various heads, he surmised they were disputing his fate, particularly the greasy-haired, hook-nosed man whose demeanor suggested malevolence, persistently uttering no, inciting his ire. In a moment of agitation, he inadvertently harnessed a surge of crimson energy. When this energy inadvertently brushed against an unknown animal skull upon the table, it disintegrated into a fine powder in an instant. The hook-nosed man's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at Field as if he were a treasure. At some point, he had procured 2 snake fangs, which he waved before Field, placing them upon the table. Field instantly grasped his intent and summoned the crimson energy once more, sweeping it gently over the fangs, which similarly crumbled into powder. The hook-nosed man nodded in satisfaction. His words finally transformed into yes. In the end, Field chose to remain. The price for this choice was that whenever the unkempt man required assistance, Field would aid him in processing certain materials. According to some, Field was a natural master of material handling, and to not harness his abilities would be a grave waste. What pained Field further was that this rationale was accepted by all. Ah well, he mused, I might as well consider it rent. As for the enmity with Filch, that was an entirely separate matter. When Field reached the age of 3, he was able to venture slightly outside. One day, in an instance where the house elf was distracted, Filch's cat, Mrs. Loris, approached him and snatched away the milk he had placed on the ground. What a disgrace! The memory ignited a blaze of fury within him. To make matters worse, when he later confronted Filch, he found himself at a loss for words. Since words could not resolve the issue, I do not mind resorting to violence, Field thought with a fierce determination. Thus, within the halls of Hogwarts, Field and Filch formed a dynamic duo of mischief. Today, Filch caught Field red-handed and spanked him tomorrow. Field would coat the doorknob of Filch's office with ink. Especially after the arrival of Peeves, Field found himself winning more than losing. After sweet-talking Professor Sprout a few times, Field procured several sprigs of catnip, further enticing Mrs. Loris to betray Filch. While Field and Filch were constantly engaged in their playful antagonism, they adhered to a mutual understanding. Neither would voluntarily report the other to the professors. Whoever was discovered by the professors would bear the consequences. Of course, when Filch faced repercussions, it was seldom, as most of the time it was Field who bore the brunt. However, compared to being reported, these minor setbacks were of little consequence to Field. What kept Field awake was not merely his past experiences, though they played a part, but rather a particular statement made by his nominal father, Albus Dumbledore. My dear child, you have reached the age of 7. I regret to inform you that throughout these 7 years, I have not fulfilled my duties as a responsible father. Perhaps it is time for you to truly experience the life of a wizarding family. I have arranged for you to stay with a host family, and I hope you will find joy there. In the village of Gourds, located in the enchanting region of Provence, France, it is renowned among travelers from around the globe as one of the most beautiful villages in the country. The terraced houses made of yellow and white stones, rising majestically, and the castle perched at the highest point of the hill, captivate all who visit. Yet, it is regrettable that the castle is not open to the public. Despite this, many believe that their visit here is worthwhile. Of course, the notion of it being closed to muggles is merely a fadi. In truth, since the 15th century, this territory has belonged to the Draculs family. Although the Draculs family is relatively small compared to other pure-blood families, both in terms of population and wealth, they stand equal in the legacy of their lineage. What is even more remarkable is that the Draculs family is one of the rare pure-blood families that embraces Muggle kind. Surprisingly, the previous head of the Draculs family openly married a Muggle woman for love. This was indeed a challenge to the very foundations of wizarding society, had it not been for Dumbledore. This head of the family might never have had the chance to bear offspring, as he would have been swept away by the storm of public opinion. Consequently, The head of the Draculs family has become a staunch ally of Dumbledore. This morning, the current head, Frank Draculs, along with his wife, Mandy Draculs, dressed impeccably, awaited their guest in the living room, accompanied by their 10-year-old daughter, Fleur. "Mother, I don't understand. What sort of esteemed guest could possibly require us to rise so early?" Fleur inquired, a mix of confusion and dissatisfaction in her voice, as she gently removed her sister's hand from her hair. "My dear, you must know that he is one of the greatest white wizards in the world." Mandy winked at Fleur. You remember what your father taught you. We must show respect in the presence of such greatness," Fleur monotonously repeated, rolling her eyes dismissively. "Indeed, my dear," Mandy's tone turned stern, "I hope you do not treat this as a jest. Though you are still young, you will soon be attending magic school, and there are essential lessons I hope you will remember." Startled by her mother's intensity, Fleur felt tears welling in her eyes. "All right, dear, she's still just a child. Perhaps we can ease our expectations a bit," Frank interjected gently, placing a comforting hand on Mandy's. He then smiled at Fleur. "My daughter, while your mother's tone may seem harsh, she is imparting the very principles that define our Draculs family. I hope you will take this to heart. All right?" "I understand," Fleur whispered softly, "that I know my darling is quite intelligent. You will do wonderfully," Mandy said, producing a handkerchief to dry Fleur's tears and embracing her tenderly. Tea precisely 10 in the morning, the appointed hour for Dumbledore's visit. A knock echoed at the Draculs door. "Our guests have arrived," Frank exclaimed, quickly standing to adjust his attire before directing his gaze towards the entrance. Tea that moment. A house elf stood ready to open the door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a peculiar duo, an elderly gentleman with a beard cascading to his knees and an adorable young boy with golden hair. "Good morning, everyone," Dumbledore greeted the Draculs family with a cheerful tone. "What a splendid day it is, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, Professor Dumbledore," Frank replied, his face alight with a radiant smile, "that I sincerely wish you all the best today." After a brief embrace and a kiss on the cheek, Frank continued, "This is my wife, Mandy Draculs, who has always held you in high esteem." Observing Mandy's face, filled with surprise and a touch of awe, Field easily discerned that her admiration was genuine. "And this is my daughter, Fleur Draculs," Frank added, pulling Fleur closer, "and my youngest, Gabri, who is only 2 and cannot yet speak. You have a truly happy family." "Frank," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, seemingly prepared to introduce his own, that he reached out to gently pat Field's head. "This is my adopted son, Field Dumbledore. If all goes according to plan, he shall be my successor. However, he is still quite young and rather mischievous, which gives me some concern." Frank, already aware of some circumstances, felt a stir of emotion upon hearing Dumbledore's words. The distinction between being Dumbledore's adopted child and the heir of the Dumbledore family was monumental. "Ah, how rude of me! I was so eager to converse that I forgot to invite you in," Frank exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "Please, come inside, my Professor, and young Mr. Dumbledore." "Thank you. May I have some honey tea?" Dumbledore replied cheerfully as he and Field entered. Recalling how Lamb used to brew him a cup every time he visited. "Of course, Professor," Frank responded, nostalgia creeping into his voice. He then quietly called out, "Baffy." "Yes, master." The house elf appeared before them, a large silver tray floating beside him, adorned with an exquisite silver teapot. Once the house elf set the tray on the table and bowed deeply, he snapped his fingers and vanished. Field noticed that this house elf appeared even cleaner than those at Hogwarts. It seemed that the Draculs family maintained commendable standards of upbringing, which reassured Field somewhat. "I presume you have read my letter, Frank," Dumbledore said with a smile, sipping his tea. "Now, may I have your answer?" "I certainly agree," Frank replied. Though he hesitated, "I find myself a bit perplexed." "I understand," Dumbledore sighed. "Frank, I hope you can forgive an old man's lack of vigor. The love and joy that truly stem from a family is something I cannot provide for him. Thus, I must turn to you for assistance. Speak frankly, I had originally intended to entrust him to the Weasley family. However," Dumbledore chuckled wryly, "it seems their burdens are already quite heavy." "Indeed, and I do not believe their family education surpasses ours," Frank said with pride. "Every family possesses its unique virtues, does it not?" Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Then, I entrust this to you." Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore took his leave. He had intended to leave a bag of galleons, but Frank adamantly refused to accept it. and thus Dumbledore had no choice but to forego the gesture. Upon Frank and Mandy's return home after seeing Dumbledore off, they were greeted by a rather amusing sight. Field and Fleur were locked in a silent staring contest. Gabri, nestled in Fleur's arms, mirrored her sister's gaze at Field, occasionally sucking on her pacifier. "Who is this proud little hen?" Field pondered, eyeing Fleur. "Who is this arrogant fellow?" Fleur mused, looking at Field. "Why is she staring at me?" "Field," Fleur thought again. "Oh, you two seem to be getting along splendidly," Mandy chimed, giggling. "Oh," they both exclaimed in unison. Field and Fleur exchanged puzzled glances. "Why are you mimicking my speech?" they queried simultaneously. "It seems I was not mistaken." Mandy thought teasingly. "Child, you're called Field, are you not?" "Yes, ma'am," Field replied, standing up quickly, somewhat nervously meeting Mandy's gaze. "And no need to be so anxious, dear." Mandy waved her hand dismissively, suggesting that relaxation was all that was needed. "In our household, we do not adhere to many rules. As long as one can live happily, that is sufficient. However, should you wish to pursue my daughter, I would not be opposed." With that, she playfully winked at Mandy. I wouldn't," Field stammered, momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. "Such matters are far beyond me." "Not to worry, I support you, young man," Mandy teased once more before leading her husband out of the living room, cradling Gabrielle in her arms. As Mandy exited the room, Field let out a sigh of relief. He felt somewhat ill at ease in the presence of a mature, alluring beauty, his adult soul feeling somewhat out of place in his youthful form. "Hey!" At that moment, a crisp yet slightly husky voice interrupted his thoughts. Field turned to see Furong glaring at him with a menacing expression. "What is it, Miss Delacour?" he inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. This arrogant Englishman. Furong shot back, her large eyes narrowed. "Might I ask why you look down upon me?" Field was utterly bewildered. "I mean no offense, Miss Delacour," he replied earnestly, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict. "If I have indeed misspoken, I am willing to apologize, and no need for that." "I shall not accept your apology," Furong retorted, rising indignantly, her silver hair swishing dramatically, "and I certainly will not entertain your advances. So you might as well give up." With that, Furong stormed off, leaving Field alone in the living room, utterly bewildered. "What on earth is going on?" Field chuckled wryly. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he surveyed the room. And with a blank expression, he sat back down. "So, now it seems I'm left all alone. Where's my room?" he pondered expressionlessly. And so, Field settled in. Although initially feeling out of place, he quickly grew fond of his family. Frank appeared to be a simple, honest wizard, yet he was utterly obsessed with Quidditch. Field often caught Frank lounging on the sofa with his eyes closed, envisioning himself at the Quidditch World Cup, fantasizing that he was a renowned player. Mandy was a somewhat cunning French lady. With her mature and voluptuous figure, she always exuded glamour, even when alone at home, preferring to don exquisite gowns while holding a goblet. When a mood struck her, she would even dance with her husband. As for Furong, Field considered her a spoiled brat. Even Gabrielle seemed to have more redeeming qualities than her. Furong thought the same of Field. However, Furong was not entirely without merit. Although Field deemed her personality to be quite disagreeable, her magical talent was indeed impressive. Particularly in Transfiguration and certain branches of dark magic, she was nothing short of a prodigy. In summary, their relationship could aptly be described as one of love-hate, which infused the Delacour family's castle with a newfound vibrancy. Yet this harmony lasted only a year later, with the arrival of a letter. Everything began to change. That morning, Field rose a bit later than usual, finding Furong already dressed and eating breakfast in the dining room. Upon seeing him yawn his way into the room, she couldn't resist the urge to mock him. "Well, look who it is," Furong exclaimed with a sarcastic tone. "Isn't it the great Mr. Dumbledore? Surely we have been quite rude. We ought to wait for Mr. Dumbledore to finish his meal before we partake in his leftovers. For merely waiting for him to dine may not suffice to satisfy his sense of accomplishment." "I am delighted you possess such awareness, Furong," Field replied, unperturbed, a gentle smile gracing his face. "You have matured." If the words had come from the actual Dumbledore, they would have seemed perfectly natural. Even if they came from Frank, they would have been acceptable. However, the fact that Field, significantly younger than Furong, spoke with such gravitas elicited hearty laughter from the Delacour couple. Though the Delacours found amusement in the exchange, Furong was not equally entertained. Her brows furrowed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. She shouted, "Field Dumbledore!" Such a heartfelt call. Field feigned distress, scratching his head. "Are you perhaps pursuing me?" "Goodness, I am still but a child. I am a child too," Furong yelled in fury. "Then that makes it even less feasible." Field replied earnestly that I prefer those who are more mature. I do not favor the younger ones. "I am older than you," Furong retorted, indicating their height difference, which was indeed in her favor. "All right, but you are still a child," Field shrugged in response. "But I will grow up," Furong insisted, stamping her foot. "Is that so?" Field questioned, a hint of skepticism in his expression. "Well then, I shall wait for you to grow up." Furong nodded vigorously, and Field mirrored her gesture. Wait a moment. Furong seemed to sense something amiss, and after a moment of realization, she exploded, "Ah, Field, I shall kill you." Furong, nearly bursting with rage, seized a plate and charged at Field. "You told me to wait for you to grow up," Field yelled as he dashed outside, glancing back as he ran. "You still dare to say that?" Furong cried as their figures vanished once more from the living room. Thus, regarding the notification letter, Frank hesitated, glancing at the pink parchment in his hand, raising an eyebrow at his partner. "Not to worry. Let them sort out their feelings first," Mandy chuckled, covering her mouth. "Their relationship seems rather delightful." Does it?" Frank replied, somewhat bewildered. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed, and Field had reached the age of 11. During this time, both he and Furong had undergone significant transformations. Notably, Furong had become even more capable than depicted in the original text, as Field's constant presence served as a source of competition that naturally fostered her ambition. It is worth mentioning that despite Furong's relentless desire to surpass Field, she had never succeeded, whether in verbal sparring or magical prowess. He consistently overshadowed her, even though she had started school 3 years earlier. Though Furong had indeed changed considerably, Field's transformation was even more remarkable. He had developed considerable abilities concerning the power of the Phoenix, having unlocked various applications. The complete power of the Phoenix represented the strongest singular cosmic force, even when compared to lesser multiversal levels. However, Field realized that he possessed only a minuscule fraction of the Phoenix's power, not even a substantial shard. Despite this, he still exhibited notable talent, effortlessly grasping the intricacies of even the most complex spells with just a glance, including those of dark magic. Moreover, Field discovered that his magical reserves were vast. To this day, he had never truly exhausted his magical energy. Not even once that, in addition to these abilities, Field also sensed subtle fluctuations in space and time. Yet his young age and inadequate physical condition made him wary of the strain such forces could impose, leading him to refrain from experimentation. Even so, Frank regarded Field as quite exceptional. The sound of dull thuds jolted Field from his reverie. He turned to see a gray owl, flapping desperately against the window, thwarted by the glass barrier. Could it be? Field's spirits lifted as he swiftly opened the window, allowing the owl to enter. The owl hooted twice, dropping a letter from its claws before gesturing toward it with a wing, then pointed at Field. "Are you indicating that this letter is for me?" Field hesitated, softly inquiring. The owl blinked, lowering its wing. Field picked up the letter. Upon the envelope, inscribed with ink of a deep green hue, were the words, "Ch. Tota La Cour, 3RD floor, Tower Room, Village of Gourds, Province, France, for the attention of Field Dumbledore." The reverse bore a wax seal embossed with the Hogwarts crest. Indeed, this was a missive from Hogwarts. Field, filled with excitement, hastily tore open the letter, which was also penned in the same verdant ink. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Wizarding Federation. Knight of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Dumbledore, how have you been, my dear child? You have reached the age of enrollment. Do return post-haste, for we all miss you dearly. Should you require my assistance to collect you, please do not hesitate to inform me. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Field was momentarily taken aback, pondering if acceptance letters were truly conveyed in such a manner. Yet a blend of amusement and warmth enveloped him as he reflected upon the companionship he had shared with Professor McGonagall during his time at Hogwarts, overshadowing his memories with another, rather unkempt individual. After a brief contemplation, Field retrieved a piece of parchment and began to compose his response. Dear Professor McGonagall, I have received your letter. I can have my current family accompany me to Diagon Alley. I am uncertain if the school will have sufficient staff at the start of term, so there is no need to assign anyone else to assist me, though we still have plenty of time together. By the way, I have heard that my father has a penchant for hiding peculiar items behind portraits. For his safety, please ensure he does not stow away anything excessively dangerous. I look forward to my life at Hogwarts. Yours respectfully, Field Dumbledore. Having completed his letter, Field meticulously reviewed it before handing it to the small messenger. Simultaneously, he produced a silver sickles to place beside the messenger's little box. I apologize, dear friend, but there is no food here. Allow me to offer you a bit more in payment, so you may procure something for yourself on the way, if that is agreeable, Field said apologetically to the owl. Hoot! The owl tilted its head, blinked, and gently pecked at his finger before spreading its wings and taking flight. After rereading McGonagall's letter with great care, Field solemnly stored it away and stepped into his small chest. This chest was a gift from Dumbledore for his 10th birthday, akin in function to Newt Scamander's, albeit with a considerably smaller interior space. Within, Dumbledore had placed a charming 2-story villa, complete with a quaint garden inhabited by small fairies. Although Field rarely resided there, he had stashed most of his pocket money inside. Dumbledore had consistently sent him 10 galleons each month as his allowance, without fail for 4 years. Aside from a few he had expended on gifts. He had never touched the rest. Now, he had accumulated over 200 galleons. After some deliberation, Field withdrew 100 galleons, gathered a handful of smaller coins, and exited the chest. Descending the stairs, he found that breakfast seemed to have just concluded. Apart from Mandy in the kitchen, the others were lounging in their chairs, engaged in quiet conversation. Good morning, child. Frank was the first to notice Field and greeted him with a wave. You seem to have risen late. There should still be some breakfast. Shall I fetch it for you? Before Field could respond, Fleur interjected, I believe it is unnecessary, as Mr. Dumbledore has not yet come down, he is likely still feasting in his dreams. Surely, this breakfast cannot compare to that. I'm not hungry just yet, Field replied, shaking his head. Tea is not about a delightful dream. I simply wish to go out for a while. Go out. Frank raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face. Have you received your acceptance letter? Indeed, Uncle Dracul. Field nodded with a smile. I it for Beauxbatons? Frank inquired, but soon dismissed the notion that no, Beauxbatons sent you a letter last year. Which you declined. So, it must be Hogwarts, correct? Absolutely, Field affirmed with a decisive nod. Would you accompany me to Diagon Alley? I need to procure some supplies for my studies. Diagon Alley? Frank chuckled. We need not venture that far. Then where are we headed? Champs. Yes. Frank replied with a mysterious smile. Trust me, you shall not regret this excursion. An hour later, the Draculs family and Field stood at Place de la Concorde, observing the bustling crowd. They could have set out earlier, but upon hearing about the shopping trip, Mandy was the first to express her desire to join, followed by Fleur, and eventually Gabrielle expressed her wish to come along as well. With this, Frank decided to take the entire family. We shall first proceed in this direction, Frank said, discerning the path before leading Field onward. Once we reach the Arc de Triomphe, we can access the true champs, yes. The true champs, yes? Field queried, puzzled. Are there false versions of it? Seemingly perceiving Field's confusion, Frank burst into laughter. You shall see soon enough, my child. After walking for a while, they arrived at the Arc de Triomphe. Frank glanced around to ensure no one was watching before drawing out his wand and lightly tapping the doorframe of the monument. A creaking sound, reminiscent of heavy, aged wood turning, filled Field's ears. His eyes widened in astonishment. Before him, the Arc de Triomphe had transformed into a grand entrance, the scent of oak wafting from the door panels. What a commotion! Field instinctively glanced around, yet it seemed no one had noticed their presence. Come, it is time to enter, Frank whispered, striding directly toward the door, passing through as though it were non-existent. Field suddenly understood. This must be akin to the 9 3/4 platform in England. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, following Mr. Frank through the doorway. As he stepped through, the vibrant sounds of the marketplace flooded his ears, and the sights before him dazzled Field's senses. Dragon liver, just in, fresh, 5 sickles per ounce. Seeds from the Pyrenees, remarkably resilient, a must for floral arrangements. Travel tents for rent at merely 1 galleon a day. Purchase 3 and receive a complimentary travel case. The calls of merchants, the bartering of prices. The laughter of children and the shouts of adults painted a vivid tapestry of life in full bloom. "Shall we fetch some money, child?" Frank casually draped an arm around Field's shoulder, grinning. "Here you must hold on tightly to me. Otherwise, you might get swept away in the crowd. Once lost, it will be quite a challenge to pull you back, I understand," Field replied earnestly, nodding to, "I do not need to withdraw money. I believe I have brought sufficient galleons for my supplies." "Ah, what I meant was for your own pocket money." Frank chuckled. "Today asked for the supplies. Allow me, your uncle, to take care of that, do not refuse. Consider it a gift for your enrollment." "Very well. Thank you, Uncle Draculs," Field said after a moment's hesitation. "That's more like it." Frank clapped him on the shoulder. "My dear, where shall we go first?" Mandy had now caught up with Fleur and Gabrielle. "I have sufficient galleons. I believe we need not visit Gringotts," Frank pondered. "Shall we start at the bookstore? Afterward, we can shop for clothes." "Splendid," Mandy exclaimed happily. "However, I have an even better suggestion. I shall take Fleur and Gabrielle to the clothing store, and we can wait for you there while perusing the garments." "How does that sound?" "That sounds perfect." Frank raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It seems you haven't purchased any new clothes in quite some time." "My dear, you must indulge in a little shopping later." However, Mandy hesitated, questioning whether such an expenditure might be excessive. "Excessive?" Frank's brow furrowed, his voice rising in surprise. "How could you even think that?" "My heavens, darling, you mustn't feel this way. Just look at your wardrobe. It is nearly devoid of clothing." "Is that so?" Mandy's face lit up with a smile at her partner's admonishment. "Indeed," Frank asserted with utmost confidence. After a brief pause, he continued, "Let us agree on this. Regardless of how many pieces you buy for Furong and Gabrielle, you must acquire no fewer than 10 for yourself. That IT is settled." "Oh dear, that is far too many." Mandy chuckled, shaking her head. "Then let it be 20. Frank declared with seriousness, insisting that since she seldom shopped, she ought to purchase a few more. "Very well. I shall heed your advice, sweetheart." Mandy nodded vigorously, planting a firm kiss on his cheek. "I shall see you shortly." "See you soon." Frank waved with his empty hand. Field stared in astonishment at this exchange, swallowing hard before glancing at Frank. "Uncle Dracula, are you certain? You mean to say buying clothes?" Frank raised an eyebrow. "Of course, I am certain. But I recall you mentioning last time that the wardrobe was nearly overflowing." Field asked hesitantly. "Yes, that's so." Frank replied nonchalantly. "Well, we can always purchase a few more wardrobes." "Furthermore, wasn't Aunt Dracula just shopping 3 days ago?" Field inquired again. "Not a concern. It has been sufficiently long since the last outing." Frank shook his head, noting that Mandy used to visit this place twice a day. A 3-day interval was indeed ample time. Can it truly be justified this way? Field fell silent, feeling quite bewildered. "Take a lesson from this, lad," Frank smiled, patting him on the shoulder. "Trust me, had there been a refusal earlier, the circumstances would be entirely different now. Moreover, when a wife is beautifully attired, it is the man who reaps the happiness, is it not?" Frank winked at him, urging him to consider how the onlookers would admire the radiant woman who happened to be his beloved. A source of unparalleled pride and accomplishment. That mentality, that prowess. Truly, you deserve the praise. Field understood and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Frank raised an eyebrow once more, acknowledging the compliment. The two engaged in a brief exchange before swiftly arriving at the bookstore. The Fountain Magic Bookstore. This is the place. After glancing at the shop sign, Frank confirmed their destination, noting that it was the most comprehensive source of literature in all of France, even boasting a selection of Muggle books. However, here, one must personally select their books rather than having them prepared to be by the way. "Once we enter, please speak softly." The proprietor despises loud conversations, claiming it disturbs the spirits within the books. Such a peculiar character? Field raised an eyebrow. "Understood. Excellent. Let us proceed." "Welcome to the Fountain Magic Bookstore." A voice as soft as a whisper greeted them upon entry. "That I hope you find the books you seek. please remember to keep your voices down, as it may frighten the little creatures hidden among the pages. Field turned toward the source of the voice, spotting a veiled man gazing in their direction. What a mysterious individual! His heart raced. Though he couldn't see the proprietor's face, he could sense the sharpness of his hawk-like gaze. "Long time no see, Mr. Smith," Frank greeted the shopkeeper quietly. "Ah, you, Mr. Dracula," the shopkeeper said, his gaze shifting from Field, causing him to exhale a sigh of relief. "It has indeed been a while since our last encounter. I hope all is well." The shopkeeper's voice remained gentle, as if nothing could compel it to rise. "Certainly. I find myself quite well," Frank replied cheerily. "I am here accompanying my nephew to procure some books. Care to assist?" "You know my rules." The shopkeeper gently shook his head, causing the veil atop his head to sway. "However, since it is your nephew, I can offer him a small gift." "That would be splendid." Frank nudged Field lightly. "Go on, child. Here, you must rely on yourself. I will wait here for you." "Very well, Uncle Dracula." Field nodded obediently and ventured inside. Standard spells, beginner, magical theory, history of magic. Before long, Field had gathered all the textbooks he required. In addition to the textbooks, he also selected a volume on 100 commonly used household spells. Once he had gathered everything, Field hefted the small basket containing his selections and laboriously carried it to the front counter. "Is this all?" Frank raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Hogwarts' curriculum was so extensive compared to Beauxbatons. "Perhaps so, Uncle Dracula," Field shrugged. "Aside from one book I bought for leisure, the rest are all required by the school." "Very well," Frank nodded, turned to the shopkeeper. "You may proceed with the checkout, my friend. The total comes to 55 galleons and 10 sickles." The shopkeeper stated, as if he had anticipated the price. "That the costly nature of knowledge," Frank muttered, retrieving a dragonhide wallet from his pocket and producing 56 galleons to hand over. "Thank you." The shopkeeper placed his hand over the galleons, and in a swift motion, they vanished, replaced by 7 sickles. "Your change," the shopkeeper mentioned succinctly, retrieving a book from beneath the counter. "This is the gift I promised you," upon glancing at the book's cover. Frank's expression immediately shifted. "This is quite extravagant, my friend. Moreover, I do not believe it's suitable for a child, I assure you. My judgment is sound," the shopkeeper replied, shaking his head once more. "Let it be considered an investment. This child is worth such a gesture." "Very well," Frank conceded, releasing his grip on the book and handing it to Field. "Take care of it, child. This book is quite precious, I understand." Field nodded vigorously upon seeing the cover. He carefully cradled the book, wedging it between his textbooks to ensure it would not fall, finally exhaling in relief. The book was entitled Standard Spells, a prominent figure in the contemporary wizarding world. Miranda Goshawk's greatest achievement was authoring this tome. Unlike the abridged versions available on the market, the original Standard Spells was withdrawn from circulation within a week of its release. The reason was simple. It contained an abundance of dark magic. While Miranda herself maintained a consistent approach to all spells, the vast majority of wizards believed that the book should not harbor such dark content. Furthermore, the original Standard Spells even included the 3 unforgivable curses, a direct violation of the Ministry of Magic's boundaries. Under the influence of the previous Minister of Magic and Hogwarts Headmaster Dumbledore, Miranda, albeit reluctantly, had to rewrite ITAS for the original edition. It remained in the possession of a select few pureblood families. The rest had been destroyed, while the initial draft in Miranda's possession was sealed away by the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries. As compensation, Miranda received a first-class Merlin's Order Medal. Frank, being discerning, recognized the value of this book upon seeing it. His first instinct was not to destroy it, but to find a way to keep it safe. This explained why he regarded it as an exceptionally valuable gift. Field, having read some accounts regarding the book's lore, understood its significance as well. As they exited the bookstore, the two exchanged glances, both feeling their outing had been worthwhile. Frank even felt an impulse to conclude their excursion at that moment, to return home and safeguard the book before returning. However, Field believed that such actions would only betray their apprehension. As long as we adhere to the previously established itinerary and do not overly concern ourselves with this book, it is likely to attract little attention. Once Frank had managed to calm himself, he came to this realization as well. Casting an appreciative glance at Field, Frank retracted his earlier decision to return home immediately. In the time that followed, the two of them ventured together to procure the herbs and crucibles necessary for their studies. Originally, Frank had intended to present Field with a crystal crucible, but Field respectfully declined the offer. After some insistence from Field, they ultimately settled on purchasing a tin crucible. However, when it came time to acquire the weighing instruments, Frank chose the finest brass model, which Field accepted without protest this time. Once they had completed their shopping, only clothing and wands remained on their list. Shall we visit the clothing store first, or shall we procure a wand first, Uncle Draculs? Field inquired. Let me check, Frank replied, retrieving an exceedingly ancient-looking pocket watch from his pocket. Oh, it's still early. Mandy and the others want to be here so soon that we can look for them last, and then enjoy a meal outside. All right, Field nodded, a spark of eagerness illuminating his expression. Oh, what are we waiting for? I can hardly contain my excitement. Frank chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder. I recall that Grigovich's shop is nearby. Let us seek it out. Ah, found it, right over there. Frank pointed toward a shop not far ahead. Field followed the direction of his finger, spotting a store adorned with a vibrant sign, its entrance flanked by a large stone sculpture shaped like a wand. Come on, lad, let us head over. Throughout Europe, there are 3 master wand makers of exceptional repute. Aside from the possibly reclusive Buffy, the other 2 are Ollivander, who resides solely in Britain, and the flamboyant Grigovich. Just like his unpredictable nature, Grigovich's wands are an eclectic assortment, varying in materials, sizes, and cores, with combinations so numerous that even he himself is uncertain of their totality. Moreover, unlike Ollivander, who allows wizards to select their wands, Grigovich prefers to craft custom wands for each individual. Let us step inside. After silently observing the lavishly decorated storefront for a moment, Field snapped back to reality upon Frank's prompting and followed him into the shop. Ding-cling. The moment they entered, the wind chimes at the door jingled merrily, their clear sound resonating throughout the shop. Good morning, friends. A booming voice emanated from the depths of the store as a rugged wizard with a long beard and hair emerged. His appearance was rather ordinary, and his attire somewhat disheveled. However, his strikingly bright russet eyes were memorable. Good morning, Master Grigovich. Upon recognizing the wizard, Frank bowed slightly, remarking, It feels as though it was just yesterday since I last saw you. Your charm remains as captivating as ever. Of course. A man is like a fine spirit. The bolder the flavor, the more compelling the allure. Would you not agree? Grigovich waved his hand dismissively. Do not forget. I'm a businessman. My reputation does hold some weight. Indeed, you are ever so astute. Frank praised. I never deny that. Grigovich replied with a hint of self-satisfaction, before his gaze shifted to Field. Let me guess. It is this young lad who wishes to have a custom wand, correct? Yes, Uncle Grigovich. Field nodded obediently. Uncle? Grigovich shot him a quizzical glance, chuckling. Indeed, only a child would speak so candidly. To be honest, child, if it weren't for you. I might have forgotten I'm no longer young. In my mind, I still see myself as that dashing young lad. Truth be told, you still possess a youthful spirit, Master. Frank smiled. No. I'm indeed no spring chicken. Grigovich replied, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Reflecting on the days spent learning wand-making from my father feels like it was merely yesterday. Time, what a cruel trickster. He muttered a curse under his breath. Then, without waiting for Frank to compliment him again, he halted the conversation and refocused on Field. If I am not mistaken, you are not French, Grigovich surmised. British, perhaps? Indeed, I am British, Field shrugged, and I am about to return to Britain for my studies. A young wizard set to enroll at Hogwarts. Are you? Grigovich exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I should have known. However, it is curious. I recall that the British have a penchant for visiting that enigmatic Ollivander. Grigovich rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That old trickster has certainly mesmerized many. What is it he claims? The wand chooses the wizard? Just a bit of divination, if you ask me. Those who buy wands from him are nothing but fools. Boy, Grigovich's demeanor shifted sharply, his brown eyes locking on a Field. What is your perspective on wands? Frank, eager to interject, was once again silenced by Grigovich. Think carefully, Grigovich instructed solemnly. You have but one opportunity to answer. Should your response please me, I shall craft you a wand using my finest skills, free of charge. What is my perspective on wands? Field mused. lost in thought for a moment before softly replying. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. However, it seems to me that, regardless of who wields it, it is the wizard who casts the spells. The wand is merely a tool that if a tool proves unwieldy, one simply replaces the onset of his response. A flicker of disappointment crossed Grigovich's face, but as he continued, a smile gradually emerged, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Well said, lad. Grigovich clapped his hands at a wand is indeed a tool. Its purpose solely to channel magic. Nothing more, that I will not deny that Ollivander is an exceptional wand maker, he said with a sneer, but ever since the Ollivander family focused primarily on a limited range of materials, their craftsmanship has reached its limits. Remember this, lad. Grigovich fixed his gaze on Field, earnestly advising him, whether in wand-making or the study of magic, there is no true endpoint. What you can achieve entirely depends on your heart. Now then, we have chatted enough. Let us prepare to craft your wand, Grigovich declared, producing a small bundle from seemingly nowhere. He gently unwrapped it, revealing an array of various woods. Come, let us discover which wand would resonate with you most. Grigovich gestured for Field to step forward. Lad, channel your magic into it, and identify the one that feels the most harmonious out of course. You may choose not to, he added, but in that case I cannot guarantee that your wand will be the most suited to you. Field nodded, inhaling deeply before reaching for the nearest piece of wood, and began his experimentation. Birch, apple, cherry. In no time, Field had tested numerous types, creating a small pile of discarded woods beside him. Eventually, he had exhausted the contents of the bundle. Yet none resonated with him. None? Grigovich raised an eyebrow, striding purposefully to the back of the shop before swiftly returning as he placed another large bundle on the counter and opened it, revealing yet another selection of woods. Continue, lad. Field took a deep breath and resumed his testing. Time passed, and only when it nearly depleted the second batch did he finally discover a piece of wood that felt exceptionally harmonious to him. Polonia, Grigovich exclaimed, recognizing the material effortlessly. He pondered for a moment before producing a small package. This time he was considerably more cautious than before. Come on, lad. This time it's the core. Grigovich gestured with one hand for him to continue, urging him to find the one that felt most comfortable. That IT truly was a nuisance, Filda thought to himself, yet he obediently proceeded with the task. To his relief, this time it went quite smoothly. Within 15 minutes, he had located the core that Grigovich had requested. A phoenix feather? Grigovich furrowed his brow, puzzled. How could it be this? What's wrong? Is there an issue? Filda raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Grigovich replied, still frowning. A standard wand core could be a phoenix tail feather or a feather from its wings, but a phoenix tail feather absolutely cannot be used as a core. He cast a deep glance at Filda before bending down to rummage through the small package that had remained at his waist. After a considerable search, he produced a tiny glass vial containing several fine strands that resembled hair. Try this, lad. Grigovich handed over the glass vial. Piled examined it before accepting the vial, as he looked at the delicate golden strands glowing in his hand. Grigovich clapped his hands lightly, exclaiming, Indeed, this is it. What is this? Filda inquired, curiosity piqued as he observed the luminous threads. This is no ordinary item. Grigovich carefully returned the strands to the glass vial. Perhaps, in the entire magical realm, only I possess such a thing. Kid, I fear I must retract my earlier statement. Grigovich placed the vial on the board. I initially intended to craft a wand for you free of charge. However, since this is the core that best suits you, I cannot forego a fee. So, what exactly is it? Frank also inquired. Heartstrings. Grigovich shot a glance at Frank, speaking in a subdued tone, from a phoenix. Phoenix heartstrings? Frank stared at Grigovich in astonishment, exclaiming, Such a thing actually exists? Of course, Grigovich sighed. It's just exceedingly rare. Yes, you know, a phoenix is an immortal and wondrous creature. Attempting to kill one is far more challenging than achieving immortality. He gestured to the glass vial. This item was fortuitously received from a fallen pure-blood family. This is no longer merely rare, Grigovich continued. In the future, it is unlikely anyone will acquire such a thing again. So, are you sure you wish to use this as your core? Rare implies costly, a notion both Filda and Frank understood well. Perhaps we should abandon the idea. Filda mused internally, though a wave of reluctance washed over him. May I inquire how much I would need to pay for this core to craft my wand? Filda cautiously asked. 1,000 galleons. Grigovich nonchalantly declared a substantial sum, adding, and you will owe me a favor. When I require assistance, you must help me with a task. Why not just rob someone? Filda almost blurted out that in the magical community, a typical 3-person household would not spend more than 10 galleons a month on living expenses, and many families would not even have 1,000 galleons in savings. Now, a single wand demanded this amount. Call it robbery would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, adding a favor to the equation made it seem even less worthwhile in Filda's eyes. Filda began to refuse, but then heard Frank's voice. We'll take it. Frank gritted his teeth and stated solemnly, Please, master, proceed. I shall pay you at once. Uncle Draculs, Filda exclaimed in alarm, eager to refuse. Child, a wand is a wizard's lifelong companion. A well-suited wand will be your greatest assurance in the future. Do not act rashly. Frank admonished him. You will certainly earn more than 1,000 galleons in your lifetime. Do not let this matter obstruct your path. However, Filda found himself somewhat swayed by Frank's words, though he still felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of the 1,000 galleons. It's all right. Frank shook his head. Rest assured, your father will understand my reasoning. He should not object to this expenditure. Very well, Filda contemplated, realizing Frank had a point. If Dumbledore were present, he would likely agree as well, and moreover, such a significant sum would not go unacknowledged by Dumbledore. With this thought, Filda felt considerably reassured and ceased to voice any further objections, though he still felt a pang of regret. Are you certain? Grigovich raised an eyebrow. This is not inexpensive. Absolutely, master, Frank replied softly. The child's future is far more important than galleons. Excellent. You possess discernment, Grigovich commended. Outstanding insight and vision. You are named Draculs. Indeed, Frank Draculs extended his greetings. Frank introduced himself politely. I shall remember that name. Grigovich nodded. Perhaps in the future, we may collaborate on certain matters. Always at your service. Frank smiled in response. Grigovich nodded approvingly before beckoning Filda, who was still standing there. Come here, lad. I require some data from you. After skillfully noting the necessary information, Grigovich collected the payment and instructed the two to return in the afternoon to collect their wands, signaling that they could take their leave as they stepped out of the wand shop. Filda felt an overwhelming sense of disconnect, as if he had emerged from a different era. Let us go find Mandy and the others, then we shall enjoy some lunch. Frank patted Filda's shoulder. Do not dwell on it. Since the galleons have already been spent, there's no point in fretting. I look forward to the day you become a renowned wizard. I will. Uncle Draculs, Filda replied earnestly. That would be splendid. Frank nodded with a smile. The two strolled along the street, conversing while searching for the clothing store Mandy had mentioned. This should be the place, Frank remarked, eyeing the boutique draped in black gauze beside the Fountain of Magic bookstore. Alice S. Rose Lover. It must be here. Shall we go in or notify them first? Either is fine. Filda shrugged, though I wonder if Aunt Draculs will chastise us if we do not enter. You make a valid point. Let us step inside briefly. Frank smacked his forehead. Damn it, I loathe shopping for clothes. Whether it was due to Frank's words or simply the nature of women upon encountering Mandy and the others. Filda found they had purchased not merely 20 garments. Fortunately, they had not forgotten their initial purpose and had assisted Filda in acquiring the necessary robes for school. Gazing at the dragon leather robe before him, Filda was uncertain whether it met Hogwarts' requirement for plain robes. I suppose as long as the color matches, it should suffice, he pondered, though he wisely refrained from voicing his thoughts. After accompanying the trio of young witches in their shopping for a while longer, the group finally emerged from the store. After casually selecting a spot, they enjoyed what could be deemed a satisfactory lunch before Frank led Filda back to Grigovich's wand shop. This time, Mandy and the others accompanied them. Good afternoon, everyone. Grigovich greeted the group without a hint of surprise. Here to collect your wands, I presume. Indeed, Master Grigovich, Frank replied courteously. May we inquire about the status of our custom wands? They have been completed. Grigovich replied with a smile. You are fortunate. This is perhaps one of my most successful creations to date. As he spoke, Grigovich placed a dark red wand before them. Behold, a wand crafted from sycamore wood, measuring 14 1/3 inches, firm and resilient to deformation. exceptionally lightweight. The core is Phoenix Heartstring, an incredibly powerful and loyal wand. Grigovich excitedly introduced, to be frank, it was estimated that there was only one wand in the entire magical realm that could surpass it. The Elder Wand, perhaps? Field knew that Grigovich was indeed referring to that. However, in comparison to that wand, which could change its master at will and might even bring misfortune to its wielder, this wand undoubtedly appealed to Field much more. "Come, give it a try, child." Frank turned to Field, his eyes brimming with encouragement. "This will be your companion. It is you who should take it up?" "All right." Field nodded vigorously, gently rubbed his hands together, and stepped forward to grasp the wand delicately. The wand was indeed remarkably light, almost feeling weightless in his hand. Moreover, it possessed a delightful texture. Field felt as though he had extended his own arm. The sensation of unity was refreshingly novel. "Give it a wave," Grigovich prompted. Field nodded, extended his arm, and gently waved it that a glimmer of golden light erupted from the wand's tip, enveloping him in a warmth that was profoundly comforting. "Excellent, it suits you perfectly," Grigovich remarked with satisfaction. "It is now yours." "Thank you." Field grasped the wand tightly, nodding appreciatively at Grigovich. Though the man was undeniably greedy, his craftsmanship was beyond reproach. "And no need for thanks. Just remember your promise." Grigovich waved his hand dismissively. "Also, this is a wand maintenance kit, a gift from me. Treat it well, lad." "I will," Field promised earnestly. After leaving Grigovich's shop, the group purchased some snacks before returning home. The moment they arrived, Field eagerly set his belongings down, eager to try out his new wand. After casting a few minor spells, Field found himself utterly enchanted by his wand, compared to the wand Frank had casually lent him. This one was far superior in ease of use and magical energy efficiency. The more he used it, the more satisfied he became with IT that moment. Even the thought of 1,000 galleons ceased to feel burdensome. The next day, after receiving a letter from Dumbledore, Field felt even more at ease. In the letter, Dumbledore first congratulated Field, then assured him not to worry about the galleons, as he had already repaid Frank. He also expressed his eagerness to see Field return to Hogwarts, curious to witness the young wizard's growth. Overall, the letter served primarily to reassure Field. After reading it, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. How peculiar that such a marvelous wand should belong to someone as unremarkable as you, Fleur remarked with a hint of envy upon seeing the wand in Field's hand. "Forgive me for being so unremarkable. Yet you have never managed to best me," Field replied nonchalantly, acknowledging that even showcasing his innate magical talent would be of no use. Alas. He spread his hands in a mock gesture of exasperation. "Here I am, a decidedly unremarkable little wizard. No, not even a wizard yet, as I haven't even begun my studies. And somehow, losing once seems impossible." "Field," Fleur trembled with indignation, "dare you challenge me to a rematch? Are you suggesting we compete in who can eat more?" Field asked in mock horror. "I concede, you win. Who would compete in such a ridiculous manner?" Fleur retorted angrily. "I wish to challenge you in alchemy." "Alchemy?" Field pondered for a long moment, unable to recall when he had ever studied alchemy. Upon noticing Fleur's flushed cheeks, he suddenly understood. "Oh dear, how fitting for the genius Fleur from Beauxbatons," Field replied with feigned sarcasm. "Your mind is indeed brimming with wisdom. To compare yourself to a wizard who hasn't even begun his studies in a field he has never encountered? Truly a clever tactic. What can foolish Field do other than admit defeat? Whether or not you've studied is your own affair. We are competing in this," Fleur insisted, her cheeks slightly reddened. "If you don't wish to compete, simply concede." "You win," Field shrugged, responding nonchalantly, adding, "By the way, it's my first time witnessing such audacity from you." "Learn from you," Fleur shot back unapologetically. "I hope the foolish Dumbledore doesn't believe he can do anything, at least not in alchemy. For this time, I have triumphed." "You are absolutely correct," Field raised his thumb in appreciation. "Had you done this sooner, I would have surely lost already. After all, even in a contest of procreation, I would be utterly powerless. Perhaps next time, you could suggest that as our challenge." Regardless, I still won this time," Fleur said, attempting to maintain her composure, before standing up. "As long as the outcome is favorable, that is sufficient." "Very well," Field sighed, realizing that once a person decided to act shamelessly, they possessed an undeniable talent for it. The Leaky Cauldron, a veritable landmark of the British magical community, had been in existence since the 16th century. Nestled in the heart of London, it bore witness to the tumult and tranquility of modern British wizardry. The tavern had seen numerous proprietors come and go, from Daisy Dotteridge to the current Abbott family, yet none seemed inclined to renovate it. Perhaps it was to preserve the weight of history? Field regarded the modest establishment with a furrowed brow. He was uncertain if he would come to appreciate this place. Both he and the Draculs were exceedingly cleanliness-oriented, and the disarray here was difficult for him to tolerate. "Let us go inside, my dear," Frank said, patting Field on the shoulder, if it were not necessary. "I truly would prefer not to dwell here." Field candidly expressed his distaste for the establishment. "Goodness, it resembles a sewer." "I share your sentiment," Frank shrugged. "Perhaps you could simply reside in your trunk after securing a room. That way, you might grow accustomed to it." "Good idea. I was just contemplating that." Field's eyes lit up in agreement with Frank's suggestion. As they pushed open the tavern door, the patrons instinctively turned to glance at the entrance before resuming their conversations. Field's eyes narrowed slightly. The lighting within was remarkably dim, with the only source of illumination emanating from the torches affixed to the walls, leaving the rest of the room in shadow. After a moment of adjustment, he began to discern the interior. It was not as dilapidated and disorderly as it appeared from the outside, though still quite simplistic. Aside from the bar and a few tables, the only decoration was an unidentifiable skull mounted on the wall. That moment, the proprietor, Tom Abbott, stood behind the bar, scrubbing a dirty goblet with a grimy cloth in hand. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron." Tom inclined his body, a broad smile revealing a set of large yellowed teeth that even the flickering firelight could not conceal. "You two appear to be new faces. Visitors from the Muggle world?" "Not quite," Frank shook his head. "We hail from France. However, my nephew is to attend Hogwarts, and you know how the ministry's entry applications can be." "I understand," Tom nodded with realization. "You are correct. Those fellows are notoriously sluggish. I wager that the time they take to process your application would suffice for you to reach Hogwarts by carriage. So, you require a guest room, correct?" Tom inquired, flipping open a thick ledger, gently tapping a feather quill with his wand, which began to write automatically. "Yes, the best available room. Please," Frank nodded, "just for one night, as tomorrow is September 1st, if I recall correctly." "Indeed," Tom replied with a smile. 15 silver sickles for the night, but we do not provide dinner. You can purchase food here or head to Diagon Alley, just behind the tavern, where there are some excellent options. Certainly, some individuals have a fondness for Muggle cuisine, with a Muggle restaurant conveniently located nearby. We also offer a service to exchange galleons for Muggle currency, where one galleon can be traded for £5, and no problem at all. Frank produced a galleon, and if there is any left. "Could I have a drink?" "If it's sufficient, of course." "Certainly." Tom swiftly caught the galleon, casually retrieved the glass, and turned to pour a drink from the cask behind him, a vintage rum from 1958. Priced at only 1 sickles, that is quite palatable. ISNT it. Frank raised an eyebrow, took the glass from the bar, and savored a sip, nodding in satisfaction as he turned to Field. "Would you like something to drink?" "My boy, I'll pass, thank you." Field shook his head, stating, "You know, I've never had much interest in such things." "Very well." Frank turned back to Tom. Then, "Please serve me another glass. This drink is delightful." "Of course, Old Tom S. brews are the finest. I never deceive." Tom grinned, pouring another glass for Frank while handing over a key. "The room is on the 3rd floor, 307. Take the stairs and turn left. It's the furthest room down the hall. If you have trouble locating it, there's a staff member upstairs. Feel free to inquire with her." Tom elaborated, "Additionally, should you require anything, you may ring the bell in your room or seek out a staff member. Naturally, coming downstairs to find me is also an option. In the morning, we provide wake-up services along with complimentary breakfast. You can indulge yourself fully before you depart, ensuring you won't miss your schedule. That should cover everything. Is there anything else you wish to know?" "That will suffice. Thank you." Frank downed the second glass in one go, handing the key to Field. "Can you manage going up by yourself?" "Lad, no problem. Thanks." Field accepted the key, flicking his wrist as his wand fell into his hand from its holster on his arm. "Levitate." Field waved the wand toward the trunk and murmured the incantation. The trunk quivered slightly, then began to float gently. "Remarkable." Tom clapped his hands in admiration. This trunk is a magical item. I assent to it. To be honest, I've never seen an untrained young wizard cast the levitation charm so adeptly. Especially on a magical object. You possess quite a bit of magical prowess. Indeed, Field has always been exceptional, Frank said with a hint of pride. It's evident. Tom nodded appreciatively. I have a granddaughter attending Hogwarts. Perhaps you two could meet. Although she is in her second year now. Oh, that sounds splendid. Before Field could inquire further, Frank interjected with curiosity. May I know her name? Certainly. Her name is Hannah Abbott, a Hufflepuff. A hint of pride appeared on Tom's face. Though her grades aren't at the top, I still believe she is remarkable. Perhaps you two could become friends, Field. Frank turned to Field. If the opportunity arises. I wouldn't decline. Field nodded, but now I must head upstairs. Best of luck, lad. Frank patted his shoulder. Remember to write us often, that I will. Field embraced him, and I'm grateful for all these years. You have been wonderful. As long as you're content, that's what matters. A glimmer of tears shone in Frank's eyes. Now hurry up. If I have time tomorrow, I shall come see you off. All right, Field nodded vigorously. Though the decor of the Leaky Cauldron may leave much to be desired, the guest rooms are quite the opposite. At least, Field felt quite satisfied with his stay. The following morning, after enjoying the beef sandwich and milk provided by the pub, Field dragged his suitcase out of the establishment. Upon reaching the street side, Field raised his wand. This was a method Tom, the pub owner, had shared with him that morning. He could take the night bus directly to platform 9 3/4, saving him some effort. Bang! A deafening noise erupted, and Field instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, a somewhat dilapidated bus appeared before him. Field noticed the bus was parked on the sidewalk. Curiously, the people nearby seemed oblivious to its presence, instinctively bypassing it as they walked by. With a clatter, the bus doors swung open. Good morning, esteemed passenger. Welcome aboard the night bus. A freckled, petite figure with yellow skin and a conductor's hat hopped down from the bus. Simply extend your wand, and we can transport you to wherever you wish to go. The conductor cheerfully announced. Please board, dear passenger. I am Stan Shunpike, your conductor and ticket collector. Thank you. Field dragged his suitcase toward the bus. You seem to require some assistance, Shunpike remarked, extending his hand to help lift Field's suitcase. I apologize, but the Ministry of Magic prohibits the use of magic in front of muggles. I can only assist you in this manner. This is perfectly fine. Thank you. Field politely expressed his gratitude, stepping inside. Although it was still early, a few wizards occupied the bus, seemingly asleep. Field observed that their hands and feet appeared to be bound to their seats. Where are you headed, mate? Shunpike inquired from behind him. To platform 9 3/4. Field glanced at the ticket in his hand and confirmed, a splendid destination. Shunpike casually remarked, the fare is 11 silver sickles. However, if you pay 14, you'll receive an additional chocolate, and for 15, a hot water bottle and a toothbrush, which you may select the color of. What do you say? No need for any extras. Just take me where I need to go. Field shook his head, retrieving the dragonhide wallet Frank had gifted him, counting out exactly 11 silver sickles. Very well, please sit tight. We shall be on our way. Shunpike shrugged as he placed the fare into his small waist pouch. To be honest, this was far from a delightful journey, at least in Field's view. The violent jolting and dizzying speed left him feeling extremely uneasy. You might find this helpful. Shunpike handed Field a paper bag. Don't worry, it's complimentary. Thank you, but it's not necessary. Field suppressed the churn in his stomach. Could you tell me how much longer until we arrive? Of course. Shunpike glanced out the window. 3, 2, 1, we've arrived. Just as Shunpike finished speaking, the bus came to a sudden halt. The doors swung open. You have arrived, esteemed passenger. Shunpike tipped his hat. Field nodded, taking a moment to regain his composure before dragging his suitcase off the bus. We look forward to your next ride on the night bus. Simply extend your wand, and we will appear at your side immediately. Shunpike called out as he closed the door behind him. The night bus jolted momentarily before speeding away into the distance, swiftly vanishing from Field's sight that he gazed at the now deserted platform, exhaling a long breath, and pulled his suitcase towards a nearby train. The Hogwarts Express, a magical train that has long been traversing between Hogwarts and King's Cross Station, stands as the sole magical train in the wizarding world. This moment, the morning sun had just begun to cast its golden light. enveloping the crimson train in a shimmering golden veil, bestowing an added air of nobility upon the venerable locomotive. After silently observing the train for a while, Field stepped forward, opened the door, and boarded. Inside the Hogwarts Express, a series of compartments, both large and small, awaited him. At present, they were all empty. Not wishing to search extensively, Field chose a compartment that caught his eye and slipped inside. After placing his suitcase on the luggage rack, he retrieved his textbook and began to read quietly. This was not his first encounter with the standard book of spells, yet with each reading, he discovered new insights and garnered fresh knowledge. This sensation invigorated his reading experience. Time trickled by, and as more passengers boarded, the train grew increasingly noisy. Field furrowed his brow and waved his wand at the compartment door, silently casting a silencing charm. Instantly, the compartment became considerably quieter. Satisfied, he nodded and was about to return to his book when the door was suddenly flung open. Is anyone sitting here? May I take a seat? A voice, as melodic as a hymn, inquired. Field frowned slightly and turned to see a young girl regarding him with an odd gaze. Her disheveled silver hair, slightly protruding eyes, and delicate face were imbued with an ethereal quality. She wore a necklace fashioned from a butterbeer cork and earrings resembling carrots. Luna, if Field recalled correctly, this was her name. I'm feeling a bit tired standing. Luna murmured softly. My apologies. Field shook himself from his thoughts, casting an apologetic glance at Luna. Would you like to sit here? Of course, there's no issue. The compartment is presently unoccupied. Thank you, the young girl replied politely, then struggled to drag her luggage inside before closing the door. You seem to need some assistance, Field remarked, raising his wand towards her luggage and casting a levitation charm. Oh, Luna's eyes widened, accentuating their prominence. You can perform magic? Quite evidently, Field shrugged. It's not such a remarkable feat, is it? I cannot. Luna gently shook her head, fixing her gaze on Field. There are no nargles around you. Nargles? Field raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What are those? They're magical creatures, Luna explained earnestly. My father says they can cause considerable annoyance. Well, that is indeed fascinating. Field mused, though many assert it to be impossible. It may merely be your father's conjecture. I do not share that sentiment, Field countered, shaking his head. No one can claim to have encountered every magical creature. Perhaps your father has stumbled upon a unique species. I think so too. Luna nodded. I am Luna Lovegood. You may call me Luna. After conversing for a while, Field realized that the girl before him was indeed deemed the crazy girl for good reason. While she was not truly mad, her thought processes were undeniably unconventional. Why are there no nargles around you? Luna slowly swallowed the snack Field offered, her eyes reflecting a strange curiosity. Perhaps I simply have fewer worries? Field raised an eyebrow, smiling. Perhaps that is so, Luna nodded. Hey, she genuinely believes it, Field chuckled softly. The two continued their casual exchange until the compartment door swung open once more. Is there anyone here? A lively young girl barged in. Everywhere else is full, and it's all boys. Field glanced at Luna and nodded. There's still space here. You are welcome to sit. Wonderful. Thank you. The girl sighed in relief, opening the compartment door wider before struggling to drag her luggage inside. Do you need assistance? Field once again produced his wand, casting a levitation charm on her belongings. Thank you. The girl looked at Field in amazement. You can perform magic? Just a few spells, Field replied casually, placing her luggage on the rack. Impressive, the girl admired. I'm Ginny Weasley. Are you one of our seniors? You may call me Field, he replied, shrugging. I am just like you, a first year. This is Luna Lovegood, Field introduced the girl, who was now intently observing a chocolate frog. Hello. Luna raised her head to greet briefly before returning to her examination of the chocolate frog. Hi there. Ginny seemed unfazed by Luna's distraction, settling beside her with a smile. What were you two discussing? May I join? We were exploring the principles behind the chocolate frog's ability to jump. Field indicated towards Luna's treat. Ginny paused, then hesitated, asking, did my brothers tell you that Hogwarts requires an entrance exam? Field looked at her quizzically. Who said that to you? My brothers, Fred and George. They mentioned it. Ginny's expression shifted, her disbelief apparent, though they often joke. I find it hard to believe, but Ron said the same. Moreover, you are already discussing magic, Ginny grew more anxious. Oh my, I hope I won't be rejected from Hogwarts. From what I know, Hogwarts has never turned away a student, provided they receive an invitation. Field stated plainly, or perhaps, your brothers have been teasing you. Really? Ginny regarded Field skeptically. Indeed, Field nodded. If you had read Hogwarts, a history, you would be aware of this fact. I haven't read it. Ginny shook her head. Those books are too expensive. Fair enough, Field shrugged, choosing not to pursue the matter further. It'd be, by the way, you're Luna. Ginny suddenly recalled, her face lighting up with recognition. You live near the Lovegood family. Do you remember me? Luna looked up again, staring at Ginny for a moment before her face brightened with recognition. I remember. My father took me to visit your family once. Yes, Ginny nodded enthusiastically. How wonderful. You're going to Hogwarts too. Indeed, Luna confirmed. My father mentioned that there might be Nargles at Hogwarts. Nargles? What are those? Ginny asked, puzzled. They are magical creatures. They were first discovered in Nargle Village, Luna explained softly. Pulling out a magazine. Perhaps you might like to read this. It mentions them. The Quibbler. Ginny read aloud from the magazine, murmuring, I think I've heard of that. Why father writes it, Luna stated calmly. Well, I'll take a look. Ginny placed the magazine down and turned to Field and then back to Luna. Oh, you have a house you hope to be sorted into. Though uncertain of the sorting process, she expressed her desire to be placed in Gryffindor. My brothers are all in Gryffindor and my parents graduated from there too. I want to go there as well. What about you? I am uncertain as well. Field shrugged. Honestly, it makes no difference. Gryffindor is acceptable. Or Slytherin is also quite good. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are commendable choices as well. Ultimately, wherever I am sorted, I shall go without complaint. Slytherin? A flicker of disdain crossed Ginny's eyes. Oh goodness, I sincerely hope not to end up there. I have heard it is rife with dark wizards, and Voldemort himself graduated from that house. If I were to be placed in Slytherin, I would rather withdraw from school. It is merely a house. Field shook his head. I do not believe it will significantly influence one's path. Ultimately, the kind of wizard one becomes depends on oneself. I dare say, there are certainly dark wizards who have graduated from Gryffindor. Their reputation simply lacks the notoriety of Slytherin. Well, perhaps that is true, Ginny replied nonchalantly. It seems she still harbored a poor opinion of Slytherin. Luna, what about you? Ginny inquired. Which house do you wish to join? Any will do, Luna murmured softly, though I would prefer Ravenclaw, as both my father and mother graduated from there. Just as Ginny was about to speak again, a knock sounded at the compartment door, followed by a fuzzy head peeking in. Apologies for the interruption. The newcomer was an unremarkable girl with slightly prominent front teeth, speaking rapidly as if in a hurry. Ginny, have you seen Ron? The girl asked. Looking at Ginny. Hermione, Ginny exclaimed in surprise. I haven't seen him. What is the matter? Did he not get on the train? I fear so. The girl raked her fingers through her hair in frustration. I have searched the entire train and could not find him or Harry. Is it possible they went to the restroom? Ginny questioned. Not at all. The girl shook her head. I've already asked Fred and George to check the restroom, but they did not see them. Perhaps they have embarked on some extraordinary escapade. Field interjected suddenly. What? The girl paused in confusion. Field pointed out of the window, gesturing for her to look. Following his direction, the girl spotted an old Ford car soaring through the air. Oh my goodness! The girl hurriedly departed, and Ginny followed her out, not returning until the train reached its final destination. Neither Field nor Luna considered going out to search. One simply did not think of it. While the other was entirely unconcerned, by this time, the sky had turned completely dark. Apart from the stars above, the only light came from Hagrid, who was carrying a lantern not far away to first-year students. First-year students, come this way. First-year students. Hagrid held his old-fashioned oil lamp high, attempting to make himself visible to the newcomers. Be careful. Field caught Luna's sleeve for the third time. The path here, for some unknown reason, is quite uneven. In this brief stretch, Luna had nearly stumbled 3 times. Thank you, Luna whispered her gratitude. Field contemplated for a moment before drawing out his wand. With a flicker, a glowing orb appeared at the tip of his wand as he uttered the spell. Wow! A chorus of awe erupted from those around them, and a group of students began to gather around Field. Let us move quickly, Field said to Luna, then strode purposefully towards Hagrid. Luna tightly held onto his sleeve. Jogging to keep up with him. First-year students, are we all here? Hagrid raised his oil lamp high, scrutinizing the assembly of newcomers below. That fellow is truly tall. Although it was not Field's first encounter with Hagrid, he was still astonished by his stature. While he himself was no longer short, he only reached Hagrid's waist at, "Oh, Field." Hagrid spotted him and greeted him with a smile. "Welcome back. We have all missed you." "I have missed you all as well," Field replied joyfully, "hoping everything is well with you." "Oh, we are all doing fine." Hagrid patted his shoulder gently. "If you have something to discuss, we can talk later. Right now, I need to escort you to the castle." "Very well." Field nodded. Oh, you know him?" A student beside him asked. Turning to see it was Ginny, he casually replied, "I suppose I know him to some extent." Then discreetly shifted the topic. "We waited for you in the compartment for quite a while." "What happened?" "Ah, just a minor incident." Ginny's expression stiffened as she hesitated in her response. "As long as all is well." Field said, giving her a meaningful look. "Everyone is here. Now, follow me." Hagrid's voice interrupted their conversation. "Let us hurry over." Ginny exhaled subconsciously, eager to move, and quickly made her way toward Hagrid. Field smiled slightly, extending his wand to illuminate the path ahead before leisurely following the group. Luna continued to cling tightly to his sleeve, seemingly resolved to stay by his side. After a brief walk, Hagrid halted by the lakeside point for to a boat. "Hurry along." Hagrid urged the newcomers. The first years exchanged glances and climbed aboard the boats in various combinations. Field followed suit, casually boarding a vessel, with Luna closely behind him. Accompanying them were two young girls. "Are we all aboard?" Hagrid scanned the group and declared, "Then we shall proceed." As soon as Hagrid finished speaking, without any visible motion from him, the boat began to glide forward on its own. Field felt no magic at play and found it rather odd. He bent down slightly to discern what lay beneath the boat. But the darkness of the night obscured his view. All he could see was an abyss of black. "Lower your heads," Hagrid boomed. The first years instinctively ducked, only to realize that apart from Hagrid himself, no one else needed to. After passing beneath what resembled a bridge, the group once again emerged beneath the starry sky. "Wow!" Someone gasped, and soon a chorus of admiration followed. Field was equally entranced by the sight before him. Although he had seen Hogwarts many times, this was his first view from such an angle. The castle stood majestically on the high ground, shrouded in an air of mystery beneath the starlit sky. From a distance, it appeared like a massive hat resting upon the hill. "Yes, that is Hogwarts, the place you are about to call home," Hagrid proclaimed proudly. Amidst the awe of the first years, the boat seemed to pick up speed, swiftly reaching the shore. After proceeding for a while longer, the group finally stood before the grand castle doors. Hagrid turned back to confirm the number of students, and once satisfied, he turned and knocked firmly on the door. Bang, 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 creak. The castle door swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall's stern face. "Good evening, Professor McGonagall." Hagrid greeted her. "The first-year students are all here." "Thank you very much." McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement. "And no need for thanks." Hagrid shook his large head. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." That McGonagall nodded, watching Hagrid depart before shifting her attention back to the group of first years. "Gentlemen and ladies, please follow me," she instructed as she led them into a side chamber. "Welcome to Hogwarts." She turned to address the newcomers. "The feast will commence shortly, but that will be in a moment. Before that, you must first understand how to enter your respective houses. Yes, the sorting ceremony. This is a very important ritual. It will determine your house, which is where you will study during your time here, and of course, it will also become your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with fellow students from your house, share accommodations, and, naturally, spend your leisure time together. The four houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each academy possesses its own unique history and glory, and countless exemplary wizards have emerged from each institution. Should you wish to gain further insight, I encourage you to immerse yourselves in literature during your free time. While you are enrolled here, commendable conduct will accrue points for your respective houses, whereas poor performance or violations of school regulations will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor for the Academy, but I hope you will bear this in mind and strive to bring honor to your house. Now, I kindly ask you to wait a moment. Once preparations are complete, I shall return to escort you." Professor McGonagall scanned the room, her gaze briefly lingering on Field before swiftly shifting away. The sorting ceremony will take place in front of the entire faculty and student body. Therefore, I suggest that while you wait, you take the opportunity to present yourselves well, so that you appear more spirited. With that, Professor McGonagall departed. As soon as she left, the first-year students began to engage in hushed discussions. Some were marveling at the grandeur of the castle, while others shared tales of their journey. Yet, many were speculating about what the sorting ceremony would entail. I heard from my father, a child who appeared to hail from a wizarding family, proclaimed with pride. The sorting ceremony involves a test. If you fail, you cannot be accepted into Hogwarts and must leave. That's impossible. My father clearly said it's to assess our demeanor. If we are too picky, we want to be admitted. Another student immediately countered. My dad said. It was evident from their discourse the backgrounds of the newcomers. Field noted that many students this year hailed from wizarding families, while those from Muggle backgrounds were considerably fewer. You know what the sorting ceremony is all about, Field? Luna inquired curiously, her eyes fixed on him. I do have some knowledge, yet I prefer to adhere to tradition. Field shrugged and replied softly. All right then, Luna replied, shaking her head. I just hope it doesn't involve a stinging sensation. That would be far too perilous. Field chuckled but remained silent. Wow, a first year suddenly screamed, followed by a cascade of shrieks. Field turned to see that it was the ghosts of Hogwarts that had arrived at It's that time again. Welcome, first-year students. A plump ghost greeted the newcomers cheerfully. I hope you get sorted in a Hufflepuff. That's where I'm from. Another male ghost, who was dressed somewhat like a medieval noble, added, linking arms with a female ghost. Hey, look who I see. The male ghost's excitement surged upon spotting Field. Long time no see. Field. It's you, Sir Nicholas? Field waved back. How have you been? Absolutely splendid. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude. I've recently joined the Headless Hunt Club. That's wonderful news. Congratulations, sir. Field responded with a smile. Though I don't believe I helped you in any way. Oh no, child. The male ghost shook his head, nearly losing his head in the process. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought to seek assistance from the headmaster. Goodness, he has quite the exceptional headmaster. As long as you can think of it. You'll always find someone to assist you at Hogwarts, right? Field said with a twinkle in his eye. Indeed, that's precisely the case. The male ghost replied enthusiastically, Oh, we must be off now. Perhaps we can have a proper chat tomorrow. My death day is approaching, and you might have some ideas for me. Of course, I would be delighted to assist. Field replied with a slight bow. Until we meet again. Farewell, my friend. The male ghost waved, tipping his hat in salute. The ghost departed in clusters, and the first-year students regarded Field with admiration, even those who hailed from wizarding families. They had just been startled by the ghosts, while Field had engaged in jovial banter with them. You seem quite familiar with them, Luna observed curiously. Do you frequently encounter ghosts? It was quite some time ago. Field shrugged, but I haven't seen them in ages. In fact, nearly all of England as ghosts seem to be present here. Initially, Field believed that ghosts should be commonplace in the wizarding world. However, upon leaving Hogwarts, he realized that his assumptions may have been misguided. After reading a book about ghosts, he learned just how stringent the conditions for their existence truly were, beyond a wizard's yearning for life at the moment of death. A sufficiently magical environment in which they lived for a considerable duration is also required. Meeting both criteria concurrently is already quite challenging, let alone fulfilling the additional conditions that in truth, Hogwarts may be the only place in all of England that meets the requirements for ghostly existence. They seem quite fascinating, Luna mused, tilting her head. Could there be a ghost that exists but is yet to be discovered by wizards? Perhaps there are, but they would surely be quite rare. Field replied naturally. Luna nodded thoughtfully as she gazed at the spot where the ghosts had vanished. Just then, Professor McGonagall returned, observing that the first-year students were relatively quiet and nodded in satisfaction. Now, please form a line and follow me. With that, Professor McGonagall led the way inside. The new students exchanged glances and quickly fell into line, moving swiftly to comply. Field and Luna joined the ranks promptly as the first-year students entered Hogwarts one by one. They were left in awe. Before them lay an expansive great hall, resplendent in its opulence. The pillars were adorned with golden paint, and carvings of various magical creatures embellished the walls. The ceiling had been enchanted to mirror the sky outside. With rows of candles gracefully floating beneath, the heart of the hall stood 4 long tables, each filled with eager students wearing their house badges proudly. At the front of the hall loomed a raised platform, where a long table was set for the professors and assistants. Back to this place once more, Field thought as he surveyed the familiar, yet strangely new surroundings. Professor McGonagall had, at some point, taken a hat and stood at the forefront of the platform, clutching a lengthy parchment in her left hand. To her right was a small stool. Placing the rather tattered and grayish hat upon the stool, she stood quietly beside it. Suddenly, the hat began to twitch, and a long slit appeared on its surface, resembling a mouth. The hat's mouth opened and closed rapidly before breaking into song. Long ago, I was but a new hat, back when Hogwarts was yet to be built. The lyrics shifted, and Field found himself preoccupied with a singular thought. As for appreciating the hat's aesthetic, one cannot expect it to possess a human-like sense of beauty. Naturally, it was possible that the hat simply could not produce a pleasing melody. Although Field felt accustomed to it, for the first years, this was an unprecedented experience. The newcomers, both anxious and curious, stared wide-eyed at the singing hat. The song soon came to an end, and McGonagall raised the parchment before her, adjusting her glasses. When I call your name, please step forward and don the sorting hat. Mike, a small boy, dashed forward from the line, hurriedly placing the hat upon his head. The sorting hat wiggled its mouth and twisted its body before declaring loudly, "Gryffindor." Immediate applause and cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table as young Mike removed the hat and swiftly joined his new housemates. Next, Dolores Isabel. Professor McGonagall, upon seeing the young boy take his seat, called out the second name that a girl with exquisitely refined features and chestnut hair stepped forward. After giving a slight bow to Professor McGonagall, she seated herself and donned the sorting hat. The hat stirred momentarily, remaining silent for an extended period, before finally proclaiming, "Slytherin." The students at the Slytherin table erupted into applause, soon followed by the other 3 houses, who clapped politely in response. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall called out the names of 3 girls in succession, and to everyone's astonishment, they were all sorted into Ravenclaw. After this, she glanced once more at the parchment. Pausing briefly, she then announced with a clear voice, "Field Dumbledore." The students were taken aback, regardless of their house affiliation, instinctively leaning forward to catch a glimpse of Field. Not only the students, but even the professors were equally intrigued. Dumbledore set down his goblet, his gaze fixed intently on Field. Field approached calmly, offering a slight bow to McGonagall. "Long time no see, Professor. It is a pleasure to see you again." "Likewise, Mr. Dumbledore," McGonagall replied with a faint smile, which quickly faded. "Please proceed with your sorting." "Very well," Field nodded obediently, stepping up to the sorting hat and gently placing it upon his head. "Hello, young Field, it has been a while." The hat greeted him cheerfully the moment it settled. "Indeed, it has been a while, Hat," Field mentally responded. "How have you been? I wonder if they have kept you clean? Of course, since you bathed me a few times, Albus has instructed the house elves to give me a wash regularly." "To be honest, it feels quite delightful," the hat replied with a tone of merriment. "That is good to hear," Field nodded silently. "After some time, I shall send you some books on music theory. You can have the house elves read them to you. That way, you won't feel so bored." "That will be splendid," the hat exclaimed excitedly. "Goodness, he is a hat stammer." As Field conversed joyfully with the sorting hat, a student from below suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, this is not the time for chatting." The sorting hat, hearing the outcry from the students, hurriedly interjected, "Let me see where you truly belong. You possess ample courage and perseverance, with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The unity and steadiness of Hufflepuff would suit you well. And you certainly have the shrewdness of Slytherin as well. So, where shall I place you? How about Gryffindor?" Field suggested, recalling his nominal guardian. "Gryffindor?" The hat hesitated, contemplating. Perhaps it is indeed a suitable place, but it feels as though something is lacking. "It is decided then, young Field." The hat's tone shifted to one of gravity. "While you might thrive in any of the other 3 houses, I believe you require a stage where you can truly express yourself. Indeed, there's only one place that fits you, and that is Slytherin. A Dumbledore sorted into Slytherin. The students exchanged bewildered glances for a moment before erupting into a cacophony that nearly overturned the Great Hall. The Gryffindor students were vociferously protesting, some even drawing their wands at the sorting hat, convinced that it had malfunctioned to produce such an outrageous result. In stark contrast, the faces of Slytherin students were alight with joy. Almost all of them rose to their feet, clapping vigorously and smiling warmly at Field. Slytherin? Field was taken aback by the hat's decision, yet he accepted the outcome that if he truly felt out of place, he could always transfer, though there had never been a precedent for transferring houses in Hogwarts history. Who could argue when one's father was the headmaster? It must be said, Dumbledore was quite adept at protecting his own. Silence. The uproar from the students was overwhelming, prompting Professor McGonagall to employ a sonorous charm to amplify her voice. The Gryffindor students looked anxiously at MC Gunnagal. Be quiet, Mr. Wood, she admonished sternly. I do not wish to deduct points from students on the very first day of term. Especially from my own house. Reluctantly, the Gryffindor students sat back down. You may now proceed to your designated house, Mr. Dumbledore, McGonagall said with a smile, congratulating him. Thank you, Professor, Field replied sincerely. Regardless of the house I am placed in, I remain your student. Indeed, I hold the same sentiment. McGonagall's smile widened slightly. Now go, and enjoy your time with your classmates. Field nodded, placing the sorting hat on the chair before striding over to the Slytherin table, where a space had already been reserved for him. Welcome to Slytherin, Mr. Dumbledore. A boy with a somewhat pale complexion extended his hand to Field, introducing himself as Blaise Zabini, from the Zabini family. You may call me Blaise. A pleasure. Just call me Field, he replied, shaking Blaise's hand gently. Very well, Field. Blaise smiled and nodded. Would you like me to give you a tour of the place? No need, Blaise. Field shook his head. Let us not forget. Blaise, Field is a Dumbledore. He is likely far more familiar with this place than you are, remarked a rather unattractive boy sitting across from Blaise. He resembled a robust gorilla, complete with protruding teeth. Am I not correct, Field? The gorilla-like boy chuckled. I'm Marcus Flint, soon to graduate. That I hope we can get along well. Of course, I would be delighted. Field raised his cup towards Marcus, even though it contained nothing. Excellent, Marcus nodded in satisfaction. If you require assistance within the house, feel free to seek me out. That if those foolish lions bully you, just retaliate. Hey, Marcus, mind your words. A girl beside him nudged him with her elbow. Oh, my apologies. Marcus seemed to remember something. Forget I said anything. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly. Perhaps due to the delay caused by Field, the sorting hat's pace noticeably quickened for the subsequent names. Luna was sorted into Ravenclaw as she had wished. Ginny, too, was granted her desire, being placed in Gryffindor. Aside from the two of them, a boy who had been enthusiastically discussing Harry Potter with those around him while waiting in line was also sorted into Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall gathered the sorting hat and stool, while Dumbledore stood up, arms wide open, smiling as he exclaimed, Welcome, new students of Hogwarts. I would like to say, fools, crybabies, detritus, twist. Thank you, as soon as Dumbledore's words fell. The previously barren table was instantly laden with an array of food, golden fried chicken legs, mashed potatoes, and a variety of fruit pies and tarts. Field casually helped himself to some sausages and bread. Beginning his meal with an air of aristocratic grace, he was not the only student to act so that in fact, throughout Slytherin House, aside from two exceptionally unique individuals, the dining etiquette of the others was remarkably refined. Even Marcus, resembling a gorilla, adhered to proper decorum. Compared to the raucous Gryffindors, the Slytherin students maintained a serene atmosphere during their meal. Even if conversations occurred, they were conducted in hushed tones, just loud enough for two individuals to hear. Such depth of character is not cultivated in a day. A single meal can reveal a great deal. Fortunately, Field has ingrained some of the etiquette of the Delacour family into his very being, making his conduct largely error-free. Perhaps it is this very quality that has led the Slytherins to regard Field with increasing warmth. As the banquet progressed, Field inadvertently glanced at the staff table, only to discover that, at some point, his nominal father and the headmaster had vacated the hall. The headmaster is not present. At this moment, Blaise also turned his gaze toward the staff table and, upon noticing Snape's absence, muttered in confusion, having intended to introduce Field to him. "There will always be another opportunity," Field replied with a smile. "Well, that's true," Blaise shrugged. The banquet soon came to an end, with the food on the table vanishing in an instant, replaced by an array of desserts and fruits. Although Field had already satisfied his hunger, seeing others indulging in sweets prompted him to casually take a few mint candies. Savoring them slowly, just as the desserts disappeared, Dumbledore returned to the hall, accompanied by Professor McGonagall and Snape. "Ah, it seems you have all nearly finished your meals," Dumbledore said with a beaming smile, as if nothing unusual had occurred. "Before you retire for the night, I have a few matters to discuss with you all. First and foremost, I must inform you that last year's defense against the dark arts professor has departed due to unforeseen circumstances. However, after careful consideration, we have extended an invitation to the renowned wizarding master, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. He has graciously accepted the position of defense against the dark arts professor," before Dumbledore could finish his statement. A few young girls in the audience could not contain their excitement and let out shrill screams. Lockhart stood up, revealing a flawlessly charming smile, and waved gently to the audience, inciting another wave of cheers. "Let us welcome him." Dumbledore led the applause, which was dutifully echoed by the rest, including Snape, whose expression was decidedly sour, although his clapping appeared rather lackluster. "Our esteemed headmaster has applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor more than once. Clearly, he has once again faced rejection," Blaise remarked with a shrug. "Let us hope this new professor possesses some competence," a female Slytherin complained, exasperated. "Enough already. Next year is my O.W.L. exam, and if we get another subpar professor. My goodness, I can hardly bear to imagine my mother's reaction." Upon hearing this girl's lament, the surrounding students could not help but nod in agreement. "I suggest you temper your expectations." A girl sitting next to the complaining Slytherin patted her on the shoulder, advising her that with this time, she might as well focus on her studies. At least the written portion should not be too challenging. Regardless of the students' murmurs, Lockhart maintained his perfect smile and sat down with poise. The next order of business involved some perennial topics. Dumbledore continued cheerfully, first informing everyone that the list of prohibited items at the school has increased by 35 items, which you should familiarize yourselves with. Mr. Filch has requested I remind everyone that casting spells in the corridors during breaks is strictly forbidden. All school rules are posted on the bulletin boards in each common room. Before we retire, we have one more thing to address: the school song. As soon as Dumbledore finished his statement, Field noticed that nearly all the professors' faces had grown tense. "Oh dear, I sincerely hope he forgets this." Field overheard Blaise muttering in frustration. Field understood all too well what he meant and smiled wryly. Although Dumbledore is reliable in many respects, his taste is certainly not one of them. With a single wave of his hand, a sheet of golden lyrics appeared in midair. "Choose your favorite tune, prepare, and sing," Dumbledore directed with a smile. Field sighed internally and quickly read through the lyrics. The Slytherins did the same, murmuring the words quietly. Among the other three houses, only Gryffindor sang with fervent enthusiasm. In the end, nearly everyone had finished singing, except for the Gryffindor twins, who leisurely sang to the tune of a funeral march, in the midst of the first year's astonished gazes. Dumbledore cheerfully conducted the final measures with his wand. "Music, truly more moving than anything we've ever experienced," Dumbledore exclaimed. "And now you may return to your dormitories. Prefects, you may escort your students back. Gryffindors, please follow me. Ravenclaws, over here." The grand hall quickly descended into chaos once more. Yet the Slytherins were different. The students formed a neat line with admirable discipline. "Let us return," the female prefect declared, glancing at Flint before addressing the already assembled students. With that, she led the way toward the staircase. The entrance to the Slytherin common room is tucked away in a corner of the basement. Upon entering, Field nearly felt as though he had stumbled into a ghostly feast, as the surroundings were suffused with dark green hues. The walls were adorned with murals depicting the adventures of Slytherins. Perhaps due to its location beneath the Black Lake, the lighting appeared dim. However, once accustomed to the ambience, Field found the decor rather appealing. Outside the Gothic windows, a large squid swam gracefully. On an exquisite mantelpiece rested the skull of an unknown magical creature. "Welcome to Slytherin." The prefect greeted with a dignified smile, addressing the new students. Our emblem is the serpent, the wisest of all creatures. Our house colors are emerald green and silver, and the common room is hidden behind a concealed entrance in the dungeons. As you can see, its windows overlook the depths of the Hogwarts lake. We often catch glimpses of the giant squid gliding by, and at times, we encounter even more fascinating creatures. We believe our common room possesses an air of mystery akin to a submerged shipwreck. At this point, the prefect paused slightly, observing the smiles on the faces of the new arrivals with satisfaction. Now, regarding Slytherin, there are some things you should know and others you ought to forget. First, let us dispel a few unfounded rumors. You may have heard tales that we Slytherins have an affinity for dark magic, or that we only associate with those whose ancestors were famous wizards. Such nonsense. At this juncture, the prefect's expression turned serious. You must not believe every story that comes from competing houses. I do not deny that we have produced some dark wizards, yet the other three houses share this trait, albeit they are less willing to admit it. Furthermore, it is true that we have a tradition of admitting students from wizarding backgrounds. However, you will also find many students in Slytherin whose parents are muggles. Being a pure-blood wizard may grant you an advantage, but it does not determine your future. That I hope you keep this in mind. An often overlooked fact that the other three houses rarely mention is that Merlin himself was a Slytherin. Yes, Merlin, the most renowned wizard in history. Everything he knew was learned in this very house. Do you wish to follow in Merlin's footsteps? Or would you rather sit at the old desk of that former Hufflepuff? The inventor of the self-scrubbing dishcloth, Eglantine Puffet? I think not, the prefect scoffed. That is enough about our reputation. Now, let us discuss who we are. We are the coolest and most avant-garde house in the school. We are natural winners, valuing honor and the traditions of Slytherin. We have earned the respect of our peers. Yes, this respect may be laced with fear due to our dark reputation. Slytherin has produced the most dark wizards among the four houses. Yet it has also birthed many proud, ambitious, and cunning leaders. Merlin is particularly renowned among Slytherin alumni. However, did you know that possessing a reputation for being untouchable can be exceedingly amusing? Subtly hint at having encountered a cursed library during conversations and observe if anyone dares to pilfer your quill. At this juncture, the head girl cracked a rather unamusing joke. Nevertheless, due to her demeanor, the first years graciously offered a soft chuckle. Yet we are not malevolent beings, the head girl emphasized. Like our emblematic serpent, we are sleek, formidable, and often misunderstood. Perhaps you are unaware, we Slytherins take far better care of our own than the Ravenclaws do. Ravenclaws, aside from being the largest cohort of bookworms you have ever seen, are notorious for trampling each other in pursuit of high marks. Whereas in our Slytherin house, we are all brethren, that I dare say. We are the most united of all the houses. The corridors of Hogwarts can offer unexpected frights to the careless. But as you navigate the school, you will find solace in the presence of Slytherins around you. In our eyes. Upon becoming a Slytherin, you become one of our elite. Salazar, Slytherin valued greatness when selecting students. You were chosen by this house because you possess the potential for significant achievements. Well, perhaps some individuals you see lingering in the common room may not appear particularly accomplished. However, do not voice such thoughts. If the Sorting Hat placed them here, they possess greatness within them. Do not forget that. Speaking of those who may not seem particularly remarkable, I haven't yet mentioned the Gryffindors. Many claim that Slytherin and Gryffindor represent two sides of the same coin. Personally, I believe Gryffindor merely imitates Slytherin. It is said that Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor valued the same type of student, so our similarities may be more pronounced than people realize. Yet, this does not imply a cordial relationship with the Gryffindors. Their interest in conquering us is only slightly less than our desire to crush them. The mention of Gryffindor. A few upperclassmen wore enigmatic smiles. Furthermore, there are a few things you ought to know. Our house ghost is the Bloody Baron. If you get along with him, he may agree to frighten someone for you from time to time. However, do not inquire about how he became covered in blood. He does not appreciate that question. The password to the common room changes every 2 weeks. Keep an eye on the notice board. Never bring someone from another house into our common room, nor divulge the password to anyone. For over 7 centuries, our common room has remained untouched by outsiders. Well, that shall suffice for now. The head girl concluded with a radiant smile. nodding towards Flint, signaling that he could proceed. Flint grinned slightly. Perhaps he believed himself to be charming, yet his overbite combined with that regal demeanor inevitably gave him a rather sinister appearance. All right, everyone, we now need to assign dormitories. This is the last task you must complete before you retire for the night. I believe you will find our dormitories quite to your liking. We sleep in ancient four-poster beds adorned with green silk curtains, with sheets embroidered in silver thread. The walls are decorated with medieval tapestries depicting the adventures of renowned Slytherins, and silver lanterns hang from the ceiling. You will surely enjoy a restful sleep. The sound of the lake lapping against the window at night is quite soothing. Lastly, I must extend a warm welcome to you all. The finest house, Slytherin. Now, let me announce your dormitory assignments. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Field rose from his bed. Glancing at his still sleeping roommates, he refrained from disturbing them, quietly washed up, checked his timetable, and took a few books before exiting the dormitory. First-year courses were relatively few. For instance, in Slytherin, excluding flying lessons, there were at most 4 classes daily, and typically only 3. Today was Wednesday, and according to the schedule, there is only one herbology class in the morning, followed by another in the afternoon, shared with Ravenclaw. The textbook for herbology was 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, which Field had already brought along. In addition, he had acquired another book teaching how to cultivate various flowers and plants, which was the curriculum of the Beauxbatons gardening class, purchased as a supplementary resource upon reaching the edge of the Black Lake. Field was astonished to find someone already there, and it was someone he recognized. "Good morning, Luna," Field greeted with a smile. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Morning, Field," Luna's light voice chimed in. "That I didn't sleep poorly. I just got up to search for something." "Something?" Field raised an eyebrow. "Need any help?" "If you're willing," Luna nodded, a smile gracing her face. "I'm looking for nargles. Dad said that although they grow on land, there should also be a population in the waters of Hogwarts." "Nargles?" Upon hearing this term, Field felt a slight twitch in his forehead. "Are you sure they exist here?" "I don't know," Luna shook her head. "But I think Dad wouldn't deceive me. No. Your father is indeed misleading you," Field almost retorted, but then reconsidered. Anyone capable of penning the unreliable magazine The Quibbler was likely not of sound mind. "Listen, Luna," Field pondered for a moment before earnestly suggesting, "perhaps we should adopt a different approach. For instance, we ought to ascertain the habitat of nargles. Yes, at the very least, we need to know what season they typically breed. That should make it easier to search for them. Don't you think?" "Excellent idea." Luna's face lit up with a broad smile. "Thank you for the reminder. I thought you would be like the others and believe nargles don't exist." "Who knows?" Field shrugged. "The magical world is vast, and no one can claim to have seen everything. Not even Dumbledore." "Thank you, Field." Luna smiled again, stepping closer to gently hug him before skipping off toward the castle. She must be going to write a letter to her father. Field watched Luna's figure, reminiscent of a young deer, with a smile creeping onto his face. While both had silvery hair, Fawny resembled a thorny rose, whereas Luna appeared more like a fallen fairy. After spending some time by the lake reading and memorizing 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, Field glanced up at the brightening sky, stood up from the lakeside, and made his way towards the Great Hall, books in hand. By this time, the Great Hall was already bustling with students. They were seated at their respective house tables, engaging in casual conversations while enjoying breakfast. As Field passed the Gryffindor table, he noticed a red-haired boy animatedly gesticulating, wearing a smug and triumphant expression, nearly poking the boy beside him, who had messy hair and glasses, with his fork. Field's attention was caught by the lightning-shaped scar on the forehead of the bespectacled boy, drawing his focus towards him. Harry Potter, if memory served him correctly, was the very boy his father had instructed him to keep an eye on, the legendary savior. Though Field saw nothing particularly remarkable about him, that did not diminish his curiosity about Harry. However, it seemed that now was not the time to approach him. After a brief contemplation, he decided against advancing, returning to the Slytherin table, where students were also engaged in conversation. The atmosphere was notably quieter compared to the other houses. Even when someone spoke, it was merely a hushed exchange between two individuals. Morning, Field had a hand clapped him on the back, startling Field so much that he nearly unleashed the phoenix power within him in retaliation. Upon hearing the voice, he realized it was merely Blaze. "Hey man, don't pull such pranks next time," Field replied irritably. All right, Blaze chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. I'll be more cautious next time. Let us hope so. Field spoke softly, then turned his gaze away, casually taking a bowl of oatmeal and beginning to eat it alongside a slice of toast. You're being a bit too sensitive. Junior, Blaze chuckled, watching Field with amusement. I wouldn't treat others this way. Should I feel honored? Field replied with a hint of sarcasm. You should be grateful. Mate, I wasn't holding a wand just now. Otherwise, why? Blaze raised an eyebrow. Perhaps you ought to abandon that notion. Casting spells on classmates in the Great Hall is hardly a wise idea, especially since we belong to the same house. I certainly understand that. Field waved his hand dismissively. I'll do my best to restrain myself. However, if you've ever studied dueling, you must know one crucial point. Never touch a wizard from behind. I mean, never. All right, perhaps you're right that I owe you an apology. Blaze nodded with a smile, yet the noticeable dimming of his grin made Field realize he was not truly happy. No, there's no need for you to apologize. I'm not keeping score. Field sighed, shaking his head. My friend, we will all come of age in the future, and I hope to never hear bad news about you. Nor do I wish to discover that it stemmed from a misunderstanding born of your closeness to friends. Okay, I'll be mindful of that, Blaze said, a look of realization dawning on him as he patted Field's shoulder and nodded emphatically. Just as Field was about to say something, a loud bang interrupted him. Stole a car. Is that a howler? Field exclaimed, looking in astonishment at the Gryffindor table, for where the booming sound emanated, a red letter floated in mid-air, bombarding Harry Potter and the red-haired boy below with a furious tirade. Field noticed that the faces of both boys had turned pale with fright. If you don't start behaving, I will personally bring you back. With a final roar, the howler burst into flames, quickly turning to ashes. A laugh erupted from somewhere, and like a chain reaction, the great hall filled with the sounds of students' laughter. Ha ha. Scared. Let's see how you could be angry this time. Draco Malfoy guffawed, nearly doubling over with laughter. I must enjoy this moment. Mate, perhaps you could do what you want to do in a bit, a nearby student reminded him, but before that, don't forget what we need to do. What we need to do? Malfoy furrowed his brow slightly. That's right. The student made a gesture that, yes, that's it. Malfoy's eyes lit up. Shall we go now? Good idea. The boy raised an eyebrow, but I think you should call the captain. Yes, you're right. Malfoy stood up excitedly and shouted to Crabbe and Goyle, who were still battling with their food. Stop eating. Hurry, we need to do something. It seemed this was not the first time such a scene had unfolded. As Crabbe and Goyle skillfully finished their last bites of oatmeal, grabbed 2 little cakes, and stood up. Hey, Flint, do you have a moment? Malfoy called out to Flint. What is it? What's going on? Flint glanced at him before shifting his focus back to his breakfast. Clearly, he was more interested in the porridge before him than in Malfoy. Trust me, you'll want to hear this. Malfoy insisted earnestly, but we need a quieter environment. Fine, you better have something worthwhile to say. Flint replied skeptically, lingering over the sandwiches on his plate before standing up. Follow me. A flurry of wings fluttered above the students' heads. Field looked up to see owls swiftly flying towards them. One owl landed right in front of Field, cooing twice and extending a leg, indicating for him to take the note attached. I asked this for me. Field pointed to himself and asked. The owl cooed impatiently, flapping its wings twice in quick succession. All right. As Field petted its little head, he pondered who might have sent him this message. Swiftly untying the note, he grabbed a plate of breadcrumbs and placed it in front of the owl. While the owl savored its meal, Field unfolded the note and recognized the familiar, circular handwriting, suddenly realizing it was from his dear old dad. Good morning, my child. How do you find life at the academy? I remember you had no classes this morning, and, if possible, I would like to have a chat with you. By the way, today I'm craving peppermint candies. Field thought for a moment, finishing the last of his oatmeal before heading upstairs. Hogwarts staircases numbered 142, some wide and grand, others narrow and shaky. Some changed direction every Friday. Others would suddenly disappear halfway up, requiring one to remember where to jump. Additionally, there were many doors, which wouldn't open unless one politely asked or precisely tapped the right spot. Some doors were mere illusions, solid walls masquerading as entrances to IT. Was not easy to remember where everything was, as if everything was in constant motion. However, for Field, this was hardly a concern. Having lived here for quite some time, he had a fair grasp of the castle. After traversing 16 staircases and passing through a corridor, Field found himself standing in the 8th-floor hallway. The entrance to the headmaster's office was nearby, marked by a grotesque gargoyle. Password: peppermint candies. The gargoyle glanced at Field, then leapt aside, revealing the staircase behind it. Thank you. Field nodded to the gargoyle and stepped forward. Standing on the staircase, the stairs trembled slightly before swiftly ascending, like an escalator, carrying Field up to the headmaster's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Field gently pushed the door open, and the familiar sight immediately greeted him. The circular office's walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, all seemingly dozing in their frames, some softly snoring. Various peculiar silverware adorned the long-legged tables, gradually exuding a white mist. On a shelf behind the desk sat the sorting hat. And on a gilded branch below it, the phoenix fox was preening its feathers. Yes, soon as Field stepped in, Fox called out, a flash of red light appearing as it perched on Field's shoulder, gently nuzzling his cheek. Fox still adores you, my child. Dumbledore smiled warmly, placing the small spoon he had been holding back into the dish and stepping from behind the desk to embrace Field. Welcome back, Phil. Dumbledore hugged him tightly, then crouched down to meet his gaze. You don't seem to have aged much, Father, Field responded, returning the embrace with a smile. Oh, perhaps it's the effect of Severus's potions, Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. Who knows? Field shrugged. That I do know that his bone regrowth and 2 strengthening potions are rather effective. Your teeth still look splendid. Indeed, I've always suggested he invest in the 2 strengthening potion. It might earn him more galleons. Dumbledore chuckled. Field wished to see Dumbledore blush, but alas, he was unsuccessful. By the way, I almost forgot your gift. Dumbledore tapped his forehead and returned to the desk, retrieving a red egg from beneath the golden branch where Fox stood. What is this? Field inquired with curiosity. I brought your gift along with Fox. Dumbledore handed the egg to Field, remarking on its rarity and preciousness. However, it is a perfect fit for you. Field's curiosity was further piqued. As he accepted the egg, a warm sensation radiated from it into his palm. This is a phoenix egg, Dumbledore chuckled, though I too am intrigued as to where Fox discovered it. He is unwilling to disclose that information. Now, it belongs to you. I hope you will cherish your future companion. My child, a phoenix egg? Field was completely taken aback. There had long been a rumor in the magical world. Whenever the Dumbledore family was in need, they would receive the aid of a phoenix. While merely a rumor, it held a kernel of truth. When Field had inquired about this matter, Dumbledore had suggested it might be related to the bloodline of the Dumbledore family. The prevailing belief in the magical community is that a wizard's power stems from magical creatures. In ancient times, the earth was not ruled by humans, but by wondrous beings endowed with various powers, fairies. Titans. At that time, humanity was exceedingly weak. Eventually, humans sought to assimilate the powers of these magical creatures into themselves, marking the origin of wizards, one of the oldest pure-blood families in the magical world. The Dumbledore lineage is naturally of the utmost purity. According to Dumbledore's own deductions, the Dumbledore family may well be one of those ancient lineages, having inherited a fragment of phoenix power, thereby forming a close bond with the phoenix. Though this was merely Dumbledore's conjecture, Field was inclined to believe it to be the truth, deriving his conviction from the power of the phoenix. While the 2 phoenixes may not be the same, the fact that they are both referred to as phoenixes suggests shared traits. According to Dumbledore, on the day Field was discovered, Fox had shown great fondness for him, which was one of the reasons Dumbledore chose to adopt him. Gazing at the phoenix egg in his hand, the warmth seemed to penetrate his very heart, and thinking of Dumbledore's sacrifices, Field felt a profound warmth within. I truly adore this gift, Father, Field said, embracing Dumbledore. This must be the finest proof of my belonging to the Dumbledore family. I believe so, Dumbledore replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Field's hair. Now, my child, I must share with you a rather troublesome matter. Are you getting married? Field asked casually. I am delighted that you consider that possibility. Dumbledore responded with a grin. I would prefer if you were to marry before me. That would be the most joyous occasion. In fact, I wouldn't mind if you married first, Field shrugged, as long as you are not particular about gender or species. Well, truth be told, I am quite looking forward to my own wedding. Dumbledore winked at Field. If there is news, I shall inform you. However, the troublesome matter I refer to is, Dumbledore indicated the phoenix egg in Field's hand. The phoenix egg? Troublesome? Field looked at Dumbledore in confusion, then glanced at the egg, suddenly suspecting something and tentatively asking, "Could it be that you do not know how to incubate a phoenix egg?" "Indeed, my child," Dumbledore replied, appearing entirely unperturbed. "Please forgive an old man's limited vigor. I have searched through all the tomes at Hogwarts. Yet I have not discovered the method for its incubation. You must ponder this on your own. Perhaps it could serve as a test for you? This is quite unfair. It's truly unfair." Field stormed out of Dumbledore's office. Feeling quite aggrieved, he was given a phoenix egg, but provided with no method of incubation. Was he expected to hatch it himself? He was no hen. Just borrowing Fox for the hatching process would not be an issue. Yet Dumbledore had such a stingy demeanor. The more Field thought about it, the angrier he became. "No, I cannot let this slide." The more he contemplated, the more distressed he felt. He hurriedly made his way downstairs, burst out of the great hall, and arrived at the orrery. He randomly selected an owl, took out a piece of parchment and a quill, and quickly scribbled a few lines, transforming a feather from the ground into an envelope. He stuffed the letter inside. "Could you kindly deliver this letter to Professor McGonagall?" Field gently patted the owl's small head. The owl cast a sidelong glance at him, extending a leg upon which a small box was tied. "Is this for payment?" Field was momentarily taken aback, then realized that the school's owls were not free to use. Each letter delivered required payment of 5 nuts. Perhaps it was time for him to acquire an owl of his own? As he contemplated this, he placed 5 nuts into the owl's money box. Watching the owl fly away with the letter, Field couldn't help but feel a surge of joy at the impending events in the headmaster's office. His steps becoming lighter. Reaching the great hall, he glanced at the time. Classes were about to commence. Thus, he chose not to linger any longer, taking his book as he headed towards the greenhouse at the back of the castle. The first lesson of the new term was Herbology. The professor of Herbology was Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House and one of the most distinguished masters of magical herb cultivation in the entire magical world. Yet, merely judging by her appearance, one would never imagine that this kind, grandmotherly figure, clad in a patched gray robe, was a formidable witch. Moreover, Professor Sprout possessed a notably amiable character, embodying the essence of a quintessential, good-natured person. When Field had inadvertently destroyed a rare herb while assisting Snape, it was Professor Sprout who had helped him find a means of compensation. Additionally, Field had secretly learned from a graduated Hufflepuff student that Professor Sprout had been supporting impoverished students in her house. This was why, despite her respectable income, her standard of living remained quite modest. For such a master, Field felt compelled to show utmost respect. "Good morning, Field," Professor Sprout greeted as he entered the greenhouse, observing her repotting a dragon's claw plant. "Good morning, Professor," Field instinctively replied. "I did not expect to see you here so early, dear. How does it feel to be back at Hogwarts?" "Quite splendid," Field replied with a shrug. "You know, I've always believed this place to be my true home." "I believe so," Professor Sprout said as she approached him and gave him a warm embrace. "That I hope you will enjoy my class." Field, "I certainly will, Professor." Field nodded obediently. "After all, I am genuinely interested in these subjects." "That is the best approach." Professor Sprout smiled and nodded. "I have always had faith in your abilities, Field. As long as you are willing to study diligently, you shall do well. That I will indeed," Field replied earnestly. "That is wonderful to hear," Professor Sprout beamed. "Now, dear, feel free to explore for a bit. Class will be starting shortly." Field had not wandered for long when a group of new Ravenclaw students entered. After greeting Professor Sprout, they began chattering animatedly. Professor Sprout showed no sign of annoyance, instead smiling and gently reminding them, "Please keep your voices down, everyone. Some little ones do not appreciate loud noises. That I at a morning glory." "Professor," a young girl raised her hand and asked brightly, "Though, I am delighted that you are familiar with this," Professor Sprout replied with a warm smile. "However, it is not. While morning glories do not favor noise, they do not mind beautiful music. That must be a dragon's claw." Another girl confidently pointed at a nearby dragon's claw plant. "Regrettably, you are mistaken as well, dear," Professor Sprout chuckled, shaking her head. "It is a devil's snare. A plant that closely resembles a dragon's claw. We will discuss it in detail later. Now, you may prepare yourselves as class will commence shortly, all right?" All right, Professor, the girls chorused, before resuming their hushed discussions. Not far away, Field spotted Luna and discreetly frowned. He observed that the young women were not engaging in much conversation with Luna. Rather, they seemed to deliberately avoid her presence. "Hey, Luna." After a moment's contemplation, Field waved at Luna. "How are you doing?" "Quite well." "Field," Luna replied, her unique voice betraying no surprise at seeing him. "Come over here," Field continued. "Why not join your friends?" "Oh, I have no friends, at least, not at the moment," Luna stated calmly, as if she had long grown accustomed to the behavior of those around her. "Who says you have none?" Field feigned astonishment, raising an eyebrow. "Am I not a friend? Or do you simply not wish to befriend me?" "Why not?" Luna tilted her head playfully. "Then it's settled," Field said, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure, "that if you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out in Slytherin. I will certainly help you. Agreed?" Luna nodded gently, gazing at Field for a while before suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. "Come join me," Field invited once more. "Perhaps we could become partners. I recall that everyone needs a partner in Herbology class. Would you care to be mine?" "Of course, I'd be delighted," Luna replied, tilting her head in thought, nodding softly as she stepped closer to Field. "Goodness, the mad girl has actually found herself a boyfriend." A young girl stared in disbelief at the scene, her voice inadvertently rising. "Hey, be careful." Her companion nudged her ribs with an elbow. "She's right here." The girl's face flushed as she cast a wary glance at Luna, who displayed no reaction, before lowering her voice to converse with her friend, occasionally pointing at Luna. Clearly, their gossiping instinct had ignited. "You don't seem to mind this?" Field gestured with his chin towards the gossiping girls, convinced that Luna had heard them. "What?" Luna looked at Field in confusion. "Let them say what they wish. It has nothing to do with me. Do you mind?" "Not at all," Field shrugged, then teased. "After all, I stand to gain that I become your rumored boyfriend. Goodness, you are one of the most enchanting girls in Ravenclaw." "Thank you, I'm quite curious. Who are the other beautiful girls?" Luna blinked innocently. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Field. Field was momentarily taken aback. Was her focus always so peculiar? However, he quickly regained his composure. "To be honest, I wouldn't know. Thus, I refer to you as one of them. If I had encountered all the girls, perhaps that one of would be discarded." "Well then," Luna scrutinized Field's cheek for a moment before expressing her disappointment. "There are no pesky flies buzzing near your ears. You scare me for that. To see what pesky flies I might have." Field stared at Luna, dumbfounded. Luna, rarely blushing, timidly replied, "I was merely curious. I've observed many people, and they all have them. Only you are devoid of any pesky flies." "All right, my Miss Observer," Field retorted playfully. "Aren't you going to open your book? You should probably prepare for class with your Mr. White Mouse up by now." Numerous students had gradually entered the classroom. Professor Sprout retrieved a large bronze pocket watch from her pocket, glanced at the time, and with a casual wave, closed the greenhouse door without the aid of her wand. "Good morning, everyone," Professor Sprout cheerfully began. "Before we commence, I believe you should get to know me. I am your Pomona Sprout. You may simply call me Professor Sprout at Hogwarts. Unless something unexpected occurs, Herbology will be a subject I teach you, or at least a portion of you, as you progress. Until the selection of electives in the third year, Herbology is a core subject, and I hope you will gain valuable knowledge from it. That is of utmost importance. Everyone. Familiarity with herbs may, in the future, save your lives. This is not an uncommon occurrence. Many adventurers express gratitude for the herbal knowledge they acquired in their youth during their escapades. Of course, you may argue that you won't embark on any adventures in the future. Believe me, even at home, you will still require it, such as knowing how to use herbs to repel bothersome mosquitoes. Before we begin, I would like to outline some classroom rules that you must adhere to. I do not mind quiet discussions during class, as long as you ensure you do not disturb your partner, or that you have already grasped the knowledge I am imparting. However, loud chatter is absolutely forbidden. As I mentioned, many plants are quite averse to noise. You would do well to maintain a favorable attitude towards the magical herbs that you require assistance with during class, as this will benefit your examinations. Some of you might think this is a jest. Sprout cast a glance at two Slytherin students who had been joking around, but if you wish to avoid being ensnared by a mandrake or suffocated by devil's snare, you would do well to remember my words. Now, let us begin the roll call. Although Professor Sprout appeared to be a kind-hearted individual, and indeed she was, anyone who thought her easy to bully was sorely mistaken. Even a goat, when enraged, can pose a threat to a tiger. When Professor Sprout's piercing gaze fell upon the two still laughing Slytherin students, their faces turned pale. Now, let us commence our lesson. Professor Sprout did not raise her voice, but merely shot a disapproving look at the two. Even so, they became considerably more subdued. Look, this is what we will be studying today. Professor Sprout moved a pot containing a plant approximately half a meter tall to the display table. Come closer and take a look. Does anyone recognize it? Field? Field refrained from raising his hand, unwilling to compete with those who had already done so, but was surprised to find that Professor Sprout did not intend to let him remain silent. Yes, Professor. Field stepped forward, glanced briefly at the plant, and quickly discerned the answer. It was a white ash. Excellent, Professor Sprout nodded with a smile, looking at him expectantly. Perhaps you could explain how you recognized it? While numerous magical plants grow with a slanted root structure, the white ash is particularly notable for its significant tilt. Moreover, no other magical plants bear such fruit. Field pointed to the white ash berries already growing on the plant. Very good. It seems you haven't forgotten some of the basics, Field, Professor Sprout acknowledged with satisfaction. Now, what about its characteristics? The white ash prefers warm and humid environments. Field continued. It is drought-resistant and enjoys sunlight. Therefore, wild white ash typically grows in sunny sandy soil or on the fringes of forests. However, the white ash does not thrive in overly wet conditions. Excessive watering during cultivation can drown it. Having explained so much, Field decided to address its value as well. Although the white ash is quite common, its utility is far from trivial. Firstly, it possesses insecticidal properties and can be used to create pesticides. The Housewife brand of insecticide, widely used in the magical community, contains white ash as an ingredient. Secondly, it is effective in alleviating eczema. When combined with other herbs, it forms an excellent beauty potion, which is quite popular in potion shops and produces remarkable results. Furthermore, the cold remedy potions also incorporate white ash, albeit in its dried form. This cold remedy not only prevents chills, but also alleviates heat. Most importantly, it serves as an effective hangover remedy. Lastly, one of the most vital applications of white ash is in wound healing. The essence extracted from white ash serves as a remarkable coagulant, which, when combined with other herbs, can produce potions that promote rapid healing. This is the second chance at life for adventurers that in addition to these. White ash also possesses properties that treat arthritis, urticaria, and more. In summary, the value of this particular herb is undeniably high. One might assert that within the entirety of the magical realm, it is quite challenging to find a herb that rivals the cost-effectiveness of Bicien. As Field eloquently shared his extensive knowledge regarding Bicien, many students were rendered speechless, including those hailed as the most erudite, the Ravenclaws. The astute individuals among them swiftly produced parchment, diligently noting down Field's insights as he spoke. Excellent, even I could not articulate it better, Professor Sprout exclaimed with fervor, before adding, however, dear, I must remind you that this is Herbology class. Next time, I hope you will refrain from discussing too much about potions. Of course, private discussions are always welcome. With that, Sprout cheerfully declared, I believe it is well-deserved. Slytherin earns 20 points, 15 for your outstanding answers and 5 for your erudition. Quite splendid. Wouldn't you agree? The students erupted into applause. And Professor Sprout joined in with a couple of claps before signaling for silence. All right, children, I trust one need not remind you to take notes, correct? Sprout glanced at the parchment before them. You have 10 minutes to organize what Field has just conveyed. Should you require assistance from a friend's notes, do so promptly. Upon hearing this, the students felt a wave of relief and swiftly began to work. Professor Sprout, with a kind glance at the flustered students, approached Field and gently patted his shoulder with her broad, calloused hand. Child, I am delighted you have not forgotten the knowledge I imparted to you and have even added considerably to it. Sprout beamed at Field. Perhaps I should not say this, but your presence has indeed eased my burden in this lesson. You flatter me, Professor, Field replied as he produced a piece of parchment that in fact. I have numerous questions regarding Bicien. However, there are quite a few, and some may not be suitable for class, and no matter. Leave them here. When time permits, I shall provide you with answers, Sprout said, taking the parchment and glancing at it. Oh, these questions, where did you come across them? In a Muggle medical book, Field replied without hesitation. Perhaps you're unaware, but in the Muggle world, Bicien is also a commonly utilized herb. However, certain countries do not rely heavily on herbal remedies. Very well, Sprout replied, though I must also consult some resources to respond to your inquiries. You have indeed inspired me, child. Perhaps I should also explore Muggle literature. The field of herbology in the magical community has seen little advancement over the years. 10 more points for Slytherin, in recognition of Field's excellence. Another 10. The students gazed at Field in astonishment. The Ravenclaws were taken aback, while the Slytherins were elated. Begin the semester with an additional 30 points bodes well for the House Cup this year. If Field were aware, he would surely regard them with pity and inform them of a certain advantage known as the Chosen One's exclusivity. All right, children, time is up. Professor Sprout carefully placed Field's parchment in her pocket and announced loudly. Next, we must allow the Bicien to bask in the sun. Pair up and move these Bicien outside. Remember, do not drop them. Just place them on the rack by the door. You may begin. Following herbology class, it was time for lunch. Whether in England or France, it seems that lunch is often overlooked. Even at Hogwarts, the midday meal is not particularly lavish, consisting merely of sandwiches and hamburgers, accompanied by some juice. However, having grown accustomed to this dining style over the years, Field casually consumed a sandwich before returning alone to his dormitory. His roommate was absent from the room, due to the afternoon herbology class. Professor Sprout had assigned no homework. With some free time on his hands, Field took out the phoenix egg, silently contemplating how to incubate it in the magical realm. When a wizard attempts to hatch a magical creature's egg, there are typically two methods. One involves using magic or other means to simulate the maternal environment of the magical creature to facilitate hatching, much like Hagrid as previous care of dragons. The other method entails infusing magical energy into the egg, forcibly inducing hatching. Each method possesses its own merits and drawbacks. The first method generally ensures a high hatching rate, yet the resulting magical creature retains a significant degree of wildness, posing a risk of failure in domestication. The second method's success greatly depends on the type of creature's egg being hatched. If it is a fairy egg, success is nearly guaranteed. However, if it is a dragon egg, the chances of failure are exceedingly high. Naturally, the advantages of this incubation method are apparent. The resulting magical creature will recognize its owner without the need for domestication, and if the creature's magic is highly compatible with that of its owner, there exists a certain probability of ancestral traits resurfacing. It is well known that magical creatures, while evolving in response to their environments, have gradually diminished in power over generations. Some speculate that this decline is due to changes in external conditions, yet this remains unproven. Speaking of which, the phoenix is a creature renowned alongside the fire dragon, perhaps even surpassing it. Even Dumbledore would not dare to guarantee success using the magical infusion method to hatch a phoenix egg. However, it seems that, at present, this is the only method available. As Field pondered this, he could not help but feel a twinge of dismay. Since its introduction to the magical realm, the phoenix has symbolized rarity. Even the most renowned magical creature experts would hesitate to claim comprehensive knowledge of the phoenix. It can be said that the vast majority of existing records regarding phoenixes owe their existence to the Dumbledore family. Thus, the original ecological environment of the phoenix or the conditions necessary for hatching a phoenix egg remain a mystery. Must he truly take a gamble? Field gazed at the phoenix egg in his hand, feeling uncertain that if he succeeded in hatching it, all would be well. Yet if he failed, there would be no second chance, and perhaps even his own life could be at stake. Should he attempt it? Field questioned himself once more, raising a hand as the power of the phoenix instinctively coursed through him, enveloping his palm. With a sudden crack, the phoenix egg, which had previously remained still in Field's other hand, suddenly leaped into the air, landing directly in his palm suffused with phoenix power. Hiss! Field gasped sharply. He could no longer feel his hand, as though something had engulfed his entire arm. Simultaneously, an intense pain radiated through his arm. Moreover, he sensed a rush of energy within him surging forth like a flood breaching a dam. Buzz! The phoenix egg emitted a resonating hum, its surface seemingly igniting with a layer of flames. The crimson glow pulsating as it absorbed Field's power, flickering like a breath. Enough! Since it has come to this, why not commit fully? With this thought, a fierce determination flashed in Field's eyes, gritting his teeth. He forcefully channeled his magical energy into the phoenix egg. The egg, resembling a bottomless pit, offered no resistance to the power Field sent forth. Instead, it accelerated its absorption rate, causing the shimmering glow on its surface to intensify. The standoff between the boy and the egg persisted for quite some time. Had it not been for the rapid recovery speed of the phoenix power, Field might have succumbed long ago. Even so, Field felt an overwhelming sense of depletion, his previously rosy cheeks now tinged with pallor. It seemed he was either acutely aware of his deteriorating condition or had absorbed enough of the phoenix's power. For the rate at which the phoenix egg absorbed magical energy had abruptly diminished, and it continued to decline steadily. Eventually, Field could scarcely perceive any magic being absorbed by the egg. Only the flickering light upon its surface served as a reminder that this process was far from complete. Despite this, Field felt a significant sense of relief as the phoenix's energy within him rapidly replenished, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Suddenly, a sharp cry escaped him. It felt as though the phoenix egg had bitten his finger, and he suspected it was bleeding. Before he could lean in to inspect the injury, a searing sensation surged from his fingertip, and he soon realized that he was engulfed in flames that it was not merely a sensation. He was truly ablaze, in his agony. His gaze fell upon the mirror, where he beheld his own reflection consumed by flames. The excruciating pain compelled him into a fetal position, his eyes instinctively closing. As his vision faded, the pain swiftly dissipated, along with his sense of touch and hearing. Silence, emptiness, darkness, an inexplicable wave of terror washed over Field, and he yearned to call out, yet he could not even discern the location of his own mouth. "Is anyone there? Please, someone help me. Anyone." Field felt tears welling up, uncertain whether he possessed the capacity or the faculties to see or why. At last, he became aware of his mouth, and with his hearing returning, he could hardly contain himself as he cried out for help. Only to hear a clang. "What's wrong?" Field sensed something was amiss. Upon regaining the use of his eyes, he eagerly opened them. What in the world? To his astonishment, everything around him appeared colossal, even the chair beside the table towering far above his head. Though he was at a loss to explain the situation, Field concluded that his immediate priority was to seek assistance, even if it meant visiting the school infirmary alone. However, as he took a step forward, he stumbled and fell, landing directly in front of the mirror. Ouch! Instinctively, he reached for his aching head, only to discover a fan atop it. Wait? A fan? Where did that come from? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his body stiffened as he slowly turned to face the mirror. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the dormitory. Reflected in the mirror was a grotesque chick resembling a juvenile vulture. Its body was scarcely adorned with down, save for a few soft feathers upon its wings. It possessed a long beak, tiny crimson eyes, and a plume atop its head that was as long as its neck. Field leaped about in a frenzy before reluctantly conceding that he had indeed transformed into a bird. Wasn't I hatching a phoenix? How did I end up as a bird? Using his sparsely feathered wings, he scratched his head in confusion. My phoenix egg! Field suddenly recalled this crucial detail, instinctively smacking his forehead. Realizing that his wings had indeed been painfully pricked by his own long beak, that of course, his beak was no better. Had it possessed teeth, Field feared he might have lost a few. He staggered towards the pile of charred school uniforms. Feeling exceedingly awkward in this avian form, last reaching the heap, he began to meticulously search through the remnants, soon discovering the phoenix egg, now riddled with cracks. Could it be that the phoenix is about to emerge? The thought invigorated Field, and he eagerly watched the EGG. It wasn't long before he noticed the egg quivering slightly, fissures multiplying across its surface. With a crack, a piece fell away, followed by a cascade of fragments of various sizes. And a somewhat damp chick emerged from within. This creature is truly hideous. Field regarded the chick with a hint of disdain. Its juvenile vulture-like appearance, topped with a foolish plume, and almost devoid of feathers. Wait, why does it appear somewhat familiar? Field suddenly froze, realizing that he had just seen a reflection of himself in the mirror. As the chick wriggled out of its shell, it instinctively shook off the sticky residue, clinging to its body. then looked around, its eyes lighting up upon spotting Field. "Hey, are you my brother?" the chick chirped, and to Field's astonishment, he understood its meaning that no, "You should call me Master," Field instinctively responded. "Master," the chick tilted its head. Disappointment evident in its eyes. "Oh, my master is a bird, and a rather ugly one at that." Upon hearing this, Field immediately bristled, instinctively stepping toward the chick, bowing slightly to nudge it in front of the mirror. "Look, you don't exactly look great either." The chick stared at its reflection in bewilderment, then glanced back at Field, and then at the mirror again, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Field felt it had come to the realization that they were quite similar. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the chick muttering to itself, "Indeed, the master is the ugliest." Field was struck by an overwhelming sense of injustice, pointing at their reflections and exclaiming, "How is that possible? You can see, mate, we look exactly the same." With a swift peck, the chick drilled a hole in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. "Now it's different." Field stared in disbelief, feeling as though he'd been outmatched by a mere bird. "Don't worry, master. I won't think less of you." The chick seemed to sense Field's despondence, and with a gentle leap, it hopped before him, extending its wings to embrace him. "Great. I've been consoled by a bird." Field thought, torn between amusement and exasperation. Would he ever regain his human form? The prospect of remaining in this state for eternity filled him with melancholy. Yet he realized he was not just any ordinary bird, but a powerful phoenix. Contemplating this, Field found it somewhat more palatable. Speaking of which, what abilities does a phoenix possess? As Field pondered, a sudden clamor erupted from the doorway, and he was seized by alarm. A phoenix was an exceedingly rare and magical creature. If his roommates were to see him, they would surely capture him. That it was one thing to be mistaken for a wizard, but to be treated as a pet? Absolutely not. The mere thought of being touched by several men sent a shiver down his avian spine, and he instinctively sought a place to hide with the chick. In a flash, the first location that came to mind was Dumbledore's office. As soon as he thought of this, Field felt a flicker of phoenix energy deplete within him, followed by a shift in scenery. In the semicircular room adorned with the portraits of past headmasters. Dumbledore was seated at his desk, penning a letter with a quill. Fawkes was the first to sense something amiss. Upon spotting Field and the chick, he called out to Dumbledore. Field felt a dark cloud of embarrassment wash over him. Grasping the meaning behind Fawkes' words, "Dumbledore, your avian son has arrived. You are the avian son. Your entire family is avian." Field instinctively wanted to retort, but ultimately refrained, though he sensed something was off. Fawkes was undeniably correct. "What is it, Fawkes?" Dumbledore inquired, looking up at the phoenix. Fawkes called out again, gesturing towards the direction where Field and the chick had appeared. Field's face darkened once more as Fawkes conveyed, "Dumbledore, your son has transformed into a bird to seek you. Damn foolish bird. I'll stew you one day." Field brooded with resentment. "Oh, you mean that although Dumbledore cannot summon a phoenix, he has spent nearly a century with Fawkes. He must have some inkling of what this old fellow is saying." Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, gazing at Field, who had transformed into a fledgling, and tentatively called out to him. Field nodded at Dumbledore, indicating that he was correct. "Oh, magic is truly wondrous, isn't it?" Dumbledore said, carefully cradling Field and the fledgling in his palms before placing them on his desk. "I must say, you both are simply exquisite." Although Field had often wished to critique Dumbledore's peculiar taste, this time he found it utterly splendid. "Right on, old man," the fledgling chirped softly. Dumbledore evidently did not comprehend the fledgling's words, yet he could sense its joy and gently rubbed its small head with his thumb. After a moment's thought, he suddenly addressed Field. "By the way, would you care for some bugs, Field? I recall that the Weasley twins captured a jar of cockroaches. Would you like to sample that flavor?" "Cockroaches? Can those things be eaten?" Field instinctively shuddered, shaking his head vehemently. "Very well," Dumbledore replied, a hint of regret in his tone. "I was hoping to inquire about the taste of that delicacy. After all, one ought to try everything in life." "Absolutely not." Field resolutely shook his head. "Today my vision has been somewhat blurred, and during my rest, I glanced at the comments from everyone. Many readers have expressed some queries regarding this book that I intended to respond to each one individually. But regrettably, my eyes are not cooperating, so I can only provide this explanation for now that I hope for your understanding. First, regarding the protagonist, which is the most frequently asked question, I have noticed that many people harbor a strong aversion to Furong Delacour, which is quite understandable. After all, I contemplated her character for a long time before ultimately deciding to adhere to her portrayal in the original work. In the original text, Furong at the outset is hardly liked by anyone except for a few men intrigued by her beauty. Even among the students of her own school, professors excluded. However, I believe this is an authentic aspect of Furong's character, and no one can be perfect. Each person possesses their flaws, alongside their merits, as the story progresses. Furong will gradually undergo transformation, of course. She is not the only protagonist. In truth, I have been contemplating whether to include a female lead. Honestly, I have never been particularly adept at depicting romantic relationships. However, I feel that a life devoid of any emotional connections is rather incomplete. While novels may not mirror reality, once characters are created, one must take responsibility for them present. My inclination is either toward a single female lead, who shall remain a secret for now, or no female lead at all, with some ambiguous undertones. For now, I shall continue writing and see how it unfolds. Next, regarding typos, to be frank, the absence of drafts is a significant drawback. Once written, there is hardly any time to proofread. Occasionally, this may result in typographical errors. And if you happen to spot any, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in pointing them out, so I can amend them at a later time. Now, regarding drafts. Technically, this book should not be considered my debut work. However, during the writing of my previous book, I also did not utilize drafts. Draft can indeed facilitate more stable updates, which is an advantage. Nevertheless, I perceive this as a disadvantage as well. My thoughts on the story's progression vary from day to day. And if I were to rely on drafts, there might be less stylistic variation, resulting in a narrative that lacks vitality, of course. This is merely my personal opinion and does not represent a universal truth. Alright, I must admit, I'm indeed a bit lazy, which is another reason that if I'm not mistaken, the questions from all of you should be these. There may be others I have overlooked, so I kindly ask everyone to reiterate them in the comments section. I will find time to respond. Currently, this book has not yet received any recommendations, and I am uncertain whether its performance is considered satisfactory. Many have stated that this book will become popular, which has indeed bolstered my confidence. Writing can be quite a tedious task, but thanks to your support, I have been able to persevere. I hope that, in the days to come, you will continue to support the male Phoenix and me. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you all. P.S. Today, I checked the back end and discovered that many of you have generously rewarded me. I am sincerely grateful that I am still relatively new to this platform and am still getting accustomed to many aspects. If there is anything I am doing incorrectly, please do not hesitate to point it out, and I will do my utmost to improve. I truly appreciate your rewards. I am but an ordinary person who enjoys money. However, on a free site, there is no need to spend excessively. As long as you find joy in reading, I am more than willing to exert myself to present the best work possible. Once again, I express my gratitude for your support, and I hope we can walk together until the end. Although Dumbledore was quite fond of Field's new persona, it did not imply that he could comprehend Field's avian language, even with Fawkes, the royal translator, by his side. Ultimately, Field devised a solution. He picked up a quill and indicated for Dumbledore to cast a spell upon it, allowing him to control the quill to write on parchment. The principle was similar to that of a shorthand quill. Although it required some effort to grasp Field's intent, Dumbledore felt a sense of satisfaction upon discovering Field's reasoning. He then posed a question. "My dear son, is this your daughter-in-law that you have brought back to me?" Dumbledore once more stroked the fledgling's head. Field froze, staring at Dumbledore in disbelief, his beak opening and closing, momentarily rendered speechless. The fledgling chirped softly, its call imbued with a hint of joy and shyness, two rosy hues appearing on its tiny face, rendering it unexpectedly adorable. Field shook his head vigorously, startled by his own reaction. Truly, having been a bird for so long, even an unremarkable creature seemed charming. No, a resounding word was inscribed heavily on the parchment. Very well, Dumbledore murmured in disappointment. I was hoping to summon Newman. He could certainly document your breeding process. Document it? Field gazed at Dumbledore incredulously, questioning whether he was being asked to make a contribution for the future. Little one, Albus's suggestion seems quite agreeable, Fawkes remarked to Field, noting that the Phoenix clan had few members left. And perhaps they could multiply. Let it be. Field vehemently shook his head, seemingly rejected by his master. The fledgling let out a few soft calls, its voice tinged with despondence. Field was at a loss for how to comfort it, and opted to pretend he had not heard. Very well, my child. Dumbledore resumed his seat behind the desk, his azure eyes gently fixed on Field. Now, could you share with me how you accomplished this? What? Field momentarily failed to grasp Dumbledore's meaning that I believe you must understand. My child, Dumbledore smiled, in the entire magical realm. While there have been instances of wizards transforming into magical creatures, without exception, they either perished or lost their intellect, left only with instinct. How did you manage it? To be honest, I am uncertain. Field contemplated, then wrote on the parchment, I merely incubated the phoenix egg, and as a result... Oh, Dumbledore's interest was piqued. Please excuse an old man's curiosity. Could you recount the process to me? Certainly, there is nothing to withhold. Field recalled the events and detailed them on the parchment. Once Field finished writing, Dumbledore read it thoroughly. If I am not mistaken, Dumbledore mused, perhaps your phoenix assisted you in some way. Phoenix? Field glanced at the fledgling, who was struggling with a piece of parchment. Are you suggesting that she bestowed her power upon me? I think it would be more accurate to say it is bloodline. Dumbledore smiled gently. Perhaps you are mirroring the practices of ancient wizards. Nonetheless, I cannot be entirely certain. The records regarding phoenixes in the magical world are rather scant. You might be the only one to have successfully incubated a phoenix egg. So, have you truly given no thought to marrying Miss Phoenix? Absolutely not. Field resolutely shook his head. Well, isn't that a splendid idea? Dumbledore sighed. Perhaps you could bear many little phoenixes, thus strengthening both the Dumbledore and Phoenix families. Excellent notion. Upon hearing this, Fawkes immediately perked up. I believe Albus is correct. Field, what do you think? Field felt utterly drained, weakly flapping his wings in refusal. Very well, we may revisit this topic at a later time. Dumbledore said, however, I believe you must consider one matter, my son. How will you attend your classes? Field gazed incredulously at Dumbledore, his quill racing across the parchment. You want me, a mere bird, to attend class? You might be mistaken, my child, Dumbledore chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. I believe you can still revert to your human form. Really? Field exclaimed, excitement causing him to flap his wings vigorously. What must I do? If my judgment serves me correctly. Your current form may be a unique type of animagus, Dumbledore surmised, realizing that if this were the case, he could revert to his original state using animagus methods. Field listened intently, striving to comprehend Dumbledore's revelations. Now, you may attempt it, Dumbledore softly urged. Carefully recall your original appearance. Relax your body. Think of nothing else. Simply envision your former self. Remember, silently repeat the incantation, animagus, and do not mispronounce it. Field nodded vigorously, eagerly attempting the method Dumbledore had imparted. Relax, remember, incantation. Field envisioned his original form, quietly murmuring, animagus. In an instant, he felt a painful swelling of his skin, and everything around him seemed to diminish in size. It truly works, Field exclaimed, looking at Dumbledore with excitement. Wanting to say something, but instead uttering, something seems amiss. Field gazed at his chubby little hands. Once again falling into contemplation that it appears I have shrunk again, he scribbled with the quill on the parchment. Indeed, you are somewhat smaller, Dumbledore observed, nodding slowly at the diminutive creature between Field's legs. Ugh, you old rogue. Field quickly covered his crucial area, casting Dumbledore a disapproving glance. It must be the phoenix blood that has rejuvenated you. Dumbledore pondered, swiftly providing an explanation that this what it means to be young. Field was at a loss for words. No need to worry, my child, Dumbledore comforted him. I recall Severus having some aging potions. You might find them useful. Indeed, I am in dire need of them, Field wrote. However, aging potions have a very short duration. I cannot be certain of their efficacy for me. You may prepare several, Dumbledore reassured him. At least we have found a solution, have we not? Very well, Field conceded reluctantly. Yet lacking other alternatives, he accepted the situation. Snape soon delivered the aging potions. This time, Dumbledore had already placed Field in his private quarters. The transformation of magical creatures and the reversal of aging would undoubtedly bring Field immense trouble if made known. Dumbledore was well aware of this and had no intention of letting Snape in on it. Despite his great trust in him, I imagine our esteemed headmaster is aware that his poor subordinate is currently resting, Snape remarked sarcastically, placing several vials of aging potion on Dumbledore's desk. Or perhaps he believes his subordinate's potion-making skills have diminished to the point that he must personally inspect them? It is merely a trivial matter. I am in need of this. Dumbledore smiled. You know, Severus, I do not have many potion masters I can trust, and I hope you're not curious about what your bones aging would look like. Snape replied, glancing at Dumbledore, speaking slowly. Additionally, that Lilby did not attend class this afternoon. I trust you're aware of this. All right. Dumbledore slapped his forehead. I completely forgot. I heard the new dessert shop open near Diagon Alley, and I asked him to fetch some for me. Humph. Snape immediately discerned this to be Dumbledore's excuse, snorting disdainfully, if my mind is not deceiving me, he is still a student of Slytherin House. My apologies, Severus, Dumbledore said apologetically. I shall inform you in advance next time. All right? It would be best. Snape shot a glare at Dumbledore. I do not wish for you to become a befuddled old fool prematurely. In fact, you already are. Dumbledore smiled at Snape. Thus, I am grateful. You always assist me when I require it. Severus. Snape scoffed again, leaving with the remark, tell him to report to my office at 7 this evening to begin his detention. There will be no second chances. Dumbledore tilted his head with a smile, softly murmuring, oh, poor child, as he returned to his quarters with the aging potions. The dinner at Hogwarts was as sumptuous as ever. Yet Field found it devoid of flavor. He felt quite uncomfortable indeed. Detention, and the very first one of the term. It seemed no one was as unfortunate as he. However, it did not seem entirely without merit. Field recalled something and retrieved the little phoenix from his pocket. Although it had only been an afternoon, the little creature had undergone a significant transformation. Now, it resembled a chick, albeit with an additional feather and red plumage. After his recovery, Field had named her Ariane, meaning elegance. This name reflected his beautiful aspirations for the little phoenix's future appearance. Upon hearing the name, Dumbledore appeared somewhat lost in thought, leaving Field to wonder if he had made a misstep. Recovering, Dumbledore smiled and assured him that the name was splendid, which greatly eased Field's heart. After dinner, Field had no further classes. Upon returning to his dormitory and tidying up his belongings, he took his small suitcase back to the 8th floor. Dumbledore advised him to move out of his dormitory. At least until his physical condition was fully resolved, it was unwise for him to share quarters with anyone. Field wholeheartedly agreed. However, even as the headmaster, Dumbledore could not directly assign him a private room. Despite a desire to treat his child more favorably, he was aware of the necessity for maintaining a facade of fairness, having learned this lesson long ago. Although direct arrangements were inconvenient, Dumbledore did recommend a particular location. That I know of a magical room within the castle. It is a place I once discovered. Whatever your needs may be, you can find assistance there. Considering his current requirements, Field immediately recalled a remarkable place documented in Hogwarts history, the Room of Requirement. Dumbledore hinted that the Room of Requirement was located on the 8th floor, but its exact whereabouts would require him to search for it himself. Where could it be? Field mused, quietly observing the 8th floor. He quickly noticed something amiss. The corridors of Hogwarts were adorned with various decorations, predominantly paintings and tapestries. However, on the 8th floor, one side of the wall was covered in portraits and tapestries, while the other side was entirely bare. This must be the place, Field surmised. The text indicated that the method to enter the Room of Requirement involved pacing back and forth while silently articulating one's need. Field set his suitcase aside and approached the empty wall, murmuring, I need a single dormitory. I need a single dormitory, as he walked back and forth. After some time, the wall remained unresponsive. Had he guessed incorrectly? Field was caught in a blend of reluctance and bewilderment. If it weren't here, then where could it possibly be? Once more, he surveyed his surroundings and soon found something peculiar. It was a tapestry depicting a wizard pleading for mercy before a mountain troll wielding a club. There were two oddities about this scene. Firstly, wizards were notoriously proud, even in death. The ghosts of Hogwarts exemplified this, as their inherent arrogance persisted despite their demise. Yet this tapestry portrayed a wizard in a state of supplication to a creature of little intellect. This was indeed remarkable. In addition to this, it was strange that while the entire 8th floor was adorned with murals, this was the only tapestry present. Such anomalies compelled Field to ponder further. He never hurt a try. He mused. Approaching the tapestry, he repeated his earlier actions. The figures of the wizard and the troll ceased their struggle and turned to regard Field's movements. After pacing back and forth several times, he once again gazed at the tapestry. His dismay. It remained unchanged, devoid of any transformation. Sighing, he shook his head, preparing to depart, when he noticed an ancient door had mysteriously appeared on the blank wall behind the chest. The door was of an archaic design, featuring a bronze handle. This must be the place. Elated, Field dragged the chest over and reached out to open the door. Inside was a bedroom that exuded a slightly antiquated charm. The gilded candlesticks and velvet carpets spoke of its age. Although the decor was somewhat dated, every item was pristine. Even the bathtub in the bathroom showed no signs of wear. Overall, Field felt quite satisfied. After arranging his belongings, he had no intention of resting just yet. Instead, he set out for Snape's office. Though Snape had mentioned 7 o'clock, that was merely for his own reference that if he arrived at 6, then 7 would already be considered tardy. Field had learned this lesson long ago and was determined not to stumble in the same manner again. Perhaps, as a Slytherin, Snape would not deduct house points. But he had countless ways to reprimand students. Once, Field had been late and was ordered by Snape to collect ink from the giant squid in the Black Lake during winter by the time he had completed the task and shivered while presenting the collection bottle to Snape. He was informed it was unsatisfactory and that he must try again. Of course, Snape had cast a waterproof charm and a drying spell on him, but such spells offered no protection against the cold. This lesson had remained etched in Field's memory, and he understood that attempting to reason with Snape was futile. He would always emerge victorious that Snape's office was adjacent to the potions classroom, converted from the dungeons. Originally, it had served as the office for the head of Slytherin House, while the potions professor's office was located on the 4th floor. After Snape's employment at Hogwarts, the two offices had been amalgamated. Honestly, Field could not fathom why Snape would choose such a cramped and dimly lit room, yet he had never inquired. Who knew what tasks the old bat would impose upon him if he did? Knock, knock, knock. Enter. The cold voice resonated from behind the office door, and without hesitation, Field pushed the door open and stepped inside. The dim atmosphere, damp walls, and shelves lined with enormous glass jars containing peculiar animal specimens, which he had seen many times before, still made him feel uneasy. Above the fireplace hung a gray tapestry, embroidered with silver thread depicting the Slytherin crest. "Oh, look, is that young Dumbledore?" A familiar, sardonic whisper slithered through the air like a serpent, and Snape's sallow visage came into view. "Good afternoon, Professor," Field greeted with a flawless smile. "How fortunate it is that you still remember your professor," Snape replied, his black eyes hollow. "If your eyes haven't been donated, you might want to check the time. Or perhaps your mind is filled with sweets, leaving no room for the time I informed you." "My apologies, Professor," Field replied, shaking his head gently. "I merely wish to arrive early to complete my detention, and perhaps offer my assistance here." "Very well." Snape pressed his lips together, a gesture that signified a rare smile. Field understood this meant he could relax his anxious demeanor slightly. "The school has recently procured a batch of bezoars. I require its powder." Snape gestured toward the workbench by the torchlit wall, addressing Field from a position of authority. "Leave it to me, Professor," Field assured politely. "I will complete it as swiftly as possible." Snape gave a barely perceptible nod and turned back to grade student assignments. Understanding this as a sign of acquiescence, Field hurried to his usual spot, eyeing a bag resting beside the workbench. Taking a deep breath, he reached out. Indeed, it was the undetectable extension charm. Field thought to himself. This matter was reminiscent of when Snape had first tasked him with handling materials. Initially, Snape had only asked Field to prepare a portion of ingredients for grinding, such as snake fangs, that he had not anticipated that Field's phoenix power could pulverize an entire batch at once, which resulted in Field taking longer than expected. After 2 such experiences, Snape had replaced the ordinary herb shelf with bags enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. Field opened the bag and tilted it towards the workbench, and with a clattering sound, The table quickly filled with the bezoars to be processed. Setting the bag aside, he took a deep breath. His hands glowing with red light as the phoenix power manifested, he extended his hands over the workbench, about 2 centimeters above the bezoars, and began to channel his power towards the ingredients. With a series of soft pops, the bezoars transformed in a fine powder. Familiar with the routine, he deftly picked up a potion bottle and carefully scooped the powder into it using a silver spoon. Once the first bottle was filled, he swiftly switched to another. Unbeknownst to him, Snape had approached from behind and observed Field's adept handling of the materials, nodding slightly with an expression of rare satisfaction. After filling all the bottles with the powdered bezoars, Field poured out another batch, this time working even faster. Although he had been pressed in his service, Field felt no sense of grievance that in fact, this task significantly honed his mastery over his phoenix power. On numerous occasions prior, when he had pulverized ingredients, he would inadvertently damage the workbench as well. During those times, Snape had surprisingly refrained from mockery, instead quietly increasing Field's workload. Eventually, Field learned to control the range of his phoenix power, allowing him to genuinely assist Snape. That it could be said that Snape had, in this regard, aided him as well, pouring ingredients, grinding, bottling, and then pouring again. Before long, the entire bag of bezoars had been processed, just as he turned to ask Snape if there was anything else. He nearly jumped in surprise at Snape's presence behind him. "Passable," Snape remarked, casually producing his wand, and with a flick, several batches of ingredients floated onto the workbench before Field. "The cauldron is on the shelf. Fetch one for me. You know what I require of you, so do not make me repeat myself." "Yes, Professor." Field's countenance brightened with delight as he hurriedly jogged to fetch a cauldron. The potion-making class was officially underway. After concocting a potion that garnered a barely passing grade, Field was promptly dismissed from Snape's office, along with the remark, "Come back tomorrow." This could be considered Snape's gentlest demeanor, and naturally, Field was not inclined to dwell on it. Moreover, as Field was aware, it was exceedingly rare for students to receive praise from Snape, especially regarding the end product of their potion brewing, one of the most distinguished potion masters in the magical realm. And the youngest to boot, Snape certainly had the credentials to make such judgments. Concerning the small class on handling potion ingredients, this was not the first occurrence. A professor. One cannot easily owe favors to students. Particularly in Snape's case, this individual had hardly ever owed anyone anything throughout his life. Even if Field merely performed a minor task, it would not warrant an exception. Thus, it was precisely because of this that Snape had continuously instructed Field in potion brewing once he was truly capable of handling the materials. Though Snape's words could be biting, the fact that Field's potion-making skills far surpassed those of his peers attested to the substance of his teaching. That in truth, many Hogwarts graduates, even those who had not attended Snape's advanced potion classes, possessed commendable foundational skills in potion-making. However, their opinions of Snape were seldom positive. Snape, for his part, was indifferent to such evaluations, or rather, he had never cared about the opinions of others. This, perhaps, was a unique pride of his. Upon returning to the room of requirement, Field reflected upon all he had gained that day before drifting into a contented slumber. After he fell asleep, the phoenix, Ariana, emerged from his pocket, cautiously surveying Field and confirming his deep slumber. The little phoenix fluttered its tiny wings and alighted beside Field's pillow, curling up against his cheek, soon emitting soft snores. Early the following morning, Field discovered he had reverted to infancy once more. This time, he did not panic. After all, he had experienced it before. He gently crawled to the bedside table, reached for a vial of aging potion that had been prepared in advance, and took a small sip. To be honest, the taste was quite unpleasant. Field suppressed the urge to retch and patiently awaited its effect. After a few breaths, he felt his body stretching. Moments later, the sensation of stretching subsided, and Field lightly hopped off the bed. Making his way to the dressing mirror, gazing at his reflection, now restored to his original form, Field nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to the washroom. After Field departed, the little phoenix peeked out from under the covers, surveyed the surroundings, and with a flash of fire, returned to the pocket of the robe hanging on the coat rack. Once Field had completed his morning routine, he glanced at his schedule, donned his clothes, and patted the pocket where the little phoenix resided, nodding in contentment as he left the room of requirement. Upon entering the great hall, he noticed there were still few students present. Field paid it no mind, as he currently harbored little desire to forge friendships, and thus did not concern himself overly much. After taking a few bites of a hot dog, just as he reached for a cup of milk, he noticed a familiar face seated beside him. "Good morning, Luna." Field swallowed his food leisurely and greeted Luna, inquiring, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Good morning, Field," Luna nodded. "Quite well, thank you." "And you?" "Very comfortably," Field replied, recalling the large bed in the room of requirement. Nodding gently. "You missed class yesterday afternoon," Luna remarked, spreading jam on a piece of toast. "Did something happen?" "Just a minor issue," Field answered lightly. Though it was a bit troublesome, it was resolved swiftly. Luna glanced at Field and nodded. "There are no pesky insects buzzing around your ears." "Indeed, since the matter has been resolved," Field said, taking a large gulp of milk and letting out a burp, "that I believe you might need this." Luna turned and extracted a piece of parchment from her book, the delicious assignment left by Professor Sprout. "This is due for submission in the next Herbology class." "Oh, thank you." Field smiled appreciatively. "I truly needed this. In fact, I was planning to ask Professor Sprout about it at some point. You've been a great help, Luna." "Not at all," Luna replied, fetching a serving of vegetable salad. "When do you plan to tackle it?" "The assignment?" Field raised an eyebrow, contemplating. "About lunchtime. We could complete it in the library. I have a few classes in the morning, and I could finish everything together." "Sounds like a splendid idea," Luna cheerfully replied. "After we finish our work, we can read. I'm hoping to find a book on the toadstool hook. Perhaps it will hold some answers. Who knows?" Field shrugged. "Finding it will be splendid, but don't get your hopes up too high. After all, many of those books are in the restricted section and require a professor's note." Luna nodded gently. "That's all right. I've prepared myself for the possibility of failure." "That's good to hear." Field suddenly recalled something. "Do you have class this morning?" "I believe I saw we share a class together. Perhaps we can continue being partners." "Defense against the dark arts," Luna nodded. "I'd be delighted." "Then let's head to our first class." Field smiled. "I'll see you in defense against the dark arts." "See you soon." Luna waved as she returned to the Ravenclaw table with a cup of pumpkin juice. After watching her depart, Field took his books and made his way upstairs. The first class was Transfiguration, held on the first floor of Hogwarts. Although Field had never been there, he casually asked a ghost for directions and soon found himself at the doorway of the Transfiguration classroom. After thanking the ghost, Field pushed open the classroom door and entered. Perhaps due to his early arrival, there was not a single soul present, nor any cats. Field was unperturbed. He chose a random spot and quietly began reading. The book he was perusing bore no title, a gift from Professor McGonagall. Field had always believed it was penned by her. However, upon inquiry, he learned that it was written by his father, though it had never been published in the magical community. As a former head of the Transfiguration Department, McGonagall's mentor, Dumbledore, undoubtedly possessed unparalleled skills in Transfiguration. While Dumbledore was adept in numerous magical arts, Transfiguration remained his forte. Field had once implored him to broaden his horizons, and he had witnessed Dumbledore transform a teacup into an owl. Without even employing a wand for incantations, Transfiguration was inherently a form of magic devoid of spells. Now that he had achieved the highest accomplishment of becoming an animagus, a feat never before accomplished by anyone, he pondered whether his Transfiguration skills had indeed improved. With this thought in mind, Field found himself restless. Eager to give it a try, he retrieved his wand, contemplated for a moment, and aimed it at the quill on the desk. Focusing intently on the image in his mind, Field regarded the feather before him and decisively waved his wand, but a crimson light shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking the quill. The quill twisted and gradually transformed, ultimately becoming half a snake. Field stared at the writhing snake tail before him, noting that the front end remained unchanged, and fell into deep contemplation, returned to normal. Field commanded, casting the restoration spell upon the creature he had conjured. With a flash of red light, the peculiar entity reverted to a quill. "Let's try again," Field mused quietly, directing his wand to the quill once more. With emerald eyes, a sharp snake's tongue, and the occasional flickering of a forked tongue, it could indeed appear quite appealing. However, the part that should have been the snake's tail remained that sharp quill tip. After yet another restoration of quill, Field was plunged into profound thought. Where exactly did the problem lie? Field was leafing through Dumbledore's book, lost in deep contemplation. Your magical output is insufficient, young Mr. Dumbledore. A stern voice interrupted Field's thoughts. He looked up to meet the gaze of Professor McGonagall, who stood before his desk. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall," Field stammered, hastily rising to his feet, offering an awkward smile. "I apologize. I was just curious. I do not hold it against you, young Mr. Dumbledore," McGonagall replied with a slight smile. "However, it would be best to practice Transfiguration under the supervision of a professor next time." "Understood, Professor. I will remember that," Field said, running a hand through his hair, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It is quite all right. You have already surpassed many of your peers, young Mr. Dumbledore," McGonagall remarked with a light chuckle. "Alas, this is not a classroom, and I cannot award you any points. However, I can offer you some guidance, provided that you need it. Of course, Professor," Field replied, his face lighting up with enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously. "I have been stuck here for quite some time. While I have read many books, the content is simply too vague." "This is not uncommon," McGonagall shook her head. "Transfiguration is inherently a concept-dependent magic, while elementary transfiguration may provide you with ample information. Once you reach intermediate transfiguration, it begins to delve into the essence of transformation itself. Essentially, the essence of magic. It largely depends on one's innate talent. I have observed many students who find spells and other subjects easy to grasp, yet struggle significantly with transfiguration, which demands much of their time. It is a discipline that truly tests one's ability." Field nodded silently. Dumbledore had noted a similar sentiment in his book, advising that without a natural aptitude for transfiguration, one ought not to waste excessive time on it. "I seem to have digressed." McGonagall adjusted her glasses and posed a serious inquiry. "Before I officially guide you, I need to ask you some fundamental questions. I hope you will respond truthfully." "Of course, Professor," Field nodded obediently. "What do you believe transfiguration to be?" McGonagall fixed her gaze upon Field's eyes as she posed her question. "It is creation," Field answered without hesitation. Upon hearing his response, McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "And what are the process of performing transfiguration?" "First, one must identify the object to be transformed in the desired form. Second, one rewrites the object into the new form through magical energy. Finally, one must maintain the altered object's appearance using magic." Field mused briefly before confidently summarizing. "I would categorize it as meditation, rewriting, and shaping." "Well, I believe I have discerned your area of confusion," McGonagall nodded. "Regrettably, I must inform you, young Mr. Dumbledore, that your understanding of transfiguration may be mistaken." "What?" Field raised an eyebrow. "Why so?" "By your definition, in essence, what you are performing is not transfiguration, but rather alchemy based on magical energy," McGonagall asserted firmly. "Although the outcomes may appear strikingly similar, they are fundamentally different." Field quickly retrieved a piece of parchment, dipping his quill into ink, and began recording McGonagall's insights. Observing this, McGonagall nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. She had always appreciated diligent students. In fact, the essence of alchemy is creation," McGonagall continued. "This transformation is permanent. It does not require you to maintain it with magical energy. For instance, if you were to use alchemy to turn a matchstick into a needle, it is fundamentally a needle thereafter. Whereas transfiguration, strictly speaking, is a conceptual alteration." McGonagall paused, contemplating before continuing. "You may understand it as a form of deception." "Deception?" Field raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that? Perhaps I should not share this with you." McGonagall appeared hesitant, for this delved into the profound intricacies of advanced transfiguration. "I would not wish to burden you, Professor," Field sighed. "However, without grasping this concept, I fear I shall not find rest. It is not that severe." Young Mr. Dumbledore, McGonagall chuckled, amused by him. "Well then, since you insist, I suppose you may gain some preliminary understanding." "Thank you, Professor." Field promptly expressed his gratitude, his quill poised and ready once more. In truth, transfiguration itself is a form of deception," McGonagall continued without hesitation. "However, this deception is not aimed at a person, but rather at nature, the world, or, shall we say, a set of rules." "What are these rules, Professor?" Field raised his hand to interject. "For example, when it rains, the raindrops fall downwards. This is a rule, McGonagall provided an example that I see, Field exclaimed. Enlightened, the rules in the magical realm refer to certain laws or principles of the natural world. Excellent. Let us proceed, McGonagall nodded. Taking the previous example of rain. We know that, during rainfall, the droplets descend. However, can rainwater ascend? Field remained silent, understanding that this was not the moment to interject. Indeed, McGonagall answered herself. Without any external interference, of course not. But we are wizards. Magical energy serves as the ultimate means of interference. Through magic, we can temporarily alter this rule. That is transfiguration. So, the essence of transfiguration is to alter rules through magical energy, Field inquired, raising an eyebrow. Or to substitute rules, McGonagall affirmed, nodding. When the rules change, it is akin to using magic to deceive the world that I trust you can now comprehend, young Mr. Dumbledore. Although McGonagall's explanation was sufficiently clear, some of the concepts remained elusive to Field, perhaps due to his own lack of understanding. Nevertheless, he refrained from asking further, recognizing that this was within the realm of advanced transfiguration, a subject he had yet to master fully. He understood the principle of moderation. Subsequently, McGonagall offered him additional guidance on what to pay attention to in intermediate transfiguration. With her assistance, Field finally succeeded in transforming his quill into a small snake that McGonagall nodded approvingly and, after instructing him to continue practicing on his own, transformed into a cat, leaping onto the podium and settling down in animagus. Field observed McGonagall's transformation intently, yet gleaned no insights that I hope the students to follow are more earnest. Field mused darkly to himself. As time passed, students gradually began to appear in the classroom. Initially, a few students from Slytherin trickled in, sitting apart from one another and engaging in hushed conversations. After a while, a larger group of students entered, all members of Hufflepuff, led by an upperclassman. Field noted that the Slytherin prefect had been incessantly proclaiming Slytherin's unity, yet he found himself increasingly skeptical of this assertion. As the last student entered the classroom, the bell signaling the start of class rang. Just as the students began to wonder why Professor McGonagall had not yet arrived, the tabby cat perched on the desk leaped down, twisting in midair to transform back into Professor McGonagall. Wow, cool! A wave of applause erupted in the room, ignited by an unknown student. Thank you, McGonagall smiled faintly, pressing her hand down to restore silence in the classroom. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous spell in your Hogwarts curriculum. Anyone caught misbehaving in my class shall be expelled, never to return. I have warned you. After delivering her stern warning, McGonagall began to call the roll. Just like the other professors, there were no absentees nor tardy students, and McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. Welcome to your Transfiguration class. Her serious demeanor left the students uncertain as to whether her welcome was sincere, for this was a profoundly significant subject, one that would manifest in both school and life. Where the presence of transfiguration was ever palpable, it is precisely for this reason that transfiguration is the only mandatory subject at Hogwarts that spanned from the first year through to the 7th. I urge you to remember this well and never let it slip from your mind. Professor McGonagall surveyed the room before continuing. Some may argue that transfiguration serves as the foundation for nonverbal spells within the realm of charms. While I am reluctant to dispute this, as there are significant differences between the two, mastering transfiguration will indeed facilitate your swift comprehension of nonverbal spells. Observe, with a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall pointed at the lectern, which instantly transformed into a diminutive pink piglet that squealed twice in front of the students. The pupils gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening with excitement at this spectacle. A subtle smile flickered at the corner of McGonagall's mouth. Quickly concealed, yet the mirth in her eyes was undeniable. You will all master this. However, before that, you must acquire some foundational knowledge. With a graceful gesture, she instructed, Now, open your books to the first page. We shall delve into Gamp's laws of transfiguration and its 5 notable exceptions, which you must remember thoroughly. The first law states that all transformations are fundamentally based on magical power. This is indisputable. The execution of any spell is inextricably linked to one's magical energy. And I believe no further explanation is necessary, correct? With a wave of her wand, writing appeared on the blackboard. The students, recognizing the cue, promptly took out their parchment to jot down notes. Excellent, McGonagall commended before continuing. The second law dictates that the duration of a transformation is contingent upon the caster's focus, the intensity of their magical energy, and the size of the object being transformed. She paused for a moment. Adding here, I believe you require a more detailed understanding. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall produced 2 small wooden blocks, items of identical size and material. If the transformed object is larger, the duration of the transformation will be shorter. Conversely, if the object is smaller, the duration will be extended. Observe. With a deft motion of her wand, she transformed the 2 blocks into a teacup and a teapot. After a few breaths, the teapot wobbled and, with a twist, reverted back to a wooden block, while the teacup maintained its form. With another flick of her wand, the teacup too returned to its original state. Furthermore, when transforming the same object, the results may vary, and the duration of each transformation will differ. Note that the duration for transforming a living being is invariably shorter than that for an inanimate object, regardless of size. The third and final law of Gamp's principle states that the essence of the transformed object will never change. Just like the pig I conjured moments ago, its essence remains that of a table. Even if it were to be killed, it would merely be a broken table. This is something you must also remember. Observing that her students had completed their notes, McGonagall nodded slightly. These are the foundational principles of Transfiguration as proposed by Master Gamp. He later made some additions, which are the 5 notable exceptions to Gamp's laws. The first exception is that wizards cannot conjure fine wines and exquisite dishes from thin air, nor can they transform other objects into food. Even if you were to turn a table into a cake and consume it, you would derive no nourishment, for it is merely a heap of wood. The second exception states that living beings cannot be permanently transformed into inanimate objects. If I turn the lectern into a pig, once my magic wanes, it will revert to being a table. Should you cast a blasting curse on the pig, the result will be mere fragments of a wooden table, not the remains of a pig. The third exception stipulates that Transfiguration cannot produce magical items, such as flying brooms. You may have heard that during the Quidditch World Cup, certain nations enjoy tossing gold galleons into the crowd. In reality, these are merely ordinary coins produced through Transfiguration. Over time, they will vanish, and many ministries of magic have expressly prohibited such transformations. The fourth exception indicates that Transfiguration cannot alter quantity. 1 matchstick can only become 1 needle. You may later learn a spell for duplication, but even that is not permanent, merely temporary. Some might argue that they have witnessed a sudden increase in food and have indeed consumed it. This, however, is a branch of Transfiguration known as summoning. You will encounter this topic in your 5th year, so there's no need to rush. The 5th exception emphasizes that Transfiguration does not create something from nothing, which overlaps slightly with the first law. However, this point is of utmost importance. These are the 5 notable exceptions to Gamp's basic laws of Transfiguration. All of these form the foundation of Transfiguration and are essential components of the examination. It is imperative that you commit them to memory and never forget. During the first Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall did not require the students to practice spells, but instead provided a thorough overview of the foundational requirements of Transfiguration and Gamp's laws along with their 5 exceptions. While Field found this information immensely valuable, it did not reflect the sentiments of all his peers. Many students, particularly those from Hufflepuff, could not hide their disappointment as they exited the classroom. The second lesson of the morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts, held on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. With only 30 minutes between classes, Field had a multitude of questions he wished to pose to Professor McGonagall. However, time was not on his side, and he reluctantly abandoned the enticing notion. He hurried to the classroom door, taking a moment to catch his breath before entering. Inside, a considerable number of students had already gathered, predominantly from Ravenclaw, as indicated by their house insignia. "Hey, over here a light." Melodic voice called from across the room. Field turned to see Luna waving at him. Without hesitation, he strolled over and casually took a seat beside her. "You arrived quite early," he remarked, extracting his book. "Our headmaster taught the last class, and the classroom is quite close," Luna explained briefly. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Field's book. This your reading material. "How could it be? This isn't." Field began to clarify that it was the textbook. But he suddenly realized that his textbook indeed differed from the others. "Dark Arts, A Guide to Self-Defense," Luna read aloud, her voice soft. "I've seen this one before." It was among the books my mother left behind. It seems to be an older textbook. My acceptance letter seems to have had an error. Field frowned, glancing at the book Luna held titled Traveling with Ghouls. So, this is the actual textbook, correct? Damn it. Father, can you not get anything right? He muttered inwardly. And these Luna continued, pulling out several more books from seemingly nowhere. Breaking ties with banshees, adventuring with trolls, vacationing with harpies. Field counted, and there appeared to be 7 books in total. His brow furrowing even deeper. These texts resembled wizarding novels, and he questioned whether so many textbooks would truly be necessary. I have no idea. Luna shrugged. Perhaps we will need them, perhaps not. Very well, Field replied, still frowning. That I am beginning to form an impression of this professor, that I hope he possesses some genuine expertise, that I think so too. However, it might be best not to set your expectations too high. Luna advised earnestly. Just as Field was about to respond, the bell rang, signaling the start of class, forcing him to suspend his thoughts. The door swung open gently, and Gilderoy Lockhart sauntered in at a leisurely pace. Despite Field's reservations about him, he couldn't deny that some individuals were simply born to be stars, with a flawless smile adorning his handsome face and his blue eyes sparkling with charm. He appeared to engage everyone in conversation. His golden hair was swept back, lending him an air of maturity and composure. Clad in a resplendent blue satin robe adorned with silver embroidery depicting stars and intricate patterns, he exuded a lavish presence. Mature and affluent, handsome yet approachable, this man seemed to possess all the attributes that enamored women, if the tales woven within his book truly transpired in his life. Then one more attribute must be added to the narrative: strength. Nevertheless, whispers have already circulated, suggesting that this individual is merely a charlatan. Gilderoy Lockhart seemed oblivious to the gossiping students below him. He casually picked up one of his own tomes. Gesturing to the smiling visage on the cover, and commenced his address that he said, winking at his own photograph, am Gilderoy Lockhart, a recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin. He continued, moreover, I am an honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League. Should any of you be familiar with it? Perhaps it is for this reason that I have been awarded the Most Charming Smile Award by the Wizarding Weekly on 5 occasions. Though I do not boast of such accolades, for I do not rely on my smile to vanquish banshees. With that, he winked towards the stage. While many of the boys felt a sense of nausea, the young witches were thoroughly enchanted, including those from Ravenclaw, known for their reason and intellect. During my last class with Gryffindor, I had already conducted a few minor assessments. Lockhart set down his book, smiling as he spoke, though the final outcome left me somewhat dissatisfied. However, how could a professor begrudge a student? Perhaps it was due to their limited time for study. This is quite unfortunate, indeed. Even if I saw that you had purchased my complete works, it would not bring me joy. The knowledge contained within is the most valuable treasure, and I hope you will remember that. With these words, Lockhart retrieved a stack of papers from the lectern and handed them to the first student in each row. This is a set of test questions to gauge your understanding of the material in my book. You now have 30 minutes to complete it, and why skepticism regarding his abilities grew. Field whispered to Luna that I always feel we should not treat a professor in such a manner. Luna softly replied. So, do you endorse him? Field raised an eyebrow and remarked, I have yet to discover any extraordinary talents in him. Coincidentally, the papers had now reached them. A.S. Field casually scanned the questions. He passed the remaining papers backward. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you consider to be Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? 4. What day is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What is his ideal birthday gift? Well, there's no need to hold your breath, Field said with a wry smile, shaking his head as he read the paper. I think you're right, Field, Luna said after finishing the paper and turning to him, picking up her quill to begin answering. Field shrugged, placing his quill aside, already prepared to give up. He was now somewhat relieved that he had not purchased this year's textbooks. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Lockhart signaled for the last student in each row to come forward and collect the papers, returning once more to the back of the podium. Field watched as the students collected their blank sheets, feeling no stirrings within. However, upon glimpsing Luna's answers, he nearly erupted in laughter. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Green. 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? To eradicate the gnome. 3. What do you consider to be Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Preparing to eradicate the gnome. Point 4. What day is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? The day he was born. What is his ideal birthday gift? A world without gnomes. Well, Lockhart flipped through the papers, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Though I do not harbor expectations regarding whether you have diligently read my works, such dismal results are somewhat unexpected. I had presumed there could be no worse papers than those from Gryffindor. Well, it appears I overestimated you. The disappointment on Lockhart's face deepened as he perused more papers. Upon reaching one, he abruptly paused, looking out at the audience to Mr. Field Dumbledore. It seems you have written nothing. This is unacceptable. Quite poor indeed. Yes, Professor. Field stood, his expression earnest. Perhaps you are unaware that the reading list sent to me by the school contained errors. I have always held great expectations for your teaching. Please forgive me. No one is more suited to be our professor than you. Am I right? No. Young Dumbledore. Lockhart waved his hand, his familiar smile returning. I am but an ordinary wizard pursuing the pinnacle of magic. Children, remember this. While many of you may admire me for my power, and some may have confidence in my vast knowledge, such sentiments are misplaced. Dear children, I cannot claim that everyone's talents are inferior to mine. I simply have a penchant for adventure and reading. Among you in the future, there may exist individuals far more exceptional. Thus, I urge you to believe in yourselves. As I penned in my book, The Wizarding World and Its Wonders, we are all servants of magic, a collective striving to ascend the heights of enchantment. Therefore, young Dumbledore, Lockhart smiled at Field, I do not seek to criticize or diminish you. I merely hope you do not place me on too high a pedestal, for it may greatly hinder your future pursuits. I understand, Professor Lockhart. Field responded, his face alight with excitement. You are indeed a person of great wisdom. If I can assist you in any way, it would be my utmost pleasure. Lockhart smiled and nodded. You may take your seat now. Young Dumbledore, a fine young man indeed. After observing Field settle back into his seat, the smile in Lockhart's eyes nearly overflowed. Though it was the school's error, I sincerely hope such matters do not impede your studies. Therefore, I would like to offer you 2 small rewards, young Dumbledore. Very well, Professor. Field immediately rose again. Oh no need be so excited, child. Just sit down. Lockhart gracefully gestured for him to take his seat. A studious child deserves encouragement. After class, you may accompany me to my office, where I shall present you with my complete works. Professor. Field raised his hand. Is there a question, young Dumbledore? Lockhart inquired, puzzled that, if possible, could I receive your signature? Field rubbed his nose, appearing quite bashful. Of course, consider a token of encouragement. Lockhart laughed heartily. Thank you, Professor. Field appeared thoroughly exhilarated, and no need for gratitude. After all, I am your professor. Lockhart beamed at him. And there is another small reward that I wish to bestow upon our young Dumbledore. Your honesty is a rare quality, indeed in recognition of your noble trait. I award Slytherin 10 points that I believe you all should take note of this. It is an invaluable asset. Now, let us commence our lesson, Lockhart said, casting a mysterious smile at the students below. I require 2 small assistants. As the students clamored to volunteer, Field took the opportunity to straighten his collar. Just moments ago, he had nearly made himself feel nauseated. However, acquiring 10 points did indeed seem worthwhile. Through this experience, Field became even more convinced that Lockhart was nothing more than a splendidly polished fool. Noting that Field did not raise his hand, Lockhart felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet upon seeing him intently studying the borrowed book from his deskmate, Lockhart's smile returned, selecting 2 students at random. Lockhart commenced his performance. Indeed, it was a performance. Throughout the remaining time of the class, the students in the classroom were entranced by Gilderoy's impromptu, theatrical performance. 2 students played supporting roles from his book, while he himself portrayed his own character. By the end of the session, aside from the 2 students who performed, who might gain some acting skills, the rest of the students had gleaned almost nothing from the experience, their notes remaining conspicuously blank. Field was no exception. As the bell rang, Gilderoy concluded his performance, which had left him somewhat unsatisfied, and after bestowing a modest reward of 10 points upon the 2 Ravenclaw students, he announced the end of the class at AS for the homework. It was to compose a poem about one of his works. That Mr. Dumbledore, do come to my office. Gilderoy smiled at Field. Out of course, Professor. Field nodded vigorously. 20 minutes later, Field emerged from Gilderoy's office, his expression dazed, a clear indication that he had endured considerable mental strain. Upon reaching the lavatory, he could no longer contain himself and rushed inside, retching violently. A male wizard with a penchant for powder and perfume had even winked at him, while an untidy curling iron lay on his desk. The most vexing part was that Field had to suppress his discomfort and feign compliments until Gilderoy himself could no longer tolerate it. Allowing him to leave, I shall never return, Field thought resolutely after rinsing his mouth. Compared to returning here, he would rather pluck the leg hairs of Hagrid's little creatures, struggling to shake off the nauseating feeling. Field found himself devoid of any appetite for lunch. Seizing the moment when the corridor was empty, he returned to the room of requirement, glanced at his timetable, and grabbed the books needed for his afternoon classes before stepping out. As he left, he made his way directly to the library on the 4th floor, recalling his agreement with Luna to work on their assignments together at noon. To Field's surprise, Luna was already waiting in the library, having arrived even earlier than he. "Hey, Luna, didn't you go for lunch?" Field raised an eyebrow and inquired. "I brought 2 sandwiches," Luna said, pulling out 2 sandwiches from her pocket, "but I didn't bring any drinks." "That's more than sufficient," Field replied as he took a seat across from her. "We can eat while we work on our assignments." "That's precisely what I was thinking," Luna nodded gently, after spending the entire afternoon in the library working on assignments. Field had nearly completed his work. Though his assignments seemed numerous, they paled in comparison to the rigors of his previous 9-year education. The Herbology assignment was a paper on the effects of the white ash tree and its cultivation precautions, requiring a length of 10 inches. The Transfiguration assignment was a paper on the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration and its 5 exceptions, also requiring a length of 10 inches. Field swiftly completed these tasks. However, when it came to the assignment for defense against the dark arts, he found himself at a loss. Firstly, he was not adept at writing poetry, and secondly, Gilderoy Lockhart required a minimum length of 15 inches. For Field, this was utterly outrageous to be why writing slightly larger and locating a poetry anthology in the library, he hastily cobbled together something, managing to finish his assignments just before the lunch break ended. Compared to Field, Luna was far more adept at handling her work. Whether it was essays or poetry, Luna completed her tasks with remarkable ease. She even had an additional astronomy assignment, which she finished even faster than Field. "Hey, Luna, could I borrow your astronomy assignment for a moment?" Field suddenly thought of something and spoke to her. Luna nodded lightly, not asking any questions, and pulled out her astronomy parchment, placing it before Field. Field took out his wand, lightly tapped Luna's paper, and murmured a spell, duplicatus. Instantly, the parchment transformed into 2 identical copies. "It seems you didn't attend astronomy class." Luna regarded Field with curiosity. "That I will be." Field smiled, shrugging lightly. Opportunities favor those who are prepared. "All right, then." Luna mimicked Field's gesture, retrieving her copy. After organizing their assignments, the 2 exchanged quiet conversation as they returned the borrowed books. Madame Pants, the librarian, scrutinized their hands resting on the books, inspecting them thoroughly before her expression softened slightly upon confirming their condition. After politely thanking Madame Pants, who resembled a protective hen, the 2 exited the library together. Luna's first class in the afternoon was Transfiguration, alongside Gryffindor. Upon learning this, Field and Luna exchanged a few casual remarks before parting ways, as their schedules diverged. Field's first class in the afternoon was Charms, followed by a flying lesson. After returning his completed assignments to the room of requirement, Field took the textbook for Charms and left. The Charms classroom was located on the 4th floor of Hogwarts, quite close to the Ravenclaw Tower. This was not Field's first visit, and he quickly found his way there. "Hey, Field, long time no see. Do come in." Professor Flitwick greeted him with evident delight upon spotting him. "Good afternoon, Professor," Field replied cheerfully. "Good afternoon, Field," Flitwick responded with a warm smile. "Did you receive the notes I sent you? I hope you've managed to grasp them." Flitwick referred to the notes he had gifted Field on his birthday the previous year, which detailed the application of Charms. "To be honest, I haven't fully grasped them," Field admitted candidly. "Your notes are somewhat advanced for me, Professor. There are portions I simply cannot comprehend. Perhaps I should acquire more knowledge before revisiting them, but I'm glad you recognize that." Flitwick nodded with a smile. "I must admit, Those notes might indeed be a bit challenging for you. Field held a deep respect for the diminutive professor before him, not only due to his prowess, but also his character. In a magical community, half-blood wizards often face disdain, particularly those of mixed heritage with magical creatures. As the only openly known half-blood between a fairy and a wizard, Flitwick had undoubtedly endured his share of scorn to reach his current status. Nonetheless, he bore no resentment, choosing instead to earn respect through his hard work. As a renowned master of charms and dueling in the magical realm, Professor Flitwick carried significant international influence, yet he displayed not an ounce of arrogance. This, Field believed, was the most admirable quality about him. T.O. Field's knowledge, even in Slytherin, known for its pride and prejudice. Everyone presented their politest demeanor when interacting with Professor Flitwick, a testament to his capabilities. Not only Field, but throughout Hogwarts, the only individual universally cherished by both young and old wizards was this small professor before him. "Come now, my boy, take a seat," Professor Flitwick beckoned with his characteristic high-pitched voice. "There is still time before class begins. Would you care for some red tea?" "No, thank you, Professor." Field gently shook his head. "If it's convenient, I have a few questions I would like to ask you." "Of course, why not?" Flitwick nodded with a smile. Field then began to pose each of the questions he had encountered. Flitwick answered almost instantaneously, some answers provided directly, while others guided Field to think critically. Field listened intently, swiftly jotting down notes. Much of what Professor Flitwick elucidated was not found in any textbook, rendering it exceedingly valuable to Field. After posing all the questions he had prepared, Field nodded in satisfaction and expressed his gratitude to Flitwick. "Thank you, Professor. For now, I have no further inquiries. That I hope you have gained something, my child," Flitwick replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. "Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to visit my office." For the knowledge of standard spells is not easily mastered. Field froze for a moment, staring at Flitwick, suddenly feeling tense. "Relax, my child. I have not said anything alarming," Flitwick reassured him with a cheerful gesture. "How did you know, Professor?" Field asked, relaxing slightly but still puzzled. "There are many aspects, such as the silencing charm. While this incantation is common, it is not typically detailed in ordinary books," Flitwick replied merrily. "Perhaps you are unaware?" "Field, but many of the questions you posed are, in fact, related to dark magic." "What?" Field's anxiety heightened once more. "Calm down, my child," Flitwick waved his hand. "Acquiring some knowledge of dark magic is not inherently detrimental, especially since the dark magic you are likely to master at this stage is minimal. It will not adversely affect you." "All right, please keep this confidential, Professor," Field said with a wry smile. "I shall," Flitwick replied cheerfully. "Although I am uncertain as to how you obtained the initial edition of standard spells, it is always beneficial to expand one's knowledge. If you are interested, I happen to possess an earlier unpublished version of standard spells by Miranda, which I could give you." "Really?" Field's eyes brightened with disbelief. That it wasn't that he doubted Flitwick, but rather that the value of such a book transcended mere monetary worth. According to Frank, a single standard spellbook could suffice to establish a moderately sized pureblood family. "It is no great matter, my child," Flitwick said lightly, "as long as you do not share it with others, though. And the stipulation is that you have already mastered the one you currently possess." "I will, Professor," Field nodded gratefully. "That is good to hear." Flitwick gently patted his head, pausing to remind him, "However, many of the spells contained within are quite perilous, and I hope you refrain from practicing them independently. You may consult me or your father. I believe he would not oppose your desire to learn more." "That I am unsure, Professor." Field shook his head. "That I recall him generally disapproving of dark magic." "Indeed, of course." Flitwick raised an eyebrow. "That subject has caused your father considerable trouble." "That in truth, I share his sentiment. I am not particularly fond of it either." "Is it because it is difficult to control?" Field inquired. "If you study sufficiently, you will come to understand that dark magic is, in fact, much easier to learn than other forms of magic." Flitwick shook his head. "Moreover, the majority of dark spells are characterized by their lethal potency and relative ease of casting. However, my child, the use of dark magic can inflict harm not only upon your adversaries, but also upon yourself. Some injuries are physical, while others may be psychological or spiritual. Wielders of dark magic are distinct from dark wizards. Yet regardless of the type of wizard, Excessive use of dark magic will inevitably lead one down the path of becoming a dark wizard. Flitwick admonished seriously, I would prefer not to hear news of your becoming a dark wizard. Mr. Dumbledore, did I understand, Professor? I will be cautious. Field nodded earnestly. That is reassuring. Flitwick studied Field for a while before breaking into a proud smile. Welcome to the Charms class, children. I am your Professor Flitwick. I in class, after taking attendance. Flitwick introduced himself in a high-pitched voice, his face adorned with a cheerful smile. Some of you may have already encountered charms. Others may not. Flitwick continued now. Can anyone tell me what a charm is? Several students raised their hands. Let me see, Mr. Borns? Yes, Professor. A Slytherin student stood up. That a charm is a type of spell that influences reality through incantations, gestures, and magical power. A very standard answer. Mr. Borns, Flitwick said kindly. I believe Slytherin deserves 3 points. Does anyone wish to add anything? This time, no one raised their hand. After surveying the room, Flitwick's gaze settled on Field. Mr. Dumbledore? Yes, Professor, Field said, meeting Flitwick's expectant gaze with a resigned smile as he stood up. To be honest, I do not know much more than what has been said, Professor. No matter. Feel free to share your thoughts, Flitwick replied nonchalantly. Very well, Field pondered for a moment. In my view, aside from Transfiguration, the vast majority of other forms of magic fall under the category of charms, though this excludes alchemy and potions. Quite correct, Flitwick nodded with a smile. However, that alone does not warrant extra points. Mr. Dumbledore. All right, Field thought to himself that it did not matter whether he received points or not, but seeing Flitwick's cheerful demeanor, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Please continue. Flitwick encouraged him. It seemed that mere perfunctory responses would not suffice. Field sighed inwardly and began to answer earnestly. In the realm of magic, what precisely constitutes a charm is subject to individual interpretation, whether one is a master of charms or a novice witch. There is no definitive definition, nor is there a precise description. The only certainty is that any magic that can be directly cast through your wand, aside from transfiguration or certain aspects of alchemy, qualifies as a charm. From the primitive runic casting to the later intuitive use of innate magical power by wizards, and then the emergence of war magic, culminating in contemporary magic. These all represent charms. Thus, my understanding of charms is that, aside from transfiguration, any magic that enables your magical power to take effect is a charm. Master Miranda Goshawk stated in the standard spells that all magic originates from charms. I cannot claim that my understanding is clearer than that of my predecessors, but given that a master of charms has made such assertion, he must have made some discovery. Therefore, perhaps this definition is indeed correct. Now, regarding the classification of charms, Flitwick continued to inquire. According to international standards, charms are divided into white magic and dark magic. White magic can be broadly categorized into 3 types: domestic magic, war magic, and practical magic. Dark magic, on the other hand, encompasses a wider array of types, primarily including curses, hexes, jinxes, and soul-related magic. Field promptly provided his answer, adding, it is worth mentioning that memory-related magic, while not harmful to the caster, is still considered a form of dark magic. Clap, clap, clap. Flitwick clapped his hands joyfully, exclaiming, even I could not have answered better. A well-deserved 5 points. Thank you, Professor. Field replied politely. No, it is what you rightfully deserve. Flitwick raised an eyebrow at Field before turning his attention to the rest of the class. What Mr. Dumbledore just described is quite excellent, so why not take some notes? The students suddenly realized, hastily pulling out parchment and quills to quickly jot down Field's explanations, while some whispered amongst themselves to catch what they missed. Although what Mr. Dumbledore presented may seem basic, I do not expect all of you to remember it perfectly. In fact, that material is intended for second-year students. First, we must master some even more fundamental concepts. Now, please open your books. We shall begin by studying some theory. Another round of theoretical learning. Although some had anticipated this, when Professor Flitwick made the announcement, many students sighed in disappointment. Flitwick understood their dismay, for he too had been a student once. Nevertheless, he would not relent. Though magic is a wondrous phenomenon, it is also fraught with peril. Even the most trivial incantation, such as a simple Lumos spell, can pose a fatal risk if not executed with precision. Hence, Flitwick chose to disregard the sighs of the young wizards and commenced his lecture. while Field had largely grasped the material Flitwick was presenting. He understood that each individual's comprehension of theory varies. Thus, even familiar concepts captivated Field's attention. After the charms lesson, the students of Slytherin were abuzz with excitement, not due to the conclusion of class, but rather in anticipation of their upcoming flying lesson. Indeed, in a magical realm where Quidditch reigns supreme, it is rare to find a soul, young or old, who does not harbor a fondness for the sport. Even the seemingly austere Professor McGonagall is an avid Quidditch enthusiast. However, Field found little interest in the sport. In truth, he had never been particularly drawn to any form of athletic activity, whether in this life or the previous one. Both Dumbledore and Frank had urged him to engage in physical pursuits, yet Field had consistently opted not to. For him, the only form of exercise lay in the practice of magic that T.O. Field. The prospect of attending a flying lesson was far less enticing than that of a study session. Yet he recognized that this sentiment did not apply to most of his peers. The majority of young wizards were animatedly discussing the lesson, with some boasting about their past exploits, such as nearly colliding with a Muggle helicopter. Field simply smiled, harboring doubts about whether these children even understood what a helicopter was. This skepticism was not unfounded. After residing in the magical community for so long, Field had long been aware of the woeful ignorance wizards exhibited regarding Muggles. As he pondered this, Field was suddenly reminded of the dilapidated castle perched upon the distant snow-capped mountains. Perhaps one reason for the Elder's past successes lay in his superior understanding of Muggles compared to others. The afternoon sun shone brilliantly, with no ominous rain clouds in sight, and a gentle breeze rustled the blades of grass. It was indeed a splendid day for flying. After returning their books to the dormitory, the young wizards eagerly flocked to the grassy expanse outside Hogwarts Castle. The once barren field was now dotted with dozens of flying broomsticks. Field cast a skeptical glance at the worn and weathered brooms, questioning whether they would still function properly. The young wizards gathered excitedly around the brooms, though none dared to pick one up for examination. Instead, they engaged in animated discussions. Just as the bell for class rang, Madame Hooch appeared on the field, exuding an air of formidable authority. Her yellow eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scrutinized each student, while her short gray hair added to her stern demeanor. Field had learned that, despite being a first-year instructor at Hogwarts, Madame Hooch was quite renowned in the magical world. Not only was she one of the few international Quidditch referees, but she had also served as a coach for a team in the Quidditch World Cup. In terms of flying expertise, Madame Hooch was undoubtedly the foremost authority at Hogwarts. However, her magical prowess was rather mediocre. Even a fifth-year student with slightly better talent would surpass her abilities. Nevertheless, Field held her in respect. Every diligent individual deserves admiration. What are you all waiting for? Stand by the brooms. One for each of you, and be quick about it. Madame Hooch's commanding tone matched her fierce appearance upon hearing her directive. The students hastily complied. Field casually approached a broom and positioned himself beside it, facing Ginny Weasley, who had shared a train compartment with him earlier. Long time no see, Field greeted her with a smile. Indeed, long time no see, Ginny replied, returning the smile. I remember you. You're Field Dumbledore, right? Yes, that's correct, Field nodded. How have you been lately? Not too bad, Ginny shrugged. If only Ron weren't so embarrassing, it would be even better. Ron? Field tapped his forehead and thought. If I recall correctly, you mentioned he is my brother. Yes, Ginny confirmed with a grin. He takes good care of me, though I have to overlook his penchant for boasting. You have a rather enviable family. Ginny, Field remarked, suddenly reminded of something. Apologies, may I call you Ginny? Of course, my friends all call me that, Ginny replied nonchalantly, and I wouldn't want to keep calling you Mr. Dumbledore either. Just Field will suffice, he said with a smile. After that, their conversation lapsed as the other students settled into their places, ready to heed Madame Hooch's instructions. To the brooms, say up. With a touch of emotion, Madame Hooch instructed. Up. Up. The students exclaimed in unison. It soon became evident who possessed talent. Some succeeded with a single utterance, while others struggled to elicit a response. And then there was Field. No matter how loudly he called, his broom remained stubbornly rooted to the ground, as if it had taken root. Don't be anxious, dear boy. You may try again. Madame Hooch observed Field's predicament and approached him, her voice gentle. Field nodded and attempted once more, yet to no avail. Madame Hooch, perplexed, placed her hand above the broom and commanded, "Up!" The broom responded immediately, landing gracefully in her grasp. "Listen to me, child," Madame Hooch said, eyeing Field with slight hesitation before continuing. "I must be frank. You may want to consider a different mode of transportation in the future. Cheering from the sidelines can be quite enjoyable, wouldn't you agree?" "Yes, Professor," Field replied without a hint of disappointment. "May I take my leave now?" "Certainly, but do not wander off," Madame Hooch nodded. "You may find a place to rest or head to the library." "Very well, Professor," Field acknowledged. "And your name?" she inquired. "Field Dumbledore, Professor," he replied respectfully. "Dumbledore." Madame Hooch regarded him with a more peculiar gaze, yet she waved him off, granting him permission to leave. Exiting the flying lesson, Field felt somewhat adrift. Though he harbored no fondness for Quidditch, the realization of his complete lack of flying talent left him feeling disheartened. Fortunately, his animagus form could fly, he mused with a wry smile. The magical world offers myriad means of travel, whether through apparition, flue powder, or flying carriages. Thus, Field chose not to dwell on his disappointment. With time on his hands, he contemplated visiting the elderly recluse. He dashed to the 8th floor and, before the statue could speak, called out, "Lemon Snowball." The statue paused momentarily, then replied, expressionless, "Incorrect password." "What?" A look of bewilderment spread across Field's face. "Roach pile." "Incorrect password." "Licorice wand." "Incorrect password." "Pepper Pips." "Incorrect password." Field nearly lost his mind. Was the old man merely idle? Changing passwords on a whim? It seemed he had to resort to more drastic measures. Field thought with irritation. He turned away from the door to the headmaster's office and made his way directly to the room of requirement. Moments later, Field emerged from the room of requirement, clutching a rather lengthy piece of parchment. Ahem. Field ostentatiously cleared his throat, picked up the parchment, and began reciting one by one. "Ice mouse." "Incorrect password." "Gingerbread pie." "Incorrect password." After reciting around a dozen, he finally heard the statue proclaim, "Correct password." Indeed, no matter the place, information remains paramount. Field rolled up the parchment and tucked it into his pocket, giving a pat on the outside. He mused to himself that the Honeyduke's flyer must not be lost, as he still needed to order some sweets. With a light-hearted step, he entered the headmaster's office. No one. After searching the office, Field found no trace of Dumbledore. Perhaps he was out inspecting the school? Field pondered. Asked the headmaster. Dumbledore often roamed the school, which was hardly surprising. Yet, where could he be if not here? Field thought, somewhat bored. He casually walked to Dumbledore's desk and sat down, inadvertently opening a drawer. Instantly, a box of dark objects caught his eye at a pile of cockroaches. Suddenly, Field had a thought, and a sinister smile crept across his face. The class bell rang, and with a refreshed expression tinged with anticipation, Field exited the headmaster's office, even managing an unprecedented smile at the statue by the door, leaving the statue in a state of confusion. Field made his way back to the room of requirement. He needed to retrieve his textbook for the evening's history of magic class. After dinner, Field returned alone to the history of magic classroom. He opened his book and began to read intently. He did not particularly enjoy history. Rather, he found it quite entertaining as a novel, and during exams, it sufficed to memorize a few dates as for paying attention in class. Field believed that a ghost lecture was not something a normal person could endure, even if the ghost was quite knowledgeable. Field did not linger long before Luna entered. Upon seeing Field quietly engrossed in his book, she considered for a moment, then chose not to disturb him, instead sitting quietly beside him to read about the history of magic as well. Thus, the two of them read in the dim light of the fire. Enveloped in an indescribable tranquility, time passed, and students gradually trickled in, perhaps due to the leadership of Field and Luna, or perhaps because Slytherin and Ravenclaw were not particularly lively. All settled quietly into their seats. Just as the class bell chimed, a sudden blue glow appeared on the blackboard, and Professor Binns' ancient figure emerged from within. "Good evening, everyone." Professor Binns gazed calmly at the young wizards below. "I am your history of magic professor. You may call me Professor Binns. Now, let us begin." Unlike other professors, Binns neither took attendance nor introduced the course. He simply uttered a few words and commenced his lecture. Hogwarts had long held a rumor that no one could endure an entire class with Professor Binns. His monotonous voice and dreary tone could even make Field, who was merely skimming his book rather than paying close attention, feel drowsy. Was it possible that the language of ghosts was inherently a form of hypnotic magic? Field could not help but think this. When he snapped back to reality, he noticed that nearly all the young wizards in the classroom had slumped down, with only a few Ravenclaw students still persevering. However, they too appeared on the verge of collapse. Luna had already laid her head on the desk and fallen asleep, a glimmer of drool trickling from the corner of her mouth onto the page. Professor Binns seemed utterly unfazed by the scene, continuing his leisurely lecture. Field held on for a little while longer, but ultimately succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the desk. "Hey, Field, wake up!" While in the depths of slumber, Field felt someone nudging him. He lifted his head to see it was Luna. "What is it, Luna?" Field squinted at her. "Class is over. We need to head back," Luna said simply, standing up. "It's almost curfew." "All right." Field rubbed his eyes and scrubbed his face. Feeling a bit more awake, he then stood up, gathered his things, and exited the history of magic classroom alongside Luna. "Did you take notes, Luna?" On the way, Field suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to jot anything down and asked. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. After all, Luna had fallen asleep before him. So how could she have taken notes? "I did take notes. Do you need them?" Luna casually produced a piece of parchment, tilting her head to look at Field. "What?" Field stared at Luna in astonishment. "How did you manage that?" "What?" Luna raised the parchment in her hand. "You mean this? It's simple. I have an automatic quill that helps me record whatever I want." Impressive. Reminded by Luna, Field also thought of this and gave her a thumbs up. "It seems I too should procure one at a T. Zonko's joke shop in Hogsmeade. You can get one for just a silver sickle." Luna replied nonchalantly, adding, "By the way, I didn't receive any advertising fee from them." "You know what I'm about to say?" Field raised an eyebrow. "Just a guess." Luna tilted her head. "It's easy, isn't it?" "Perhaps." Field chose not to elaborate. He suddenly wondered if the crumple-horned snorcack that Luna often spoke of was something she truly SW. In other words, was this young girl a natural seer? With this thought, Field regarded Luna with a slightly different gaze. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing his question. Naturally, he believed Luna herself was unaware. After the history of magic class, all of Field's courses for the day had concluded. He did not linger outside, heading straight back to the room of requirement. Just as he sat down, a wave of hunger surged from his stomach. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized it was already past curfew. After some contemplation, Field decided to sneak a late-night snack. Sleeping on an empty stomach was far from pleasant. A soft chirp emanated from the corner, and Field turned to find the little phoenix, Ariana, looking at him with a forlorn expression. "Are you hungry too?" "Ariana," Field raised an eyebrow and asked softly. "Chirp." Ariana nodded, flapping her wings and landing on Field's shoulder. "Shall we head to the kitchen together?" Field reached out to gently stroke her little face. Ariana bobbed her head eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Field smiled, giving a slight shake of his shoulder to signal Ariana to hop off. He then twisted his form, transforming into a phoenix. "Follow me." "Ariana," Field softly called to her. And with a flash of fire, they vanished from the room of requirement, along with the little phoenix, Ariana, who darted into the flames. When Field reappeared, he found himself in the corridor of the basement, with the little phoenix standing beside him. After a swift turn and transformation back to his human form, he approached the grand portrait and gently scratched the largest pair. The pair chuckled twice. And suddenly, an antique brass doorknob appeared. "Shall we enter?" "Ariana," Field said to the little phoenix, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. Yes, the door creaked open. A cacophony of lively sounds erupted from within. Though the hour was late, it was precisely the time for the little creatures in the kitchen to be busy at work. In fact, they were toiling away every minute. "Good evening, everyone," seeing a crowd of little creatures staring at him in astonishment. Field smiled and greeted them first. "My goodness, it's young Mr. Dumbledore." One house elf shrieked, and like a row of dominoes, all the house elves rushed towards him. "Stop, please don't do that." Field raised a hand and shouted loudly. The house elves froze in place, as if a pause button had been pressed, their large, watery eyes fixed upon Field. I recall having mentioned that your enthusiasm need not be so fervent. Field let out a wry smile. Admitting, I'm merely a bit hungry and was hoping to indulge in a midnight snack. Young Mr. Dumbledore, one of the house elves, murmured softly that a midnight snack interjected another house elf nearby. After exchanging a few glances, they swiftly darted towards the workbench, then hurried back, clamoring to present the items they had brought. All Field could discern was a cacophony of chattering voices, the specifics of which eluded him, as he felt various items being thrust into his arms. Enough, that is more than sufficient. With his hands overflowing, Field implored, Please, could you fetch some food favored by phoenixes? My Ariana has yet to eat. Certainly, young Mr. Dumbledore, chirped one of the house elves, hastily retrieving some food Field without glancing, stowed it all into his undetectable extension bag, and politely expressed his gratitude to the house elves. Young Mr. Dumbledore actually said thank you. One house elf's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. I knew it. He is just as remarkable as Professor Dumbledore. Field could hardly endure such sentimentality and muttered, I must take my leave now, promptly making his exit from the kitchen, placing the undetectable extension bag at his feet. Field transformed once more into a phoenix, clutching the bag and the little phoenix, and with a flash of flames, returned to the room of requirement. Let us feast, Ariana. Field laid out all the food upon the table, and, after addressing the little phoenix, began to eat heartily. As he savored the meal, he reflected upon the earlier scene in the kitchen, feeling a sense of disorientation. This was not the first time he had experienced such feelings. He had visited this place before during his time at Hogwarts, when it was Snape who had provided him with the address. Although Snape's words had not been particularly, delightful, they had indeed guided him there. On his initial visit to the kitchen, the house elves' reactions had been even more exaggerated. Any hint of emotion other than joy from Field would send them into frenzied self-punishment. It was during that time that Field had gained a preliminary understanding of the formidable capabilities of house elves. After perusing some literature, he had come to realize that these little beings were truly extraordinary. Though referred to as elves, they are, in fact, a subspecies of fairies, having served the goblin race for generations in ancient times. After the goblins vanished, they then served the descendants of the goblins, the fairies. During the war between humans and fairies, house elves posed considerable challenges for humanity. They would appear and disappear without a trace, with no magical barrier capable of obstructing their displacement magic, and their healing abilities were remarkably robust. Moreover, house elves possessed innate magical abilities passed down through their bloodlines, requiring no formal education, which distinctly set them apart from human wizards. In fact, they held a considerable advantage over human wizards. Furthermore, each house elf reached adulthood in a mere 3 months, and once matured, their strength vastly exceeded that of ordinary human wizards during that period of conflict. House elves were also equipped with armaments provided by the fairies. The gear forged by fairies remains exceptional even in the present magical realm. Virtually no human wizard can create anything comparable. Therefore, despite the eventual subjugation of house elves by humans, the sacrifices made by humanity were profoundly significant. Only the departed ancestors could truly comprehend the extent of those losses. Thus, while Field harbored goodwill towards the house elves, he felt no pity for them. The achievements of the ancestors should not be tarnished by the descendants. After finishing his midnight snack, Field cast aside those thoughts. He needed to promptly catch up on his history of magic notes and complete his assignments. In the back of his mind, he sensed he had forgotten something important, but after pondering for a while without recollection, he relinquished the thought. In the Slytherin headmaster's office, Snape glowered at the still door and then at the magical clock hanging on the wall, his expression darkening further. Early the next morning, after completing his morning routine, Field retrieved his schedule. Upon glancing at it, his body stiffened suddenly. He recalled what he had forgotten, but I hope my head of house won't be too upset. Field felt a wave of dread wash over him, contemplating whether to request a leave from his father for the potions class later. Never mind. One can evade Halloween, but not Christmas. After some contemplation, Field ultimately abandoned that tempting thought and stepped out of the room of requirement with a solemn expression. Upon entering the great hall, Field deviated from his usual leisurely pace, hastily selecting a few items of food and devouring them voraciously. "Are you hungry, Field?" Blaise inquired, Raising an eyebrow, no. I'm merely concerned that this could be my last meal at Hogwarts, Field replied, forcing down the food in his mouth before stuffing him more. Why? Blaise looked at him quizzically. You read a Dumbledore and a Slytherin. Who would dare to bother you? This one certainly would. Field exclaimed with indignation. I forgot about yesterday's detention. Detention? Blaise perked up, intrigued. Dude, you've only been here a few days, and you're already in detention. Which professor? Snape? Field replied, our head of house. Blaise's expression turned serious, and he sighed, patting Field on the shoulder. Don't worry, Field. Does he have any way to deal with you? Field looked at him expectantly. I will prepare a fitting epitaph for you. Blaise continued. Pooh. Field shot him a glare, unwilling to engage further. Just a joke, Blaise chuckled. Rest assured, our head of house treats us fairly well. I believe he won't do anything to you. Let us hope so, Field muttered, downing a cup of pumpkin juice, feeling utterly full. Lounging in his chair for a moment, Field then rose at a leisurely pace. Clutching his books as he made his way to the potions classroom, a few students were already present in the classroom, all of them bearing Gryffindor emblems. Upon entering, Field did not attempt to mingle, but casually chose a wall seat and opened a book. Engrossed in reading. What are you reading? A familiar, melodious voice inquired beside him. Turning, Field found Ginny gazing curiously at him. This? Field lifted the book in his hand. Mad Genius by Zygmunt Barkey, a compendium of bold and practical potion recipes. I haven't heard of that book, Ginny replied, gently biting her lip and shaking her head. May I join you in reading it? I wouldn't mind. Field waved his hand, but this book is typically recommended by professors in the 5th year. If you don't mind that, then certainly on second thought I'll pass. Ginny decisively rejected her suggestion that I have no foundation in potions, so this book might be a bit too advanced for me. Perhaps so. Field nodded that if you were genuinely interested in potions, you could consider reading Magical Potions and Elixirs by Sean Y. Gig, which is a very basic potions book with a manageable level of difficulty, if I'm not mistaken. I sent that our textbook? Ginny raised an eyebrow, looking at Field with a hint of curiosity. Is that so? Field smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I seem to have mixed things up. And no worries. It is indeed a foundational potions book. And I appreciate your suggestion. Ginny smiled faintly. Just as Field was about to speak, the classroom bell rang, and the door swung open with a resounding bang. As if it had been kicked, Snape strode swiftly to the podium, his black cloak billowing behind him like the wings of a colossal bat. Return to your designated seats. Miss Weasley, Snape said coldly to Ginny, and Gryffindor loses a point. Ginny's face paled, and she hurriedly left Field's side to return to her original seat. Now, let us begin with the roll call. Snape unfurled a piece of parchment and commenced calling out names. When he reached Field's name, he paused momentarily, his lips moving without uttering a sound, before continuing with the list. After concluding the roll, he set the parchment aside, his deep, hollow black eyes surveying the class, instilling an unsettling chill. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making, he began, his voice a soft whisper, slightly elevated, reminiscent of a serpent hissing. Snape possessed an effortless authority that commanded order in the classroom, exuding both gravitas and an air of danger. Since there will be no foolish wand-waving here, many of you may not believe this is magic, Snape remarked, a hint of fervor flickering across his face. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the marvel of a simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant vapors, or the enchanting power of a liquid coursing through one's veins, leaving one entranced and beguiled. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of dim-witted fool I often encounter. His words were sharp yet enticing, eliciting expressions of eager anticipation from several young wizards. Field Dumbledore. Snape suddenly called out Field's name. Yes, Professor. Field stood up promptly, his demeanor radiating utmost respect. Tell me, what should one be cautious about when handling the Abyssinian fig? Snape inquired, his voice cold. Tea needs to be peeled. Professor, Field replied almost instantly, without hesitation. Excellent. Let us try again. What precautions must be taken when harvesting the dripping grass? Snape continued his questioning. Tea should be harvested during the full moon, and only when there is no dew present. Additionally, dragonhide gloves must be worn. Just that, Professor. The use of the bladderwort. It can be used to create a potion for underwater breathing, Field answered after a brief contemplation, though consuming it directly yields the same effect, albeit for a duration of merely 1/3 that of the potion, or even less. Quite clever, Snape scoffed, his expression softening slightly, before immediately turning his attention to the other students. Have you all left your ears at home? Or do you all possess knowledge equivalent to young Mr. Dumbledore? Why aren't you jotting this down? The students instinctively shuddered, hastily beginning to take notes. Sit down, young Dumbledore. Snape tightened his lips. I trust one need not ask you twice. Ah, yes, thank you, Professor. Field quickly expressed his gratitude, resuming his seat. Snape nodded slightly. A commendable level of knowledge. If any of you could match young Dumbledore, how fortunate that would be. Slytherin gains 10 points. Field mused inwardly, recognizing that his head of house was indeed the one to award points. Yet he wondered why this would also incite resentment towards him, that he noticed the shifting gazes of the Gryffindors, which filled him with a sense of disquiet. Bring what you require. I shall not repeat myself. What are you waiting for? Has the morning milk not only clogged your brains but your ears as well? Under Snape's stern admonition, the young wizards trembled as they retrieved their cauldrons and hastily collected the necessary ingredients from the cabinet. The blackboard was already filled with detailed steps for brewing the scabies treatment potion for the lesson. Field, however, did not rush to gather his ingredients, but instead took up a quill, swiftly transcribing the potion's recipe and instructions from the board. Snape may have had a brusque demeanor, yet his talent in potion-making was undeniable. Anyone familiar with the subject would attest to his prowess. Moreover, the recipes Snape wrote on the board were his own improved versions, far superior in both brewing time and efficacy compared to the textbook. However, he typically refrained from disclosing this fact to his students, merely presenting the recipes on the board. Eyes alone won't get you far in potion-making, Field had once asked, to which Snape had replied. After copying the notes, Field meticulously reviewed them once more, nodding in satisfaction before preparing to fetch the ingredients. Snape cast a glance at Field's actions, pursed his lips, and then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Once Field secured the ingredients, he produced his wand and tapped the cauldron's base, whereupon blue flames erupted instantaneously. Clear water, Field then directed his wand at the cauldron, casting the spell, and a stream of pristine water flowed forth from the tip of his wand. Observing that the cauldron was now filled to about halfway, Field ceased the flow of magic and retracted his wand. Although the classroom was equipped with distilled water, Field distinctly remembered Snape once telling him that the best water for potion-making was that summoned by magic. After adding the water, Field retrieved a small steamer and placed it atop the cauldron, then carefully set 2 horned slugs upon it. Hey, that doesn't seem quite right, young Dumbledore, a nearby Slytherin whispered, promptly cautioning him. Field raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the potion recipe he had copied, glancing back at the blackboard, perplexed, as it appeared he had made no errors. The textbook states that horned slug should be boiled for no less than 10 minutes. The Slytherin offered his book for Field to examine. Field chuckled softly, patting the Slytherin's shoulder. What is your name? Riley Bach, the Slytherin replied with a smile. Just call me Riley. Very well. Riley. Field smiled and nodded. I suspect you have not been paying attention to the board. Have you? No. Is there a difference? Bach inquired, gazing at the blackboard with a look of confusion, then fell silent. Trust me, my friend. Field patted his shoulder once more. Our headmaster is no ordinary potion master, and he does not indulge in frivolous tasks. All right, you must be right, Bach swallowed hard, a bitter smile crossing his face. I nearly made a mistake. No, the book is correct. Field shook his head. However, this textbook is quite outdated. While I wouldn't dare to claim that it's obsolete, I believe our headmaster's potion skills far exceed those outlined in it. Gossiping behind someone's back is not a commendable habit. Young Dumbledore, Snape's voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Compared to the pale-faced Bach, Field remained remarkably composed, turning around to sincerely apologize. My apologies, Professor. I'll be more mindful next time. Humph, Snape scoffed, leisurely responding, if memory serves. I have warned you, young Dumbledore. You ought to focus on your potion, lest you wish for it to fail or for your own concoction to claim your life. I'm sorry. Professor, Field bowed slightly. I will correct it immediately and ensure it doesn't happen again. It had better be so. Snape pursed his lips, and furthermore, I wish to see whether your skills can match your arrogance, young Dumbledore. Without a partner, before class ends, I expect to see your finished product. Otherwise, this classroom could use someone to tidy it up. Clean the potions classroom? Field couldn't help but shiver. Heaven knows what kind of ghastly concoction these young wizards could brew. If he were not careful, he might not lose his life. But a trip to the infirmary was certainly inescapable. With this thought in mind, Field hastily redirected his attention to the cauldron before him. At that moment, the horned slug had been thoroughly steamed, its once opaque body now resembling a translucent, jelly-like substance. Field gingerly removed the horned slug from the cauldron, then drew forth his wand, casting 2 spells in quick succession. Freshly cleaned, crystal-clear water. Once again filling the cauldron to the previous water level, Field stowed his wand, and with a flash of red light, the dried nettle and snake fangs in the potion jar instantly transformed into powder. He poured both powders directly into the cauldron, then adjusted the flame to its most vigorous state. As the liquid in the cauldron reached a boil, Field promptly added the steamed horned slug. Unlike what was written on the blackboard, he first introduced the slug's antennae, waiting for the water to boil once more before adding the remaining body of the slug. Snape's brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed, a flicker of appreciation crossing his features before vanishing to a modicum of cleverness. Snape remarked languidly. Field, however, was oblivious to Snape's assessment, his entire focus now fixated on the cauldron before him. Time passed gradually, and the murky liquid began to transform into a somewhat grayish-white, transparent solution. Upon witnessing this, Field pointed his wand and extinguished the flame. Snape furrowed his brow again, his eyes fixed intently on Field's actions. A pitch-black wand having appeared in his hand unbeknownst to him, Field did not act immediately. Instead, he waited until the liquid in the cauldron turned a complete gray before swiftly lifting the cauldron down. With a flash of red light, the porcupine quills instantly turned to powder, cascading into the cauldron. After stirring briskly for a few moments, Field took out his wand and waved it over the cauldron. A plume of pink smoke erupting in an instant, accompanied by an extremely nauseating stench. The nearby students, upon inhaling the foul odor, immediately began to retch. Silence. Snape barked sharply, and the students promptly sealed their lips. Humph. Snape narrowed his eyes, surveying the room, and declared, 5 points from Gryffindor for disrupting the class. Professor, the students protested urgently, eager to explain that I trust one need not remind you that this is potions class. Snape replied coldly, Have you completed your potions? The nearby students tugged at their sleeves nervously, and the disgruntled Gryffindors fell silent. Humph. After surveying the room once more, Snape's gaze settled on Field, but why this time? Field was already bottling his potion, which appeared as transparent blue crystals, radiating exquisite beauty. I have completed it, Professor, Field stated obediently after finishing the potion. Snape reached for a bottle, scrutinizing it closely, and a hint of satisfaction finally graced his face. Quite commendable. If only you all could emulate Mr. Dumbledore, perhaps I would save myself considerable effort. 10 points to Slytherin for Mr. Dumbledore being the first to complete his potion. Furthermore, the efficacy of Mr. Dumbledore's potion is exceptional. This sets a commendable precedent, in additional 20 points to Slytherin. Indeed, it seems the awarding of points hinges on you, my esteemed head of house, Field thought, momentarily frozen in place, a singular notion occupying his mind. The morning comprised 2 potions classes. However, after the first session, Snape had dismissed Field, asserting that such trivial potions required no demonstration of his proficiency. Nonetheless, Snape had assigned him homework in advance, a paper on the potion for treating scabies, with the others required to write 15 inches. While Field was tasked with 30, unable to voice his objections, Field found himself unceremoniously expelled from the classroom, the door firmly shut behind him. Field kicked his heels in frustration at the classroom door for a while, ultimately deciding to depart. Humph, I shall not dwell on this, he mused with a hint of resignation. It was not that he did not wish to retaliate. Rather, he simply could not conceive of any means to do so besides sending him shampoo. Perhaps I should seek out Hagrid for insight. Field suddenly recalled the taciturn half-giant, noting that their rapport was relatively amicable, and he might uncover some means of retaliation. With this thought, Field felt a surge of excitement. Checking to ensure no one was around, he transformed once more into a phoenix, a flash of fire signifying his return to the room of requirement. Upon his arrival, the little phoenix, Ariana, greeted him with a soft chirp. Flapping her wings and appearing on Field's shoulder in an instant, "Ah, you're awake, little one." Field extended his hand, playfully ruffling her feathers. "You seem to have grown a bit, Ariana." The little phoenix gently pecked at his finger and nodded in response. Compared to her newborn state, Ariana had indeed grown significantly. She now resembled a small pigeon rather than a mere sparrow. Dumbledore had previously informed Field that a phoenix could reach adolescence within a month, followed by a lengthy maturation period, ultimately leading to adulthood. When unharmed, a phoenix would only undergo rebirth approximately every 500 years. Once reborn from its ashes, the cycle would commence anew, according to Dumbledore. Fawkes was nearing his time of rebirth, and if Field was interested, he could witness it. Perhaps I should go, if only to see how my future self meets its demise. Field mused half-jokingly, half-seriously. "I am heading to Hagrid's." "Would you care to join me, my dear?" Field inquired softly, stroking her little head. The little phoenix nodded, tightening her grip on his shoulder slightly. "Very well. Let us proceed together." Field affectionately patted her head once more before exiting the room of requirement. Upon stepping outside the castle, Field noticed the overcast sky. Dark clouds loomed above, indicating that rain would likely soon fall. "We must hurry to and fro," Field advised the little phoenix, "for the chill is uncomfortable." With that, he quickened his pace towards the Forbidden Forest. Adjacent to the Forbidden Forest stood a quaint little wooden cabin, its origins unknown, seemingly established since Hogwarts' inception. The caretakers of Hogwarts grounds had always resided there. Naturally, there were no accommodations for them within the castle. As the keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid had a considerable workload. He not only patrolled the Forbidden Forest daily, but also tended to the kitchen garden during his free time. In addition, he was responsible for various errands, and a multitude of important keys, including the castle's main entrance key, were entrusted to him. Furthermore, he cared for several magical creatures housed at Hogwarts, such as the Thestrals. Field had heard from Dumbledore that Hagrid was one of his most trusted individuals. Perhaps for this reason, Field often spent his spare time with Hagrid during his life at Hogwarts. I could see it had been a while since his last visit, and he wondered if Hagrid's cabin remained as chaotic as ever. With this thought, Field couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the little cabin, prompting him to quicken his steps. Before reaching the cabin, Field spotted Hagrid busily attending to something, but he was not in front of his cabin. He was near the Whomping Willow on the school grounds. "Hey, Hagrid," Field called out as he approached. Hagrid seemed to hear him. Turning his body, placing a hand above his brow to shield his eyes, and looking in Field's direction, he then raised an arm, waving at him. "Come here, Field." Field jogged over to Hagrid, only to find that he was not alone. Another familiar figure was present. "Good morning, Professor Sprout," Field greeted the busy professor. "Good morning, child." Sprout turned her head and offered a faint smile to Hagrid before returning to her tasks. "I apologize, Hagrid," she said, her beetle-like black eyes filled with regret. "I am rather busy at the moment, and fear I cannot attend to you. You may sit in my room if you wish. I shall join you shortly." "I do not mind," Hagrid replied, shaking his head curiously as he observed Professor Sprout bustling about. Rather than resting, "I am more eager to learn what is happening to, Hagrid hesitated. "It is nothing serious, that we are merely tending to the injured Whomping Willow." "You know how precious this specimen is to—" "I understand," Field nodded, recalling his father's words that this was likely the only Whomping Willow in all of Britain. Indeed, Hagrid tilted his head due to, some minor issues. "It has sustained a bit of damage that I am not particularly adept at handling such matters, so I sought Professor Sprout's assistance." "This is no trivial matter, Hagrid," Sprout interjected sternly, glaring at him. "You two have caused enough trouble. This willow will require at least 3 months to recover, and the severed branches may take an indeterminate time to regrow." As she spoke, Professor Sprout cast a sympathetic glance at the injured tree. "Please, Professor Sprout," Hagrid implored, his expression pleading. "They're still young, and Professor McGonagall has already punished them, if you ask me." The punishment was rather lenient, Sprout muttered indignantly, stealing a glance at Hagrid, her tone softening considerably. "Very well, I shall refrain from further comment, but I hope they truly learn their lesson. Of course they will," Hagrid assured, patting his chest. "You know, Professor, they have always been quite obedient." Let us hope so, Sprout replied, pursing her lips and returning her focus to applying salve to the willow. Is there anything I can assist with, Professor? Field interjected earnestly, observing the two busy figures. Oh, dear child, your willingness to help is most appreciated, Professor Sprout said kindly. If you would be so kind, could you fetch some red clay from the vegetable garden in front of Hagrid's hut? No problem. I shall go at once. The three toiled together for quite some time until they had finally tended to the Whomping Willow, after declining Hagrid's invitation for lunch and offering Field further praise. Professor Sprout departed. Hagrid awkwardly smiled at Field. So, would you like to join me for lunch, Field? Of course, why not? Field replied, deliberately rubbing his stomach. I'm indeed a bit hungry. Come along, we shall go to my place. Hagrid said cheerfully, by the way, the stew you taught me to make, I have nearly mastered it. Oh, Field's interest piqued. You enjoy it. To be honest, it is tolerable on occasion, but I could not manage it daily. Hagrid declared, lifting Field by the collar and placing him on his shoulder. Hold on tight. Little one, Hagrid relished having Field perched on his shoulder. It spared him the need to bend down while conversing. Field also enjoyed the elevated viewpoint. Taking in the scenery below, he wished for a different means to ascend, though he would never voice such a thought. Despite his imposing stature, Hagrid had a sensitive heart, particularly concerning his friends. Even the slightest hint of disdain could sadden him for days. Without a doubt, Field considered Hagrid a true friend. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, he set Field down and retrieved a pot from the stove. To be honest, I had no idea that stewing potatoes and cabbage together could yield such a delightful aroma, Hagrid remarked as he ladled a generous portion for Field. If only there were rice. The flavor would be even better, Field replied after tasting the broth, nodding in satisfaction. However, it does not pair well with bread. I did not prepare any rice. Hagrid smacked his forehead. I remember you mentioned it. But I must have forgotten. And no matter. This flavor is already quite splendid, Field replied, producing his wand to transform a spoon on the table into chopsticks. Observing Field enjoy his meal with chopsticks, Hagrid raised an eyebrow. I still cannot comprehend why you prefer to eat with 2 sticks. It's simply a habit, Field replied succinctly. Well then, I cannot fathom the peculiarities that occupy your mind. You always have such whimsical ideas. Hagrid chuckled as he served himself a bowl and sat across from Field. Before this, I had no idea potatoes could be enjoyed in such a manner. There are many delightful ways to enjoy food. This is just one of them, Field said lightly. Perhaps so, Hagrid mused, downing half of his bowl in one gulp. The last time that little rascal from the Weasley family dined here, he quite liked this flavor. However, it seems he was even fonder of the meat within. Field inquired, raising an eyebrow. Ron Weasley, your senior, second year from Gryffindor, Hagrid replied, finishing the remainder of his bowl in one swift motion. He is a friend of Harry's, along with another little fellow. They share a close bond. Harry? Field frowned. Harry Potter? Indeed, you should be familiar with him, Hagrid said with a smile. After all, you are quite the bookworm, although I have not read extensively. I believe his story is recounted in many texts that I know. My father greatly admires him. Field nodded, continuing to eat. However, I've always had questions about those tales. How did he defeat that Voldemort? Oh, Hagrid shuddered. Please do not utter that name. My apologies, I had forgotten, Field said, looking apologetically at Hagrid. No worries. You are quite brave, Hagrid replied with a wry smile. Professor Dumbledore has always urged me to speak his name plainly. Yet, despite my attempts, I have never succeeded. One day you will manage it. I believe in you, Field offered reassuringly. Let us hope so, Hagrid said, appearing somewhat disheartened. However, it is true that Harry indeed defeated the Dark Lord. I can attest to that. I am somewhat of a witness, as for how he accomplished it. You would need to ask Professor Dumbledore. Very well, I shall do so, Field replied, finishing his large bowl of stew with a contented burp. Hagrid was about to serve him another bowl when Field waved his hand. That is quite enough, Hagrid. I cannot eat any more. Very well, Hagrid chuckled. You truly ought to eat more, Field. The last time, both Harry and Ron devoured 2 bowls. And you have only had one. Perhaps my appetite is simply smaller, Field replied, glancing around the hut with interest. It seems much cleaner in here, Hagrid. Hearing Field's remark, Hagrid's face brightened instantly. Yes, indeed, Field. Your suggestion was simply brilliant. While I knew some of the items I found in the Forbidden Forest held value, I did not realize they were worth so much. Now I receive an additional 100 galleons each month from Professor Dumbledore. I never imagined I would be so prosperous. 100 galleons, Field exclaimed, astonished by the figure. It was not due to its abundance, but rather its scarcity. In Diagon Alley, whether at the apothecary, the potion shop, or the wand shop, a single strand of unicorn hair commands at least 5 galleons, and the hair of a young unicorn is even more valuable. Field had observed that Hagrid had an abundance of unicorn hair, enough to be woven into ropes. In fact, Hagrid had done just that before. This is merely one type of material from the Forbidden Forest. Others, like the tail feathers of a thestral, the eggshells of some magical creatures, and various herbs, are all quite valuable. Hagrid, do you truly believe 100 galleons is a significant amount? Field tentatively inquired. I understand your meaning, Hagrid. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. I know those things are worth far more than 100 galleons. However, for me, even a greater sum of galleons serves little purpose. If it weren't for Professor Dumbledore insisting I must keep it, I wouldn't even care to have it. I truly admire your attitude of regarding money as mere refuse. Field could not help but give Hagrid a thumbs up. By the way, Hagrid, have you ever considered marriage? Field casually broached the subject. I recall that the headmistress of Beauxbatons, Madame Maxime, is a half-giant. Would you fancy an exotic romance? Marriage, upon hearing the word, Hagrid momentarily froze, his face rapidly flushing crimson, and he became rather awkward. Well, I haven't really thought about it. Are you sure she's a half-giant? Quite certain, Field affirmed with a vigorous nod. But raising children seems to be quite an expensive endeavor. Just look at the Weasley family's notorious poverty in the wizarding world. Indeed, Hagrid mused thoughtfully. Precisely, Field exclaimed, slapping his thigh, if it weren't for the burden of raising so many children. How could Mr. Weasley's position lead to such financial strain? Hagrid hesitated for a moment, rubbing his hands together. You think if I approach Professor Dumbledore, he might grant me a bit more galleons each month? Field did not respond to Hagrid's query, merely suggesting he give it a try. However, Hagrid appeared somewhat hesitant, and Field opted not to press the matter further. After all, it was his own business, and having already offered a reminder was enough. After their meal, just as Field was about to take his leave, a knock resonated at the door of the small cabin. That must be Harry and the others, Hagrid exclaimed, smacking his forehead. I shall take my leave then. Field said, rising to his feet. No, stay a while. Hagrid insisted with a smile. I've always wanted to introduce you to Harry. I believe you would become friends. That's so. Field replied with a slight smile. Somewhat non-committal, yet he was pleased to oblige Hagrid, sparing him the burden of constantly thinking about it. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon once more. They're here, Hagrid shouted, nodding at Field before moving to the door and opening it. Oh, I knew it was you three. Come in quickly. I wanted to introduce someone to you. As Hagrid spoke, he stepped aside to let them in. 3 small figures dashed past him. With tousled hair, large glasses, and slightly slender builds, Field took a keen interest in observing the renowned savior of the wizarding world. Who are you? The red-haired boy exclaimed upon noticing the Slytherin crest on Field's chest. His tone brimming with hostility and suspicion. Field shifted his gaze to him. The boy possessed fiery hair, a somewhat plump physique, and an unremarkable appearance, the only notable feature being his eyes, though not large. They were quite expressive. Hey, you are the boy from the train, remarked the brown-haired girl, who resembled a beaver, looking at Field in surprise. Pleasure to see you again, Miss Granger, Field replied courteously, a flawless smile gracing his face. This should be our first meeting, Harry Potter, Field said, bowing slightly to Harry, not as a gesture to him, but rather to his late mother, who had never been seen. Lily Potter, or rather Lily Evans, was perhaps one of the most outstanding graduates of Hogwarts in recent years. Though her life was cut short, her contributions were significant, regardless of her initial intentions. You're a Slytherin. Harry's face was etched with seriousness as he scrutinized Field. Indeed, I am, Field candidly acknowledged. It seems you harbor some grievances against Slytherin. Naturally, there isn't a decent person among them. Before Harry could respond, Ron interjected impatiently, his tone decidedly unfriendly. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Ginny's brother, Ron Weasley. Field maintained his smile, turning to Ron. That's me. What of it? Ron's confrontational attitude even drew a disapproving look from Hermione, who gently tugged at his sleeve, only to have him shake her off. Making enemies everywhere is hardly a wise practice. Mr. Weasley, Field narrowed his eyes. I believe I owe you a piece of advice. Consider it a gift from one who almost became your brother. Ron's expression turned quizzical, not grasping Field's meaning. Field chose not to elaborate, continuing, regardless of your feelings of animosity, at the very least, before engaging in conflict, you should maintain some basic decency, such as courtesy. I wonder if Mr. Weasley would be disheartened by your demeanor. Surely, he would not be pleased. What do you think? Ron seemed to ponder this, swallowing hard. What is it to you? Although his tone remained firm, there was now a hint of uncertainty woven through his words. Well, it appears we are unable to communicate. Field shrugged, glancing at Harry. Is Mr. Potter of the same opinion? What are you trying to say? Harry's tone lacked the same aggression as Ron's, yet he too bore an evident disfavor toward Field. Very well. I suppose I was overreaching. Field maintained his smile, though he felt a rising impatience. Hagrid had always believed they would become friends, but it seemed he would be disappointed. Field cast a glance at Hagrid, who stood awkwardly by, and stepped forward to gently embrace him. Rest assured, Hagrid, this will not affect our friendship. Apologies, Field, Hagrid said, visibly embarrassed. I did not anticipate this outcome. It is not your fault. Field shook his head. Do not forget, the Gryffindor tradition has always been one of rashness and arrogance, my father included, where he wouldn't feel such incessant guilt. I believe it's best for me to take my leave now. I'll visit again when time permits. All right? Field released Hagrid and looked at him. Oh, of course. You're always welcome whenever you wish. Hagrid hesitated before finally uttering this. Field smiled gently at him, then turned his attention to the trio. The instinct of biology is to exclude all other males upon finding a mate, he said with a smile. I hope you find happiness with Harry, Mr. Weasley. Now, I shall take my leave. I wish you all a delightful time. With that, Field departed from Hagrid's humble abode, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. What did he mean by that? Ron asked, finally piecing it together. It seems he is implying. Hermione bit her lip, hesitating before replying. He thinks you and Harry are lovers, hence his wish for your happiness. Goodness, surely that cannot be true. Hermione mused, her doubts rising as she recalled the past year, realizing that it was indeed rare for these two to be apart. Not wishing to play the third wheel, Hermione found herself contemplating whether to maintain some distance from them. What? Ron's face turned as red as his hair, instinctively glancing at Harry beside him. It might not be entirely impossible. Ugh, no. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel that fleeting thought. Harry, too, felt somewhat uneasy. Although he had yet to develop feelings for any girl, and held no prejudice against homosexuality, the idea of finding a boyfriend was still something he found hard to accept. Who was that boy, Hagrid? Harry suddenly realized he had yet to learn the identity of the person, and thus looked up at Hagrid and inquired at him. Hagrid replied casually, he is Field Dumbledore, the child adopted by Professor Dumbledore. An exceptionally gifted young wizard. As Hagrid continued to speak, Harry found himself no longer paying attention. His thoughts were consumed by the name Field, which was associated with Dumbledore. Reflecting on their recent treatment of Field, Harry felt a sense of discomfort wash over him. Is this truly the savior? As he walked back, Field pondered. He was indeed somewhat disheartened, although he had never believed the rumors surrounding this so-called savior would reveal any extraordinary qualities. He had not anticipated that the boy would lack even a semblance of conviction. Perhaps he had harbored some expectations after all. Field shook his head. After all, Dumbledore had always spoken of this child in his ear, making it impossible for him not to feel a twinge of curiosity. The reality of meeting him proved to be less impressive than the tales. Yes, he recalled the whispers circulating in Slytherin regarding this savior. Field suddenly felt that sometimes rumors are not entirely unfounded. Never mind, this encounter is likely sufficient. He cast the matter aside and quickened his pace once more. After all, there was still a herbology class in the afternoon, and he could not afford to be late in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. They had already convened. Snape stood before Dumbledore's desk, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the elder wizard. You shall be disappointed, my dear headmaster. It is evident that young Mr. Dumbledore cannot tolerate their arrogance and hubris. it appears to be the case. Dumbledore waved his hand, dispersing the wisps of smoke lingering atop the desk. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and said, "But who knows what the future holds?" Observing Dumbledore's benevolent demeanor, Snape narrowed his eyes. "I hope you remember our agreement." Dumbledore. Of course. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "But I require your assistance with a small matter, Severus. Who are you plotting against now?" Snape squinted, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Dumbledore. "One cannot constantly dwell in scheming, my dear," Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. "We must always do something for the children, mustn't we?" "Humph," Snape coldly retorted. "Your repugnant expression has betrayed you. Thank you for the reminder, Severus," Dumbledore said with a grin. "You see, you always manage to assist me." "I have always recognized your efforts, Severus." Dumbledore spoke earnestly. "I merely wish for him to have more friends. They will not become friends." Snape regarded him for a long moment before slowly uttering those words. "Perhaps not." Dumbledore nodded, sighing. "I am growing old, Severus, that I cannot tell which will embrace me first, tomorrow or death. The future of the magical world rests upon their shoulders. How much longer can I aid them? I truly need you, Severus." Dumbledore's gaze bore a hint of pleading as he looked at Snape, observing the deep lines etched upon Dumbledore's face and the increasing cloudiness of his eyes. Snape remained silent for a moment. "There will be no next time, of course. Thank you." Dumbledore smiled at him as Snape exited his office. Dumbledore allowed himself a faint smile, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. He gently tapped the silver object on his desk that was emitting smoke, causing the mist to slowly coalesce in midair. With a single hand, Dumbledore brushed across the surface of the smoke, revealing the scene unfolding in the Herbology class. Watching Field's dedicated demeanor, Dumbledore chuckled again, a glimmer of pride and joy illuminating his expression. After a while, he retrieved a piece of parchment, casually extracted a quill, dipped it in ink, and began to write in his distinctive, looping script. Once finished, Dumbledore carefully placed it in an envelope and summoned Fawkes with a gesture. "Would you kindly deliver this for me?" "Fawkes?" Dumbledore gently stroked the phoenix's back, speaking softly. Fawkes emitted a soft chirp, his voice lacking its usual brightness, sounding somewhat weary. "Once you've delivered this letter, you may rest for a while, old friend." Dumbledore tenderly patted him before withdrawing his hand. With a nod, Fawkes disappeared in a flash of fire, vanishing from the office. Watching Field busying himself amidst the smoke, Dumbledore smiled as he opened a drawer and retrieved a box. He believed that indulging in sweets during joyful moments prolongs happiness. Lifting the lid, a pile of chocolate cockroaches crawled onto his hand. The confections from Honeydukes had become increasingly exquisite. Dumbledore mused, his spirits brightened further by the vibrant sight. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and popped a cockroach into it, taking a gentle bite. In the next second, his expression changed. In the Hogwarts Herbology greenhouse, Professor Sprout instructed, "You must take care. Although sunlit orchids thrive in sunlight, they cannot withstand excessive heat. If the temperature rises too high, they will incinerate themselves." As she spoke, her hands moved swiftly. "Therefore, when repotting sunlit orchids, be sure to add some water to the soil." A portion of the students mimicked Professor Sprout's actions, while others hastily jotted down notes. "Well, there are still 50 pots of sunlit orchids left. We need to repot them all," Professor Sprout announced loudly. "The first to finish will receive 5 points." Upon hearing this, the students hastened their movements. Earlier in class, Field had merely assisted Professor Sprout in moving a few pots and had already earned 20 points. Much to the envy of his peers, that we need to work quickly, Field remarked to Luna beside him. "Indeed," Luna nodded. Their duo was the only one not taking notes. Since the beginning of class, they have been listening attentively while following Professor Sprout's lead. "I'm a bit curious. If we come in first, how will the professor award us points?" Field said, placing a repotted sunlit orchid onto the shelf and turning to Luna. "Perhaps we'll each receive half?" Luna replied casually as she set another pot in place. "I have no idea. Hogwarts might grant half a point." Field shrugged. "It could also be 3 points each. But if that's the case, we would have earned 1 point." "Well, for the sake of earning a point." Luna scrunched her nose. "You need to be quicker. I've already repotted 2." Glancing at the 2 remaining sunlit orchids on the shelf, Field opened his mouth, utterly speechless. "Who taught you this?" Field wondered, recalling that Luna had always seemed quite innocent. Watching her labor diligently, he quickly dismissed the thought, focusing instead on the task at hand. In the end, the two indeed secured first place. Just as Field had anticipated, Professor Sprout generously awarded 3 points each to Ravenclaw and Slytherin. After Friday, Field welcomed his first weekend since starting school as Saturday dawned. The entire school was enveloped in a languorous atmosphere. Except for the 5th and 7th year students, the vast majority of others were indulging in relaxation. The most leisurely pastime at Hogwarts was undoubtedly playing Quidditch. Perhaps for this reason, the Quidditch pitch was perpetually crowded that day. Field had initially intended to spend the day reading in the library, but was ultimately persuaded by Blaise to join him on the pitch. The Hogwarts pitch lay on the western side of the castle, a standard Quidditch field encircled by spectator stands. At each end of the pitch stand 3 towering golden poles, each reaching an impressive height of 50 feet. Adorned with circular hoops at their summits. Within the magical realm, competitive sports have long held a place of prominence, with wizards widely regarding participation as a testament to one's courage. Prior to the advent of Quidditch, the magical community boasted a plethora of athletic endeavors, most of which were perilously treacherous. For instance, in the sport known as cauldron catching, wizards would ride broomsticks, balancing cauldrons atop their heads, attempting to catch colossal boulders plummeting from a height of 100 meters. With the victor determined by the weight of the stone they successfully captured. Due to the myriad of accidents these activities often incited, wizards gradually abandoned such hazardous pursuits following the introduction of Quidditch. Apart from Quidditch, the wizarding world also engaged in games like gobstone, yet these lacked the competitive thrill and excitement that Quidditch offered, rendering them relatively obscure. The origins of Quidditch can be traced back to a marshland in England known as Quidditch Marsh. In truth, the inception of Quidditch may predate this locale, but the name itself indeed derives from it. The earliest recorded mention of Quidditch dates back to the 11th century, when a witch named Gertie Kettleburn, residing near Quidditch Marsh, lamented in her diary about the raucous participants who severely disrupted her rest. As time progressed, the venues for Quidditch evolved from marshy terrains to open fields, and the rules governing the sport matured significantly. Eventually, the Ministry of Magic undertook a more comprehensive organization of the sport, leading to the formal dissemination of Quidditch. When speaking of Quidditch, one cannot overlook the pivotal figure of Barbatus Blagge in its nascent stages. Quidditch was rather rudimentary, featuring only 6 players, and aside from formal matches utilizing 2 balls, the bludger and the quaffle. Most games involve a single enchanted stone known as the snitch. In 1269. During a match in Kent, Barbatus Blagge, then the president of the Wizarding Council, introduced the golden snitch into the game. While observing a Quidditch match, he brought along a small bird he had named the golden snitch. After a moment of inspiration, he proposed the idea of incorporating this bird into the game, commanding the teams to capture it with a promise of a reward of 150 galleons for the player who succeeded. Even by today's standards, this remains a substantial prize. Thus, the golden snitch made its debut in the annals of Quidditch history. In contemporary times, Quidditch has evolved into a competitive match between 2 teams of 7 players. 1 keeper, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, and 1 seeker. Modern Quidditch matches require the simultaneous use of 3 distinct balls. The large red quaffle, comparable in size to a soccer ball, is passed between chasers, who aim to score by throwing it through the opposing team's hoops for 10 points. While the keeper defends their own hoops, the 2 smaller, aggressive black bludgers, which fly about independently, seek to knock players off their broomsticks, with the beaters tasked with protecting their teammates from these rogue balls while directing them toward opposing players. The golden snitch, resembling a walnut with silver wings and flying at lightning speed, is the seeker's objective to capture. When the snitch is caught, the team that secures it is awarded 150 points. And the match concludes. Presently, Quidditch is governed by the Department of Magical Games and Sports within the Ministry of Magic, with a professional organization known as the International Quidditch Association overseeing the sport. Professional matches feature trained magical medics on site for emergencies. Injuries are commonplace in Quidditch competitions, yet fatalities are remarkably rare, which contributes to the sport's widespread appeal, with robust support from the wizarding communities worldwide. Quidditch has flourished, becoming increasingly formalized, and clubs have begun to place greater emphasis on player capabilities. Similar to the way basketball captivates the Muggle world, Quidditch boasts its own array of flamboyant maneuvers. Conceived by the sport's star players. 1. Counter-bludger. A beater employs a backhand swing to strike a bludger, sending it behind rather than in front, a technique that, while challenging to execute accurately, serves as an excellent means of confounding opponents. 2. Double strike. To amplify the impact of a bludger, two beaters simultaneously strike it, enhancing its destructive potential. 3. H-shaped defense. A defensive maneuver typically employed against an opponent's penalty shot, wherein the keeper spins rapidly around the 3 goal hoops to thwart the quaffle. 4. Eagle head formation. Chasers align in an arrowhead shape, surging towards the goalpost to pose a significant threat to the opposing team while effectively forcing other players aside. 5. Peking claw tactic. Named after the earliest members of the Wigton Wanderers, this strategy involves 2 chasers approaching an opposing chaser from either side, while another chaser charges straight at them. 6. Plinton's feint. A seeker's tactic that appears nonchalant, involving a sudden change of direction to deceive and capture the snitch. Named after Rodri Plenton of the Tattershall Tornadoes, who famously broke the snitch-catching record in 1921 using this very maneuver. 7. Pocoff's decoy. A chaser, clutching the quaffle, ascends into the air, leading the opposing chasers to believe they are attempting to evade them, only to pass the quaffle to a waiting teammate below. Timing and precision are vital for success. Named after Russian chaser Petrovna Pocoff. 8. Back pass. A chaser tosses the quaffle over their shoulder to a teammate behind them, though accuracy is difficult to achieve. 9. Sloth grip. A player clings to their broomstick, wrapping their limbs tightly around the handle to evade bludgers. 10. Starfish defense. A keeper's defensive maneuver, where they grasp the broomstick with one hand and hook a foot around it, maintaining a horizontal position parallel to the ground. Limbs extended. Attempting this without a secure grip is ill-advised. 11. Transylvanian feint. First witnessed during the 1473 World Cup, this tactic involves feigning a punch aimed at the opponent's nose, remaining lawful as long as contact with the nose is avoided. Though striking an opponent while mounted on a speeding broomstick is no simple task. 12. Lonsky's feint. A seeker pretends to spot the snitch in the distance, diving toward the ground only to halt just before impact, intending to trick the opposing seeker into crashing down. A tactic named after Polish seeker Joseph Lonsky. A.S. Field listened to the exuberant and incessant chatter of Bruce. He felt a stirring of excitement within his veins. The sun shone brightly today, and the gentle breeze made it an ideal occasion for a game of Quidditch. Upon arriving at the edge of the Quidditch pitch, Bruce finally ceased his enthusiastic monologue, allowing Field to breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon reaching the pitch, Field did not witness a match in progress. Instead, he observed a throng of students congregated in the center of the field. Their purpose unclear. It seemed something was amiss. Bruce furrowed his brow, suggesting they investigate. Field patted him on the shoulder and took the lead towards the center of the field as they drew closer. The cacophony of heated arguments became increasingly audible. Field soon discerned that it was a clash between the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams. One asked you, "You filthy little mudblood." A malicious shout rang out from the crowd, igniting the tension and escalating the conflict in an instant. Field watched as both sides brandished their wands, poised for confrontation. "That you'll pay for this, Malfoy." A piercing scream pierced the air, and Field recognized it unmistakably as Ron's voice. "Eat slugs." As the incantation fell, a sudden gray light shot back towards Gryffindor's direction, and soon a figure was propelled from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, O'Field realized that the disheveled silhouette was none other than Ron. He was now kneeling on the grass, desperately retching, as translucent slugs were expelled from his mouth one after another. "Are you all right, Ron?" Hermione rushed to his side, concern etched on her face. Ron waved his hand dismissively, only to spit out another slug. "We should leave this place," Harry remarked, and together with Hermione, they assisted him towards the forbidden forest, where Hagrid's hut awaited. The Slytherins, witnessing the spectacle, were nearly beside themselves with laughter. Malfoy was doubled over, laughing uncontrollably on the ground. The Gryffindors watched with mixed expressions of worry and amusement as Harry and his companions departed. "Is this what Gryffindor students are like?" O'Field mused. His impression of them further diminished. He held disdain for those who only engaged in infighting. It seemed that today, as Quidditch match was destined to be a washout. I suppose a professor will be here shortly. Blaise sighed. I beg to differ. Blaise, Ofield replied with a smile, shaking his head. It is quite an embarrassment to have one's own spell backfire. Even if Gryffindor were entirely devoid of sense, they would likely refrain from informing a professor. I also doubt they would seek the professor's aid for any of their own students. He paused before continuing. As for our house, I believe you just heard what Mr. Malfoy had to say. Let us not forget what our headmaster's taboos entailed. Oh, Blaise suddenly recalled, realizing that their headmaster was particularly intolerant of that word. Once, a Slytherin upperclassman had uttered it within earshot of the headmaster, resulting in a semester devoid of comfort. The thought of this made Blaise glance at the still laughing Malfoy, his eyes filling with a hint of sympathy. What do you think will happen if the headmaster finds out? Blaise suddenly inquired. In that case, we can only pray for Mr. Malfoy. Ofield shrugged lightly. Perhaps you could send him something during his confinement. Let's not. Blaise shivered at the thought. The headmaster would have me killed. He would not. Ofield reassured him he would merely assign you some menial tasks, such as collecting frog spawn. Oh, spare me. Blaise paled at the prospect, hoping they would not be that foolish. Indeed, he is not the sharpest tool in the shed. Ofield remarked with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Eventually, the Gryffindor team departed, leaving only the Slytherin players on the field. Everyone, let's extend our gratitude to Mr. Malfoy for his generosity, Flint declared, raising his right hand to address the team. Train hard, and we shall surely be champions. He suddenly turned to Malfoy. Little Malfoy, having made such a significant contribution, I trust you will not become our Achilles heel. Do you understand what I mean? Malfoy's face paled, yet he nodded vigorously. Of course. I will train hard. Show that scar-headed boy what you're made of, Flynn exclaimed, slapping Malfoy on the shoulder before bellowing. All right, team, let's get moving. For Mr. Malfoy. For Slytherin. Yes, Captain, the team chorused in unison. With a whoosh, a series of sounds echoed as the 7 main players and 7 substitutes mounted their brand new Nimbus 2001 brooms and soared into the sky. Practical experience is the best training. This was the quintessential Slytherin approach. Though Flint may not have possessed striking looks, his capability as the Slytherin team captain was evident. He commanded from above as the team executed his directives. Malfoy was the youngest among them, yet he flew exceptionally well, matching the speed and skill of his peers, if not surpassing them. Little Malfoy, fly even faster, Flint shouted. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. Think of that scar-headed boy. I will surpass him. Malfoy gripped the broom handle tightly, lowering his body slightly as his speed increased. Indeed, it's quite thrilling. Ofield observed the competition above, feeling his blood begin to surge, seemingly attuned to Ofield's thoughts. Blaise remarked beside him, this is merely the warm-up. We haven't even begun to see the captain's true prowess. Oh. Ofield raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Ever since I came to Hogwarts, I've attended every Quidditch match. Aside from Harry Potter, who just joined the team last year, and young Malfoy, I know all the other players quite well. Blaise chuckled. Won't they object to your watching? Ofield asked with curiosity. In his mind, any team would maintain a high level of privacy during training, as observing their practices could reveal their strategies. Not at all, Blaise shrugged. For what I've heard, a Gryffindor student once suggested that no one should enter the field during training. But who would heed such advice? Eventually, it became a non-issue as long as everyone kept their mouths shut. Very well. Ofield nodded, focusing intently on the match. Look, it's starting. Captain Flint is about to take charge. Blaise exclaimed, pointing excitedly at Flint, who was now making his move. The Slytherin practice match concluded by noon, and Ofield felt satisfied with what he had witnessed, although he still held reservations about his fondness for the sport. After lunch, he declined Blaise's invitation for leisure and made his way to the library alone. There they are again. Ofield noticed the trio seated by the window and paused for a moment before disregarding them. He gathered a few books and chose a seat at random to begin his potion's homework. That he swiftly copied the potion's recipe from the book, transcribed Snape's formula, then analyzed the differences between the two recipes, finally detailing his own modifications and explaining his rationale. Done. After completing the assignment, Ofield pondered for a moment, suddenly unsure what to do next. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to remain in the library and seek out some books to read. With his mind made up, Ofield stood and made his way deeper into the library, quickly approaching the restricted section. Madame Pants observed as Ofield stepped across the threshold of the restricted area. Her eyes flickering for a moment, but she made no move to stop him. Was today an open day for the restricted section? Several students noticed Ofield's actions, and, seeing Madame Pants in action, began to approach as well. "Stop right there, you lot." Madame Pants strode over, halting the group of students. "Madam, we merely wish to take a look inside." One boy protested. "I know." Madame Pants replied impassively. "Do you have a professor's permission slip?" "No." The students shook their heads. "Without a permission slip, entry is prohibited." Madame Pants's expression soured, resembling an irate hen as she admonished them. But another girl pointed to where Ofield had just vanished. That student didn't seem to have a slip either. "That was young Dumbledore," Madame Pants replied coolly. "If you were also named Dumbledore, I might allow you entry." The students, realizing their failure to leverage their lineage, hung their heads in defeat and abandoned their desire to enter the restricted section. They even left the library entirely after returning their borrowed books. Unbeknownst to Ofield, a rather amusing incident had transpired immediately after his departure. His attention was now fully captured by a book titled Advanced Transfiguration, a detailed study of animagi. This book appeared promising. Field retrieved the book and returned to his seat. Once seated, he took a moment to collect his thoughts before commencing his reading. Animagus, a form of magic that has been passed down from ancient times, is one of the most advanced branches of Transfiguration. It possesses the ability to unlock and refine the fundamental powers of a wizard. It can be said that a wizard who masters Animagus will undoubtedly surpass their former self. After years of studying the magic of Animagus, I have discovered that it is intricately linked to the wizard's lineage. For instance, members of the Black family transform into canines in the 12th century in Germany. An incident occurred involving a wizard who had transformed into a rabbit. During an adventure, he was attacked by a vampire and subsequently turned into one. Ultimately, not only did his magical powers undergo a transformation, but his Animagus form also morphed into that of a bat. The magical community has long established that a wizard's magical power is deeply intertwined with their soul and bloodline. Therefore, I can ascertain that when a person's lineage changes, their Animagus form will inevitably be affected. It is a common belief among wizards that they cannot transform into magical creatures, that I cannot concur with this notion. Although the essence of a wizard's magic differs from that of magical creatures. If a method of reciprocal transformation can be discovered, then achieving this seemingly impossible task is indeed feasible. To this end, I have dissected a total of 110 wizard corpses, and ultimately found that while the essence of a wizard's magic differs from that of many magical creatures, it is also remarkably similar. For example, an Animagus who transforms into a cat has magical constructs strikingly akin to that of a raccoon. An Animagus who transforms into a snake has a magical structure almost identical to that of a basilisk. Perhaps, one day in the future, I may be able to realize the transformation of magical beings through this research. Upon reading this, Field inhaled sharply. The author of this book, if not a genius, must certainly be a madman. To validate a hypothesis, they dissected over 100 corpses of masters of transfiguration in the magical community. The desecration of corpses is a grave offense. Wizards generally believe in reincarnation, and it is thought that if a person's body is violated, their soul cannot find peace. To desecrate another's corpse is unequivocally deemed the act of a dark wizard. This is not merely an issue within the magical realm. Even in the Muggle world, anyone who tampered with human remains would face legal repercussions. The audacity of this wizard to take such a significant risk is partly due to their fervent love for transfiguration. Yet it undoubtedly marks them as insane. Field, while possessing the ability to transform into magical creatures, had only a superficial understanding of the underlying principles. However, he did hold some authority, or rather, judgment, regarding certain details of transforming into magical beings. This mad wizard is indeed a genius. Although he is not transformed into a magical creature himself, Field found that some of his hypotheses were validated upon further examination, leading him to harbor a begrudging admiration for the individual. Subsequently, the text detailed the 3 most common and highest success rate methods for practicing Animagus transformation. The first method involves the use of potions, noted in the book as the potion method, which is currently the most prevalent training method for animagus in the magical community. This potion is derived from the intermingling of mandrake leaves and the wizard's internal magic, combined with the most volatile forces of nature, ultimately resulting in a potion exclusive to animagi. For further details, one may consult online resources. This method is also regarded as the safest way to practice animagus transformation in the magical realm. The second method does not employ potions, but instead requires another master of transfiguration to continually cast human transfiguration on oneself, ultimately provoking a magical response that leads to successful animagus transformation. This method is recorded as the interference method. Compared to the potion method, the interference method offers a degree of assurance against the uncertainties of a wizard transforming into an animal. However, this method, as one might expect, is inherently perilous, as human transfiguration itself is a highly dangerous branch of magic. The third method of animagus training is the oldest, known as the orthodox animagus or the ancient method. This method is said to have originated from ancient wizards. In ancient times, humanity was not the sole dominator of the earth. More powerful immortal beings were the true rulers of the land, such as elves and titans, with humans merely serving as their vassals. Animagus was conceived during that era in the minds of ancient wizards. The purpose of animagus was never merely to transform into an animal. Its true purpose was to utilize transfiguration to unlock the powers of the bloodline, enabling wizards to become humanoid immortal beings. The specific method involves actively using magic to intersect with a wizard's bloodline, eventually merging magic and lineage, resulting in the creation of a true immortal being capable of switching between humanoid and other forms. The concept is compelling, yet achieving it is virtually impossible. Neither the official history of wizardry nor any apocryphal accounts record a wizard successfully accomplishing this hypothetical magic. Later wizards found that merging their magic solely with the bloodline from which their magical powers originated resulted in transformations into beasts, either singularly or in multiple forms. This marks the origin of modern animagus magic. The ancient method of animagus transformation spoken of today is precisely this, gradually merging the magic within with the bloodline from which it derives, and upon complete fusion, relying on instinct to successfully transform. Upon reaching this point, Field was struck by a question: does his ability to transform into a phoenix count as achieving the most orthodox form of animagus, or is it merely a partial completion? If it is only a partial completion, then what might his powers be like when he achieves full mastery? Contemplating this, Field felt a surge of excitement. He pulled out a piece of parchment and swiftly recorded his thoughts. Then, clutching his belongings, he made to exit the Advanced Transfiguration book, a detailed explanation of animagus, cradled in his arms at, young Mr. Dumbledore. Just as he reached the door, he was intercepted by Madame Pants. "What is it, madam?" Field queried. "Perplexed, if it's not urgent, could we perhaps discuss it during our next meeting? I have pressing matters at hand." "Apologies, dear. I meant no disturbance," Madame Pants replied with a somewhat stiff smile. "However, the book you borrowed needs to be logged." "Oh, I almost forgot about that," Field exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, as he produced the book from his grasp and placed it before Madame Pants. She glanced at the title and looked at Field with mild surprise. She had not anticipated that this little boy, who had grown up here, could now comprehend such a complex text. As for whether Field could understand the book, Madame Pants had no doubts. In fact, she had been observing him closely. Although she hadn't realized he was reading this particular book, his focused demeanor clearly indicated genuine comprehension. Books from the restricted section must be logged at least once a week. Madame Pants quickly completed the registration before kindly handing the book back to Field. "Additionally, I trust one need not remind you to take good care of the book, correct?" "Of course," Field replied, nodding vigorously. "Now, may I take my leave?" "Oh, certainly," Madame Pants smiled. "If you uncover anything noteworthy, do share it with me. If you don't mind it, I will," Field affirmed, nodding once more as he hurriedly ascended to the 8th floor. Arriving at the door of the headmaster's office, password, raspberry ice cream. Field promptly recited the previous password. "Password incorrect," the statue replied with a blank expression. "Changed it again?" Field replied impatiently, pulling out the flyer from his pocket and thrusting it before the statue. Find it yourself. If it's not on there, I have another one. The statue stood momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Field. Hurry up. I'm in a rush, Field urged, gesturing dismissively, his tone noticeably harsher. The statue glanced at Field, then looked down to search again, eventually discovering that the password was indeed correct. After a moment's consideration, it stepped aside to grant passage. Thank you. Field casually muttered a thank you and dashed up the staircase. Once his figure vanished behind the wall, the statue contemplated for a moment, extended a paw, and trod upon the sheepskin parchment that Field had left behind before returning to its original position, dutifully resuming its responsibilities. Father, look at what I have discovered, Field exclaimed as he burst into Dumbledore's office. Upon entering, he halted abruptly, staring in astonishment at the four house heads and Dumbledore, swallowing hard. I seem to have entered the wrong room. Come here, young Mr. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall beckoned with a smile. It's quite all right. No need to leave. We have nearly concluded our discussion. Really? Field cautiously glanced at McGonagall and then at the other heads. Indeed, young Mr. Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick chirped, his face alight with a cheerful smile, that if you don't mind, I am quite curious about your discovery. Would you care to share? Well, it's not much, Field admitted, feeling somewhat shy, if young Mr. Dumbledore has the time. Perhaps you ought to ponder whether you have forgotten something, Snape remarked, his face stoic as he addressed Field in a voice barely above a whisper, such as Detention. Ah, I've just remembered what I wanted to say. Field suddenly slapped his forehead, as if recalling his purpose. Father, I have some thoughts on Animagus transformation, and I hope you can assist me. Before Dumbledore could respond, Professor McGonagall interjected, her voice laced with surprise. I recall you have yet to practice advanced transfiguration, young Mr. Dumbledore. That is indeed the case. Field nodded obediently, feeling restrained before Professor McGonagall and his own headmaster. Aiming too high is not a commendable habit. McGonagall's expression turned serious. I believe I have cautioned you more than once, young Mr. Dumbledore, that transfiguration is a perilous branch of magic. Yes, Professor, I am aware, Field quickly affirmed. However, my endeavor to learn Animagus transformation has been sanctioned by Father. Hasn't it, Father? McGonagall furrowed her brow, her sharp gaze shifting to Dumbledore. Ah, yes, I did consent to this, Minerva. Dumbledore seemed to recall suddenly, slapping his forehead. I neglected to inform you. How could you? McGonagall's demeanor instantly grew grave, her eyes widening. You must understand, he is merely a child, a first year. You need to be aware of what you are doing, Dumbledore. Oh, of course, Dumbledore replied with a reassuring smile. Trust me, I do have my moments of confusion. But on this matter, I am quite clear-minded. Very well. You are always right, McGonagall sighed, casting a sardonic glance at Dumbledore before turning her attention back to Field, her expression softening for a brief moment before regaining its sternness. Young Mr. Dumbledore, I trust you are aware of the dangers involved in transfiguration. Advanced transfiguration is not a simple feat. Even the slightest misstep can lead to dire consequences, including the loss of life. You would not wish to witness such a day, would you? Indeed, Professor, Field replied obediently. I shall not witness it. Perhaps you have been spending too much time with Gryffindor lately. Young Mr. Dumbledore, Snape interjected coolly. Boasting is not a commendable habit. Of course I understand. Headmaster, Field replied with a smile, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. In fact, I have already completed ITS, just that I have yet to fully grasp do not lie. McGonagall shot him a disapproving look. I am not lying, Professor. Field shook his head. And one can lie in front of Master of Legilimency. My headmaster and my father are both masters of legilimency. You are correct, young Mr. Dumbledore, Snape replied, pursing his lips as he scrutinized Field from his elevated position. Then prove it to me, young Mr. Dumbledore. If you are merely boasting, perhaps you shall find little respite until next year. Snape smirked maliciously. I would be delighted to extend your detention. Field paused for a moment, then turned to Dumbledore. Dumbledore hesitated before nodding. Very well, Headmaster. Field then looked back at Snape. However, I hope you can keep this confidential. Prove yourself first, Snape huffed dismissively. Field glanced at the 5 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Suddenly inspired, he drew his wand and waved at the wall, transforming a small ornament into a heavy curtain. Field glanced at Dumbledore, then at the portraits on the wall. Dumbledore nodded in understanding, waving his hand, causing the curtain to float up and cover all the portraits of the past headmasters in slumber. Observing the solemnity with which the father and son conducted themselves, the four heads exchanged glances, their expressions growing considerably more serious. "Oh, you believe this, Professor Flitwick?" Professor Sprout quietly inquired of Flitwick. "Honestly, it is hard to believe," Flitwick murmured, eyeing Field. "However, it does not appear to be a fabrication. My goodness, if this is true, then he would likely be the most exceptional student Hogwarts has ever seen," Flitwick added. With the portraits concealed, Field ensured that all the curtains were drawn tight, double-checking for any overlooked areas before stepping into the center of the room. "I shall begin," he announced, and, following an instinctual urge, initiated his transformation. Under the keen gaze of the 5 individuals within the room, Field contorted momentarily before transforming into a small, fiery phoenix. In a flash of fire, the small phoenix, Ariana, appeared before him. "Master, you look far more agreeable now," the phoenix chirped, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "That if you wish, I could mate with you, that we could produce many little phoenixes. Please don't jest, Ariana." Field stiffened, then chuckled incredulously. "Let us not forget, I am a human wizard." "Rest assured, master, I do not mind your nature." The phoenix flapped her wings against his back. "As long as you don't speak of it, neither will I die." "But father knows." Field spread his wings, addressing the phoenix. "Yes." The phoenix tapped her small head. "I can sense he is quite powerful, and he has Fox assisting him. I stand no chance against him." Field felt increasingly uneasy, gazing at the phoenix with confusion. "You intend to confront my father? Why would you do that? That way he would not oppose me." This. Field found himself at a loss for words. That seemed, perhaps, not entirely unfeasible. A sudden thought sparked in his mind, but he vigorously shook his head. Banishing the dangerous notion from his thoughts, Field completed his transformation. The heads gazed at him in shock, their eyes gleaming with wonder. Transfigured magical creatures. Professor McGonagall could think of nothing else. The ability to acquire the magic of other beings. This was Professor Flitwick's contemplation. Could one transform into magical plants? Professor Sprout's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she yearned to inquire of Field. Snape's expression remained impassive as he scrutinized Field closely. The depths of his eyes, flickering momentarily, a drop of phoenix tears for a day's detention seems rather insufficient. Snape fixated on Field, mulling to himself. Perhaps a vial. After much effort to dissuade the small phoenix from the notion of revolting against her master, Field breathed a sigh of relief, only to be suddenly gripped by an icy chill that coursed through him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Field turned to see the 4 heads fixated on him, instinctively taking a step back. "Young Mr. Dumbledore, you may revert to your original form." Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself, and spoke softly, though her voice still trembled slightly. Field nodded, then leapt down abruptly, contorting several times before returning to his original form. "Wow." Professor Flitwick raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, and then approached Field, saying, "You might require a bit of assistance, young Mr. Dumbledore." Facing the elevated expressions around him, Field calmly stood up. "Could you provide me with some aging potion?" "Father?" he inquired, turning to Dumbledore with a childlike inflection. "Of course," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Though, if I recall correctly, your headmaster possesses some at this very moment." You require it?" "Absolutely." Field glanced at Snape. Then, "Headmaster." Snape remained silent, wordlessly producing a vial of aging potion and handing it to Field. After Field had consumed it, Snape leisurely remarked, 1,000 galleons per bottle. Remember to pay me before dinner." "What?" Field stared at Snape. "Aghast, or a vial of phoenix tears," Snape continued nonchalantly, then turned to Dumbledore, adding, "I've been researching a new potion lately, and I fear I won't have time to brew others, Headmaster." After a calm exchange, Field happily offered a vial of his own phoenix tears, along with a tail feather, in exchange for 3 vials of aging potion. Once Field had returned to his normal age range, McGonagall eagerly posed a question. "Young Mr. Dumbledore, how did you manage that?" Field understood she was inquiring about his magical transformation and offered a wry smile. "I apologize, Professor, but I genuinely wish I could provide an answer. The truth is, I am quite uncertain myself. Uncertain? McGonagall furrowed her brow. If you are unwilling to disclose, I can understand, young Mr. Dumbledore. I harbor no intention of concealing anything. Field raised his hands in a gesture of honesty. I merely do not know how it happened. He then recounted his previous experiences. So that is the case. McGonagall's brow relaxed momentarily, only to furrow again. She turned to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, do you have any insight into this matter? I fear I cannot provide you with an answer either. Minerva, Dumbledore gently shook his head. Though I have stated it more than once, I shall reiterate. Magic is indeed wondrous. Yes, we are all aware, McGonagall responded. So we are left in the dark then? I believe Field may offer us an answer. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Am I correct, my child? I have indeed discovered certain things. Field nodded lightly, handing a parchment to Dumbledore. You may peruse this. Fathered, oh, this is... Dumbledore glanced at the parchment Field had written on, his expression turning grave as he unfurled it. Reading each word attentively, it appears there is something of great significance. The four headmasters exchanged glances and unconsciously stepped closer to the desk. Speculation regarding animagi? McGonagall, standing nearest, softly read the title, raising an eyebrow before continuing. The entire room fell into a profound silence. Dumbledore finished first, lifting his gaze contemplatively, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. I must say, this is quite a bold hypothesis. And most intriguing. Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall shot him an admonishing look. I believe you should seriously consider young Mr. Dumbledore's thoughts. It is perilous. Oh, do not fret. Minerva, Dumbledore reassured her gently. I do not wish to boast, but I should be able to protect him and ensure he remains unharmed before any danger arises. But that is Animagus Albus. In her frustration, McGonagall addressed Dumbledore by name. You must understand just how dangerous that is. Indeed, I am aware. Dumbledore smiled at her. Thus, until one possesses absolute certainty, no one will dare to attempt it. Shall we? I hope you can uphold that, Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall took a deep breath, coldly remarking. Certainly, I shall, Dumbledore replied with a smile. So, can you enlighten us as to what transpired? Professor Flitwick gestured with one hand, gazing expectantly at Dumbledore. Oh, my apologies. Please forgive me that I nearly forgot you have yet to see this. Dumbledore cast an apologetic glance at Flitwick, pushing the parchment toward him. Flitwick thanked him and took it. Professors Sprout and Snape moved behind him to examine it closely. Oh my goodness, Flitwick exclaimed after reading, astonished as he looked at Field. My child, you actually contemplated using the blood of magical creatures to create an animagus potion. What were you thinking? Due to a particular potion formula, Field produced a book from the restricted section, flipping to the page on the animagus potion and handing it to Flitwick. Look here, Professor, Field pointed at the text. It mentions that if one adds the tears or hair of the creature one wishes to transform into while brewing the animagus potion, it significantly increases the success rate. That we all know that wizards can cast spells because they possess the blood of magical creatures within them. Field elaborated. Though our magic has evolved beyond that of other magical beings, I believe it is primarily due to the presence of wands. Wands? Flitwick raised an eyebrow. That is indeed the greatest invention of wizards. Field, yes, it certainly is, Field nodded, but it cannot be denied that wands have altered the nature of the magic wizards cast. One might even say that wizards have become dependent on them. In my view. This could be one reason why wizards cannot utilize the magic of other races. Why not attribute it to racial differences? Flitwick asked earnestly, recalling Master Gamp's previous remarks on the matter. Racial differences? Perhaps, Field shrugged. I have conducted some experiments on this, for instance, like so. With that, Field snapped his fingers at the quill pen before Dumbledore. Snap! The crisp sound echoed as the quill pen instantaneously appeared before Field. The professors widened their eyes in astonishment, with Flitwick exclaiming, Is that the magic of house elves? Indeed, Field replied calmly, inwardly exhaling a sigh of relief, as this was his first attempt at such a feat. And fortunately, it had succeeded. How did you accomplish that? Snape could no longer maintain his facade of calmness, urgently inquiring, for perhaps no one at Hogwarts valued power more than he'd why relying on instinct. Field answered succinctly that I once asked house elves how they cast their magic. Almost all of them were unable to articulate it. They only know that it is a force inherent within their beings. As you know, The nature of house elves dictates that they cannot lie to me, so you believe that wizards are inferior to house elves in terms of magical ability. Snape narrowed his eyes and asked softly. Field, well acquainted with Snape, recognized that he was becoming increasingly displeased. Not only Snape, but the expressions of the three other headmasters also darkened, although they treated house elves with greater kindness than most wizards. The inherent pride of being wizards still lingered within them. I did not imply that. Headmaster, Field shook his head. Undoubtedly, wizards are at the forefront of all magical races in terms of magical application. Whether in the diversity of spells or the development of incantations, you ought to clarify your meaning. Snape let out a cold snort, yet his expression softened considerably. What I am referring to is instinct. Field asserted confidently that I dare say the vast majority of wizards have long forgotten the application of such primal magic. If you were to be without your wand, could you still perform magic? My esteemed headmaster, Field smiled at Snape. If that is all you wish to suggest, Snape scoffed. Are you insulting your headmaster? What about silent casting in conjunction with being wandless? Field continued to inquire. What exactly are you trying to convey? Snape furrowed his brow, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. Dumbledore observed Field, a contemplative glint in his eyes. However, he did not interrupt Field, instead choosing to listen intently to him. My point is rather simple. Field stated as he extended a hand, and without any observable motion, a sphere of light, about the size of his fist, appeared in his palm. Just like this, Field opened his hand, and the luminous orb began to float gently upwards. Pausing mid-air, did you know? Field gazed at the orb, murmuring, I did not utter an incantation. It simply manifested because I desired such a light. Magic without incantation. Snape was taken aback, staring at Field, his lips twitching as if to speak. But no words emerged. The other three heads exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback by Field's assertion. Indeed, it is so. A flicker of understanding dawned in Dumbledore's eyes. In advanced spell theory, there exists a notion that if one imbues a spell with emotional power, its potency is significantly enhanced. Field clenched his hand, causing the orb to vanish in a thin air, and continued. Whether it be the Patronus charm or other high-level spells, even the three unforgivable curses, it appears to follow this principle. I must apologize, Father, for I have delved into certain aspects of dark magic. Field cast an apologetic glance at Dumbledore. It is of no concern, my child, Dumbledore replied with a smile, as long as you are aware of what you are doing. Gaining knowledge is never a mistake, I assure you. Field nodded earnestly. If you wish to engage in emotional discourse, might we do so at another time? Snape murmured softly, Oh, certainly. Dumbledore chuckled. Please proceed, Field. Very well, Father, Field replied obediently. Perhaps I could provide an example. The Patronus charm is the epitome of luminous white magic, is it not? Of course, is there any doubt? Young Mr. Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick inquired curiously, Is that truly the case? Field smiled mysteriously, drew his wand, and pointed it at the wall, casting the spell, Expecto Patronum. A silver phoenix erupted from the tip of his wand, screeching as it soared towards the wall. With a resounding crash, a massive hole was blasted into the wall. This is Professor Flitwick's eyes widened. How did you accomplish that? The Patronus charm is indeed a high-level spell. Field remarked softly. The key to casting the spell lies in maintaining the emotion of protection. Now, what if I were to use the emotion of killing? Impossible. Professor Flitwick immediately refuted. If that were the case, you would suffer immediate backlash from the spell. But did I not just cast it? Field shrugged. Professor Flitwick was at a loss for words, casting a pleading glance at Dumbledore. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before slowly responding. I believe I comprehend. If the essence of killing is for the purpose of protection, it should indeed be feasible. Am I correct? Precisely, Father. Field nodded enthusiastically. Truly remarkable that you arrived at this conclusion so swiftly. Dumbledore did not modestly deflect praise for his offspring, but instead displayed a hint of pride. What does this signify, young Mr. Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall interjected at that juncture. My meaning is quite straightforward, Professor, Field said softly. To enhance a spell's potency or to ensure its effectiveness, it is not the power of emotion that is utilized, but rather the power of the mind. In other words, the essence of magic is the power of the mind. The Muggle Bible contained a phrase, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light, just as with the Patronus charm, which can be wielded for destruction. If I intend to use killing as a means of protection, I can invoke this white magic to yield the effects of dark magic. TSK, Snape scoffed, that sounds appealing. But it is merely your foray into dark magic. I did not expect you to possess such talent in that realm. IT is not as such, Professor. Field shook his head, turning to Dumbledore. I require a rat. Father, that is quite simple. Dumbledore tapped the table, and a rat bound with ropes appeared atop it. Watch closely, Professor, Field said to Snape, then aimed his wand at the rat. Casting the spell, Sectum Sempra, an invisible blade seemed to slice through the air, leaving a gaping wound upon the rat. The rat squealed in agony. This is my first time employing this spell, Field remarked, taking a deep breath before pointing his wand at the wound and solemnly uttering the incantation. Avada Kedavra! My goodness! Professors McGonagall and Sprout instinctively covered their mouths, while Professor Flitwick nearly leapt from his seat. Snape observed with an impassive expression, his concealed hand tightening unconsciously. Dumbledore's gaze grew serious as well. Subsequently, a scene more shocking unfolded before them that a sickly green light enveloped the rat. After the light faded, astonishingly, the rat remained alive. Furthermore, the wound that had just appeared was nowhere to be seen. Look, the killing curse can also be utilized for healing. Field exclaimed, pointing at the rat. As long as I believe that I can eliminate the wound that just manifested, the wound is eradicated, and thus the rat is unharmed. The little rat continued to squeak on the table, desperately attempting to free itself from the ropes. The heads of the 3 academies. This seemingly insignificant rat held more value than many treasures. Truly a remarkable discovery. Would you not agree? The joy in Dumbledore's eyes was almost palpable. You are exceptional, my child. You have indeed demonstrated to us that the beliefs wizards have held for centuries may be misguided. Dumbledore gazed at Field with pride. I am proud of you, my child. I believe you deserve this. Slytherin receives an additional 200 points. Moreover, we may establish a special contribution award. I wholeheartedly agree. Headmaster, Snape calmly approached Field. This decision is perfectly warranted. As head of Slytherin, I shall also award young Mr. Dumbledore 50 points. However, detention shall still proceed. Snape smirked. I take I need not ask you, young Mr. Dumbledore. I have yet to finish. Field intended to protest, but seeing Snape's warning glare, he relented. Very well, Professor. Excellent. Snape nodded in satisfaction. Grasping the nape of his neck, he led him out of the headmaster's office. As the sound of the door closing echoed, the 3 heads exchanged glances. Did young Mr. Dumbledore not finish his thought? Flitwick raised an eyebrow. That it appears so. Professor Sprout nodded. Thus, does Professor Snape wish to monopolize the conversation? Professor McGonagall suddenly realized, her brows knitting together, this simply cannot be allowed. It seems I have not visited Severus in quite some time. Dumbledore remarked, as if recalling something, tapping his forehead. The Honeyduke has released quite a few delightful sweets of late. Shall we go together? Headmaster, Professor McGonagall's expression brightened. Then she spoke earnestly. Certainly. Who could refuse an invitation from a lady? Dumbledore slowly rose to his feet. Excellent. Professor McGonagall was satisfied. Therefore, upon your return, please elucidate to me how you came to know of the delightful desserts produced by the Honeyduke. Severus Snape, contrary to Professor McGonagall's assumptions, did not press Field to disclose everything he had in mind. Instead, he simply allowed him to leave. However, he did instruct that Field must promptly compose a paper detailing his findings and hypotheses. Field had no objections to this. Although the idea was his own discovery, he did not consider himself the most exceptional among them. That a significant reason for Field's perspective was that he was not constrained by the so-called conventional wisdom that bound many native wizards of the magical realm. To him, if one could transcend that framework, there would undoubtedly be many more capable individuals than himself. Without even mentioning figures like Dumbledore or Grindelwald, simply the 4 house heads would far surpass him. Collaboration breeds success. Field cheerfully nodded at Snape and returned to his dormitory. In the days that followed, both Professor McGonagall and the other professors, with the exception of that peacock, unanimously canceled Field's assignments. Field naturally understood their intentions and was pleased to utilize his free time to complete the paper. Though none of the professors pressed him, the moment he noticed even Professor Sprout looking at him with eager anticipation, he naturally accelerated his pace. On the day the paper was completed, Field once again visited Dumbledore's office. "I believe this is around the time you would arrive, my child," Dumbledore remarked, stepping out from behind his desk to embrace him gently. "It has been quite some time since your last visit. Would you care for some ice mice?" "Of course," Field replied with a smile, "and it would be even better if there were cockroach clusters." "Ah, yes. I recall you have a fondness for cockroach clusters," Dumbledore said, his expression momentarily faltering before he discreetly shifted the topic. "It appears you have completed your paper during your absence. Have you not?" "Yes, Father," Field nodded, retrieving a lengthy parchment from his pocket. "It is all contained herein." Dumbledore took the paper and began to read it thoroughly. Unlike the last disorganized draft, this paper meticulously outlined Field's own conjectures regarding the animagus hypothesis, making it easy for others to comprehend his arguments. After reading each word, Dumbledore pondered for a moment before drawing his wand and giving it a gentle wave, causing a silver phoenix to soar from the tip of his wand. "Miller, I hope you can visit the headmaster's office if you have the time. Also, remember to summon Filius, Pomona, and Severus," Dumbledore instructed his Patronus before waving his wand again, sending the silver guardian through the walls of the room. "We shall wait for a while," Dumbledore smiled at Field, "but in the meantime, let us indulge in our desserts." "A splendid idea," Field shrugged. "Knock, knock, knock." "Come in." Dumbledore casually opened a drawer, sweeping the desserts inside before closing it and casually uttering a word. The office door swung open, and the four heads of houses entered directly. "I hope you truly have something significant to discuss." "Headmaster," Snape spoke first, his face dark as he regarded Dumbledore, "or perhaps you no longer require your tooth-whitening potion." "Tooth-whitening potion?" Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow at this term, fixing a serious gaze upon Dumbledore. "I recall having reminded you, Professor Dumbledore." "Clearly, your reminder was of little effect, Professor McGonagall," Snape sneered. "After all, our esteemed headmaster must possess certain privileges." "Ah, forgive me. I have been feeling as though I have forgotten something of late. It turns out to be this." Dumbledore suddenly smacked his forehead and looked apologetically at Professor McGonagall. "This will be the last time, shall it not, Minerva? I recall you saying the same last time." "Albus," McGonagall replied sternly, "it seems I truly ought to write to the Honeyduke. Simply instructing Hogwarts house elves not to provide you with desserts has proven ineffective. Has it not? Do remember to include Diagon Alley, my esteemed professor," Snape remarked, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. "Distance holds no significance for a phoenix, does it?" "Indeed, I shall do so," Professor McGonagall nodded solemnly. "As for this matter, I believe we can discuss it later." Dumbledore smiled at the four heads of houses. "Before that, I recall you have been anticipating this for quite some time." With that, Dumbledore tapped Field's paper with his wand, causing four identical copies to appear on the desk. "You have completed it, young Mr. Dumbledore?" Professor Flitwick inquired, a hint of surprise illuminating his face as he looked at Field. "I have fulfilled my duty," Field replied with a smile, "though I am uncertain about the quality of my writing, so I will need the assistance of a few professors." "Oh, it is our privilege," Professor Sprout said with a kind smile, looking at Field. "Regardless, you have already surpassed many, Field." "Thank you," Field said, slightly bowing to Professor Sprout. "Then, I shall entrust this to you." The heads of houses nodded, each taking a copy without hesitation and beginning to read intently. Before reading, Snape pressed his forehead forcefully. Field instinctively recoiled, fully aware of Snape's reasoning. They had agreed that Snape would review it first, yet it was Dumbledore who saw it first. However, the mere pressing of his forehead indicated that Snape was in rather good spirits. While the heads of houses read, Dumbledore smiled slightly and began to read as well. Observing them engrossed in the paper, Field, feeling bored, approached Fawkes and began to play with him. Today, he had not brought Ariana along. One reason was that she did not wish to come, and another was that Ariana had grown up and could no longer be kept in his pocket. It is worth mentioning that Field no longer required aging potions. Both he and Ariana were now adult phoenixes. However, Field still harbored some concerns. The adulthood of a phoenix is quite lengthy, and if his human form followed suit, he might remain unchanged for a considerable time. Of course, he was not entirely certain, as there was also the possibility that his human form would continue to develop. Regarding this, Field concluded that he could only ponder solutions when he truly ceased to grow. Time passed steadily, and soon the heads of houses had finished reading Field's paper. Noticing this, Dumbledore set down his parchment, clasped his hands together, and smiled at the heads of houses. Now, you may share your thoughts. It is indeed a bold yet persuasive hypothesis. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and spoke earnestly, though it is somewhat difficult to believe. You shall engage in a battle for truth within the magical realm. Young Mr. Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick remarked with a wry smile, to be honest, I truly hope this paper receives wider attention. However, those old-fashioned individuals are likely to give you a hard time. Rest assured, Phileas, Professor Sprout said softly, her expression turning serious. Since it is the truth, we must not be afraid, at the very least. Young Mr. Dumbledore has us to ha. That is true, Professor Flitwick shrugged and turned to Snape. What do you think, Severus? A reckless fellow. Snape shot a glare at Field before softly saying, the glory of Slytherin shall not be abandoned. Dumbledore chuckled as he observed the heads of houses engaging in their lively discussion, after exchanging a glance with his child. He tilted his head slightly to, it seems promising, does it not? Dumbledore quietly remarked to Field. You are absolutely correct, Field replied, pleased to witness this scene. Ultimately, all four heads of houses resolved to publish Field's paper and vowed to use their connections to ensure his protection. All that Field needs to do now is prepare for a few interviews. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Professor Flitwick seemed to suddenly recall something, smiling as he turned to Field. I hear your best friend is in Ravenclaw. Is that correct? You're referring to Luna. Field looked at Professor Flitwick with a hint of confusion. Indeed, that is her. She is a fine young lady, Professor Flitwick replied with a cheerful demeanor. It seems you are not very happy in Slytherin. Are you? Not at all. Field shook his head. I'm merely studying magic. It's quite similar wherever one is. Exactly so, Professor Flitwick clapped his hands with excitement. Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. It appears you have a profound understanding of that statement from our Ravenclaw lady. So, what do you say about joining Ravenclaw? Professor Flitwick finally revealed his intention. The three heads of houses perked up at this remark, and the murderous glint in Snape's eyes was almost palpable. I seem to recall that there has never been a case of a sorting error in the history of Hogwarts. Before Field could respond, Snape interjected coolly. Not necessarily, Severus. Professor Flitwick shook his head. There may have been many instances that went undocumented. Do not forget, this castle harbors numerous secrets, and even Professor Dumbledore would not claim to know them all. That seems irrelevant to the students. Snape furrowed his brow and said impatiently, No. The sorting hat is merely an alchemical object. Professor Flitwick waved his hand, chuckling. Who can guarantee that an alchemical item is infallible? Professor Flitwick's assertion was indeed valid. Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with insight, as it is well known that nearly every Dumbledore has been sorted into Gryffindor, with the exception of young M.R. Dumbledore. It seems the sorting hat might indeed have a flaw. Exactly, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, clapping his hands. So, young Mr. Dumbledore should rightly belong in Gryffindor. Am I correct? McGonagall's face bore a hint of a smile. Minerva! Professor Flitwick was taken aback for a moment before casting an indignant look at Professor McGonagall. I thought you were assisting me. We must be responsible for every student. Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall replied solemnly. Young Mr. Dumbledore's proficiency in Transfiguration cannot simply be described as excellent. He possesses the courage to transcend limitations. It is evident he is a quintessential Gryffindor. That is wisdom, Professor Flitwick retorted, his eyes bulging. His spell work is truly unparalleled. Do not forget, he is already capable of using house elf magic, an achievement no one else has attained. Forgive me, but he is my student, Snape said coldly, and moreover, Hogwarts has never had a precedent for transferring houses. Precedents are meant to be broken. McGonagall shook her head. Before Harry Potter, there was never a first-year student who joined the Quidditch team. Since we have already broken precedent once, what is to stop us from doing so again? Speaking of which, Field also possesses considerable talent in herbology. Professor Sprout mumbled, only to find 3 pairs of sharp eyes fixed upon her. I said nothing, Professor Sprout hastily added. Observing that the 3 remained unyielding, Professor Sprout suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh dear, I just remembered the mandrakes in Greenhouse 1 need some sunlight, so I must take my leave. With that, she nodded at Dumbledore and hurried out of the headmaster's office. The mandrakes require sunlight. Field wondered, glancing at the now overcast sky outside, murmuring to himself, I believe it is prudent to remind both of you. Snape spoke slowly. The results of the sorting have always been determined by the sorting hat. Unless it acknowledges an error, we cannot presume any discrepancies in the outcome. The sorting hat, Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall simultaneously furrowed their brows. Glancing at the hat resting on the shelf behind Dumbledore, which appeared as though it had never been cleaned, the sorting hat seems to have just awakened, shifting its form and shaking its tip. I believe I heard someone calling me. Apologies, I was just contemplating next year's song. Would you like to hear it? Perhaps having not conversed with anyone for quite some time, the sorting hat rambled on incessantly as soon as it began to speak. Part of my interruption, sorting hat, Professor McGonagall interjected impatiently. If you would, I would like to pose a question to Do. The sorting hat halted its chatter, of course. I would be delighted. You may state your question to IT is simply this. Has there ever been an error in your sorting? Professor McGonagall inquired directly. An error? No, impossible, the sorting hat exclaimed, as if feeling insulted. I am a hat that never makes mistakes. Clearly an obvious response. Is it not? Snape scoffed now. I believe I should escort my student back. No, wizards can indeed make mistakes, especially an alchemical object. Professor McGonagall spoke rapidly, having unknowingly drawn her wand, her gaze fixed intently on the sorting hat. You should ponder this, sorting hat. Professor Flitwick also drew his wand, idly toying with it in his hand. The sorting hat stiffened, glancing nervously at McGonagall's wand directed toward it, then at Flitwick's wand, which was openly displayed, shivering involuntarily. Might I have erred? The sorting hat cautiously ventured. Both Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were satisfied, yet Snape's expression darkened considerably. I advise you to think carefully, my dear hat, Snape stated slowly, his eyes glinting dangerously. The sorting hat stiffened once more, shaking its head as it pondered what to do. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who intervened, bringing this farce to a temporary close. Although Professor Flitwick felt somewhat dissatisfied, he recognized that Dumbledore was the headmaster and also Field's father. Without Dumbledore's consent, he could not force Field to transfer houses. Before departing the headmaster's office, Field found himself assigned a detention that would consume all of his free time. Snape generously allowed him to forego all his assignments, promising to explain the situation to the other professors. Any master of potions would never permit a young wizard with exceptional talent in potions to squander his time, Snape asserted with conviction. This marked the first instance of Snape openly acknowledging Field's abilities. Yet, such acknowledgement did little to elevate Field's spirits. After much negotiation, Snape eventually hinted that as long as Field could meet his expectations, he might consider granting him some leniency. Although the term leniency was rather vague, it nonetheless presented a glimmer of opportunity. Field hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He was concerned that further contention might jeopardize even this chance. He was well aware of his house head as principles. Exiting the headmaster's office, Field gazed at the glowing pumpkins adorning the corridor, momentarily lost in thought, realizing that Halloween had indeed arrived. During his time at Hogwarts, he had been fully occupied, perhaps influenced by his Phoenix lineage. His sense of time had become increasingly nebulous. Oh well, no need to dwell on it. Field shook his head, resolved to head to the Great Hall. The Halloween costume ball at Hogwarts has long been a cherished tradition and one of the few grand events held. Earlier in the term, Luna had discussed this with Field. Though he was not particularly fond of crowds, he had never attended a costume ball, so he felt a flicker of anticipation. Glancing out the corridor window at the moonlit night, he wondered if the ball had already concluded. Field mused, quickening his pace unconsciously. Unfortunately, upon reaching the fourth floor, he encountered a group of Gryffindors heading toward their common room, still clad in their curious costumes. It seemed the event had indeed come to an end. Field reflected with a tinge of regret, his steps slowing as he descended. Upon reaching the second floor, he was taken aback by the sudden influx of people. Numerous students had halted in their tracks, gazing intently toward the abandoned lavatory on the second floor, where the crowd seemed to swell even more. What had transpired? Curiosity piqued within Field. However, he was not one to revel in the commotion. After a cursory glance at the throng, he contemplated departing. "Hey, Field." At that moment, Braith spotted him and called out loudly. Field turned his head, raising an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Come here, my brother." Braith beckoned vigorously, gesturing for him to join. His expression bore a peculiar mix of excitement and trepidation. "What is going on?" Field inquired as he approached his side. "Take a look," Braith urged, pulling him toward the heart of the crowd. The Slytherins parted slightly upon seeing Field, who, despite his unassuming demeanor, commanded a respect that none dared to undermine. Apart from flying lessons, Field consistently exhibited a level of proficiency far exceeding that of his contemporaries. There was even a fifth-year student who, while drafting a paper on the vanishing spell in the common room, sought Field's guidance. Additionally, several students had approached him with inquiries regarding spells, all of which he answered with remarkable finesse, even providing insightful references for subjects in which he was less adept, such as Transfiguration. Flint had publicly expressed on multiple occasions that he hoped Field would succeed him as the president of the Slytherin Student Council upon graduation, although Field had not acquiesced. The Slytherin students had already begun to treat him as the next candidate for that esteemed position. Braith's tugging led Field to a clearing amid the crowd. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his pupils dilated in shock. Suspended from a flagpole was a statue of Larisiv, now rendered a dull gray, while the ground was marred by murky water seeping from an unknown source, emanating a foul odor. Leaning against the wall were Harry, Ron, and Hermione, appearing utterly flustered, while Malfoy stood across from them, gleefully mocking their predicament. Scrawled on the wall in a shade reminiscent of blood were menacing words. "The chamber has been opened. Beware of enemies of the air." "Phew," Braith exhaled in astonishment. "I was taken aback when I first saw this." "What about you, Field?" "I'm all right," Field replied, furrowing his brow as he sensed an unpleasant aura that he found distasteful. If his instincts were correct, this was likely the source of the chaos. Could it be that a dark wizard has infiltrated? Braith speculated with a hint of excitement. "Your enthusiasm is rather peculiar," Field remarked, casting a strange glance at Braith. "What exactly are you thrilled about?" "Oh, nothing," Braith shrugged. "I was merely contemplating if a confrontation might ensue." "That may disappoint you." Field shook his head. "An dark wizard would invade merely to attack a cat." "Well," Braith's excitement waned. Could it not be that the cat stumbled upon something, prompting the wizard to use magic on it? "Certainly," Field nodded, "but to transform a cat into such a state would require formidable dark magic. Would a wizard of such prowess even be detected by a mere cat?" You make a valid point," Braith chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely conjecturing. Regardless of the circumstances, the school is likely to experience a tumultuous period ahead." Field remarked, fixating on the ominous inscription, "We must remain vigilant." Braith surveyed the scene, reminiscent of a horror film, and reluctantly concurred with Field's assessment. "Hey, kids, what are you all doing gathered here?" A resonant baritone echoed from the back of the crowd. Field raised an eyebrow. It was unmistakably the flamboyant professor. "Oh my goodness." Gilderoy approached, his eyes widening in astonishment, only to quickly morph into excitement. "An attack?" "Yes, it must be." A heart-wrenching wail interrupted Gilderoy's exclamation as Filch's sorrowful visage emerged. Though Filch appeared devastated, the students clearly failed to empathize with his plight. Field even noticed a few faces adorned with a trace of schadenfreude. "This old toad truly lacks popularity," Field mused silently. Naturally, Field held no sympathy for him. The ability to be universally despised by students was a unique feat that only Filch had accomplished. Even Snape had his share of admirers, while the plight of a toad might evoke pity. Turning such discontent into jealousy and directing it toward students was something Field found reprehensible. Nevertheless, one cannot advise others to be virtuous if they have not endured hardship themselves. Field chose neither to ridicule Filch nor to pity him. He merely observed with an even temperament. "Look at this old fellow," Braith muttered, lacking Field's restraint, a smirk of derision on his face that he looks as if he's lost his wife. "Indeed, it seems he has." Field sighed, responding coolly. "Filch appears quite sorrowful, and I do not believe it is commendable to rub salt into another's wounds." "All right." Braith shrugged nonchalantly, opting not to make further inappropriate comments. I could see that moment. Filch had shifted his gaze toward the trio of saviors. "It's you. It's you." Filch shrieked, his face a grotesque mask of grief intermingled with rage. tears and mucus rendering him both hideous and pitiable. "This has nothing to do with us. We just arrived," Ron protested loudly. Filch was about to retort when the crowd surged once more, and Dumbledore, accompanied by the four house heads, approached. "My word," Professor McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. "This does not appear to be a prank." "Clearly, it is not," Snape interjected bluntly, his gaze fixed on Harry and his friends, a smirk playing on his lips. "It seems our esteemed saviors have once again found themselves in a bit of trouble." "This is hardly the work of a few second-year students," Professor Flitwick added diplomatically. Snape refrained from countering, yet his disdain for the trio intensified. "Oh, forgive me, Argus." Dumbledore spoke softly to Filch. "Could you enlighten me about what transpired?" "It's them," Filch exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Harry and his friends. "They attacked my cat." "It wasn't us," Harry interjected. "We arrived to find it in this state." "Liar," Filch bellowed. "I knew they would harbor resentment toward me." "It must have been them. They know I am a squib." Although Filch being a squib was an open secret throughout the school, he had never openly admitted it until now, thereby solidifying the truth. "I believe this is not the most appropriate venue for discussion," Dumbledore observed, surveying the onlookers. My office is nearby. Perhaps we could convene there." Gilderoy chimed cheerfully, still wearing his trademark smile. "Thank you, Professor Lockhart. That would be most helpful." Dumbledore replied with a nod. "Not at all. It is my duty." Then Dumbledore addressed the gathered spectators once more. "You all ought to return to your dormitories. Prefects, please fulfill your responsibilities. Professors, please follow me." Dumbledore calmly addressed Harry and the others. "And you lot as well." Gideon led the way, exuding an air of confidence, while Dumbledore accompanied the others toward his office. "Well, it seems there's nothing more to see," Blaise remarked with a shrug. "We might as well head back early. Mr. Filch is likely in a foul mood today, and if we get caught, it won't end well." "That's true." Another Slytherin chimed in with a hint of malice on his face. After all, that was his beloved cat. Recklessness was hardly a trait befitting a Slytherin. The Slytherins jested amongst themselves as they made their way back to the common room. With so many students around, Field hesitated to approach the room of requirement directly and instead returned to the common room with them. "Well, it's quite a rarity to see you back, Field," Blaise exclaimed with surprise. "I'm almost moved. I can't believe you remembered the way back. Not everyone possesses a brain as large as a troll's like you do." Field retorted sharply. Blaise halted, nearly giving Field a thumbs up in admiration. Truly, he was the favorite of the headmaster. The tone, the inflection, it was all strikingly similar. Although they had returned to the common room, the recent events had clearly left the students with no intention of retiring for the night. Instead, they gathered to discuss the incident. Some speculated it was a form of dark magic. Others suggested it might be a curse, while some believed it was an attack by a dark wizard. The topics of discussion were as varied as they were numerous, yet no consensus was reached. "Hey, I just remembered a legend," a Slytherin girl suddenly interjected. "Daphne," Blaise raised an eyebrow at her. "I didn't know you had a penchant for reading." "As if you know me well enough." Daphne shot him a disdainful glance. Blaise rubbed his nose awkwardly. "Perhaps you should share your theory." "Humph." Daphne rolled her eyes at him, then leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "Have you heard of the Chamber of Slytherin? Is that what you're referring to?" Blaise shook his head in disappointment. "That's merely a legend, a legend." Daphne's face bore a hint of contempt. "Don't tell me you're unaware." "The chamber was confirmed to have been opened 50 years ago." "Really?" Blaise stared at Daphne, taken aback. "Well, it seems you are quite informed." Daphne sighed, her gaze at Blaise now tinged with incredulity, as if she were looking at a simpleton. "Didn't your elders ever mention it to you?" "Not at all." Blaise shook his head. "I've heard a little." Another girl interjected. "It happened before Dumbledore became headmaster, and a student died back then. This was one of the biggest scandals at Hogwarts. The school had to close early until everything was checked and deemed safe again." What was in the chamber?" Blaise curiously inquired. "Don't tell me you don't know." "No one knows that." Daphne shook her head. "Its said there is a terrifying monster inside. When the chamber is opened, it will carry out Slytherin's legacy by expelling all those unworthy of studying magic." "So no one knows what that monster is?" Blaise asked, disappointed. "Is there not even a single guess?" "Of course there are guesses," Daphne shrugged, "but none are particularly credible. Don't forget, Salazar Slytherin was one of the most powerful wizards over 1,000 years ago. There were plenty of remarkable magical creatures in his time, so I wouldn't be surprised by anything. What could possibly be inside? Blaise mused aloud, his gaze drifting to Field, who was lost in thought. Field, what do you think? Field snapped back to reality, casting a puzzled look at Blaise. What do you think the monster in the chamber is? Blaise asked, displaying no impatience. He was accustomed to Field's demeanor. The chamber, Field responded, realizing, you mean the chamber of Slytherin? Exactly. Blaise patted his shoulder. You're the cleverest among us. You must have an idea of what's inside. Under Blaise's expectant gaze, Field rubbed his temple. Sorry, I don't see the utility in guessing. Utility? Of course there is, Daphne interjected, her eyes keenly focused on Field. You should know that if that monster truly emerges from the chamber, we must be prepared. I cannot entrust my life entirely to a mere rumor. That's right. Another girl with curly hair nodded in agreement, that I wouldn't trust a beast to show mercy to humans. So, Field, you figured out what the monster in the chamber is, right? Blaise observed Field, his tone more of a statement than a question. Not entirely. Just a hint. Field raised an eyebrow. It's rather simple. I assent it. Do tell. Blaise urged, his anticipation palpable. Not just Blaise, but all the students watched him with eager eyes. Think about our Slytherin crest, and you can deduce quite a bit. Field stroked his chin. Don't forget, Slytherin is renowned not just for his power, but also for a particular skill, or perhaps a talent. You mean Parseltongue? Blaise exclaimed, interrupting Field with excitement, slapping his forehead. How could I have forgotten that? The other students also perked up, as there aren't many magical creatures associated with snakes in the wizarding world. That narrows it down significantly, Daphne suggested eagerly. The most famous magical creature related to snakes is the basilisk. Indeed, that's right. Field snapped his fingers. So, the monster in the chamber is a basilisk. The curly-haired girl raised an eyebrow. I don't recall hearing that a basilisk can petrify anything. Oh, it can. Daphne asserted confidently. I remember reading in a family tome about dark wizards. It explicitly stated that the gaze of a basilisk can cause petrification under certain conditions. That makes sense, Blaise continued. The basilisk's gaze can be lethal, which explains the death of a student 50 years ago. Simultaneously, the basilisk's gaze can also petrify, which is what happened to Filch's cat. Both outcomes occurred. That it appears the monster in the chamber must be it. Incredible. A basilisk that has lived for over 1,000 years. Daphne gasped. I recall that a typical basilisk living for 100 years is already remarkable. How did Salazar Slytherin achieve that? He was one of the most powerful wizards. His magical prowess is beyond our comprehension. Blaise shook his head, then added cheerily, however, this does count as good news, as we can now prepare ourselves. Good news? The curly-haired girl scoffed. What makes you think so? How powerful can a creature that has lived for over 1,000 years be? The girl glared at Blaise, her eyes filled with derision. At least we have a direction for our preparations, don't we? Blaise shot her a defiant look. How do we prepare? With a rooster. The girl dismissed him, scoffing. Don't tell me you plan to carry a rooster around. Heaven help us. You're truly delusional. That's better than losing your life, Blaise retorted. If you're worried about embarrassment, you needn't carry one. Pansy, the curly-haired girl, Pansy, smirked mockingly, shook her head, and said no more. All right, arguing here won't solve anything. Daphne frowned. However, Pansy has a point. That's a creature that has lived for over 1,000 years, and it is elusive. We really should consider how to prepare. Elusive? Not quite, Field interjected. If all goes as expected, that creature should be lurking within the walls and swimming through the pipes. The pipes? Daphne raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Field shrugged, stating that aside from this, he could hardly imagine where such a large creature could roam without being detected. That being said, there is some truth to it. Daphne tilted her head, contemplating carefully, and reluctantly conceded to Field's speculation. If I may suggest, Field, why not venture another guess to see if you can uncover the location of the secret chamber? Braith suddenly interjected, instantly piquing the interest of the students. A splendid idea. You should truly give it a try. Daphne gazed at Field with delight, expressing her confidence in him. That I am genuinely curious about the chamber's whereabouts. No one would wish to remain uninformed. Daphne, The gleam in Pansy's eyes could almost rival the torches adorning the walls, for it was the chamber belonging to Slytherin. Aside from the basilisk, even the discovery of any remarkable artifact would be enough to establish a legacy. Such an opportunity is not one a Slytherin could refuse. You should certainly give it a shot, Field. Braith spoke rapidly, offering assistance should it be needed. Speculating the location of the chamber, Field also became intrigued, pondering deeply before suddenly asking, "Who knows the name of the student who perished 50 years ago? The deceased student." The students exchanged bewildered glances, somewhat perplexed. How is it related to the chamber? Braith raised an eyebrow. It should be relevant. Field nodded. "I have some conjectures, but I require verification. Does anyone know?" Her name was Moaning Myrtle Elizabeth Allen. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the entrance of the common room. Field's body stiffened abruptly, and he slowly turned his head to find Snape's gaze laden with significance. "Indeed, it is the ghost of the Weeping Myrtle." Snape spoke leisurely. "I am equally curious about your deductions, young Mr. Dumbledore." "Myrtle?" Daphne raised an eyebrow. "That ghost from the abandoned lavatory? It is indeed her." Pansy expressed her astonishment. "Hey, could you clarify a bit?" Braith inquired curiously. "Who is Myrtle?" "A ghost from a second-floor lavatory." Daphne explained. "She typically resides only in the girls' lavatory. Being a timid and sensitive specter, prone to tears at the slightest disturbance, it is said that the abandonment of the second-floor lavatory is linked to her." "I would assume so." Pansy continued. "Just consider, if we were in the midst of our business, and suddenly a ghost emerged from the toilet as the image crossed her mind." Pansy shuddered violently. "Oh, do not say such things, Pansy." Daphne's face betrayed her discomfort as she scolded. "Although we all know it, your words make me hesitant to enter the lavatory in the future." "Very well." Pansy observed several Slytherins displaying unfriendly expressions, realizing she had invoked the ire of the masses. She offered an awkward smile and fell silent. "A ghost that enjoys emerging from toilets." Braith stroked his chin, chuckling. "It sounds quite amusing." "Hey, Field, have you thought of something?" All eyes turned to Field. Even Snape was fixated on him. "Almost," Field mused. "If I'm not mistaken, the place where Myrtle's body was discovered should be in the abandoned lavatory on the second floor." Snape nodded, indicating he was correct. "Then, this simplifies matters." Field snapped his fingers. "If my conjecture holds true, then the abandoned lavatory on the second floor is likely an entrance to the chamber. As those words left his lips, the expressions of the students shifted. Some were incredulous. Others scoffed, while a few shot him cold glares, their eyes glinting with disdain. "Do not speak nonsense, Field." Braith furrowed his brow. "That is Salazar Slytherin. His chamber would not be located in such a filthy place." Daphne and Pansy beside him nodded in agreement. Snape maintained his usual expressionless demeanor. "Frankly, your current ignorance mirrors that of those Gryffindors." Field shot Braith an annoyed glance. "Do not tell me you have never read Hogwarts. A history, which records that Hogwarts has undergone modifications twice." Braith's eyes darted as he offered a sheepish smile. "I almost forgot. As if you have read it." Pansy did not spare him a moment's grace, snorting derisively. "What? Have you read it?" Braith frowned, glaring at Pansy with slight irritation. "I have not. So what?" Pansy stood her ground, chest puffed out. "Hey." Braith stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. "Let's focus on Field's conjecture." Daphne interjected diplomatically, "For I am quite curious." "Humph. Not worth my time." Braith disdainfully remarked at Pansy, then turned to Field with a serious expression. "You." Pansy fumed, about to retort, but Daphne grasped her arm, subtly indicating Snape's direction. After glancing at the impassive headmaster, Pansy's mouth moved slightly, and she fell silent. Upon the mention of Hogwarts, a history, the expressions of the Slytherins visibly brightened, and some who had not read it quietly inquired from others nearby. "Please continue, young Mr. Dumbledore," Snape coldly urged. "Very well, headmaster." Field nodded. "It is quite simple. To silently take the life of a wizard within Hogwarts, even a minor wizard, is no easy feat, not even for Merlin. Moreover, it has been confirmed by the headmaster of Hogwarts during that period that this unfortunate girl likely perished due to the basilisk's gaze." Field paused momentarily, observing the students nodding in agreement before continuing. The basilisk harbored no penchant for peering into girls' lavatories. Well, it cannot distinguish between the boys' and girls' lavatories. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in laughter, with Braith laughing particularly loudly, slapping the armrest of the sofa with enthusiasm. Quite impressive, my friend. Braith gave Field a thumbs up. It is merely a fact. Field shrugged, and since such a conclusion can be drawn, it is quite easy to deduce another, namely, that the only two places where Myrtle could have encountered the basilisk's gaze are with that. Field produced his wand, pointing it into the air, conjuring a rudimentary map. Here is the entrance to the lavatory. Field indicated a specific spot on the map. This is also the corridor leading to the lavatory. If the basilisk approached in this manner, then the victim must have been more than just Myrtle. Therefore, the location of the basilisk's appearance must be in another direction. As he spoke, Field pointed to another direction. That is a sink. There is no passageway there. Daphne interjected, noting that several faucets were still dry, and it was unclear why. Quite simply, that should be the entrance to the chamber. Field shrugged. Aside from this reason, I cannot fathom why a basilisk would venture into a lavatory. The students fell into deep contemplation. You assert that this is the entrance to the chamber? A Slytherin student raised a hand, voicing his question, why has no one ever discovered it? Furthermore, aside from Myrtle, no one else has perished. Firstly, the reason no one has discovered it. I can answer that right now. Field raised a finger. Do not forget, the renowned talent of Slytherin. Parseltongue is not a common skill, as that is how it is. The crowd enlightened. Regarding your second question, Field shook his head. I am afraid I can only speculate. Perhaps the first person to open the chamber had no intention of murder, and Myrtle's death was merely an unfortunate accident. Speaking of the individual who opened the chamber, I believe I have heard a rumor. Pansy raised her hand. I recall that the Ministry of Magic confirmed it was the current keeper of keys and grounds. That oaf. Hagrid. Field raised an eyebrow. With all due respect, a half-blood giant could not possibly be a descendant of Slytherin. He lacks the means to open the chamber. It is indeed true. Pansy said urgently that it is said that someone has uncovered his conspiracy and reported him. That student even received a special contribution award. It is certainly not something easily obtained. Are you certain? Blaise raised an eyebrow. You can see for yourself in the display room. Pansy retorted curtly that I remember. It was a student council president by the name of Tom Marvolo Riddle. You seem to recall quite well. Blaise replied nonchalantly, if you were contemporaries, perhaps you would have pursued him. Exactly. Pansy shot him a glare. Isn't a handsome student council president a splendid choice for a boyfriend? Who knows if he is a troll? Blaise scoffed that you're just jealous. Pansy dismissed him. I fear Blaise may not be entirely mistaken. Pansy, Field said with a knowing smile, that I seem to have stumbled upon something intriguing. What? Pansy looked at Field in confusion. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Field wrote the name in midair with his wand, and with a flick, the letters scrambled and reformed into a phrase. I am Lord Voldemort. Quite the fascinating wordplay. Wouldn't you agree? The common room fell into a hushed silence. In the wizarding world of Britain, Voldemort undeniably holds a legendary status. Orphaned, gifted in magic, and with numerous adventures to his name, one could say he embodies the protagonist of a web novel. Had Voldemort employed charm rather than coercion, he might have truly become the ruler of the British magical community. It is precisely due to his terror and the enchantment he cast on his own name that Voldemort has become synonymous with fear in the wizarding world. It is also a taboo within that realm. Upon deducing Voldemort's true identity, a wave of panic swept through the Slytherin common room. Not a single Slytherin was unaware of what this implied. Merely the basilisk might instill fear among young wizards, but they would not succumb to paralyzing terror. The pride instilled in them teaches that no magical creature can rival a wizardess wand. However, if the basilisk were released by Voldemort, the implications would be vastly different. Are you certain you're not jesting? Blaise's lips twitched as he forced a smile. He has been dead for over a decade. Are you certain? Field inquired with a smirk. Let us not forget, he is one of the most terrifying figures in modern wizardry. No one knows how much dark magic he truly mastered. How can you be sure he has gone? Blaise fell silent, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The other students were no better off. Their faces were awash with fear. The most powerful dark wizard of modern times, so easily perished. Field scoffed. That's harder to believe than the headmaster washing his hair. Snape's eyes narrowed momentarily, though he chose to remain silent, merely listening to the students' conversation. Good heavens, this is hardly welcome news, Daphne exclaimed, slapping her face in an attempt to regain composure. I must write to my father. I shall go too. Pansy sprang to her feet. Blast it! My father will go mad. The two girls hastily exited the common room, prompting other students to feel restless as they began to leave for their dormitories in succession. I must excuse myself as well. Blaise nodded at Field. This matter warrants discussion with my family. Frankly, it's hard to believe, but I trust your deduction that I only wish my deduction to be incorrect. Field replied calmly that I hope so too. Blaise managed a wry smile before rising to depart. Field surveyed the nearly empty common room and shook his head, preparing to leave as well. I believe you seem to have forgotten to explain something to me. Young Mr. Dumbledore. Snape's voice suddenly resonated nearby. Dread washed over Field. He had entirely forgotten Snape was present. He stiffened abruptly, forcing a smile as he turned to face the stern-looking Snape. Good evening, Professor. The moonlight is quite lovely tonight. I assenti it, perhaps. Snape glanced at Field. Without you, I dare say my mood would be considerably better. Indeed, Professor, I believe you're quite right. Field nodded earnestly. Thus, I should take my leave. Leave? Snape sneered. Oh yes, you are most eager to depart. I am sure. Poor Mr. Snape. Not only must he worry about what you little brats are up to, but he also has to endure the gossip of his own students. Field felt a chill at the implication. If it were merely a few jabs, that would be Snape's usual demeanor. But once his tone turned sardonic, it hinted at genuine ire. I was mistaken, Professor. Field contritely admitted, I shall accept any punishment. Humph, Snape scoffed, casting him a sidelong glance before abruptly asking, how confident are you in your earlier deduction? Ah, Field froze momentarily before regaining his composure. After some contemplation, he replied, about 80%. Follow me, Snape said without hesitation. Turning toward the door, Field, though bewildered, quickened his pace to keep up. Exiting the common room, the two ascended the stairs. Field, sensing the destination, anticipated correctly as Snape led him to the door of the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Ah, no need. The stone gargoyle began to inquire for the password, but upon seeing Field, it immediately stepped aside. Snape cast Field a curious glance. What have you done? Nothing much, Field replied with a Lockhart-esque smile. I merely collected all the promotional flyers for British candies that be cautious. Snape regarded him with an approving look, though his words dripped with sarcasm. I have no desire to brew another batch of tooth-dulling potion. I will, Professor. Field nodded obediently, adding, in fact, perhaps soon you won't need to brew tooth-dulling potion at all. I've made a rather good pen pal. Pen pal. Snape's expression shifted, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Those who are far superior to you, you ought to be mindful to befriend. I understand, Professor, Field affirmed vigorously. Very well, Snape expressed satisfaction. Now, come inside. Good evening, Severus and my suite. Dumbledore greeted them with a beaming smile as they entered. The moonlight is quite lovely tonight. Wouldn't you agree? Observing the nearly syrupy red tea Dumbledore was sipping, Snape's lips twitched slightly, though he nodded in acknowledgement. Good evening, Father, Field cheerfully chimed in. If memory serves, it should be time for you to be in bed. Dumbledore took a hearty sip of his tea, savoring it before nodding contentedly. Or perhaps you simply cannot bear to part with this beautiful moonlight. Let us hope you retain such sentiment for a while longer. My dear headmaster, Snape said coolly, crossing his arms. My dear, you are always so serious. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. Sweet treats and beautiful sights are not to be forsaken. Perhaps, Snape conceded with a nod. Young Mr. Dumbledore has to do something, and I believe you should hear it. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. It seems you have uncovered something remarkable, my child. Pray, I am all ears. Under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, Field recounted his deductions once more. As he spoke, the smile on Dumbledore's face gradually faded, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness. When Field finally revealed his conjecture regarding the entrance to the chamber, Dumbledore's brow began to furrow, his long fingers gently tapping the surface of the table. Once Field finished his explanation, he obediently stepped aside. That I believe young Mr. Dumbledore has articulated his thoughts quite clearly. Snape inquired softly, "What do you plan to do now?" After a moment of silence, Dumbledore slowly began to speak. "That I must admit, you have indeed resolved one of my uncertainties." Dumbledore smiled at Field. "I am proud of you." "My dear." "Thank you," Field replied with a smile. "We need to verify this." Dumbledore rose, gazing earnestly at Field. "My dear, I fear you must remain here for a while. It won't be long, all right?" "Okay, Father," Field nodded obediently. Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction and turned to Snape. "Come with me, Severus. If this is true, we may need to take action." Snape nodded and followed Dumbledore out of the room. Field, feeling somewhat bored, wandered around the room until he finally stopped in front of Dumbledore's small bookshelf. The Deciphering of Dark Arts? Field noticed this book on the shelf, raising an eyebrow at its rarity. However, he had no intention of perusing it. There was a similar book in the restricted section, as well as one in the Draculs family library, both of which he had already read. To be frank, the book's value was not particularly high, although it contained a considerable amount of dark magic. Most of it was exceedingly difficult to cast. Moreover, many of the dark spells had a significant impact on one's mindset. While Field was not particularly afraid of this, it was nonetheless discomforting. That let's see what else is here. Field continued to browse. The Book of Hieroglyphs, pertaining to alchemy, Advanced Theory of Charms, concerning spells, The Magic of Language, which discusses animal language. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the book titled Analysis of Ancient Runic Texts. The magic of wizards originates from runes. This statement, whose origin he did not know, sparked considerable debate within the magical community. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that ancient runes were indeed deeply connected to modern magic. Field had previously encountered a book about ancient runes in the Draculs family library, which primarily focused on their applications in alchemy. Although he was not disinterested in alchemy, he found himself more intrigued by spells. Some claimed that ancient runes were synonymous with runic script, a notion Field had once entertained. However, upon further investigation, he realized just how misguided that idea was. That in Muggle folklore, runic script was said to have been discovered by the god Odin in his pursuit of ultimate cosmic wisdom. Odin recorded these symbols and gained the power of knowledge. The guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, father of mortals, after receiving Odin's teachings, passed this knowledge on to humanity, granting them the ability to divine the future. Yet this was merely a tale circulating among Muggles. In reality, while runic script possessed magical properties, it was simply a form of enchanted writing. The accurate term for runic script should be Futhark, named after an ancient wizard called Futhark who discovered these symbols. While researching magic, Futhark identified certain symbols closely related to magical practices, leading him to compile these symbols, which resulted in the 24 runic letters. Ancient runes, however, predate this discovery by a significant margin. It is said that wizards who can truly master ancient runes can rival the gods. Of course, such claims are merely rumors, and Field did not take them too seriously. Nonetheless, the complexity of ancient runes was indeed substantial. Currently, there are over 400 known ancient runes, yet only slightly more than 100 have been translated, and fewer than 70 can be directly utilized. The individual who excelled most in the application of ancient runes was Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. According to Muggle legends, Flamel possessed a book of Jewish Arabic origins, and upon mastering its contents, he learned to create the Philosopher's Stone. In truth, the legend arose from the fact that Flamel had a considerable grasp of ancient runes. Dumbledore had once told Field that he had no doubt Flamel likely mastered even more ancient runes, but chose not to disclose this information. As Field pondered when he might seek Flamel's guidance, he took the book down from the shelf. This book was co-authored by Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore. Field was astonished by his discovery. However, he did not dwell on it for long, casually setting the thought aside and opening the book. Field abruptly closed the book, staring incredulously at his hand resting upon it, and then opened it once more, reading intently. The book indeed contained knowledge about ancient runes, which was not the source of his disbelief. Rather, he was astonished to find that he could comprehend the meanings of the runes without needing to refer to a translation. Simply seeing the ancient runes allowed him to instinctively grasp their significance. After confirming his understanding by cross-referencing with the translations several times, Field slammed the book shut, falling into a deep contemplation. He was certain that when he had perused the book on ancient runes in the Draculs family library, such an occurrence had not taken place. Now, however, experiencing this phenomenon filled him with both wonder and a tinge of inexplicable fear. Before he could contemplate further, Dumbledore and Snape returned. "What has transpired, my child?" Dumbledore inquired, noticing Field's somewhat pale countenance with concern. "You do not appear well." "It's nothing, Father." Field shook his head, burying his recent thoughts and smiling at them. "So, what did you discover?" "Of course." Dumbledore ruffled his hair affectionately. "You have been a tremendous help. Your deductions were remarkably accurate." "So, did you enter?" Field eagerly asked. "Did you find the basilisk?" "No, we did not enter," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. "Why not?" Field looked at Dumbledore in confusion. "Is it too dangerous?" "That is not the reason." Dumbledore smiled as he responded. "To put it somewhat immodestly, there's likely nothing more dangerous in Hogwarts than I am." "Why is that?" Field questioned, puzzled. "Do you intend to keep it as a companion for Fawkes?" "Oh, that is indeed an intriguing idea. Perhaps I should consult Fawkes for his opinion." Dumbledore chuckled at Field's whimsy. "In truth, I am more concerned with discovering the identity of the individual who opened the chamber." "Very well," Field murmured in disappointment. "I was hoping to taste the basilisk. I bet it will be quite delicious roasted. I regret to inform you, my child, that the taste of basilisk is not pleasant," Dumbledore said as he stroked Field's head. "All right, let that be." Field nodded nonchalantly. Then a new question arose. "How do you know?" "Well," Dumbledore paused, tilting his head towards Field. "Trying new things is a rather excellent adventure. Don't you think?" The following day after class, Field felt a peculiar sensation. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, he sensed that many students were secretly observing him. Could it be that he was overthinking? Field touched his face, confirming that nothing unusual adorned it, which only heightened his curiosity. Upon arriving at the Great Hall and sitting at the long table, before Field could seek out his desired food, Blaise had already placed a sausage on his plate. "Hey, buddy, you become quite the celebrity. Any thoughts?" Blaise asked, laughing as he patted Field's shoulder. "A celebrity?" Confusion filled Field's eyes as he turned to Blaise. "I don't recall doing anything noteworthy to become famous." "You don't know?" Blaise exclaimed in astonishment. "Goodness, your deductions have gone viral. Everyone I know has asked me about it, even those from Gryffindor. They all say you possess great wisdom. Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure." A voice ethereal in nature resonated from behind them. Field turned to look, and there stood Luna, her figure reminiscent of a fairy, before him. "Hey, Luna," Field greeted, extending his hand. "Shall we have lunch together?" Luna gently nodded, taking a seat beside him without uttering a word. Brace glanced between Field and Luna, an understanding gleam emerging in his eyes, accompanied by a flicker of bemused amusement on his face, which rendered his previously handsome visage somewhat disheveled. "Your name is Luna Lovegood." "Correct?" Brace waved at Luna, smiling as he spoke. "That I know you." "Hello," Luna replied with a nod towards Brace. "I'm sorry, but I don't know you." "And oh, worries," Brace replied nonchalantly. "You can call me Brace. I'm one of this guy's best friends." One of Field interjected casually. "Well, all right." One of Brace paused, then, as if nothing had occurred, continued. "I dare say you've heard of Field's deductions. Haven to you?" Luna nodded lightly, yes. "Moreover, Professor McGonagall and Dean Flitwick have both advised us to stay away from the second floor." "That's a very wise suggestion," Field agreed, nodding. "Basilisks are not ordinary magical creatures. They're exceedingly dangerous. Many adult wizards may not even be able to overcome a basilisk, let alone us, who are still minors." "Can't you defeat it either?" Luna inquired, her gaze curious as she looked at Field. "To be honest, I am uncertain," Field replied candidly. "According to magical creatures, where to find them, basilisks possess formidable magical resistance and a perilous gaze. Their predation abilities are also remarkably powerful. It's quite normal not to be able to defeat such a creature." "You can," Luna asserted confidently. "Why?" Brace asked, puzzled. "That is a monster that has lived for over 1,000 years." "I apologize, Field. I do not mean to belittle you," he added. "It's not belittling. I'm self-aware." Field shook his head. "Field can," Luna stated firmly. "He is more powerful than the majority of professors." "You know?" Brace looked at Luna in confusion. "Have you witnessed his prowess?" No, I don't, Luna shook her head. It's merely an intuition. Intuition? Brace's lips twitched slightly, opening his mouth only to close it again. Field, however, found no oddity in Luna's words. In fact, her intuition had always proven to be remarkably accurate. He recalled the first time he had accomplished his transformation. Luna had remarked, upon seeing him as he usually appeared, whether he fancied eating worms. Although Field had grimaced in refusal, it had only served to reinforce his understanding of Luna's unique talents. Just as Field was about to say something, a furious roar pierced the air. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, how dare you? It was Professor McGonagall's voice. What mischief had these two gotten into now? Field curiously turned his gaze towards the Gryffindor table. Not just Field, but the entire hall's attention was drawn towards the Gryffindor table, where whispers and pointing fingers directed toward the two troublemakers that I distinctly recall telling you to stay away from there. Professor McGonagall's anger was palpable, her voice nearly rivaling that of an amplified spell. You were contemplating sneaking over there? If Percy hadn't informed me, I would have been prepared to attend your funeral. Professor McGonagall trembled with rage as she shouted. Professor, rest assured, we haven't done anything. One of the twins chuckled, disregarding her struggles as he helped her to a bench. We were merely curious, Professor. Fear not. We shall be obedient. The other twin, overly sycophantic, brought a cup of tea and placed it before McGonagall. Their antics seemed to have a noticeable effect, as McGonagall's fury diminished considerably, though she remained stern in her warnings. There shall be no next time. Mr. Weasley, she pronounced sharply. Perhaps you have already heard of young Dumbledore's deductions. I can inform you that Headmaster Dumbledore considers the likelihood to be quite high that we are devising a plan to enter the Chamber of Secrets and eliminate that beast, the basilisk, or whatever other creature it may be. Until then, no one is permitted to venture near. This is not a jest. Should there be another incident, regardless of whether your lives remain intact, prepare to leave Hogwarts. Indeed, expulsion, McGonagall's expression was as stern as ever as she surveyed the room. I particularly warn you, Gryffindors, courage takes many forms, but it certainly does not encompass recklessness. You two Weasleys, she fixed her gaze upon them. Until I am certain of your compliance, Mr. Filch will require your assistance. Oh no, Professor, the twins chorused in horror. This is Detention. He will kill us. Perhaps by tomorrow, you shall only see our ashes, they lamented in unison. Indeed, Detention. Professor McGonagall's anger flared again. You must learn your lesson well. Furthermore, Gryffindor loses 50 points. No. 50 points each. McGonagall glared at them, adding, and I will write to your mother. Should she wish to discuss matters with you at Hogwarts, I shall be more than willing to facilitate. With that, McGonagall shot an exasperated glance at the now dumbfounded twins, snorted in disdain, and swiftly exited the hall. Observing the still-dazed Weasley twins, a fellow Gryffindor of color pondered for a moment before placing 2 chicken legs onto their plates. Oh dear, the twins feigned a show of gratitude, embracing the fellow Gryffindor. Now, we only have you, Lee. Lee, he chuckled awkwardly. Is there anything else you wish to eat? I can fetch it for you to indulge in something more substantial. The twins fell silent, exchanging glances for quite a while, sensing something amiss. Professor McGonagall's actions were swift. By the afternoon, Mrs. Weasley had arrived at Hogwarts, dragging the twins by their ears from class to the Gryffindor common room. What transpired inside remained a mystery to all. However, when students next beheld the Weasley twins, their eyes were filled with an expression of utter desolation. Quick, Field, come see this. In the common room, Brace seemed to have discovered something momentous on the notice board, eagerly beckoning Field. What is it? Field inquired, puzzled. Come here, Brace insisted, pulling Field to the notice board, pointing to an announcement. Field cast a glance at the board and instantly found his interest piqued. Dueling Club? Field raised an eyebrow. Looking at Brace. Wizard dueling? I was unaware of your proficiency in this. Don't you find this exhilarating? Brace appeared utterly thrilled that my friend. This is dueling, the finest showcase of a wizard's prowess. Don't tell me you're not interested. It does sound intriguing, Field mused, tilting his head. However, I have never participated in wizard dueling. I've only read about it in books. No way, Brace exclaimed, gazing at Field as if he were a rare specimen, which irked Field considerably. Hey, what are you staring at? Field shot Brace an annoyed look. Nothing. Not having participated is no big deal. Brace intended to say something else, but upon seeing Field draw out his wand, he sheepishly changed his tune. Just as the two were bantering, they heard Malfoy boasting extravagantly in the common room. Humph, the school should have had such a club ages ago. Malfoy sneered that I participated in duels nearly 100 times. This time, I shall endeavor to challenge that scar-headed fellow, and it provides a splendid opportunity to test the new magic I have acquired. Over 100 duels. Field cast a look of astonishment at Malfoy, who was basking in the flattery of his two lackeys. Blaise let out a derisive snort, casting a disdainful glance at Malfoy. What is so amusing? Field turned to Blaise, wondering if he was speaking falsely. Of course it's false, Blaise retorted with a sneer. Over 100 duels. Even my father would not dare claim to have participated in that many at Hogwarts. Aside from Professor Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick, not even our headmaster would make such a boast. It is likely that our young Malfoy is including the duel games he played as a child. Duel games? It's merely two children wielding sticks. Blaise shrugged. You cannot expect two kids, who might not even have magic yet, to perform any serious spells. Well, perhaps I was overthinking it, Field said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Magic is indeed precious and perilous, Blaise stated earnestly. Otherwise, with the capabilities of the sacred 28 families, how could they not allow their children to engage with magic beforehand? The reality you have observed is that, although some hail from magical families upon enrollment, we are quite comparable to those from Muggle families. The only difference lies in our experiences, nothing more, that I did not realize you could be so perceptive. Field remarked with curiosity towards Blaise. After all, I am also of the sacred 28 lineage, Blaise retorted, rolling his eyes. But enough of that. Will you join this duel club? Certainly, Field replied with a smile. It is precisely what I wish to ascertain, the current extent of my capabilities. Instances like that of Field and Blaise abound at Hogwarts. Nearly all students brim with enthusiasm and anticipation for this duel club. Perhaps for this reason, the students' attitudes towards their studies have become notably earnest during this period, possibly in hopes of enhancing their skills before the club as official activities commence. Professor McGonagall has always opposed students engaging in such perilous enterprises. However, upon witnessing the students' dedication, she has come to regard the club favorably. Many students have sought out Professor Flitwick, who, in his youth, was a renowned dueling master and once secured the championship in the junior category of the international dueling competition. Speculation among the students regarding the identity of the club's creator runs rampant. Some suggest it may be Professor Dumbledore, while others posit that it could be Professor Flitwick. Yet, even when the students press for answers, the professors merely smile faintly, showing no inclination to divulge any information. With no answers forthcoming, the students reluctantly abandon their inquiries, only to find their interest in the impending duel club further piqued. Field, however, found little interest in this matter. His thoughts were occupied with another concern. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, my child, you've been visiting less frequently of late. Dumbledore beamed as Field entered. I hear you have joined the duel club. Indeed, I harbor a modicum of interest in wizard dueling. Field replied with a nod and a smile. I've come to ask you something, Father. Will you answer me? Oh, certainly, Dumbledore replied, intrigued. As long as I'm aware, I'm more than willing to oblige. Field approached Dumbledore's desk and took a seat. Regarding Professor McGonagall's affair, it was you who instructed her to act as she did, correct? Which affair? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. The incident in the Great Hall. Field reminded him that, I nearly forgot until you mentioned it. Dumbledore chuckled. I must thank you for this matter, dear. Field frowned. I do not grasp your meaning. The location of the Chamber of Secrets that you deduced, Dumbledore elucidated. Otherwise, I might not have been able to draw out the person lurking in the shadows. You mean Voldemort? Field realized. I suspected as much. So, do we now have a suspect? It should be confirmed, Dumbledore replied calmly. Then why not apprehend him? Field raised an eyebrow. What are you waiting for? Merely an answer. Dumbledore murmured, We do not understand how Voldemort accomplished this, nor do we know if he has any other accomplices. Given the stakes concerning the student's safety, I must proceed with caution. Very well, Field conceded, recognizing Dumbledore's prudence, and curiously inquired, could you divulge who your suspected individual is? In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Ginny Weasley, That little Gryffindor girl. Field raised an eyebrow. So, Voldemort has taken control of her, has he? I suspect that is the case. Dumbledore nodded. However, to my knowledge, he should still be in the Forbidden Forest of Albania, one of the most enigmatic places in the magical realm, that I find it perplexing how he could manage such a feat from such a distance. It is not an easy task, Field agreed. Nodding, it is evident. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead. I did contemplate whether to bring Ginny directly here. Doing so could potentially mitigate the danger to the students. However, should he escape, his next move would undoubtedly be more calculated. That Dumbledore's thoughts mirrored Field's own. He also considered that Dumbledore's concerns extended beyond the students' safety to the nature of their adversaries' methods. If it were merely the control of Hogwarts students, it might be manageable, but should it be the control of Professor McGonagall or others who have earned Dumbledore's trust? The mere possibility sent a shiver down Field's spine, tightening his brow further. All right, my child. Dumbledore observed Field's face contorting in concern, smiling as he ruffled Field's hair. These are matters for us adults to deliberate. It may be a tad premature for you to ponder them now. Is that understood? Very well, Field sighed, having exhausted his thoughts without arriving at any conclusions, temporarily conceding. Excellent, my child, Dumbledore said with a smile as he handed Field a box of ice mice. Some sweet treats will surely lift your spirits. You may share them with your friends. Indeed, if possible, I hope you can also befriend Harry. That young lad has been quite unfortunate of late. Speaking of which, Gilderoy's spell work remains as abysmal as ever. After listening to Dumbledore's ramblings for nearly half an hour, Field finally exited the headmaster's office. Wiping away non-existent sweat, he exhaled deeply. While Dumbledore's demeanor brought him comfort, it also left his ears somewhat tormented. Fortunately, such instances were not frequent. As he slowly descended the staircase, Field once again spotted Filch scrubbing the walls with a formidable cleaning solution. Ever since the incident with Mrs. Norris, Filch had practically taken up residence here. Regardless of day or night, one could always catch a glimpse of Filch's figure. Field recalled that, in his younger days, he had shared a decent rapport with Filch until one day a Slytherin student had called him an old squib, after which Filch had transformed, becoming increasingly severe. Though the initial provocation was not Filch's fault, Field found his tendency to blame others distasteful and gradually distanced himself from him, observing the thin, somewhat pitiable figure. Field hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose not to intrude, quietly slipping away. Anticipated by the students, December 17, 1992, arrived as scheduled. The notice indicated the time as precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, yet students had begun gathering by 7. At this moment, the great hall was adorned with a long dais positioned beneath the podium. Hey, Blaise, Daphne nudged him with her elbow. Do you think that professor will show up? I have no idea. Blaise replied. Blaise raised his hands in resignation, expressing that it was entirely reasonable for any professor to arrive, reminding everyone that the vast majority of professors possess considerable prowess, and he would not be surprised by anyone's presence. Is that not so? Daphne wrinkled her nose and suddenly revealed a mischievous grin. What if it were Mrs. Pants? Blaise's body stiffened abruptly, and he chuckled awkwardly. That seems highly improbable. I am quite unaware of Mrs. Pants's teaching capabilities. At that moment, Daphne erupted in laughter, evidently recalling something amusing that eluded Blaise. Field, observing the exchange, grew intrigued and inquired, Care to share? Oh, it's nothing. Who do you think it might be, Field? Blaise hastily diverted the conversation. As you said, I believe any professor would suffice. Field shrugged. Mrs. Pants is not a bad choice. Her abilities are formidable as well. The mere mention of Mrs. Pants elicited another round of laughter from Daphne, who could hardly contain herself. Field gazed at Daphne, nearly doubled over with laughter, his curiosity reaching a peak. You have no idea. Daphne managed between giggles. This fellow Blaise, for some inexplicable reason, declared his intention to pursue Mrs. Pants, even confessing his feelings to her. This revelation sent Daphne into another fit of laughter. Oh, Field remarked, glancing at the now grim-faced Blaise. After a moment's thought, he patted Blaise on the shoulder. No worries, I understand you. Brother, to be honest, Mrs. Pants is quite beautiful. However, I find it hard to fathom how you've managed to remain unscathed here. As far as I know, Mrs. Pants is not known for her temper. Indeed, Daphne interjected before Blaise could respond. She once chased him halfway through the library with her feather duster. Had there not been students present, I suspect she would have pursued him outside. Even so, Blaise had already earned the title of the most unpopular person in the library. No wonder you needed my assistance to borrow a dictionary last time, Pansy teased, having appeared out of nowhere. But it's all right, Blaise, we all support you. Forget it. I'm going insane, Blaise lamented, raking his fingers through his hair. Who knew the chocolates on Valentine's Day could be laced with love potions? Fear not. We shall not look down upon you, Field stated earnestly. Though Mrs. Pants is somewhat older than you, I believe your love can transcend that. Brother, heaven knows by how much she is older than me. Blaise shot an exasperated glance at Field. The age of a wizard correlates with their power. I trust you are aware of that. Field advised with a faux seriousness. Although she seems significantly older now, in 200 years, it will hardly matter. Do not forget, Nicodemus LeMay's wife was also his senior. There may be some truth to that. Blaise pondered thoughtfully. Of course. It is quite evident, Field affirmed, patting Blaise's shoulder. Being older has its advantages. She can care for you now, and you can reciprocate in the future. It's simply perfect, is it not? Indeed, Blaise nodded vigorously. So, what are you waiting for, brother? Field slapped Blaise on the back and gave him a gentle push. Go forth and courageously pursue her. I shall pray for you. Oh no, I mean bless you. With that, Field smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Thank you, Blaise said gratefully, taking a few steps before abruptly halting, turning back to Field with a look of both anger and indignation. I've told you. I was under the influence of a love potion. Daphne and Pansy were nearly in hysterics behind him. Time passed amidst their playful banter, and soon it was 8 o'clock. Here they come. The professor is arriving. Blaise rubbed his hands together, eagerly gazing at the stage, finally about to discover who it was. I advise you not to harbor too many expectations. Field smiled and shook his head, offering a word of caution. Although he too was unaware of which professor had come to guide them, the striking streamers and shimmering crystal balls floating above the auditorium hinted that only one person could embody this flamboyant style. Clad in a magnificent peacock blue robe, a golden shoulder cloak, and silver gauntlets, complemented by a handsome visage and warm smile, his pearly white teeth gleamed even in the dimly lit hall. He sauntered gracefully from one side of the auditorium to the stage, bending slightly as he addressed the audience. My dear ones, I believe you need to gather a bit closer. Can you hear me clearly? My goodness, it's him. Blaise stared in disbelief at the flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart on stage. Am I dreaming, or has Hogwarts truly run out of professors? Unexpected indeed, Daphne remarked, scrutinizing Lockhart. Though he may be a buffoon, one must admit his appearance is impeccable. Well then, let us move a bit closer, Field encouraged. Patting Blaise on the shoulder, do not disbelieve. This is reality, and it suits his style, does it not? Honestly, I have ceased to have any expectations for this event, Blaise grumbled, yet his body obediently moved closer. Excellent, this is perfect, Lockhart observed the student's rapt attention with satisfaction, nodding in approval as he began his opening remarks. Thank you all for being here. Children, Lockhart began with a smile, you are all aware of the recent rumors regarding the great monster at Hogwarts. To be frank, I cannot ascertain the truth of it, but based on my adventures, ancient places tend to harbor latent dangers, and the history of Hogwarts is undoubtedly lengthy. As he spoke, he gently patted his left breast, his suave and polished gesture eliciting dreamy gazes from several young girls. I do not mean to boast, but as your professor, I believe you should absorb the wisdom of my many years of adventurous experience. Naturally, you will require a little assistance, such as accepting some proper guidance. I am grateful for the trust of our headmaster. Yes, our very own Professor Dumbledore. He believes you should possess some adaptability, especially when facing dangerous creatures or dark wizards. Lockhart raised a finger before him. Professor Dumbledore has conferred upon me the permission to establish a small club. Yes, a dueling club. This will enable you to receive some training. Will it not? Be grateful to yourselves for being here. Trust me, when the day comes that you need self-defense or find yourselves in perilous situations, if anyone recalls today, it will at least grant you an extra measure of safety. I am your professor, Lockhart continued, patting his chest again. It is my duty to impart to you the techniques I have employed countless times. Please safeguard yourselves. Yes, That is of utmost importance. Now, I shall say no more on this matter. If you wish to learn more, I believe my published works will be of assistance. With a grand flourish, he dramatically swirled his cloak, producing a crisp sound, before turning to the opposite side of the stage. Let us welcome our special guest and my assistant for this event, Professor Snape, he announced exuberantly, like a stage host radiating enthusiasm. The students fell silent, then erupted into a cacophony of noise. The Gryffindors engaged in fervent discussions while the Slytherins expressed their discontent. "How dare he?" Pansy exclaimed, her eyes wide as she glared at Lockhart. "Is he out of his mind? Perhaps he believes everyone is as foolish as he is? Or like a monkey in a circus?" Blaise scoffed, "Perhaps we should now contemplate what to say at Mr. Lockhart's funeral." Field, however, said nothing. He noted Snape's calm demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It must be said, while Lockhart was indeed courting disaster, he had managed to ruffle Snape's composure so. "You two have your day," Field mused with a hint of schadenfreude. "Fear not, children," Lockhart reassured in a soothing tone. "It is merely a minor collaboration. I shall return your professor to you unscathed." "This is it." Field slapped his forehead. Indeed, it is no surprise that he is a master of words. In the art of inciting animosity, Gidro truly possesses a remarkable talent. He could not help but cast a glance at Gidro, his eyes reflecting a hint of pity. Field had already noticed Snape's eyes narrowing slightly, a clear indication that he was growing quite displeased. "Now, let us proceed. First and foremost, you must understand the essential protocols of dueling." As Gidro walked towards the center of the platform, he spoke. "Now, pay close attention. Despite many wizards no longer adhering to these traditions, it is advisable to observe this decorum if you wish to avoid being labeled as mindless baboons. The first step requires you to grasp your wands correctly. With that, Gidro positioned his wand upright before his chest, its tip pointing towards the heavens. Snape, facing him, mirrored this action, his countenance growing even more frigid. "Excellent, just like that," Gidro remarked with a smile directed at the audience before turning back. "Next, yes, a bow. He executed a precise bow, while Snape merely inclined his head slightly, resembling more of a nod than a genuine bow. Subsequently, he turned and returned to his original position. As Gidro performed these gestures, he tilted his face towards the students below, elucidating the process. Remarkably, the smile on his face remained unwavering. "I am somewhat concerned that the headmaster will not leave behind his ashes." Blaise whispered to Field, "I suppose we ought to pray for Mr. Lockhart." Field replied with a chuckle. "Well, you are not wrong." Blaise nodded in agreement, glancing at Snape's darkening expression. When he turned back, the duel could officially commence. Gidro raised an eyebrow at the audience, cautioning, "Remember to be careful." Snape appeared increasingly impatient. Extending his wand towards Gidro, he bellowed, "Expelliarmus!" A brilliant red burst of magical light surged forth, striking Gidro and sending him flying. His wand relinquished and tumbling to the floor below. "Oh, how unfortunate." Field closed his eyes and shook his head gently on the platform. Gidro let out a slight groan, rubbed his waist, and stood up. He appeared far from disheveled. And when that smile reappeared on his face, it was as if nothing had transpired. "Yes, you can see, I've been quite literally thrown out, along with my wand," Gidro remarked with a raised eyebrow. A hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "Thank you, I was in dire need of that." He gratefully accepted his wand from a student at the edge of the platform. "To be honest, that was rather unpleasant," Gidro admitted, spreading his hands. "Had I not wished for you to witness the power of the disarming charm firsthand, I could have easily avoided such a predicament. However, this serves a purpose, does it not?" Noticing some young witches with expressions of admiration, his smile grew more sincere. "Gaining a tangible understanding of the potency of magic will aid in your learning that, of course. I do not require your gratitude. Merely remembering this lesson would be the greatest reward for me." Gidro continued, "Even though I could effortlessly defeat your professor, it would hold no significance, would it?" Observing Gidro continue to boast, Field noted Snape's face darkening further, his eyes narrowing. "Well then, words can scarcely suffice. Let us take action," Gidro declared with a flourish of his hand. "Children, my demonstration has concluded. Why not try it for yourselves? You may now freely pair up, 2 by 2, and be swift." At Gidro's command, the students erupted into a clamor. the scene becoming utterly chaotic as everyone rushed to find their partners. A silver-haired girl darted through the crowd and quickly arrived beside Field. "Oh, indeed, I should step aside," Blaise remarked with a mischievous grin. "Youth is a splendid thing, is it not? If your mouth serves no purpose beyond casting spells, I could assist in sealing it. No need to thank me." Daphne shot him a cold glare, her expression menacing. Blaise stiffened, offering an awkward smile as he quickly stepped back. "Humph," Daphne huffed, her gaze fixed fiercely on the girl who had positioned herself beside Field, her teeth grinding audibly. "Hey girl, you might want to be careful with your robes." Pansy cautioned from the side. "It appears you have successfully formed your groups." "Splendid," Gidro announced from the platform, pointing his wand towards the sky. "Now, on my count, 3, 2, 1, with a resounding bang, an eruption of green smoke filled the air, the result of a misfired spell from an unknown student, rapidly engulfing the entire hall. "Stop! Quickly cease this," Gidro shouted urgently. However, his words seemed ineffective. "Finite incantatem." A rather youthful voice rang out within the hall, followed by a golden light sweeping from one side to the other. The young wizards were astonished to find that their spells had suddenly ceased. The great hall fell eerily silent, a remarkably effective countercharm, Snape lazily remarked, casting a glance at Field, who was stowing away his wand, before shifting his gaze back to Gidro. "Mr. Dumbledore's spell was quite timely. Would you not agree, Professor Lockhart?" "Quite so." Gidro nodded in agreement. "Therefore, Slytherin earns 50 points. What say you?" "Excellent," Snape replied with satisfaction, surveying the crowd. "It seems we ought to reassign your pairs. A splendid idea," Gidro concurred with a smile. Yet, Snape disregarded him, his attention fixed on Harry Potter, a hint of derision in his eyes. "Let me consider. It is time to separate the dream team. Let us observe how our golden boy fares alongside others. Shall we? Mr. Longbottom, you shall partner with Mr. Potter, Mr. Finnegan. Seek out Mr. Weasley. Millicent Bulstrode, our know-it-all, requires your assistance." Snape did not bother to consult Gidro, efficiently reallocating the students into new pairs. Whether intentional or not, he completely overlooked Field. Field, content with the respite, crossed his arms and watched the students. "Now, you may begin." "What are you waiting for?" Snape coldly declared following the reassignment. The hall fell silent for a fleeting moment before erupting into chaos once more. The air filled with incantations and curses. Another loud bang echoed, accompanied by a thick cloud of green smoke that wafted through the hall, reeking of rotten eggs. "Stupefy!" Snape scowled, flicking his wand with force. A silver barrier sweeping across the room, halting the students' spells yet again. Field couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the scene before him. Neville and Justin lay sprawled on the ground, while Harry Potter and another Gryffindor called their names anxiously, seemingly debating whether to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Ron and Seamus fared no better. Ron clutched his broken wand, which was still hissing with green smoke, while he desperately tugged at Seamus's sleeve, his face a picture of despair as he muttered something under his breath. Hermione and Millicent were engaged in a tussle akin to children fighting, with Millicent's thick legs clamping tightly around Hermione's head, while Hermione bit down on Millicent's leg with her prominent front teeth. Both girls holding on to each other for dear life. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Snape shook his head slightly, a look of disdain on his face. "Look what I have discovered. Hogwarts has evidently only taught you this. What use is a wand if it is less effective than a mere matchstick? Some of you even dare to harm your fellow students. It appears you possess a penchant for dark wizardry." Snape cast a sidelong glance at Harry Potter, who was kneeling beside Neville, as well as Ron, who was tugging at Seamus. "You lot, take those who have not yet risen to the infirmary," he bellowed at several Slytherin students. "And you over there, if you do not wish to be responsible for their remains, kindly release them." A few students hurried to escort the fallen to the infirmary, while Justin, having regained his composure, remained rooted in place. "It appears I have truly overestimated you," Snape scoffed. "Come forth, Mr. Potter. I ought to find you a worthy opponent." A worthy opponent? Harry instinctively glanced around, ultimately fixing his gaze on Field. "I had thought that, despite your brain being scarcely larger than that of a troll, you might possess a modicum of self-awareness." Snape sneered. "Step forward, Mr. Potter." With a derisive smile, Snape continued, "The prowess of young Dumbledore far exceeds yours. I fear you may not even be able to piece together your remains after our duel. This remark. Even Harry, accustomed to Snape's jibes, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Field, however, remained unfazed. He had long since learned to interpret Snape's words through a filter. For instance, your troll-like head should be filled with more knowledge. He interpreted as you ought to learn a variety of subjects, as it would benefit you. Your skills are so mediocre that even your toes could perform better. Translated to your potion quality is commendable, surpassing many, though not quite reaching the level of potion masters. Snape's recent statement transformed in Field's mind too. Young Dumbledore's abilities vastly surpass yours. He is ill-suited as your opponent. Perhaps we should find someone more fitting to assist you. Indeed, Snape was quite the competent professor. Field mused to be why this time. Harry had ascended to the platform, appearing somewhat anxious. Mr. Malfoy, Snape called softly, and Malfoy swaggered over, his meticulously styled hair gleaming. Remember to hold back, Mr. Malfoy, Snape said with a sinister smile. The remnants of the Potter lineage are few. I will, Professor, Malfoy grinned, his expression devilishly charming. It is you then. Gideon then stepped beside Harry. Not be nervous, Harry. Perhaps you could use my assistance. Watch closely, just as I do. Gideon instructed, twirling his wand with flair, executing a series of flamboyant maneuvers that made Harry adjust his glasses in disbelief. In a moment of distraction, Gideon's wand flew from his grasp once more. My apologies, my wand seems overly enthusiastic, Gideon chuckled, retrieving the wand handed to him by a student. Now let us begin, Harry. My apologies, Professor. Harry glanced at the eager Malfoy before tentatively asking, could you perform that again? I couldn't quite see. Enough with the delays, Gideon replied silently, but Snape was already growing impatient. Now, on my count, 3-2. Before Snape could finish, Malfoy struck first. Tarantaligra. This prank spell, introduced in defense against the dark arts, was specifically designed to counter creatures with numerous legs. The victim would be compelled to dance uncontrollably, and without a counter curse, they might dance to exhaustion. One of the most common prank spells, caught off guard. Harry was directly hit by the spell, his legs involuntarily beginning to move. Observing Harry's predicament, Malfoy burst into laughter. Ha ha! Harry, struggling to regain control of his feet, seized a moment to retaliate with a prank spell of his own. This spell, also taught in defense against the dark arts, would cause the target to laugh uncontrollably, potentially leading to death by laughter if left unchecked. It was typically used against magical creatures that cast spells with their mouths. Malfoy, taken aback by Harry's counterattack, found himself caught off guard, his laughter only intensifying. The two continued to exchange various minor spells, with Harry employing more magic overall, as few wizards of their age mastered silent spells. Malfoy, still chuckling, found it challenging to articulate a complete incantation. As their duel escalated, Gideon intervened. Hey, stop. Remember, we are here to learn the disarming spell. He continued to speak, yet the two combatants remained oblivious, intensifying their magical exchanges. Stupefy, Snape waved his wand, halting both their spells. Enough of this frivolity, Snape stated coldly, casting a sharp glance at Malfoy. Now, let us try again. 3-2-1. Serpensortia. Malfoy again took the initiative, and with a flick of his wand, a sleek black cobra sprang forth, landing on the ground. The serpent hissed, its long tongue flicking as it slithered menacingly toward Harry. Strangely, Harry merely stared blankly at the snake, his actions coming to a standstill. Is he frightened? Pansy pondered aloud, perplexed by the scene. The famous savior is scared of a mere snake. Daphne sneered, her derision directed either at Pansy or Harry. Field squinted, finding Harry's demeanor rather peculiar. In the wizarding world, a snake was merely a commonplace creature. It was odd for a wizard to be intimidated by one. Moreover, Harry did not appear frightened. He seemed to be observing. All right, Mr. Potter, but no need to fear, Snape drawled lazily. Remain still. I shall handle it. Let me take care of this, Gideon interjected with a smile, gripping his wand tightly and elegantly waving it at the serpent. With a loud bang, the cobra was blasted into the air, only to come crashing back down onto the stage. The snake, seemingly irked, turned toward the onlookers, raising its upper body and coiling back as if preparing to strike. I may have misjudged the spell's potency. Gideon chuckled apologetically. Let us try again. Before he could act, Harry suddenly spoke. A strange hissing sound escaped his lips, reminiscent of a snake's tongue flicking, sending shivers down spines. Parcel tongue. Field's interest peaked as he scrutinized Harry. The cobra, hearing the peculiar sound from Harry, halted its advance, tilting its head slightly in Harry's direction, its tongue flicking inquisitively. With a flick of his wand, Snape dispelled Malfoy's enchantment, studying Harry with keen interest. "What sort of trickery is this?" Justin suddenly shouted, rushing forward before Harry could respond. The fear was palpable in his voice. The surrounding students appeared uneasy, particularly the Slytherins, many of whom wore ashen faces. "We should leave, Field," Blaise murmured beside Field, exhaustion evident in his tone. "Good heavens, this is hardly encouraging news." The inaugural event of the Dueling Club ended rather anticlimactically, in comparison to Harry Potter's parcel tongue. The lackluster abilities displayed by Gilderoy Lockhart were hardly remarkable. Upon returning to their common room, the Slytherin students engaged in lengthy discussions, yet they ultimately produced no substantial conclusions, leaving their spirits even more dejected. The revelation that a Gryffindor possessed the talent that Slytherin students yearned for was certainly disheartening. Although Field found it inconsequential, he was not inclined to provoke ill fortune at that moment. After the gathering in the common room dispersed, he quietly made his way back to the room of requirement. The following day, news of Harry Potter potentially being the heir of Slytherin spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. While this development displeased the Slytherins, the majority of students seemed to accept it as a fact. Even some Slytherins tacitly acknowledged this notion. Although a few remained skeptical, they could not muster any evidence to support their claims and were left to stubbornly deny the possibility. The Slytherins. Being the heir of Slytherin was perhaps a great honor. However, from Harry's perspective, it might not be viewed in the same light. Both Gryffindor students and those from other houses instinctively kept their distance from him, with the exception of his two close friends, leaving no other student willing to approach. Field observed this scene, but had no inclination to intervene at that moment. He was being led by Luna to a breeding ground near the Forbidden Forest. "Do you enjoy coming here?" Field inquired, somewhat surprised as he gazed at the ethereal girl beside him. "I had thought girls preferred sweet scents." "The essence of nature is the finest," Luna corrected him, her gaze fixed upon the seemingly barren grass, as if it concealed something special. "Very well," Field shrugged. "But it appears there is nothing here to know. It's just that you cannot see it," Luna replied, extending her hand to reveal a nut resting in her palm. Field's eyes widened in astonishment that it wasn't Luna's hand that captivated him, though it was indeed lovely, but rather the fact that the nut in her palm seemed to vanish in an instant, as if consumed by an unseen force. "What was that?" he could not help but ask. "Nitrider," Luna replied cheerfully. "They're quite adorable, so that was it." Field realized, recalling the descriptions from Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, where nitriders were depicted as symbols of death, visible only to those who had witnessed death. Although he had killed some flying insects, it was evident that such acts did not equate to experiencing death. He remembered that Newt Scamander had described nitriders as having no flesh, their black fur tightly adhering to their skeletal frames, with every bone distinctly visible. Their heads resembled that of a dragon, with white eyes devoid of pupils, fixed in a relentless stare. Wings sprouted from the pronounced shoulder blades, large, dark, and sturdy, reminiscent of enormous bats. "These creatures are adorable," Field mused, suddenly feeling that this girl's taste was rather akin to Hagrid's. Watching Luna feed the nitriders with delight, he felt an inkling that he had overlooked something important. "Wait a moment," he exclaimed, smacking his forehead. "I believe nitriders are carnivorous, right? If we keep feeding them nuts, they might." "What did you say?" Luna turned her head after tossing an apple into the air. "Oh, nothing," Field quickly replied, shaking his head. "How did you discover they would eat apples?" "I didn't discover it," Luna said, not looking back. "I just thought they might enjoy this." "Look, they ate another one. All right, it seems you were correct," Field conceded helplessly. Faced with the girl's seemingly magical intuition, he found himself a loss for words. After spending a considerable time with Luna feeding the nitriders, Field returned to the castle, only to discover that another significant event had transpired. Justin Finch-Fletchley had been attacked. He was the first young wizard to be assaulted since the incident involving Madame Pomfrey. And as a half-blood, this seemed to align perfectly with the rumors surrounding Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. More critically, Hufflepuff students claimed that Justin had spoken ill of Harry earlier that morning, and Harry had overheard him. Every piece of evidence appeared to point towards Harry Potter. It seemed that this so-called savior was in quite a predicament. Field thought with a measure of sympathy. He initially believed this affair had nothing to do with him. But before he could even take his seat at the Slytherin table, he felt a tremendous force gripping the nape of his neck, altering the course of his destiny. "Hey, headmaster, I can walk by myself," Field protested, flailing his arms. Upon hearing this, Snape wasted no time and unceremoniously threw him to the ground, commanding him to follow as he ascended the staircase. "Rude man, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend." Field grumbled to himself, rubbing his sore backside, secretly cursing the untidy-haired man. Decided then, my Christmas gift will be shampoo, he thought fiercely, casting a sly glare at Snape. Unexpectedly, Snape turned his head at "Is there something you need?" "Headmaster," Field responded with a radiant smile. "Humph." Snape snorted. "You were just contemplating something quite inappropriate." His tone was decidedly assertive. "What?" Field's eyes widened in shock, and he shook his head vehemently. "That's impossible. I am not that kind of wizard." Snape scrutinized his smiling face for a moment before coolly stating, "It is best to keep it that way." He then resumed his forward march. "That man is certainly sensitive," Field thought to himself, refraining from entertaining any further notions. With a loud bang, Snape kicked open the door to the headmaster's office, dragging Field by the collar and thrusting him inside. "I have brought him," Snape announced as he strode swiftly to Dumbledore's desk. "Now, what do you wish to do?" "Do not rush, Severus. You might want to remain calm," Dumbledore replied with a reassuring smile. "Calm?" Snape scoffed. "Do not tell me you are unaware, my dear headmaster, that a student has been attacked. And the prime suspect is your precious, arrogant savior." "Tisketeske, I believe you are correct. We should indeed take a moment to calm ourselves. Perhaps we can enjoy a cup of coffee," Snape remarked, narrowing his eyes. "Look at that. What a diligent headmaster you are." "Well, when you put it that way, I find myself feeling rather embarrassed, my boy," Dumbledore said, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Snape's barbed sarcasm. Snape let out a disdainful grunt and fell silent. "My dear," Dumbledore turned to Field with a smile. "I see you have been observing those Nightriders." "Yes, father," Field shrugged, "but I cannot see them." "You will eventually," Dumbledore replied cheerfully. "Before that, perhaps you might consider exploring something else." As he gazed upon the enormous snakeskin before him, Field fell into a contemplative silence. Just moments ago, he had been in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. "Perhaps you might consider exploring something else," Dumbledore continued, his smile unwavering. "I have a rather splendid idea." "Pray tell." Field admitted his curiosity, gazing at Dumbledore with keen interest. The unknown often holds the most surprises. "Does it not?" Dumbledore said, ruffling his hair and winking. "We could accompany you on your journey." "Very well." Field thought Dumbledore merely wished to accompany him on a leisurely stroll and gave it no further thought as he reached out to grasp the end of Dumbledore's sleeve. Dumbledore chuckled softly, placing a hand on Snape's shoulder. In a whirl of motion, Field found himself standing before a massive snakeskin. "So, this is what Dad wanted me to see," Field thought, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. He certainly wouldn't be expected to face a basilisk, would he? Field suddenly felt a pang of hesitation and tentatively inquired, "Are we to take this snake's shed with us?" "A splendid idea, my child," Dumbledore replied, gently patting his small head. Field's face brightened with delight, but before he could respond, Dumbledore added, "We can procure a new one shortly. It can be fashioned into a robe at the clothing store in Diagon Alley." Who in their right mind would desire a serpent-themed robe? Field inwardly scoffed at the idea of this unreliable old man. "I presume you have ample time for idle chatter," Snape remarked impatiently. "How long do you intend to indulge your pitiful subordinate?" "My apologies, Severus," Dumbledore said with a hint of regret. "You know, those of advanced years tend to prefer the company of their children." "No, I do not." Snape shot him a glance. "So, can we proceed with the task at hand?" "Oh, certainly," Dumbledore chuckled, then inquired, "However, Severus, are you certain you do not wish to experience a sweet romance?" "I have, my Snape," interrupted Dumbledore with a wave of his hand. "Very well, you should consider embracing a different lifestyle, Severus," Dumbledore said, a trace of wistfulness crossing his face. Snape appeared to disregard the remark entirely, his expression remaining unchanged. The trio continued deeper into the corridor, and after traversing the lengthy snake shed, they found themselves in a pitch-black hallway. With a flick of his wrist, Dumbledore conjured a small orb of light, illuminating the surroundings somewhat. Field took a moment to assess the area. It appeared that this narrow passage was constructed of bluestone, and perhaps due to the passage of time, a thick layer of dust covered the ground. Coupled with some unknown water source, the dust had transformed into mud. How revolting! Field grimaced, his face displaying unmistakable disdain. A cleanliness obsession is not a commendable trait, my child, Dumbledore remarked with a smile directed at Field. He waved his hand once more, and the ground became considerably cleaner. Though a bit more cleanliness would indeed enhance the appearance. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. Field nodded vigorously as he walked upon the now tidy ground. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, a stone door came into view. The stone door appeared slightly taller than a standard door and was approximately twice as wide. At its center was an intricately carved relief of serpents in motion, surrounded by elaborate and mysterious runes. This must be the place, Dumbledore observed as he scrutinized the stone door, nodding slowly. Let me think, how should Parseltongue be pronounced? Ah, yes, he slapped his forehead, gazing at the door as his lips moved slightly. Emitting a series of hissing sounds, the emerald eyes of the serpentine relief brightened, and the serpents began to circle, ultimately coiling into a perfect circle. With a sharp crack, the stone door slowly creaked open. Remain calm. Remember, do not gaze directly into its eyes. You understand? Dumbledore advised, giving Field a reassuring pat. I understand. Field nodded, and under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, transformed once more into a phoenix. Chirp, Field softly called, flapping his wings gently as he perched upon Dumbledore's shoulder. A clever choice. I must reevaluate my opinion of you, my child. Though I have always regarded you as exceptional, it seems I may have underestimated your capabilities. Dumbledore affectionately ruffled Field's feathers, chuckling. You may display your prowess to others. Snape said coolly, I must remind you that the time you have squandered is sufficient for me to brew a potion. My apologies, Severus, Dumbledore replied apologetically. Please forgive an aging wizard. My legs are not as spry as those of you young folk. Snape cast a sidelong glance at him, briefly assessing his legs, the disdain in his eyes evident even to Field. However, Dumbledore merely chuckled, refraining from further comment. Entering through the stone door, they finally arrived at the true hidden chamber. The chamber appeared quite spacious, with walls adorned with translucent apertures of unknown origin. Although dimly lit, it was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Numerous pillars of varying sizes were scattered throughout the room, some bearing snake motifs, while others stood blank and unadorned. In addition to the pillars, Field noticed a stone table accompanied by 4 stone seats. Directly before the trio stood a colossal statue, depicting an unkempt old man. The statue's eyes were not carved but still exuded a chilling aura. This must be the likeness of Salazar, Slytherin himself. Dumbledore concluded after a brief inspection. He straightened his somewhat disheveled robes and bowed solemnly before the statue. Snape mirrored his actions. Field understood they were paying homage to a once great figure. Regardless of whether he had later harmed Hogwarts, his contributions were undeniably significant, a fact no one could dispute. Well, we have arrived, Snape stated as he straightened up. Now the question is, where's the basilisk? Dumbledore pondered for a moment, retrieving his wand and uttering a series of peculiar syllables, followed by a gentle wave of his wand. A plume of silvery mist erupted from the tip of his wand, swiftly enveloping the chamber. Ah, found it, Dumbledore exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he turned toward the statue of Slytherin. Right here. Excellent, Snape drew his wand. So, we need to blow it open. No, Severus, Dumbledore interjected, shaking his head gently. This is a relic of Salazar Slytherin. We must not show disrespect to our forebears. Oh, disrespect. Snape scoffed. Listen to what you were saying. We are here to slay that basilisk. Let us not forget. It is a creature of Slytherin, I am aware, Dumbledore replied evenly. Were it not for its threat to the students, I would gladly allow it to reside within the school. Hypocritical old fool. Snape snorted coldly, but ultimately lowered his wand. Well then, great headmaster, perhaps you have devised a more suitable plan? After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore suddenly clapped his hands together. Of course, we require someone with greater knowledge of Slytherin to assist us. Are you jesting? Snape waved his hand dismissively. I believe I need not remind you. If you have not forgotten, Slytherin has been dead for over 1,000 years. Trust me, Severus, Dumbledore said earnestly. I may occasionally forget certain things. But I am quite lucid at present. Fox, Dumbledore called softly in a flash of fire. The Phoenix Fox materialized in the chamber. He appeared older, his feathers sparse and ragged. My apologies, old friend. I should not intrude upon you at this hour. Dumbledore gently stroked Fox back. Chirp, Fox called softly, his voice lacking its former clarity and sounding somewhat hoarse. Would you be so kind as to bring me the sorting hat? Dumbledore asked quietly. Fox nodded, and with a flash of fire, vanished from sight. Moments later, he returned, clutching the tattered hat in his talons. Snape observed the scene with an impassive expression, a flicker of astonishment evident in his eyes. After sending Fox back, Dumbledore held the sorting hat in his hands. Hello, old friend. How do you fare? The hat twisted slightly, patterns resembling a face appearing on its surface. Ah, it is you, Albus. Indeed, Mr. Sorting Hat, Dumbledore replied with a smile and a nod. It seems you have slumbered for quite some time. It cannot be helped, the Sorting Hat replied. Twisting again, you always have one matter or another to attend to, and no one speaks to me. Other than contemplating the song I shall sing next year, I have no choice but to sleep. Yes, it spoke. It glanced around, a clear look of surprise crossing its features. This does not seem to be the headmaster's office. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded with a smile. You should be aware of the Chamber of Secrets belonging to Slytherin. The chamber? The Sorting Hat murmured. Ah, yes, I recall that Salazar mentioned such a matter before. Perhaps you are unaware of one thing. The Sorting Hat said mysteriously, Oh, do enlighten us. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. You should have heard that I am the hat of Godric Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat began its tale. However, you may not know that I was a gift from Salazar to Godric. Is that so? Field, listening quietly nearby, found his tail involuntarily perking up. Yes, they were lovers, the Sorting Hat continued. After the establishment of this school, their bond remained strong. However, you must understand that this is a school. Godric believed that the students should come first, and their romance should not interfere with the students' at that time. There was already a fierce rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Because of this, Salazar proposed to build a chamber, allowing them to meet in private. Why have I heard that it was Slytherin who sought to eliminate the children of Muggle families? Snape interjected. Eliminate the children of Muggle families? The Sorting Hat looked at him, puzzled. Why would you think such a thing? Salazar never uttered such words. Rather, it was one of his students who did. You see, during that time, Muggles were quite hostile towards wizards. The Sorting Hat explained that a child from a Muggle family, under familial pressure, disclosed the location of Hogwarts, marking the first war in the school's history. Many lives were indeed lost during that time. The Muggle army surrounded the school, and had it not been for Ravenclaw's modifications to her dormitory, they might not have had any time to rest. Ravenclaw modified her dormitory. Field thought of the room of requirement, but refrained from asking, instead listening quietly. Salazar was quite enraged at that time, yet he never considered eliminating children of Muggle descent. Slytherin House had never refused Muggle students admission, and he merely believed that children from wizarding families should have greater access to educational resources, allowing for quicker cultivation of their abilities, especially during a time when war could erupt at any moment. The Sorting Hat solemnly stated, You must admit that had Salazar not taken such measures, Hogwarts would likely have been destroyed by the Muggle army long ago. Snape nodded slightly, remaining silent. Where was I? The Sorting Hat, after its explanation, suddenly seemed distracted, shaking itself. It continued, Oh yes, the chamber. After the war, Salazar became even more resolute in his belief. He thought that constructing a chamber would not only allow him to be with Godric, but perhaps also preserve a legacy for Hogwarts. Later, Godric suggested that he could place his pet snake in the chamber to protect the school from the shadows, while he himself placed his pet octopus in the lake outside the school. So, Godric Gryffindor was aware of this chamber. Dumbledore fixed an intense gaze upon the Sorting Hat. Of course, the Sorting Hat nodded at its tip, then added, though he did not know how to enter it. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Why not? At that time, they had already quarreled, the Sorting Hat explained. After Ravenclaw's death, Salazar completed the construction of the chamber. Godric sought vengeance for his friend, as Ravenclaw's demise was due to a recurrence of an old injury, which was closely tied to the Muggle Church. Salazar advised him to wait, but Godric called him a coward. Thus, they parted ways. The Sorting Hat continued. Later, Salazar left Hogwarts, and upon realizing his mistake, Godric sought to reclaim his beloved and also departed. I have but one question. Snape regarded the Sorting Hat, asking leisurely, "How do you know so much?" "Ah, I am the wisest hat in the world," the Sorting Hat replied proudly. "And of course, Salazar shared much with me too." Dumbledore's interest was piqued. "Then do you know the method to enter Salazar's chamber?" "Oh, indeed." In the midst of Dumbledore's astonished gaze, the Sorting Hat elucidated the means of accessing the chamber. "To be honest, I really shouldn't divulge this," the Sorting Hat said with a grimace, "as it was entrusted to me by Slytherin. However, Godric also instructed me to heed the commands of each headmaster, which puts me in quite a predicament." "That I understand," Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. "Yet our existence is for the students within the school, is it not? We must always consider their needs." "Well, you are not wrong," the Sorting Hat winked. Dumbledore chuckled a few times, reaching beneath the Sorting Hat. "Ah, here it is." With a gentle pull, he drew forth a gleaming knight's sword. Field observed clearly. The blade bore the name Godric Gryffindor engraved upon it. "Are you ready?" Dumbledore turned to glance at Snape. "I've been waiting impatiently." Snape raised his wand. Field nodded, flapping his wings, soaring directly to the top of the statue. Hiss! Dumbledore's mouth opened, and an eerie serpent tongue emerged. As the serpent tongue echoed, the statue's mouth slowly opened, revealing a vast cavity, and a rustling sound emanated from the statue's opening. And then Field beheld a creature that could only be described as a massive serpent slithering out. Though this beast possessed a serpent's body, its head was far more fearsome than that of an ordinary snake, adorned with a long crimson plume atop its head. This the basilisk. Field scrutinized the monstrous creature, and he couldn't help but acknowledge its intimidating presence. With a colossal length of 30 feet, even its slowest movement surpassed human speed. Its large orange-yellow eyes carefully surveyed the chamber, and, as its long forked tongue flicked, a foul stench began to permeate the air. Dumbledore and Snape had long closed their eyes. Wizards have various methods to perceive the outside world, and they had their own ways, even with sufficient mental preparation. Dumbledore marveled. "I find that my readiness was still lacking. One must concede that such a massive basilisk is truly a marvel of magic." "You may continue to marvel," Snape remarked expressionlessly. "Rest assured, I shall retrieve your remains." "Oh, you remain so uncharming, Severus," Dumbledore chuckled at him. "Save your charm for that little imp of yours," Snape retorted, his cloak swirling as he instantly appeared atop the basilisk's head. Sectum Sempra, two invisible blades of magic swiftly shot forth from Snape's wand, striking the basilisk's body with a crisp clang and a shower of sparks. The basilisk let out a piercing roar, twisting its form as its lengthy tail swished through the air, producing a woeful sound. "This creature has remarkably thick skin." Field observed the basilisk's hide, devoid of even a white mark, and couldn't help but inwardly lament. Seeing that his attack bore no fruit, Snape frowned slightly, flipping his cloak to appear on the opposite side. Boom! The basilisk withdrew its head from the shattered column, searching for the man who had just vanished after attacking it. Avada Kedavra! Snape narrowed his eyes, flicking his wrist as he unleashed the so-called most unforgivable curse. A flash of sickly green light struck the basilisk's head. With a shriek, the basilisk writhed in agony upon the ground. During its thrashing, Field observed that one of its eyes had lost its luster, now turned to gray. "Dumbledore, how much longer will you watch this spectacle? It seems that my fatal curse has not proven effective," as Snape once again shifted his position, loudly calling out to Dumbledore. "Ah, I had thought you no longer required my assistance, but it appears I was mistaken," Dumbledore quipped, as a rather peculiar wand materialized in his grasp. With a delicate flick of his wand, he tapped the ground before him, and two barely perceptible beams of light struck two stones in an instant. The stones swelled and twisted, transforming into two stone giants. With another wave of his wand, the stone giants lumbered forward, inching closer to the writhing basilisk. One stone giant's eye flickered momentarily before it opened its palm, roughly the size of a trash can lid, and seized the basilisk's body. The other stone giant grasped its tail. Each giant held onto a part of the basilisk, then took several heavy steps in opposite directions, heedless of the creature's struggles, their arms shaking vigorously. The basilisk let out another pained roar, its remaining eye glinting with malice as it sank its fangs into the stone giant's hand. Dark venom seeping forth and sizzling as it corroded the stone. With a dull thud, the stone giant's hand was severed. The basilisk toppled to the ground, its body coiling tightly around the other stone giant, squeezing it until it was split in two. What a fierce creature! Field marveled at the basilisk's display of power. Dumbledore, sensing that the stone giants he had conjured had been vanquished, tapped his wand repeatedly, summoning thick chains. With another flourish, the chains slithered across the ground like serpents, swiftly encircling the basilisk's form. The basilisk writhed in an attempt to shake off the chains, but instead found itself ensnared even tighter. Seizing the moment, Snape's curse arrived. Avada Kedavra! A sickly green light flashed, and the basilisk's remaining eye turned to gray. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a rope that promptly bound the basilisk's mouth. Field then descended from the air, his body slightly distorting as he reverted to human form. "Father, and the headmaster," Field reminded, "its eyes are already blind. You may open yours now to—" "Oh," Dumbledore, placing great trust in him, unhesitatingly opened his eyes to examine the basilisk. Indeed, the creature's eyes had lost their magical potency. "Was this your doing?" Dumbledore inquired curiously. "No, it was the headmaster." Field shook his head. Although the headmaster's curses had not claimed the basilisk's life, it had certainly suffered some repercussions. "Very well," that a flicker of disappointment passed through Dumbledore's eyes, yet he turned to Snape with a smile. "Perhaps our potions master could provide an answer." "I'm afraid I cannot. Alchemy is not my forte." Snape declined Dumbledore's suggestion with a shake of his head. "Well then, I shall bestow this upon an old friend of mine that I believe you will appreciate such a unique gift." "Oh, right, I almost forgot this." Dumbledore slapped his forehead and pointed his wand at the sword in his hand. The sword shot forth like an arrow from Dumbledore's grasp. With a soft hiss, it pierced not paper, but the basilisk's head. The basilisk went rigid, its writhing body coming to a halt. You have succeeded," the Sorting Hat exclaimed. "I shall compose a song in your honor." "Thank you, but no." Snape shot a disdainful glance at the Sorting Hat. "You would do well to keep your mouth in check." "Very well." "What a dull man," the Sorting Hat muttered. "I find a Sorting Hat's proposal rather delightful. Severus, you might consider it," Dumbledore said with a smile. "As a head of house, one cannot be perpetually shy, and if you wish to be immortalized in song, I am certain the Sorting Hat would be more than willing to assist you." Snape shot Dumbledore a sidelong glance. "Do remember to use the amplification charm. Should you forget, I would be more than happy to help." "Perhaps not." Dumbledore shrugged. "An old man ought not to have such notoriety." "Goodness, that would only burden Minerva further." "You can manage it yourself," Field interjected. "Oh, that would be unwise, my child," Dumbledore said, shaking his head with a smile. "Do not cling too tightly to power, lest you miss many wonders along the way. You must learn to trust others." "Dear, so, is it your intention to exhaust Professor McGonagall?" Field was at a loss for words. "All right, let us attend to another matter." Dumbledore waved his wand, and Gryffindor's sword soared from the basilisk, returning to his hand. "Divvying up the spoils?" Field's eyes lit up as he closely followed Dumbledore toward the basilisk. 5 minutes later, Field walked steadily along the basilisk's body, his expression impassive, with Snape beside him. "I must remind you to be swift. You wouldn't want to be poisoned by your own tailored garments." Snape frowned, glancing at him. "If too much time passes, the basilisk's venom will permeate your skin. Did I understand?" Field replied without looking back, his fingertips glowing a deeper red as they gently sliced through the basilisk's hide. "Did we not agree to share the spoils? Why am I the one doing all the work?" Field thought, moving quickly while pondering what felt amiss. "That I just recalled something." Dumbledore suddenly spoke. "If Madame Malkin cannot adequately slice the basilisk's skin, you may need to lend a hand, my dear." "Oh, what splendid news!" Field sniffed, his expression unreadable. Under Snape's watchful eye, Field soon skinned the basilisk, also assisting in crushing the collected basilisk's fangs. Dumbledore took only the basilisk's 2 blind eyes. While Field prepared to claim his new garment, Snape's haul was the most substantial. Fangs, venom, the basilisk's heart, skin, shed skin, bones, in short, anything that could be extracted from the basilisk was dismantled. Field had never seen Snape so animated, and for some reason, he felt a strange sense that the two of them were working for Snape. Shaking his head to dispel such a ridiculous thought, Field turned to Dumbledore, who was staring thoughtfully at the remaining pile of basilisk flesh. "What occupies your thoughts?" "Father." Dumbledore seemed to awaken, glancing at Field before asking contemplatively, "My dear, what do you suppose this would taste like?" "What?" Field's expression froze as he looked incredulously at Dumbledore. One must seize the opportunity to experiment while young. Dumbledore chuckled. "Yes, that's so." Field felt something was amiss. "Come to think of it, basilisk meat does seem rather palatable." Field began to ponder. As for the possibility of food poisoning, Field was not concerned. House elves possessed a remarkable ability to transform anything edible into non-toxic food. "Wait a moment," Field suddenly realized, glaring indignantly at the cheerful Dumbledore. "What troubles you, my child?" Dumbledore teased with a hint of mirth. "You deceived me," Field exclaimed angrily. "You clearly stated before that basilisk was inedible." "Ah, did I?" Dumbledore feigned innocence. "I merely wish to convey that one might feel regretful for not having tried something that is that truly the case." Field gazed at Dumbledore in confusion. Dumbledore smiled, ruffling his hair. "Very well. Forgive an old man's memory that in truth, you could gift them to the house elves. They would greatly appreciate it." "Very well." Field nodded. Suddenly his eyes brightened. "So, Professor Flitwick would also likely enjoy them?" "Oh, my child, I must remind you that the tastes of house elves and fairies differ significantly." Dumbledore raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. "And besides, Professor Flitwick is merely a half-blood fairy, whose preferences lean more towards humanity." "Very well. Let us gift it to the house elves then." Field snapped his fingers, and the pile of basilisk meat vanished into thin air. "Your mastery of house elf magic has become increasingly adept." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with delight as he regarded Field with a warm smile. "It is merely the transportation magic of house elves," Field shrugged, "and at present, I can only move or teleport inanimate objects. Living beings, or those imbued with excessive magical energy, remain beyond my reach." "That is already quite impressive." Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder, expressing his anticipation for Field's forthcoming paper. "I shall endeavor to complete it as swiftly as possible." Field nodded in agreement. After a brief wait, Snape finally organized the items he sought. He stowed them all into a bottomless bag, surveying it with satisfaction as he gave the bag a gentle pat. "Congratulations, Severus. You have made quite a significant acquisition." Dumbledore clapped his hands and smiled at Snape in congratulation. Snape pursed his lips and nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, before we depart, there remains one more task to undertake." Dumbledore grasped the sword of Gryffindor and approached the statue of Slytherin. Upon reaching the statue, Dumbledore tapped it gently with the hilt of the sword, causing the statue to emit a brilliant azure glow. Gradually, the radiance spread throughout the chamber. The deep, resonant rumble emanated from the stone door. Field turned to look, utterly astonished. Another enormous statue had materialized. This statue depicted a formidable middle-aged man, with short hair and a long beard. Unlike the original statue, this one had eyes intricately carved, radiating warmth and tolerance. Adorned with a tattered hat atop his head, it seemed somewhat different now. Field glanced towards the statue of Salazar Slytherin, noticing that it too had acquired eyes, the depth of emotion in them evident even to him. The two statues gazed into each other's eyes, as if they saw nothing but one another. "This must be Godric Gryffindor," Dumbledore stated slowly, bowing to the newly appeared statue. Field followed suit, then suddenly posed a question. "Shall we investigate whether this statue conceals something as well?" "Oh, I must admit, your notion has indeed surprised me," Dumbledore replied with a kind smile. "If there happens to be another basilisk, I am uncertain whether that would be considered good news. You might as well give it a try." "Dumbledore," Snape interjected, his eyes gleaming with seriousness. "This could at least mitigate some dangers for the students." "Very well, you are correct," Dumbledore conceded with a nod. Dumbledore gazed at the statue of Gryffindor and once more uttered Parseltongue. They waited in silence. But nothing transpired. "It appears there is nothing left," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, and a flicker of disappointment crossed Snape's eyes as he begrudgingly inquired, Are you certain your parcel tongue was not flawed? Of course, Dumbledore replied cheerfully. I am not yet so muddled in my old age that no. There must be an error, Field countered. Do not forget that this individual is Gryffindor. Though I did not comprehend your words. I wager your parcel tongue was still directed at Slytherin. Perhaps your deduction is correct, Dumbledore mused, smacking his forehead, that we may attempt once more. With that, he spoke again to the statue. This time, the statue finally responded. A sound of grinding emerged as Gryffindor's statue opened its mouth, revealing a vast cavity. Witnessing this, Field transformed into a phoenix without hesitation and soared upwards, while Dumbledore and Snape promptly shut their eyes. After waiting for considerable time, without hearing any sound, Field contemplated and made a bold decision. With a flap of his wings, he flew into Gryffindor's mouth that, oh dear, Dumbledore's voice called from behind, urging him to proceed with caution. Field, however, did not respond to his astonishment. He discovered that within was another chamber. After deliberating, he refrained from rushing in, instead using his claws to nudge the door open, then swiftly darted aside, after a moment of stillness. Noticing no peculiarities, Field sidled in. This was a modest room, simply adorned with a table and 2 chairs, while against the wall lay a bed. What is that? Field noticed something on the bed and cautiously flew closer, only to find, to his shock, a skeleton. Sensing no immediate danger, Field transformed back into his human form and approached the bed, scrutinizing it closely. The skeleton was clad in what appeared to be a rather aged robe. Faint magical waves still emanating from it, indicating it was indeed an enchanted robe. The long skeletal hands were crossed over the chest, one adorned with a serpent-like ring, embedded with a rather peculiar stone. Is that a piece of parchment? Field observed a parchment pressed beneath the skeletal hand. Contemplating briefly before deciding to leave it untouched for the moment, he then approached the table, where another piece of parchment lay, accompanied by an ink pot that had long dried up, rendering the quill within unusable. After scanning the rest of the room and finding nothing else of note, he transformed back into a phoenix. A flash of fire heralding his return to the statue's exterior. Snape appeared to be quite impatient, and had it not been for Dumbledore restraining his arm, he likely would have charged in. Field turned and resumed his human form, immediately relaying his discoveries before either could speak. Snape remained impassive, while Dumbledore displayed a thoughtful demeanor. I believe we ought to investigate further, Dumbledore stated gravely. Field, would you lead us there? Certainly, Field nodded, making his way towards the entrance. Navigating with ease to the chamber, Field pointed out his findings to the 2 men. Upon seeing the ring upon the skeletal finger, Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with intensity. Is there an issue? Field inquired, perplexed. Nothing at all, Dumbledore replied, suppressing his excitement with a shake of his head. Let us first examine your findings. I believe I have deduced the identity of this individual. It wouldn't be Gryffindor, would it? Field speculated, raising an eyebrow. Dumbledore offered a mysterious smile, retrieving his wand and with a casual flick. Suddenly, the skeleton stirred, and before Field's startled gaze, it rose, stretching slightly before placing the parchment and ring upon the table. After completing these actions, it reclined once more. What have you done? Field felt an eerie chill enveloping the room. That, my dear, do not be afraid. Dumbledore reassured him with a gentle pat on his head. Your transfiguration skills ought to be taken seriously. This is merely one application of transfiguration. That's so? Field asked, regarding Dumbledore with curiosity. Snape, on the other hand, seemed to discern something, snorting quietly but refraining from exposing it. Of course, this may be related to his anticipation of the forthcoming revelations. Observing the 2 pieces of parchment before him, Dumbledore waved his wand once more that a substance resembling golden sand emerged from the tip of his wand, slowly flowing over the surface of the parchments until they were entirely covered. Next, with another flick of his wand, the golden sand abruptly soared into the air, twisting, spinning, and moving until it formed 2 distinct writings. A simple trick, Dumbledore explained with a smile directed at Field. It is best not to directly touch things you do not understand. In moments like this little magic proves to be quite useful. Field did not heed Dumbledore's words. In fact, his attention had been entirely captivated by the 2 articles. To be precise, it was one of them that enthralled him. It was a letter M. Y. Dearest Gore. My dear score, we met in the trivialities of life, journeyed together on the same path, loved in a fleeting moment, yet our promise of fidelity resided only in a dream. Every moment, I find myself ensnared in the same reverie. Thinking of you, yearning for you. Perhaps I am not awaiting your apology. Rather, I am longing for your answer to the question that haunts me. Do you truly love me? Yes, I am reluctant to acknowledge this notion. Yet the torment within my heart denies me rest, pride binding me here. When I awaken, your presence is but a memory. In a moment of clarity, I recall your promise, that in your moments of lucidity, you would always be by my side. This is our sanctuary, the space we have designated as ours. You spoke of creating a small world together in the future. That I apologize. Without you, I can only forge a mere semblance. A transient form that cannot endure. I have merged it with the Ravenclaw dormitory. My beloved, regret and solitude have persistently tormented me. If it were possible, I would craft the finest time-turner to advise my past self and reclaim what has been lost. At least something better than my present. I once believed I was your world. But in losing you, I have come to realize that you are my only universe. That my love, I am uncertain of what I can do for you. The only thought that comes to mind is to break that accursed blood curse. If one day you could return here, we could be together always. My beloved, alas, I can no longer endure. This is the letter I leave behind. My love, I shall embark on a long dream. May you accompany me in my slumber. Good night. Salazar. T was indeed a letter penned by Salazar. Field's eyes brightened. Though it held no tangible significance, its symbolic weight was immense. However, this was a love letter from Salazar, Slytherin, to Godric Gryffindor, which would undoubtedly be intolerable for the Slytherins. With this thought, Field turned to Snape. Snape maintained his usual inscrutable demeanor, yet a flicker of joy mingled with discomfort glimmered in his eyes. It appeared he too was in a predicament. Field muttered to himself and chose not to dwell on it further. Such matters were best left to the adults. He was still but a child. With that in mind, Field shifted his gaze elsewhere. The more he observed, the more he became engrossed, and his admiration for Slytherin began to blossom. From Slytherin's perspective, the blood curse, though a malediction, was also a divine blessing. However, the essence of wizards is human, and such a blessing is challenging to bear in a human form. Moreover, Slytherin discerned that the blood curse could be viewed as a weakened version of the Muggle curse. While they manifested differently, they were fundamentally the same. If the blood curse could be treated, then the Muggle curse could undoubtedly be treated as well. Slytherin posited that whether addressing the blood curse or the Muggle curse, both would require a shared approach concerning the development of the human body. Slytherin harbored two hypotheses, one regarding physical constitution and the other concerning the soul. In Slytherin's conjecture, both the blood curse and the Muggle curse existed not merely within the corporeal realm, but also within the essence of the soul. To treat the blood curse, one must either pursue a path of physical enhancement. In ancient times, there existed a group of wizards who regarded the human body as nature's greatest gift, viewing every means to enhance it as a treasure. Within the Slytherin family legacy, fragments pertaining to such wizards were preserved, and Slytherin had supplemented them. This constituted one route. The other route was to relinquish the physical form entirely, utilizing all one's magical power alongside the magic of the natural world to construct a purely energetic vessel to encase the soul, thereby fortifying it. From the current perspective of the magical realm, the latter method clearly fell within the domain of dark wizards. However, a millennium ago, the dichotomy between light and dark wizards was far less pronounced. And Slytherin himself was a dark wizard. Each path possessed its own merits and drawbacks. The path of physical enhancement essentially treated the blood curse as a whetstone, employing potions and other means to refine one's body against the curse until it could be co-opted for personal use. Nonetheless, this method bore evident drawbacks, primarily the necessity for substantial resources. Slytherin himself noted in his musings that he could not estimate the enormity of the required resources. Additionally, a further disadvantage was that the human body possesses adaptability and resistance. This means that any method of physical enhancement could not be employed indefinitely. Once it ceased to be effective, one would inevitably need to seek alternative means, which itself proved challenging to discover or develop. The path of soul enhancement essentially abandoned the application of the blood curse. The curse manifests within the bloodline. Thus, if one were to forsake the physical body, the blood curse would naturally dissipate. This method also has conspicuous shortcomings. While one could envelop the soul in energy, the soul remains fragile, susceptible to unforeseen calamities. A moment's carelessness could precipitate dire consequences. Moreover, Slytherin determined that should one choose this route, their soul would forever rely on a magical artifact, unable to stray far until it ultimately dissipated. Furthermore, by opting for the path of soul enhancement, when faced with death, the soul would not be claimed by the Grim Reaper, but would simply vanish. Though one might achieve longevity, all other possibilities would be forfeited. Field noted one particular record. The singular existence of a soul is highly susceptible to external emotional disturbances. When I attempted to anchor a muggle's soul within Hogwarts, it absorbed all the negative emotions present in the castle into its being. It required no sustenance, could traverse through food like a ghost, and could manipulate all food items, akin to the legendary poltergeist. However, its destructive tendencies were formidable, leaving me uncertain as to whether it should be eliminated. Eventually, it escaped from my laboratory. Perhaps that was its destiny, and I resolved to refrain from interfering further. Upon reading this, Field immediately thought of Peeves at Hogwarts. According to the professors at Hogwarts, Peeves was a poltergeist born of the castle, a guardian of Hogwarts. However, Field had yet to witness any protective actions on its part. Most crucially, Field had also engaged with professors from both batons, and to his knowledge, it seemed that only Hogwarts boasted a being like Peeves. Other magical schools lacked such a presence. Now, his confusion had found resolution. "Father," Field pondered, glancing at Dumbledore, who was intently examining Slytherin's manuscript. "How do you intend to handle this?" Dumbledore did not disclose the fate of the two manuscripts to Field, nor did Snape seem to possess any insights. However, Snape appeared indifferent to the matter. Perhaps for a true Slytherin, as long as this manuscript remained undisclosed, everything else could be accepted. With a flash of fire, Field and Ariana transported Dumbledore and Snape back to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore gazed at Fawkes, precariously perched on the cabinet, and suddenly slapped his forehead. "My apologies, my friend. I often forget that Field has a phoenix." Dumbledore offered a wry smile in Fawkes' direction. Fawkes emitted a low cry, gently shaking its head to indicate it bore no ill will. Snape, seemingly disinterested in the company of others or the phoenix, casually remarked, "I shall take my leave," and exited the headmaster's office. Field glanced at Dumbledore, bid a cheerful farewell, and requested Ariana to guide him to the Hogwarts kitchen, that he intended to present the basilisk meat as a gift to the house elves of Hogwarts. With the basilisk dealt with, it felt as though the weight of the world had lifted. Regarding the rumors circulating in the school about Harry Potter, they gradually faded into obscurity after no students were attacked, much to the quiet relief of Harry and his companions. However, Dumbledore had no intention of revealing everything just yet. He sought to uncover how Voldemort was exerting control over the students. Field had no doubt that if it weren't for the magic left behind by Ravenclaw in the girls' dormitory, Dumbledore might have been lurking there indefinitely. As for how Field learned about the magic in the girls' dormitory, well, one could say he, after all, had once been young himself. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the library, a rare sight in often dreary England. Under the sun's warm glow, Field lightly rested his hand on the table, his enchanted quill dancing across the parchment without pause. He appeared almost like a radiant male sprite who had fallen to earth. Not far away, several young witches, distractedly flipping through their books, found themselves momentarily entranced by the knowing smiles that occasionally graced Field's face. "Hey, don't do that. He'll notice you." A nearby girl gently poked the arm of a daydreaming companion. "And if you don't want Mrs. Pants to have your head, you'd better pray your drool doesn't fall on the pages." "Oh, thank you," the girl replied, her face turning crimson as she produced a handkerchief to dab at the mysterious liquid at the corner of her mouth. Upon catching sight of Field, a dreamy expression returned to her features. "Look, yes, simply stunning." "I assent. Is that so exaggerated?" Another girl observed skeptically, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the pensive Field. Her eyes widened as she murmured, "All right, You're right, I must tell my mother. I've fallen in love. Field, oblivious to the discussions of the young girls, was entirely focused on his paper, having perused Slytherin's manuscript on blood curses in the Chamber of Secrets. He combined that knowledge with his own conjectures and arguments to finally produce the paper that had been persistently requested by the professors. He had nearly completed the paper, but after reviewing Slytherin's manuscript, he realized that some of his arguments still contained flaws. After several revisions, the paper was finally finished. It was time to submit it. Field's first thought was of this task. Heaven knows what Snape intended. For while he would never utter coercive words, the steadily increasing demand for potion ingredients was no trifling matter. To make matters worse, Field had inadvertently learned from Hagrid that Snape had taken on a task involving the procurement of potion ingredients. Truly, my esteemed headmaster, you never cease to astonish me, Field thought through gritted teeth. With that matter firmly tucked away in his mind, Field gathered his manuscript, returned a magical tome to its rightful place, and departed from the library. In the potions classroom office on the ground floor, Snape remarked, "Ah, if it isn't our little Dumbledore." His voice dripped with sarcasm, for it was indeed a rare occasion to see his student in the potions office. He recalled that his pitiful professor had little time for respite. Snape shot him a sidelong glance and added, "So, whenever there's a problem, you always seek out the deputy headmistress or the headmaster." Field smiled faintly. "Apologies, Professor. I merely wish for you to review my paper." "Your paper?" Snape furrowed his brow. "My dear student, perhaps your mind has been muddled like those Gryffindors left in the common room?" "Precisely, Professor." Field placed his manuscript on Snape's desk with determination and then took a seat. "Humph." Snape merely huffed at Field's actions, casting a glance at him before turning his attention to the manuscript. After reading the introduction, a flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes as he murmured, "So, this is what you meant." "Indeed, Professor," Field replied, nodding obediently. "Who could possess a broader knowledge than you, apart from Headmaster Dumbledore? I require your assistance." "Professor. I am no master of transfiguration." Snape pursed his lips, "but I will consider it." "Thank you, Professor." Field noted Snape's pursed lips with satisfaction, though he maintained a demure demeanor. "That I hope you remember this to not push your luck." Snape retorted mockingly, then resumed his scrutiny of the manuscript. 5 minutes later, Snape set the paper down, regarding Field with a complex expression, then stated, "You possess a modicum of cleverness. Your understanding of charms is passable. But concerning transfiguration, you might be better off seeking your father's guidance. Now, follow me." Snape snatched Field's manuscript and pointed his wand at the fireplace in the office, igniting a fierce blaze. "Keep up," he instructed, tossing a handful of flue powder into the flames. Once the fire turned green, he stepped through, calling out, "Headmaster's office." The flames surged dramatically, and when they settled, Snape's figure had vanished. "Flue powder?" Field scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the method, so lacking in sophistication. He transformed into a phoenix, sensed his surroundings, and with a flash of fire, disappeared from the potions classroom office. When he reappeared, he stood atop Dumbledore's desk. "Oh, my child, you arrived just in time." Dumbledore smiled, recognizing the phoenix form of Field. "Could you transform back? I might require your insights on a matter." "What has happened now?" Field leaped off the desk, transforming midair and landing curiously before Dumbledore. "Yes," Dumbledore replied, observing Snape and Field before him. "You are already aware that Voldemort has taken control of Miss Weasley. I have formed some preliminary hypotheses, but require your assistance to Field raised an eyebrow. "What plans do you have?" "I have some ideas," Dumbledore said seriously, interlacing his fingers on the desk. "However, I wish to hear your thoughts first." "How about Christmas?" Field casually suggested. "You know, that time of year when Hogwarts is least populated." Dumbledore nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Snape. "Severus, what are your thoughts?" "I am merely a potions professor," Snape replied expressionlessly. "You'd be better off consulting that peacock seeking a mate." "Peacock?" A glimmer of amusement flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. He was well aware of whom Snape referred to. "An excellent idea." Dumbledore smiled warmly. "It seems our young witches and wizards could benefit from a more enriching extracurricular life. Now, you may state your purpose." Emerging from the headmaster's office, Snape regarded Field. "You may seek out Professor McGonagall now. Of course, if your wits remain intact, you should still remember the way back. Your confinement has concluded." Snape departed with his usual stoic expression, leaving Field momentarily stunned. Concluded? So easily? He found it somewhat surreal. However, not having to deal with any more ingredients was a blessing indeed. Today was truly a splendid day, Field mused. Yet he did not forget his obligations and proceeded directly to Professor McGonagall's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Field gently pushed the door ajar, finding Professor McGonagall, glasses perched on her nose, diligently grading student papers. Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall, Field greeted sweetly. Good afternoon, dear, she replied, a soft smile brightening her features upon recognizing him. Would you care for something to drink? Tea or pumpkin juice? Just some black tea would suffice. Field responded casually. Come, have a seat. Professor McGonagall smiled faintly, lightly tapping her wand against the surface of the desk, and, as if by magic, 2 cups of red tea materialized before them. She personally tore open a sugar packet, adding its contents to the tea, and then slid 1 cup towards Field, continuing with a gentle admonition. You should indulge in sweet treats less often. Field nodded repeatedly, cradling the warm cup in his hands. He took a delicate sip, the sweet flavor causing him to squint in delight. I really don't understand the appeal of sweets, McGonagall sighed. I must thank you, though I scarcely believed, until you informed me, that Albus had hidden away such a trove of candies. My goodness, you wouldn't believe it. He even used a non-detection charm. He's gone completely mad. After all, my father's interests are rather few, Professor. Field interjected hurriedly. I am merely concerned for his health. You know, aside from you, I doubt anyone else could dissuade him. You're a good child, Field, McGonagall said kindly, a smile gracing her features. I believe your father would be quite pleased to know your intentions. That Field's body stiffened at that remark. Pleased? Hardly. He recalled a childhood incident where he had merely sampled a bit of the cockroach cluster, and Albus had cast him a mournful glance for an entire day. How could he be blamed? Was it not for his own concern for Albus's teeth, and to ascertain whether there were indeed real cockroaches within? Was it not to test their authenticity? Field thought, indignantly, nearly moved to self-pity. I truly am a good child. He mused internally to be by the way. It has been quite a while since your last visit. I suspect you have something on your mind? McGonagall adjusted her glasses. If you're not in a hurry, I still have several student assignments to review. Not a problem. I can wait a bit. Field replied with a smile, shaking his head. I just require a small favor from you, Professor. Very well. Please hold on a moment. That McGonagall retrieved some fish snacks and fish-shaped biscuits from her drawer. You may have some of this while I finish up. Thank you, Professor. Field nodded. McGonagall graded assignments. Field munched on his snacks and sipped his tea, taking in the details of her office. Although he had visited numerous times before, he had never truly observed his surroundings. Now he noticed the simplicity of Professor McGonagall's life. With only a bookshelf to adorn the otherwise bare office, Field felt a surge of respect for the venerable professor. While other professors were commendable in their own right, when it came to garnering respect from the staff, none could rival the esteemed cat lady before him. Since her employment at Hogwarts, McGonagall had proven to be the fairest of all professors. Despite occasionally allowing a softer expression in private, she maintained an image of stern impartiality most of the time. Even the Slytherin students, who might scoff at Dumbledore, rarely displayed any disrespect towards Professor McGonagall. Even Snape, when faced with her, exhibited nothing short of absolute reverence that a tragic past had robbed this unfortunate witch of love and family. It was a stroke of luck for the students to encounter a professor of her caliber. Observing the busily engaged McGonagall, Field's respect for her deepened. McGonagall did not keep Field waiting long. She soon completed the grading of the students' assignments. Very well, child. You may now share your concerns, she said, gently massaging her temples to ease her tension. You seem to be in need of rest, Professor. Field hesitated. I could return at a later time. Oh, thank you, McGonagall replied with a faint smile. It's quite all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Sometimes, when I see you all, I truly feel my age. Were I a touch younger, my energy would be far greater. If that is the case, Field laid his essay before her. Speaking earnestly, I would greatly appreciate your insights on my paper. It would be my utmost honor if you could glean something from it. Your paper is complete? McGonagall's eyes widened with surprise as she realized what Field was referring to. Indeed, my professor, amidst McGonagall's continuous praise. Field left her office with a smile. subsequently making his way to Professor Flitwick's chamber. Just as he exited Flitwick's office, he intended to grab a bite to eat when a silver phoenix Patronus flew before him. "My dear, if you have a moment, could you come to the headmaster's office?" Field patted his slightly rumbling stomach, deciding to head to the headmaster's office to resolve his dinner dilemma. Hogwarts headmaster's office. With a flash of fire, Field appeared directly at Dumbledore's desk. "Good afternoon, my father. Before I divulge the purpose of my visit, might I trouble you for some food? I have yet to dine at—" "Oh, of course," Dumbledore exclaimed, tapping his forehead with an apologetic look. "My dear, I completely forgot that it is indeed dinner time." "Not to worry," Field shrugged. "The food here is far superior to that in the Great Hall. And if my memory serves me correctly, it has been quite some time since we dined together. Indeed, it has been a while." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, smiling at him. "So, what would you like to eat?" "I'm flexible," Field replied nonchalantly. "Just some syrup pie and peppermint candies will suffice." "Good taste," Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "Perhaps you could also indulge in a glass of honey pumpkin juice at O. That's a splendid idea." Field's eyes lit up. "However, I am not particularly fond of the taste of pumpkin juice. How about some lemon juice instead?" "Certainly," Dumbledore said, tapping his fingers on the desk, and a selection of exquisitely presented food appeared before them. "Just right. We can enjoy our meal while we wait for the other professors." Dumbledore picked up a piece of strawberry cake, spreading raspberry syrup atop it as he spoke. Field was accustomed to Dumbledore's peculiar tastes. The headmaster had a penchant for combining various flavors, especially if they were sweet. As the father and son dined, they engaged in casual conversation. "I just noticed you seem to have utilized the unique apparition of the phoenix?" Dumbledore inquired curiously. "It appears you did not transform into a phoenix. Just a little trick," Field replied nonchalantly. "That it's a localized animagus technique proposed by Master Gamp. As you should no doubt, of course." Dumbledore set down his coffee, regarding Field with a smile. "But that theory seems to have been discredited by later generations. Don't tell me you have achieved it." "Not quite," Field shrugged. "I merely borrowed a portion of my Phoenix transformation's power." "I recall now. Your paper mentioned this." Dumbledore chuckled. "You have completed your idea, have you not?" "Indeed." Field swallowed a bite of syrup pie. "I have only accomplished half of it. I still cannot fully integrate the Phoenix's power into my magic. But I believe I will soon be able to. That is already quite remarkable." Dumbledore wiped cream from his beard, pride evident in his voice. "I am proud of you, my child." "Oh, thank you." Before long, they had finished their dinner, and the four heads of houses arrived at the headmaster's office in succession. "I apologize for summoning you all at this hour," Dumbledore began, addressing the four heads. "Not a problem. Is there something amiss?" "Professor Dumbledore," McGonagall queried, her demeanor serious. "A small matter," Dumbledore replied, wiping his hands as he spoke. "You have all reviewed Field's paper, I presume?" The four heads exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "Perhaps you are all aware of what a groundbreaking document this is." Dumbledore continued earnestly that it is undeniable that it will bring significant changes to the wizarding world. Thus, I find myself in a state of hesitation regarding whether we should proceed with the publication of this material. What does it imply? Professors McGonagall and Flitwick furrowed their brows and fell into deep contemplation. Dumbledore would not speak lightly. There must be other considerations at play. Professor Sprout, not overthinking the matter, directly inquired. "Is there a problem, Headmaster?" "I merely have some concerns," Dumbledore replied with a wry smile. "To be candid, I sincerely wish for the brilliance of Field to be recognized, as it would bring him immense honor and acclaim. However, such recognition would also invite considerable trouble upon him. Moreover, you ought to be aware that war is never truly over. It merely pauses." Indeed, a glimmer of understanding crossed the faces of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. They were well aware that Dumbledore's worry centered around Voldemort. Having perused Field's paper, they realized that if Voldemort were to acquire such knowledge, the consequences would be dire. In that case, it would be prudent not to publish it. Professor Flitwick hesitated before slowly articulating, "The wizarding world cannot endure further turmoil. Yet, this would be manifestly unfair to young Field." Professor Sprout cast a worried glance at Field. He remained silent, offering her a slight smile. "This is also a form of protection for young Mr. Dumbledore," Snape stated deliberately. Although young Dumbledore does not possess the foolishness of those pesky trolls, his propensity for causing trouble is unparalleled. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. I had previously considered having young Dumbledore publish this paper in today's Transfiguration, but upon reflection, it seems rather inappropriate. Then it is settled, shall we, dear? Dumbledore addressed Field. I am amenable, Field replied, casting apologetic glances at the four heads and Dumbledore. After all, we are all aware that Voldemort is not dead, and I certainly do not wish to aid him. Once the war concludes, I shall submit it for you, young Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall embraced him. You shall endure this for a while, that I do not mind. Field mused, a mischievous smile suddenly gracing his face, that I do have an idea. Father, he turned to Dumbledore, you must know quite a few individuals willing to stand against Voldemort, such as your organization. Ah, indeed. Dumbledore seemed to anticipate Field's train of thought. Since you all believe my paper to be viable, why not share it with them? Field's lips curled into a smirk. Moreover, the finest wizards in all of Britain are present here. Perhaps we could complete the section on animagus transformations concerning magical creatures. At that time, even if Voldemort were to resurrect, what could he possibly do? I imagine his expression would be quite entertaining, that I eagerly await it. Field had always found it peculiar that wizards celebrated Christmas, particularly since it was a holiday traditionally associated with the church, the sworn enemy of wizards. Wizards, inherently proud, would find it difficult to accept the cultural encroachment of the church. After researching, Field discovered that Christmas originally had no ties to the church. It was initially known as the Festival of Saturn, celebrated in ancient Rome to honor the agricultural deity, also referred to as the Festival of Uranus. December 24th marked the Festival of Saturn, while December 25th was designated for the sun god. During that era, Muggles and wizards coexisted, making it understandable why wizards would partake in such a Muggle holiday. As for the church's lack of shame, Field refrained from passing judgment. He understood that leveraging popularity could facilitate growth in religion. Prior to this day, he had been preoccupied with what gifts to prepare. As a student, he could no longer simply provide candies, particularly when it came to gifts for professors, which required greater thoughtfulness. After considerable deliberation, Field presented his carefully curated small gifts to Professor McGonagall. He gifted a cat climbing frame, knowing she was perpetually busy and lacked time for outdoor exercise. He hoped she could utilize her animagus form to exercise in her office. To Professor Flitwick, he bestowed a wand holster imbued with a permanent summoning charm, allowing him to retrieve his wand if it slipped away. He believed Flitwick, a duel enthusiast, would appreciate this. For his house head, he thoughtfully selected shampoo, not from the magical world, but rather one he had procured from the Muggle realm, having consulted Hagrid, who mentioned that Snape would never use magical shampoo, for reasons he well understood. To Professor Sprout, he gifted a pair of unique dragonhide gloves enchanted with a permanent cleaning charm. Initially contemplating giving her spices, knowing her fondness for cooking, he ultimately abandoned that idea due to her infrequent culinary endeavors. For his father, he prepared the most meticulous gift, a jar of lemon mint-flavored cockroach clusters, with a honey filling crafted by him after learning from the house elves. Naturally, Field did not forget the others. To Hagrid, he gifted a bear cub, which he had arranged through Blaze. To Blaze, a pair of boots made from basilisk skin. To Daphne and Pansy, sapphire brooches that would release a unicorn upon a gentle rub. Of course, Luna was not overlooked. He found a peculiar book on bizarre creatures in a second-hand bookstore in Diagon Alley, which he gifted to her. As for the Draculs family, he had already sent them cloaks made from basilisk skin, one for each member. Initially, he contemplated a gift for Gilderoy, given that he had earned points from him over the past 6 months, but considering that Gilderoy might not remain at Hogwarts for long and his own allowance was limited, he decisively abandoned the idea. On a day blanketed in snow, Christmas arrived as anticipated. Early in the morning, upon rising from his bed, Field discovered a veritable mountain of gifts piled beside it. The professors seemed to believe he was particularly fond of studying, as they had all sent him their respective lecture notes. Luna gifted him a pair of glasses, claiming they enabled one to see pesky flies, while Blaze presented him with a splendid robe. Pansy and Daphne each gifted him a copy of a magical book, one detailing unknown divination techniques, and the other on safeguarding one's secrets with mental occlusion. Hagrid gifted him a necklace made from the teeth of a three-headed dog. which he had apparently crafted himself. The Draculs family, for reasons unknown, presented him with a set of beauty potions. Upon seeing this, Field resolved to toss the concoctions into a box, never to be opened again. He had eagerly anticipated Dumbledore's gift, yet upon encountering the jar of cockroach clusters, he hesitated for quite some time, ultimately deciding against opening it. After unwrapping the gifts from his fellow students and reciprocating based on their respective values, Field proceeded to freshen up. In previous years, the school had been nearly deserted during Christmas, save for a few students unable to return home. However, this year was somewhat different. Prior to the holidays, notices had been posted in the common rooms announcing the second event of the Dueling Club, scheduled for Christmas Day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Although many students expressed interest in the event, the actual number of participants remained low, after breakfast declining several classmates' invitations for snowball fights. Field made his way to Snape's office. Perhaps due to the cold weather, the lower levels felt even more dreary, particularly Snape's office. Field even suspected that Hogwarts had been designed with certain enchantments to prevent freezing in such areas. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Pushing the door open as he stepped into the potions classroom, Field could not help but shiver. Observing Snape, who was stoically brewing potions, Field felt a sense of admiration. He noted that Snape wore no heavy robes and appeared entirely unfazed by the chill. "Good morning, Professor." Field managed a strained greeting, lamenting the weather's unbearable chill. "Why not light your fireplace?" he suggested. "I believe I've mentioned this before, Mr. Dumbledore." Snape shot him a glance. "Some potions are sensitive to temperature. Has the snow frozen your wits?" Field offered a bitter smile. "You truly excel as a potions professor, and no need for you to remind me." Snape waved a hand dismissively. "What do you want?" "I merely came to inquire about the upcoming arrangements." Field rubbed his hands together, attempting to warm himself. "What shall we do shortly?" "Now is not the time." Snape intently focused on the potion in the cauldron, murmuring, "I trust one need not remind you to keep this matter discreet." "Of course," Field nodded. "I just worry about potential mishaps." "You ought to be more concerned about yourself," Snape scoffed. "You may leave now. Remember to come find me after lunch." "Very well, Professor," Field replied softly, departing the room. Upon exiting Snape's office, Field made his way directly to the Great Hall, eschewing any other destinations. The Great Hall appeared markedly transformed from its usual state. A towering fir tree stood proudly in the center, adorned with an array of vibrant ribbons, alongside exquisitely wrapped candies and small gifts that hung from its boughs. Smaller fir trees, less extravagantly decorated than the grand centerpiece, were positioned against the surrounding walls, exuding a certain charm. The hall was already bustling with students, some huddled together in animated discussion, while others played with the festive crackers laid upon the long tables. One student pulled a cracker, and a burst of colorful streamers erupted forth, accompanied by a lively rabbit that, startled, leaped off the table and dashed away. Nearby students reached for the crackers, creating a cacophony of cheerful sounds throughout the hall. At the Gryffindor table, the now-recovered Weasley twins were entertaining themselves with a fire lizard, shoving a cracker into its mouth before pulling it sharply. With a loud pop, the fire lizard shot across the hall into the fireplace. Satisfied with their prank, the twins exchanged triumphant high fives. "Such vitality," Field muttered to himself as he approached the Slytherin table. Unlike the other houses, Slytherin students had all returned home, leaving the table entirely vacant save for Field. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Dumbledore." Professor McGonagall appeared beside Field unexpectedly. "Why aren't you with your classmates? It's rather desolate here." "I tease nothing, Professor." Field smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I was just about to indulge in the feast at this long table all by myself. Opportunities like this are rare. You should learn to embrace your inner child." "Field," McGonagall remarked, a hint of concern in her voice, "I simply enjoy solitude." "Professor," Field shrugged. "Very well," she acquiesced, nodding reluctantly. "I shall find time to discuss your situation with Professor Dumbledore." "Thank you, Professor." Field raised his glass of lemonade in acknowledgement. Although it was Christmas, Hogwarts lunch remained largely unchanged from the norm. The British do not place much emphasis on lunch, a fact Field had long since accepted, and he casually grabbed a sandwich to eat. Just as he finished one, Snape approached. "Wrap up your business quickly," Snape said coldly. "The Dueling Club activities are about to commence. and you need to accompany me to Gryffindor's dormitory. Dormitory? Field's mind raced with possibilities, staring at Snape in disbelief. That I presume you're not referring to the girls' dormitory. Glad you caught on. Snape replied impassively. I shall wait for you outside the dormitory. Who conceived this plan? Field covered his face, recalling the protective enchantments surrounding the girls' dormitory. The protective magic will not hinder a bird, Snape stated, his expression unchanging, regardless of gender. That, of course, should you wish to engage in any nefarious activities. Do remember to clean up afterward. Me. Engage in something nefarious? Field's eyes widened in shock, but before he could retort, Snape departed. Left standing there, Field felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Lunch passed swiftly, and as the food on the tables vanished, the grand fir tree also disappeared, replaced by a raised platform. Good afternoon, my children, Gilderoy greeted with his magnetic voice as he ascended the platform. Today he appeared particularly festive, his crimson robes paired with his purple-tinted hair, giving him a wilder look than usual. Despite his attractive appearance, as his lessons progressed, more students began to recognize his superficiality. However, the dueling club remained a delightful diversion for students, and they refrained from targeting him. It's wonderful to see you all again. Gilderoy beamed, though our last event concluded rather abruptly. I sincerely hope you've gleaned some insights from it. I am delighted to announce that more than one of my fans has written to tell me they've mastered the disarming charm. I am proud of you, but do not let it go to your heads. The world of magic is vast, and you are merely at the beginning of your journey. Study diligently, and you will thank your present selves in the future. Field listened intently, unable to deny that Gilderoy's motivational speech was far superior to Dumbledore's, and thought perhaps his father should take a page from this fellow's book. Yet, before he could absorb more, Snape impatiently whisked him away. Alas, neither as a person nor as a bird do I possess any rights. My plight is truly arduous. Field grumbled inwardly as he cast aside a stray piece of undergarment he had inadvertently unearthed. Such audacity, wearing such sheer garments at such a young age. It surely warrants a stern reprimand, he thought indignantly, tossing aside what was clearly a matching set of lingerie. Undeniably, to broaden one's horizons, one must explore various places. Field flapped his wings, scratching at an itchy nostril, and continued his fervent endeavors. However, after rummaging for some time, aside from a few more extravagant trinkets that expanded his worldview, he found nothing of a magical nature, save for the textbooks. Could it be that they are no longer in the girls' dormitory? Field pondered, and with a flash of fire, he appeared in the common room. Snape stood by the fireplace awaiting him. Field turned around, resuming human form, and shrugged at him. I found nothing, Professor. Should we check the boys' dormitory? Snape frowned, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Let us go, agreed. The boys' dormitory proved far easier to enter than the girls'. There were no protective enchantments, and the door simply required a push to open. Even if it were locked, a simple unlocking charm would suffice. Although there were numerous boys' dormitories, the exploration spell facilitated Field's search, allowing him to complete his assigned section swiftly. Yet still, he discovered nothing. Are they perhaps not within the dormitory? Field mused. Just as he began to inform Snape of his findings, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. Following his instincts, he caught sight of an unexamined dormitory. Found it, Professor! Field dashed out, waving the sheet he had retrieved at Snape, who was still searching. It is imperative to handle magical items with caution. One should never touch them lightly. This is the very first lesson in the Dark Forces Self-Defense Guide. Field deeply agreed. Thus, he casually took a student's bedsheet, enchanted it with a levitation spell to place the discovered items inside, and tightly wrapped it up. Excellent. Snape, after feeling it for a moment, nodded in satisfaction and said, Hand it over to me. We shall proceed to the headmaster's office. As he spoke, he reached for the bedsheet in Field's grasp. No need for such trouble, Professor. Field shook his head and transformed directly into a phoenix, his claws firmly clutching the bedsheet. Snape instantly understood his intention and grasped his tail, with a flash of fire. The man and bird materialized in Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, deep in thought. You have returned. Upon seeing Snape and the now-human Field, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. So, what did you find? Mission accomplished. Field tossed the bedsheet onto Dumbledore's desk. "Well done," Dumbledore replied with a smile, nodding in approval. With a flick of his wrist, the bedsheet vanished, replaced by a rather worn notebook that bore a name: Tom Marvolo Riddle. "This is the item in question." Dumbledore gently tapped the notebook with his wand and nodded in confirmation that, if I am not mistaken, he might have been the most outstanding graduate of Hogwarts in the past 50 years. Dumbledore marveled. "I never anticipated he could indeed create such a thing." "Stop speaking in riddles, Dumbledore." Snape waved his hand impatiently. "What exactly is this?" "I believe you have heard of horcruxes," Dumbledore replied calmly. Given Snape's extensive knowledge of magic, he certainly knew what it was. It was precisely this knowledge that caused a look of shock to appear in his eyes. "So, this implies he was murdered," Snape murmured, his tone laden with an indescribable flavor. "It is likely so," Dumbledore nodded. "Bad news, isn't it?" "I would argue this news is quite favorable," Field interjected. "At least we now have a direction." "Well, you make a valid point." Dumbledore smiled at Field, gently poking the notebook with his wand. "I must say, Voldemort was indeed a genius. His reputation, however, seems rather poor," Field remarked. "I've seen many books refer to him as the despicable Voldemort." "Indeed, you are correct, my child." Dumbledore approached him slowly, tenderly ruffling his hair. "A wizard who dares to defy deities cannot expect a good reputation." "Defying deities?" Field gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment. "I have not heard of this." "Such knowledge has become rare," Dumbledore said, stroking Field's head. "You see, the emergence of ancient wizards was a result of humanity's rebellion against the immortal beings. Yet for a long time thereafter, humanity was ruled by the deities. Even now, many myths from that era persist among Muggles, whether it be tales of the Olympian gods or the Norse pantheon. They all once existed. If humanity had wizards, why would they accept the rule of deities?" Field furrowed his brow, puzzled. "It is quite simple, my child," Dumbledore smiled. In truth, those deities were also human." "Human?" Field frowned. "Indeed," Dumbledore sighed. "Power may well be the most delectable poison in existence. Wizards possess powers that Muggles do not, and when the powerful rise above the masses, their hearts are inevitably corrupted. Those ancient wizards were once heroes of humanity, but over time, they became its rulers due to their power. Then the oppressed rose against their oppressors, did they not?" Field's eyes brightened, recalling the tales from Muggle lore. "Indeed, they did." Dumbledore nodded. "Some wizards always believed themselves to be part of humanity, refusing to conspire with those deities. Voldemort was one of the most renowned among them. "So, the deities slandered him?" Field murmured. "He was powerful enough to threaten those deities, wasn't he?" "Perhaps so, perhaps not. No one knows for certain." Dumbledore shook his head. "The reason the deities slandered him was merely due to his troublesome nature. In fact, Voldemort was initially one of them." Dumbledore continued softly. "He possessed an incredible talent for developing magic and nurturing magical creatures. Eventually, Voldemort deemed the path taken by those wizards to be misguided, leading him to incite a rebellion among Muggles. However, he was fully aware of the immense power possessed by the magical creatures he had cultivated. To better resist those deities, Voldemort created horcruxes, as well as various dark spells." "And the basilisk?" Field inquired. "I have heard that Voldemort was the one who initially bred the basilisk." "That is not incorrect." Dumbledore nodded. "Voldemort is known to be the first wizard with the ability to speak Parseltongue. He was born with the innate ability to control snakes, hence many of the creatures he created were snake-related. The Hydra, the serpent woman Echidna, and so forth. Among them, his most proud creation was the Gorgon, whom he named Medusa. After Voldemort's betrayal, the deity spread his vile name and sought ways to free the creatures he had created from his control. To combat the monsters he had unleashed, Voldemort ultimately conjured the basilisk. It is said he initially intended to create a creature with the body of a chicken and the tail of a snake. But for reasons unknown, he failed, resulting in the creation of a mere failure, the basilisk. "Well," Field remarked in admiration, "he truly was a genius. I believe so as well." Dumbledore nodded with a smile. By the way, where did you learn all this?" Field looked at Dumbledore quizzically. "You seemed unaware of it before." "Everyone must possess a few little secrets." Dumbledore winked at him. "Mystery makes one more captivating, does it not?" "Teach, what does an old man need to be captivating for?" Field scoffed, glancing at the notebook on the desk and gesturing toward it. "What do you intend to do with this?" "It will be disposed of," Dumbledore declared with a smile, "but not just yet, that we still need to uncover more information." Field was left unaware of how Dumbledore ultimately dealt with the notebook, as he was soon summoned by Snape. Upon entering the potions master's office, Snape naturally tossed a bag toward him. Field grimaced, but skillfully began to crush the potion ingredients. Yet this time felt somewhat different, whether due to a pang of conscience or another reason. Snape informed Field that he need not return for the remaining time. Even though he had been dismissed from the potions classroom, Field could hardly believe it, and soon elation filled his heart. Even when he encountered the grim-faced Gilderoy on the way, he found that face remarkably pleasing. "Wait, grim-faced Gilderoy Lockhart." Field gazed in surprise at his retreating figure. If there was anything most admirable about Gilderoy, Field thought, it must be his state of mind, and no one could maintain a smile and face a multitude of detractors with such composure, even if their malicious words were indeed true. This was what Field admired most about him. However, now Gilderoy was devoid of that smile. What on earth had happened? Field felt a surge of curiosity. Should he follow to see? Field pondered. After a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the tempting idea. Early the next morning, as Field entered the Great Hall, he encountered a group of unfamiliar wizards. They were clad in matching tight black uniforms, each sporting a silver flask at their waists. Leading them was a balding middle-aged wizard, who, although wearing a robe, sported a muggle hat atop his head, creating a rather incongruous appearance. This person seemed vaguely familiar. Field had an inkling that the leading figure appeared somewhat familiar, just as his curiosity began to stir. Professor McGonagall had already approached the individual. "Long time no see, Professor McGonagall," the middle-aged wizard said politely, smiling as he doffed his hat. "Good morning, Minister," McGonagall inquired solemnly, welcoming him to Hogwarts, where Headmaster Dumbledore was awaiting their arrival. "Oh, is that so?" The middle-aged wizard seemed a bit flustered, his awkward smile betraying his discomfort. "That's splendid, I dare say. He must be aware of my purpose here, correct?" "Indeed," McGonagall nodded. "He has already informed me." "I hope you won't disrupt the students." "Rest assured, we will cooperate with the Ministry's endeavors," McGonagall replied with impeccable poise. "Rufus, please bring the target down," the middle-aged wizard instructed, turning to a somewhat burly wizard behind him. "Remember to keep it quiet." "Understood," Rufus nodded, waving his hand as he swiftly ascended the stairs. The group of wizards followed suit, moving with almost complete silence. "Shall we ascend together, Professor McGonagall?" the middle-aged wizard suggested with a smile. "It would be my honor," McGonagall responded succinctly, leading the way. The middle-aged wizard hesitated for a moment before hastily following her. Field finally recalled the identity of this middle-aged wizard. If his assumptions were correct, he was none other than the most ineffectual minister of magic in history, Cornelius Fudge. Many wizards believed that without Dumbledore's support, Fudge would never have attained his position, let alone maintained it. Indeed, he had been fortunate. In 1990, after the resignation of the previous minister, Millicent Bagnold, Fudge's approval ratings had been at their nadir. Although Voldemort had already been vanquished, the public's fear lingered, with a prevailing skepticism regarding the claims that he would not return. Fudge's ascent to power was not merely a result of Dumbledore's backing, but was also due to him being viewed as a mere pawn. It must be said that during the early years of his tenure, Fudge had been a competent minister. His greatest virtue at that time was his humility. He not only listened to the advice of the department's elder members, but also frequently wrote to Dumbledore seeking counsel. At times, he even visited in person, and Field had encountered him in Dumbledore's office more than once during his youth. However, in recent years, Fudge had corresponded infrequently, and his administrative style had undergone a marked transformation. Increasingly resembling that of a true politician, one focused solely on self-interest. Dumbledore had written to him on numerous occasions with advice, but alas, to little effect. Fudge, he has squandered all his power to satiate his own greed. Minister of Magic? Ridiculous. This was the scornful assessment Severus Snape had offered when Field had inquired about the minister's standing. How perceptive. Field chuckled at the recollection of Snape's critique. Fudge did not linger long in Dumbledore's office, soon descending alongside the headmaster. Behind them trailed a group of wizards who had securely bound Gilderoy Lockhart. Field surmised their identities. They were undoubtedly the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. Fudge appeared considerably more relaxed as he engaged in light-hearted banter with Dumbledore while making his way to the head table in the Great Hall. Observing the raucous students below, Dumbledore gently clapped his hands. The sound echoed, prompting the students to instinctively quiet down. "Ladies and gentlemen," Dumbledore beamed at the assembly below, "please remain silent. There is an important matter I wish to address. Before that, allow me to introduce our esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. This gentleman is the current Minister of Magic, Mr. Cornelius Fudge." Fudge waved amiably at the students, displaying a semblance of grace. However, with his considerable girth, Field couldn't help but liken him to a rotund penguin. "And this is the director of the Auror office, Mr. Rufus Scrimgeour." The stout wizard stepped forward, raising his wand and performing a crisp dueling salute before retreating. "Lastly, we have the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Welcome to Hogwarts." Dumbledore smiled, initiating applause, which the students eagerly echoed, their claps resonating throughout the vast hall. After a moment of enthusiastic applause, Dumbledore resumed his address. "My dear students, I must regrettably inform you," he said, a sorrowful expression casting over his features as he gazed at the assembly, "that we must once again seek a professor for the defense against the dark arts course." Upon hearing this news, some students wore expressions of calm acceptance, while others displayed surprise, a murmur of speculation rippling through the crowd. "Perhaps some of you are already aware," Dumbledore's voice rose slightly, "that during yesterday's Dueling Club event, due to unforeseen circumstances, Mr. McLaggen inadvertently administered a dose of truth serum to Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart. Under the potion's influence, Mr. Lockhart revealed the truth. He is not a respected adventurer, but rather a charlatan skilled in appropriating the achievements of others. This is despicable and disgraceful. Consequently, I contacted Mr. Fudge. Mr. Fudge expressed his outrage, deeming this an intolerable crime that warranted immediate arrest." Dumbledore gestured with one hand, indicating the bound Lockhart. "This is a failure on our part in selecting candidates. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I sincerely apologize for this oversight." Dumbledore bowed slightly that "I will strive to secure some form of compensation for you all." He then stepped aside, inviting Minister Fudge to take the floor. Fudge, wearing a congenial smile, approached the position Dumbledore had just vacated. "Dear students, my beloved young scholars," he began, his face radiating warmth, "that it is truly a pleasure to be here, or rather, to return. You may not know this, but I was once among you." A hint of pride graced Fudge's features. "Indeed, I'm a Hufflepuff. Both in school and at the ministry, I have always taken pride in being a member of Hogwarts. It is for this reason that I cannot tarnish the reputation of my school. Boast a little. I believe my efforts have not been in vain. The current Ministry of Magic remains diligent in its service to everyone. We are the servants of the public." Fudge's eloquence garnered approving glances from many students, particularly those from Hufflepuff, who appeared positively animated. Field observed Fudge with keen interest, noting the subtle gleam of self-satisfaction in his eyes. "The minister possesses quite the oratory skill," Field mused inwardly. "Upon receiving Headmaster Dumbledore's letter, I felt not only anger, but also profound sorrow," Fudge stated, his expression darkening as he emphatically patted his chest. "Children, you are in a phase of growth. The future of the magical world belongs to you." He gestured passionately. "What did Lockhart's actions signify? They were an affront to you, a threat to the future of the magical realm. Such behavior cannot be tolerated, nor can it be condoned by the magical community. Indeed, I took immediate action. As you have seen, I ordered Lockhart's arrest without delay. The ministry will provide a thorough account to the public following a comprehensive investigation. You have my word." Fudge raised a finger earnestly. "Why, dear children, my fellow students, you have suffered this year, that I express my deepest sympathy and wish to do something for you all. After conferring with Headmaster Dumbledore, we have decided to temporarily suspend certain aspects of the defense against the dark arts curriculum for this year's OWLS and NEWTS examinations. Of course, this is merely a preliminary proposal. I will exert every effort to have this plan approved. As compensation for you all, the ministry shall not allow you to bear the consequences of another's mistakes." Field raised an eyebrow, that he discerned that this individual was likely attempting to tarnish Dumbledore's reputation. No, it would be more accurate to say that he was sowing seeds of discord between the students and Dumbledore. Field had already noticed that many students wore expressions of delight, and their gazes toward Dumbledore had shifted in a peculiar manner. Instinctively, Field glanced at his father, only to find him wearing that same cheerful countenance, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications of Fudge's words. While listening to Fudge's speech, he also patted Professor McGonagall's hand. Signaling her not to worry, it appeared there was no need for concern. Field felt a sense of relief. He had never witnessed Dumbledore falter, especially not with this particular expression. One could surmise that Mr. Fudge was bound to face some repercussions. With this thought in mind, Field cast a sympathetic glance at Fudge, who was fervently delivering his address on stage, that as for how he could tell that Dumbledore was orchestrating something. Field reflected that the candies which had caused him such distress had indeed vanished in this manner. Ladies and gentlemen, please believe me, trust in the Ministry of Magic. We shall not let any individual who seeks to undermine our future and ruin our cherished lives escape unpunished. Fudge proclaimed loudly, concluding with a smile as he bowed and retreated amidst a wave of applause. Subsequently, Dumbledore ascended once more to utter a few reassuring words and commend Fudge for his earnest intentions. Before dismissing the students and leading McGonagall and Fudge upstairs, the head of the Auror office, wearing a grim expression, listened to Fudge's remarks, nodded subtly, and departed Hogwarts with the Aurors. Field mused that his father's office would likely be bustling the following day. True to Field's expectations, the next day, at least 100 howler letters were dispatched to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Were it not for the enchantments in the headmaster's office designed to prevent sound leakage, the entire Hogwarts would have been in a state of unrest that day. In addition, the Daily Prophet began to kick a man when he was down. Was the great adventurer truly an unscrupulous fraud? The best-selling author, Sir Gilderoy Lockhart, a recipient of the third-class Merlin Medal and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award, was apprehended by Aurors yesterday at Hogwarts. Lockhart had long been regarded as a literary master within a magical community, with his novels, based on his purported adventures, consistently ranking among the bestsellers. How could such a situation arise? According to ministry officials, in truth, Lockhart possessed no genuine adventuring experience, that if there were anything commendable about him, it was his mastery of memory charms. All his supposed adventures were likely the result of appropriating the achievements of others. Reports indicate that the ministry is actively seeking the relevant victims, a task undoubtedly fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, ministry officials assert that this matter must be clarified. The public deserves the truth. While the writer felt a sense of relief, he was also plagued by concern. It seemed that Hogwarts headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, had encountered numerous missteps in recent years. Could we truly entrust the future of the magical world to such a person? After the Christmas holiday, Hogwarts finally returned to a semblance of tranquility. At the beginning of the term, Dumbledore had written to invite the Weasley couple, informing them of the events concerning Ginny. Following Dumbledore's advice, Ginny had returned home for a full week of rest before coming back. Interestingly, the student who had inadvertently spilled the Veritaserum on Lockhart was regarded as a hero among the pupils. This notoriety had, in turn, improved the family business significantly. By the way, their family was in the herbology trade. As Field learned, some of the herb-related tasks that Snape undertook originated from their family. With the passage of one Christmas, Hogwarts underwent considerable transformation. The most shocking news for the students was not Lockhart's arrest. Any slightly astute young witch or wizard knew it was merely a matter of time before he was caught. What truly astonished them was that Snape had washed his hair. His elongated, sharp eyes, with their hollow and profound pupils, spoke of the danger inherent in this man. His upright posture suggested that nothing could crush his pride. His dark, lustrous hair was tied back in a small ponytail, adding a hint of allure to his demeanor. Was this truly the same brooding old bat with a hawkish nose? It was simply unbelievable. Even Field, who had longed for Snape to wash his hair, had not anticipated that such a simple act would enhance Snape's charm so considerably. Observing the starry-eyed young witches, Field suddenly envisioned a scene. At the lectern, Snape frowned at the young witch fixated on him, his expression darkening. That I must remind you, Miss Witch, if you recall that this is a classroom, your gaze should be directed at your book rather than elsewhere. Of course, Professor, the young witch replied, her eyes sparkling. You are entirely correct. Are you going to deduct points? Perhaps I neglected to remind you. Miss Witch, Snape retorted with a snort, that if your mind isn't lost somewhere in your dormitory, you ought to be aware of the consequences of provoking a professor. I know. Professor, the young girl said, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks. I merely wish to inform you that since I am aware you enjoy deducting points, I have been working hard in my other classes to earn points, all of which I intend to leave for you to deduct, should you so desire. With that, she covered her face, inadvertently producing an odd sound. Hey, why do I still find this rather harmonious? Field was taken aback by his own thoughts, abruptly shaking his head to dispel the image he had just conjured. Essay result. During lunch, Field realized just how youthful he truly was. Nearby, two girls exchanged furtive glances before whispering to one another. Did you see that? Yes, Professor Snape is truly handsome, and his prowess is formidable. What a perfect man. Indeed, so cool and stylish to my goodness, he's simply flawless. Absolutely, especially when he reprimands someone. It's utterly captivating. How fortunate the one being scolded must be. Do you think, if I deliberately made a mistake, he would come to check on me? Or scold me? Hey, BTCH, the professor is mine. Oh, how the standards of beauty seem to follow the whims of appearance. Field felt he had been too naive. Indeed, it seemed that youth was solely his domain. With this thought, Field momentarily experienced a sensation of isolation at the pinnacle of life. Amidst this calm, yet peculiar routine, the final examinations loomed on the horizon. Blaise was nearly driven to madness. Heaven knew how recklessly he had been living lately, as he had fallen behind on both assignments and the material he needed to memorize. Why must there be such a thing as homework? Blaise grumbled softly, furiously scribbling notes he had borrowed. Don't fret, Blaise, it's not your fault, Field said cheerily while sipping lemon juice. You merely chose to spend the time others devoted to studying on leisure. It's hardly a grave matter, is it? No, if I flunk, my mother will kill me, Blaise exclaimed, his face a mask of despair. Why does time pass so swiftly? Swiftly? Field questioned, puzzled. Why don't I feel that way? Could it be that you have no homework? Blaise's pen hesitated as he cast Field a mournful glance before resuming his frantic writing. Fair point. Field contemplated this and conceded Blaise's assertion. You are right. Perhaps I should delve in my studies to know. My good brother, Blaise interjected, seizing his arm with a sycophantic grin. You would certainly be willing to assist me. Wouldn't you? I never said that, Field replied, shaking his head. You'd be better off completing it on your own, mate. The assignments will help you catch up on what you've missed if you wish to avoid failure. It would be wise to heed my advice, I am well aware of that, Blaise declared with an air of entitlement. Your handwriting is different from mine. If you helped me write it, the professors would undoubtedly notice. Then what is it you wish for me to assist with? Field inquired, astonished. Why? Reviewing, of course. Blaise waved his hand dismissively. Though I would rather not. It is imperative that I master this material. IT is my obligation. Even if it is not what I desire. Such a high level of awareness? Field feels somewhat underestimated. I am a pure blood. My brother. Blaise gazed earnestly at Field.